The great elders in the underground space of the Black God cult were relieved to see everyone pass the 20th floor. All the levels of the Black Prison are random, and even the high-level people of the Black God cult cannot control it. The 50th floor is a watershed. Even the top geniuses may fall there. I came here today to discuss an important matter. This matter is related to the life and death of the Black God cult, and is related to the top forces behind these projection stones. The giant iron door of the underground space was slowly pushed open, and a middle-aged man, with a heroic figure, walked in with a little frost. It was almost autumn, but he was stained with ice and snow. Obviously, he had just come from the north region where snow fell all year round. The great elders frowned when they saw the newcomer. Obviously, they did not have much closeness to the person in front of them. The middle-aged man with ice and snow did not pay attention to the expressions of the people in the Black God cult, but took out a token from his arms. You shouldn't be here. At least not now. The relationship between Wangchuan Pavilion and the Black God cult cannot be destroyed by you. After you have said what you need to say, you should return to the Northern Territory. You don't have to come to Zhongzhou again in the future. An old man dressed in white said with cloudy eyes and a low voice. But his words were full of love and hate. Master, I understand the difficulties of the sect. After saying these words, I will leave Zhongzhou. After that, the middle-aged man threw the token to the master, and the old man lightly tapped the void token, and it fell into his palm. The old man, who was originally gloomy, had his pupils shrink quickly when he saw the token. The disbelief and shock attracted other people's attention. The leader of the Black God cult looked at his junior brother, who was returning from a distance, with a complicated look. Are you and her doing well in the Northern Territory? Thank you for your concern. We are living well in the Northern Territory. I haven't seen you for many years, but I haven't congratulated you on becoming the current leader of the Black God cult. It's my fault. The middle-aged man, with a sincere tone, showed a trace of guilt on his face. If he hadn't left without saying goodbye, he wouldn't have forced the Black God cult into danger. The master held the token tightly and asked hurriedly, Xiao Xing, are you sure this token is real? This is not the time to joke. Xiao Xing hurriedly bowed and said seriously, how dare I tease you when I am guilty? This token is definitely from Zizishan in the Northern Territory. I got it after a life-threatening experience. The master with a complicated expression was speechless for a long time. His little disciple had done a great job this time. Now that the place has been reopened, the high-level officials in the Northern Territory will definitely do their best to block the news. If they really succeed in blocking it, I am afraid that the entire main world will be dragged into the abyss. Seeing that he mentions Zizishan, the other supreme elders also stood up immediately. Northern regions is it on? Have the means that the immortal god emperor left in the northern region finally been reopened? The leader of the Black God cult, who was somewhat confused, felt puzzled. The northern region's Ition was the top power in the northern region. He had also heard a little about the immortal god emperor. It was rumored that the immortal god emperor, who was promoted to the supreme god emperor, had made a great ambition to create a true kingdom of immortality in the current northern region. As a user of the longevity fruit with infinite lifespan, he did have the ability and opportunity to do this. But hundreds of years after he prepared, he ushered in the natural disaster of the era. No one knew whether he had used the awakening ability of the longevity fruit to create the kingdom of immortality. There is a legend that he succeeded, and all the strong men who followed him to conquer the world all gained eternal life. There is also a legend that he failed, and all the creatures affected by the longevity fruit all turned into monsters that were neither alive nor dead. After these legends flashed through his mind, he also asked, what is the meaning of this token that junior brother brought back? The master's turbid eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness. Hearing the question of the eldest disciple, he called him out alone. At this moment, the girl with ordinary appearance and extraordinary temperament in the 49th floor of the Black Prison was moving freely among the mechanical puppets. The numerous mechanical puppets with extraordinary combat power seemed to be slowed down in front of her, and could not attack her at all. The Black Prison is really wonderful. Everything here is incredible. Her voice was unusually clear, as if it was the celestial music from the 9 heavens. If Mu Bai was here, he would definitely recognize that the other party was the elegant girl who threw the peach newspaper to him downstairs of the Black God building. Following the instructions, she placed her hand on the void gate leading to the 50th level. With a flash of purple light, she was swallowed up by it. The 50th level is a dark and deep world, uninhabited and empty. There is no sunlight, only blue and no light. Here, life can only wait for death. The end of the dim and narrow terrain is infinitely extended darkness, and next to it is a vast sea of death that slaps the coast in the sea breeze. Darkness is the most profound shadow in this world. There is no light. Only darkness. No life. Only withering. In such a strange world, Mubai found something abnormal the first moment he entered. As long as he stayed in this world, he would find that his body was gradually withering, just like weeds that lack water. And the negative effect of this withering of the body would double as time goes by. If it were an ordinary person who stayed here for 1 minute, he would probably dry up all over, and would fall to the ground and die in less than 2 minutes. People with realms can obviously delay this withering effect. But if you stay here for a long time, you will be killed even if you are in the Star Wheel realm. The air here is so sweet and fragrant, and there are toxins everywhere. After taking a breath of air, Mubai's body was gradually adapting to the rules of this world. His lungs, which had their own life, could be said to have perfectly filtered out this withering negative effect. For others, the flesh was gradually weakened. But for Mubai, it was the opposite. Huh? Inhale. Inhale. Exhale. After several repeated breaths, the blood in his body, which was strengthened by the level 5 heart, surged to every corner of his body. Mubai, whose body host was constantly strengthened, was using the toxic components in the air to continuously filter and absorb the purified part into his body. After so many repetitions, Mubai was not in a hurry and sat up directly on the ground. Even though he had discovered that someone was spying behind him early, he did not stop this action. Mubai? It was the elegant girl who came in here. As soon as she entered the 50th floor, she immediately saw Mubai meditating below on the hillside. And strangely, less than a few dozen meters behind Mubai, a swordsman with half of his body covered by shadows was slowly approaching. The swordsman, who was wearing a straw raincoat and half of his body was covered by shadows, had his face hidden under his bamboo hat and could not be seen clearly. In his hand, he was holding a slightly simple long sword tightly. He walked lightly as if he was a human shadow without making any sound, following like a ghost. The black prison is open again. There has been no living people in this world for a long time. The swordsman with his lips slightly parted under the bamboo hat said softly. At this moment, he was standing less than 3 meters away from Mubai. But Mubai did not move. The swordsman seemed to see that the other party was already alert, and was no longer hiding his body, but speaking openly in a deep voice. Mubai, who was sitting on the ground, did not look back. His observation hockey had completely locked on the other party. Even if he did not look back, he could avoid the other party's attack moves. You are not a living person. Do you hear my heartbeat? A heartbeat that is not synchronized with the swordsmanship will never be able to perform the strongest swordsmanship. I don't care about life or death, but I feel miserable when I think that every time I kill someone, I use an imperfect swordsmanship. The swordsman with a calm voice also sat on the ground, and was only about 2 meters away from Mubai with his back to back. Heartbeat? Mubai carefully sensed the past, and found that the other party was unusual. This swordsman had a heartbeat. But this heartbeat was very fixed. Whether it was the frequency, or the frequency of blood transported by each beat, it was as stable as a robot that had been input with a password. At this moment, he remembered that the old man with the dream fruit seemed to have this kind of heartbeat. It's really strange. Could it be that you are all controlled by the Black Prison? The Black Prison is the Punisher, and the challengers you met are all punished. The Black Prison will not control us because there is no need. The swordsman tightened his raincoat, and raindrops gradually fell from the sky. The hazy drizzle made this dead world become beautiful. What exactly is the Black Prison? I asked the people of the Black God cult, but they couldn't give an answer. Seeing that the other party was so free, Mubai naturally wanted to continue to communicate in depth, and it didn't matter if he wasted some time. While the two were talking, the sound of fierce fighting had already been heard on the hillside not far away. The two people outside the hillside still did not move, as if they were good friends who were telling their hearts. There are many things in this world that cannot be answered accurately. Sometimes, not pursuing meaning too much may help you understand more. The rain is heavy, and I am going to kill someone. The voice of the straw raincoat swordsman was very soft. Especially the last few words seemed to be full of endless tenderness. Mubai, who was sitting back to back, did not react at all, because he knew that the last few words were spoken to the sword in his hand. The rain gradually became heavier, and the black sky was covered with dark clouds. The already dim world became misty. The sound of rain hitting the rugged surface was as pleasant as a symphony. But there was also this inexplicable murderous intent in it. The two people at the bottom of the hill stood up at the same time, back to back, and each took out their weapons. Mu Bai held the three-pointed double-edged sword in his right hand, and the swordsman held his sword in his left hand. When a drop of rain fell right in the middle of the two, the terrifying murderous intent was immediately detonated. Bah! Sword. The swordsman, with a deep voice, held the hilt of the sword with both hands. The rain between heaven and earth was cleared in an instant. The domineering and wanton peak slash shattered the space. A terrifying arc broke in the gap between the raindrops. Facing this terrifying slash, Mu Bai, who held the martial god, not only did not retreat, but also stepped forward to swing his martial god horizontally and slashed away. The sharp edge of the martial god and the sword collided instantly. The swordsman with murderous intent seemed to have no end to his power, and actually pressed Mu Bai back a distance of dozens of meters. His sword did not break. Noticing this detail, Mu Bai immediately activated the 8 desolate prison body. Even though the power in his rapidly expanding body increased by more than 10 times, Mu Bai still could not suppress the opponent. In terms of strength alone, the opponent was actually on par with himself in the state of the divine body. Mu Bai, who was a little shocked, was too lazy to think about the reason. He held the martial god in his right hand to parry, and his left hand immediately condensed the vibration ball cover and smashed it. At the same time, he was emitting the golden crow divine fire all over his body to speed up. And he had already crushed the opponent by 1 level in speed. Cut! The figure of the straw raincoat swordsman, with a slight twitch of his lips, turned into a ball of black mist and retreated several meters, while dodging Mu Bai's vibrating iron fist. He had already jumped into the air and slashed from the air like a light falcon. One knife flow. Dead silence. The moment when the opponent turned into black mist and Mu Bai's punch missed. He had already swung the god of war diagonally and chopped towards the air. It seemed that the two people had some kind of tacit understanding, and their weapons collided again. But this time it was a little different. Mu Bai's hands that touched the sword energy actually had traces of withering. Obviously, the opponent's slash this time should have mobilized the strange ability of this world. Since the opponent is a master in close combat, I will surround you. With a thought, Mu Bai turned into the golden crow divine fire and scattered. The orange flames quickly turned white. The pure white Taishu divine fire immediately ignited around the swordsman. While being surrounded by flames, Mu Bai had already merged into the flames, and the vibration ball cover on his martial arts blade was covering it. Break. The swordsman wrapped in flame seemed to have a higher fighting spirit, and he was not afraid of the Taishu divine fire that could not be extinguished. Ba Dao. Divine wind random slash. Thousands of slashes exploded instantly. The terrifying divine wind random slash, with a continuous slashing state covering the entire space, actually broke the blockade of the Taishu divine fire, which allowed the straw raincoat swordsman to escape before Mu Bai's vibration slash fell. Ba Dao. Overthrow the world. The straw raincoat swordsman, who had just escaped from the flames, was constantly using big moves. The slashing continued, and the sword wave of hundreds of meters suddenly shattered the sky with his hands holding the sword hard and moving casually. Come on! Facing this huge slash, Mu Bai condensed the vibration ball cover in his right hand and bombarded the sword wave with a frontal posture. Squeak! The creaking sound of space breaking up came one after another, and the friction sound of the slashing was in harmony. Mu Bai, who had an extraordinary physique, took the opponent's slashing and hit the ground directly. While the ground was breaking, the slashing knife wave was also completely wiped out by him. You are really strong. But this is not enough. The edge of the straw raincoat swordsman lowered the edge of his hat, which made his face even more difficult to see clearly. Mu Bai's expression was a little complicated at this moment. He had never seen such a powerful swordsman before. The opponent's swordsmanship had surpassed everyone he had seen. More importantly, he saw a hint of familiarity in this domineering sword. The sword of the tyrant. Slashing with all your might. The straw raincoat swordsman completely let go of his hands and feet in the crisscrossing sword waves. Before the cold light dissipated, it had already attracted thousands of slashes to follow. Even Mu Bai could only temporarily avoid the edge of such a fierce swordsmanship. The swordsman's swordsmanship was also open and close, and there was no flaw in such a superb swordsmanship. Mu Bai, whose figure flashed and turned into fire and retreated hundreds of steps, turned around and heard the sound of another fight approaching. He looked up and saw that another straw raincoat swordsman was fighting with a girl. Mu Bai would naturally not forget that the other person was the person under the Black God building that day. The girl was also retreating step by step under the terrifying swordsmanship of another swordsman. She seemed to be aware of the gazes of others, and turned around to see that it was Mu Bai. You are not a simple person to be able to enter the 50th floor so quickly. Are you the saint of Wenchuan Pavilion? Mu Bai, who still had the leisure to ask, naturally would not shoot without purpose. He could find some clues by observing the other party with his observation hockey. For example, although there was no flaw on the other party's face, it was obvious that her breath was a little unsmooth, which meant that she was wearing something like a mask to cover her true appearance. Mu Bai, you have the leisure to guess my identity here. Why don't you deal with this swordsman? You have also fought with the swordsmen of this world. Didn't you find any problems? Mu Bai said while dodging the slash. He had discovered a problem from the beginning. That is, this swordsman seemed to have no upper limit in physique, although the other party was a strong man in the Star Wheel realm. Strictly speaking, he could not compete with him in physique. But the result was just like this. The other party could not only compete with him, but also suppress him in strength. This was obviously not in line with common sense. Moreover, every time the opponent used a slash, he borrowed the power of this world. Otherwise, a slash with only skills, but no power would not be a big deal even if it hit him. Mu Bai even suspected that the opponent could not even break through the defense. I found some problems, but I can solve him alone. Don't attract the swordsman on your side. Seeing that the swordsman behind Mu Bai also locked the attack target on her in the front row, the girl said with some dissatisfaction. One swordsman is difficult enough. Wouldn't it be more difficult to attack two together? Join hands. I found some tricks to hurt them. If you and I join hands, we can pass the level faster. Mu Bai said with a calm voice and smiled. After dodging more than a dozen slashes in a row, he backhanded a vibrating iron fist and forced back the swordsman in front of the two at the same time. The two swordsmen with the same moves and clothes stood in a line at the same time. Ba Dao. Slashing with all your might. Ba Dao. Slashing with all your might. Two voices sounded at the same time. The swordsman on the left slashed horizontally, and the swordsman on the right slashed vertically. The cross-shaped slash shocked the world and made the gods and ghosts cry. All the objects that blocked the way burst. Even the dark clouds in the sky dissipated a little. Double attack? Mu Bai grinned with a faint golden light in his eyes. And then the golden crow flames in his palms condensed into the shape of two long swords. After completing the mimicry of weapons, Mu Bai used two things at the same time. The faint moonlight on the left side of the body spread out, emitting a holy and cold, while the right side of the body showed a scorching flame. It was like the rising sun that intimidated the world. Mu Bai used the Taishang Wanqing sword technique with his left hand, and the Taishang Jiqing sword technique with his right hand, and slashed with the peak posture of the two sword techniques. The two sword techniques with completely different emotions gradually became compatible at this moment, although there was still a long way to go before fusion. Even if they were just compatible, the two swordsmen felt an unusual sense of horror when the double love sword technique and the tyrant sword slash collided with each other. The sky was instantly torn apart. The howling rain was also prevented from getting close to the ground by the vibration of the sword energy and the knife waves. The ground quickly cracked under the sound of the collision of the two extreme killing weapons. Mu Bai, who was fighting one against two, did not use his strength and speed advantage to suppress them, but always used his skills and techniques. Among the three people fighting together, Mu Bai gradually figured out the opponent's swordsmanship routines. In the interval of the 24th round of fighting, he also broke away, jumped out of the encirclement, and lightly picked up the arm of the swordsman on the right. If you are faster than them, they will passively strengthen their speed until they are the same as you. The same is true for physique and strength. The only difference is the moves. When you use swordsmanship and other things that are biased towards skills to hurt these swordsmen, they cannot be immune to damage. In other words, this 50th level is a level that tests combat skills. The girl watching the battle nodded, and then her figure blurred slightly. The next second, the hot flame surged up to the sky, and in the hot new sea of fire in the flames, the cry of a phoenix was particularly clear. The reborn from the fire was very similar to the legendary creature phoenix. Seeing this, Mu Bai immediately confirmed her identity. The eldest daughter of the chief elder of Wenchuan Pavilion is also the contemporary saint of Wenchuan Pavilion, Qin Charan. The other party is rumored to be a mythical phoenix fruit ability user. Even in the mythical system, this phoenix fruit is one of the top super fruits. Qin Charan, who transformed into a phoenix, instantly recovered her physical strength and consumed star power. And then the phoenix fire continued to flow into her body in the space around her. When Mu Bai couldn't understand what the other party was going to do, Qin Charan snorted coldly. Then he saw a weapon condensed by phoenix fire, a long sword in the shape of a phoenix. In his hand, endless fire domain. Fire phoenix blazes the prairie. The long sword that controls countless flames slashed out with the kingly posture of the phoenix. The swordsman who had just fought with Mu Bai and had his arm cut off could only use his left arm to perform the dominant sword skill. With one arm, he naturally had no power to resist this level of top swordsmanship. After blocking 3 times, he was pierced through the shoulder by the phoenix fire and the phoenix sword in the next second. Another swordsman was about to step forward to help, but he saw Mu Bai had already come behind him. In a hurry, he used a single sword to fight against Mu Bai's double swords. At the beginning, the powerful swordsmanship completely suppressed Mu Bai's swordsmanship. But after a few rounds, Mu Bai saw through the trend of his swordsmanship. The opponent's swordsmanship is normally completely ineffective, and even the most powerful swordsman may not be able to find obvious loopholes. But after so many rounds of fighting with the opponent, Mu Bai has already seen a flaw. That is, although the opponent's swordsmanship is flawless, many times the opponent's heartbeat does not match the rhythm of the swordsmanship. This is like synthesizing a video. The video and audio are completely intertwined. In this case, Mu Bai also knows why the opponent said before the fight that a heartbeat that cannot be synchronized with the swordsmanship will never be able to strike the strongest swordsmanship. Let me fulfill your wish. Mu Bai, holding 2 swords, used his superb swordsmanship to block the opponent's tyrant swordsmanship. The 2 swords merged into one, and while he chopped off the opponent's hands from bottom to top, Mu Bai fell into a brief silence. At this moment, the sky, the earth, and the people seemed to be integrated into one. Time was still, space was still, and fate was still. At this moment when all things were resting, the sword in Mu Bai's hand slowly integrated the essence of the 2 swordsmanship. At this moment, Taishang Wangqing's sword technique and Taishang Jiqing's sword technique disappeared, and the 2 seemed to turn into yin and yang and merge into one. Yin and yang are interdependent. Movement and stillness depend on each other, and the world's disasters and blessings depend on each other, naturally following the great way of heaven and earth. If you don't kill the old body, how can you spy on the great way? The first style of the 7 swords of cutting the sky. See me when you cut the way. When the long sword fell, all the colors in the world disappeared. When the slash fell in the black and white world, the 50th layer of space intertwined and fell. Qin Charan, who was standing aside, was shocked, because with Mu Bai's slash, not only was the swordsman split in half, but even this space was completely shattered in half. As someone from Wanchuan Pavilion, Qin Charan naturally had profound knowledge. She had even seen many battles at the Sun Wheel realm level. Of course, there were sword masters who used swordsmanship to shatter the void, but she had never seen anyone who could evenly cut through space. And he hadn't used the realm and the power of the stars yet. The only swordsmanship that could achieve this level was the legendary swordsmanship. The projection stone on the 50th floor clearly transmitted this picture to the high-level officials of the royal court. Those Star Lords were all shocked when they saw Mu Bai's swordsmanship. Even the Star Lord Tan Lang was slightly speechless. If I'm not mistaken, this Mu Bai is performing the legendary 7 styles of cutting the sky. As soon as the 4 words 7 styles of cutting the sky came out, the silent Star Lords slowly cast their eyes. This set of swordsmanship had long been lost. It seemed to be the supreme swordsmanship of Taoism. But in fact, few people could comprehend the mystery. Although the Yin-Yang swordsmanship in the Yin-Yang sect was derived from the 7 styles of cutting the sky, no one in the Yin-Yang sect could master it for thousands of years. Not to mention the 7 styles of heaven cutting. Even if there are only a few people who can master the 2 sets of Taishang swordsmanship at the same time. Now this young man born in the northern borderland has mastered the 7 styles of heaven cutting swordsmanship in such a short time. Even if he has just mastered part of it, it is enough to show his top talent. No! This is no longer a top talent, but a god-level talent that surpasses everyone. How many people in the past and present can reverse the lower-level skills to master the upper-level skills? When everyone was shocked, no one could have thought that Mu Bai was able to integrate the 2 swordsmanship so quickly with the help of the eternal system. This is the universal law of human nature. Even life forms of this level cannot jump out of the limitations of human nature. They only look at the results and will not pursue the reasons. Although his face was calm, Ziwei Star Lord obviously did not expect that Mu Bai actually successfully deduced the 7 styles of heaven cutting, which is of great significance. In addition to being the supreme swordsmanship of Taoism, the 7 styles of heaven cutting also has a profound relationship with the royal court. At the beginning, the God King of Chongjian royal court relied on the 7 styles of heaven cutting to defeat the Tianju and become the top overlord of that era. If Mu Bai can really master the essence of the 7 heaven cutting styles, The future structure of the royal court will probably be reshuffled. It has nothing to do with me. Even if I really know the 7 heaven-cutting styles. Such supreme skills cannot be taught through words. Ziwei Star-Lord said calmly, looking calm. Seeing this, Tanlang Star-Lord also smiled and said, it seems that Mu Bai's position as the fourth son of God is already stable. Being able to master the 7 heaven-cutting styles means that he and you are already on the same level. Mu Bai and Yudi are both the most promising inheritors of the royal court in the future. While everyone was talking, a cold light flashed in the distance. The next moment, a young man wearing cold armor hurried over with a scroll and a token. When he saw several Star Masters were there, he felt relieved. Star Lords. We just received information that the Northern Territories' Zizaition has opened the tomb of the immortal God Emperor. The Star Lords looked at each other and immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. The people in the Northern Territory knew what was buried in the tomb of the immortal God Emperor. At this time, the Northern Territories' Zizaition forces forcibly opened the tomb and were obviously planning a major event. I said that people in the North Territory are different from people in other regions. The high-level people in Zizaition are all crazy. They are time bombs guarding these dangerous things, but always want to control them. The Star Master Tanlang seemed to recall the old things. At this moment, he muttered a little dissatisfiedly, and his figure disappeared. Several Star Masters, who didn't know what was going on, looked at the Star Master Ziwei. Just as they were about to ask, they were interrupted by the Star Master Ziwei. Zizaition in the North Territory cannot open the tomb of the Changsheng God Emperor alone. This will only happen if several top forces in the North Territory reach some kind of agreement. If the North Territory does not close the tomb immediately, the other 3 regions including Zhongzhou can only send troops to attack. Ziwei Star Master's words were without any emotion, as if he was telling a small matter. But the Star Masters were dumbfounded. They didn't understand why the opening of the tomb of the Changsheng God Emperor in the North Territory would attract all forces in other regions of the main world to attack. At the same time, the extremely cold land in the North Territory. An old man from the Great Snow Mountain sect knelt at the sect gate for a long time without leaving. He knew that the actions of these high-level officials in the Northern Territory would bring about a catastrophe. So at this moment, even if he risked the world's disapproval, he had to persuade these big figures again. But apparently, no one paid attention to him after he knelt in front of the sect gate for a day and a night, as if he was treated as an old beggar on the street. As one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, the Great Snow Mountain naturally participated in the matter of the Emperor's mausoleum. The old man watched the sunset fall into the Snow Mountain and could only leave helplessly. Before leaving, he looked at the beautiful buildings on the Great Snow Mountain and said with regret, I thought that the Emperor in the mortal world seeking immortality was absurd enough. But I never thought that you who control the Northern Territory are even more absurd. Meat-eaters are vulgar and cannot plan far. The 2 middle-aged men in brocade robes in the Great Snow Mountain sect also talked with complicated expressions. Brother Fu, the Taoist Qing Yuan is worried about the future of the Northern Territory. Why let him wait outside the sect? In my opinion, it is better to send him away and preserve a good reputation. The current sect master Fu Hong, who was sitting on the main seat, shook his head coldly. The tomb of the immortal God Emperor must be opened. If I meet with Taoist Qing Yuan now, I may be suspected by all the top forces in the Northern Territory. At this juncture, let alone ordinary sects, even top forces like us who dominate a region cannot show hesitation. At this moment, Mu Bai was still unaware of the major changes in the outside world. After passing the 50th level, he defeated several powerful enemies in succession and approached the 100th level. At present, no one can match him in the real-time ranking list of the entire Black Prison. First place, Mu Bai 99th level 2nd place, Qin Charan 73rd level 3rd place, Fozi 69th level 4th place, Li Shaoqing 65th level with such a clear ranking gap. The entire assessment team has completely opened up the levels. Some people at the bottom are even stuck at the 10th level and cannot pass the level. Of course, most contestants can basically enter the 20th level, but they are limited to the 20th and 30th levels. The difficulty of every 5 levels in the Black Prison is a qualitative leap. And only a monster with an outrageous combat power like Mu Bai can break through the 100th level without any obstacles. After killing the leader monster on the 99th floor, Mu Bai was ready to challenge the level boss on the 100th floor. However, to his surprise, when he opened his eyes, the 100th floor was empty. He seemed to be floating in space. What's going on? Mu Bai was slightly surprised when he was about to be on guard against nearby dangers, when a white beam of light pierced his mind directly. There was no way to dodge it. even if Mu Bai wanted to dodge it. He couldn't do it, as the beam of light shot into his mind. Several options appeared in front of him. Ding dong. Black Prison is detecting the 100th floor selection reward. Option 1. Get a random fruit with 20% awakening degree. Option 2. Get the swordsman defeated before as a servant, whose realm is fixed at the Star Wheel realm. Option 3. Get the magical power of moving mountains, which allows the host to have the ability to move mountains. Option 4. Get a dream fruit. Option 5. Any divine body is promoted to the next level. If it is at the maximum level, it will be strengthened to a certain extent. Choice 6. Obtain the magical power Diamond Sutra, which allows the host to resist a certain degree of Buddhist skills during combat, and causes 1.5 times the damage to Buddhists. Choice 7. Obtain the magical power Eye of Divine Punishment, which allows the host to obtain a certain degree of divine punishment attack. The attack effect is proportional to the host's domineering haki. The more domineering haki, the higher the damage. And the Eye of Divine Punishment has the effect of seeing through, and will see through all disguises and hidden auras. The effect is proportional to the host's observation haki. The stronger the observation haki, the stronger the effect. Choice 8. Obtain the magical power Sword Art. This magical power has the ability to enhance the host's sword art talent, and will help the host speed up the practice of any sword art when facing it. And the host will gain 1.3 times the damage increase when using the sword. Choice 9. Black Prison Magic Armor. An anti-injury armor created based on some people in the Black Prison, which can resist the attack damage of the Star Master level, and has a 60% chance of rebounding this level or below. When the rebound is successful, it will cause the opponent to be corroded by magic. Choice 10. Get the Black Prison Token. With the token, you can enter the Black Prison again and challenge it. The reward will be doubled, but you have to wait until the next Black Prison opens. It was a question from 1 to 10. Mu Bai saw it clearly. If it wasn't a single choice question, Mu Bai would definitely choose multiple choices. Among the magical power rewards, the Sword Down Mastery and the Eye of Punishment are the best. The ability to move mountains may be a magical skill for others, but it is indeed better than nothing for Mu Bai at the moment. It may not play a big role in a real battle. If I were a Star Warrior, this ability to move mountains would definitely be very powerful. Unfortunately, the enemies he faces at this level are no longer able to be simply suppressed by a mountain. The Dream Devil Fruit and the random awakening of the fruit are useless to Mu Bai. Mu Bai can only give the Dream Fruit to the Weapon God of War at present. The 3 fruits in his body are close to the limit without the help of the system, unless the fruit position for personal use can be opened in the future. Another problem is that the Dream Fruit is more auxiliary. Even if it is embedded in the God of War, it cannot play the advantage of the God of War. And the random awakening of the fruit doesn't matter to me, since his daily sign-in was upgraded to a small increase in fruit ability and awakening last time. This random fruit awakening is a waste at this time. The 10th reward option should be the best in theory. If he tries again decades or hundreds of years later, Mu Bai can be sure that he can go further. But the problem is that he probably won't need to enter the Black Prison to enhance his strength at that time. Now he is in his early 20s, and is close to the Star Wheel realm. In a few years, he may have reached the Moon Wheel realm. In this case, choosing to receive the token of the Black Prison double reward next time is undoubtedly useless for him. After thinking about it, Mu Bai finally looked at the 2 magical powers. That is, the Sword Dao 1 point, and the Eye of Divine Punishment. The former enhances the lethality of the sword, and the latter enhances the power according to the domineering aura. After comparing the 2, Mu Bai reluctantly chose the latter. After all, he is not a person who is immersed in the sword. When he performed the 7 styles of cutting the sky on the 50th floor before, it was also a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. If he was asked to perform the first style at this moment, I am afraid he would not be able to perform it. I choose the Eye of Divine Punishment. As soon as the voice fell, Mu Bai found that the white light above his head quickly merged into his forehead. The white hair danced with the wind, and in the wind, a slit with a faint blue light appeared on Mu Bai's forehead. A strange feeling came over him, and when Mu Bai opened the slit on his head, a cold eye appeared on his forehead. After looking at the world with the Eye of Divine Punishment on his forehead, his whole vision became more layered. More importantly, after opening the Eye of Divine Punishment, his 3-color domineering aura suddenly soared. The third eye was slightly numb, and the next moment Mu Bai's figure instantly appeared a few hundred meters away. This is not a fast movement, but a space teleportation. Open the Eye of Divine Punishment. After muttering softly, Mu Bai's figure disappeared again. The space teleportation within a short distance was very smooth. And it was not until nearly 100 times that his Eye of Divine Punishment gradually became a little tired. This mobility is beyond the elementalization of the natural fruit ability user. I just don't know how powerful this Eye of Divine Punishment is. Mu Bai, who wanted to test it, looked into the depths of space. The third eye on his forehead flashed with blue lightning, and a rapidly roaring beam shock wave exploded in space. The powerful power clearly carried a top-level momentum similar to the domineering color of the king. After sweeping 360 degrees, the continuous sound of space explosions continued. The Eye of Divine Punishment is very powerful. Mu Bai, who continuously inputs the domineering Haki into it, can sense that the power of the blue shock wave shot out of the Eye of Divine Punishment has increased exponentially. He even feels that if he puts all the domineering Haki into it, he can even use this God Punishment shock wave to kill the physical body of the Star Wheel realm in seconds. Mu Bai, who was slightly surprised, felt that he could properly improve the three-color Haki in the future. Although the color Haki is very important in the main world, it has not reached the necessary level, only because there are many other ability systems in this main world, such as skills, divine bodies, or magical powers, bloodlines. These system abilities that are different from Haki can also create top-level strongmen. The Eye of Divine Punishment converts and increases the power of Haki many times. In this case, practicing the domineering Haki to the extreme can increase the power of the Eye of Divine Punishment to a greater extent. Thinking of this, Mu Bai was not polite and directly clicked on his own devouring points, seeing that the remaining nearly 4,000 points were all invested in the domineering Haki points. Hohaku Haki, Level 1 primary level of Hohaku Haki. With the ability to intimidate and coerce others, it can exert great power when fighting against a large number of opponents. Hohaku Haki, Level 2 primary level of Hohaku Haki. With the ability to intimidate and coerce others, it can exert great power when fighting against a large number of opponents. A true master who has both mental skills and physical strength can radiate his Haki in all directions simply by increasing his aura. It can be said that Hohaku Haki is always in the state of activation. Its pressure can shake a ship, and even a battle-hardened general can fall to the ground when passing by. Hohaku Haki, Level 3 activate the entanglement of Hohaku Haki, and entangle the Hohaku Haki around a weapon or attack. After entanglement, the attack power will be enhanced. It can actually attack the enemy without touching the opponent within a certain distance. Only a very small number of top-level masters can do this. When he reached the third level and opened the domineering Haki entanglement, Mu Bai was a little surprised. His domineering Haki had reached this level before in the main world, but this was the first time he returned to this domineering Haki strength after entering the main world and resetting his soul. If it took him many years to achieve this step in the magic-modified Blue Star world, it only took him 1 second to achieve this step now. For this, he just wanted to say that devouring is awesome. There are still many points left, so Mu Bai will naturally not be stingy with these points. He must upgrade the domineering Haki to the level of level 5. He suspects that the rules of domineering Haki and the 5 internal organs are the same, and the 5th level will undergo a qualitative change. Domineering Haki, Level 4. You have absolute control over domineering Haki. You can condense the domineering Haki that is as heavy as Mount Tai into 1 point. Or you can evenly spread a large amount of domineering Haki on the sky and the earth. You are extraordinary in the control of domineering Haki and have entered the pinnacle of the mortal world. After upgrading to the 4th level, Mu Bai's head gradually felt a little swollen and painful. That was the feeling of the soul strength being forcibly increased along with the domineering aura. Mu Bai, who was a little unsteady on his feet, emptied his mind and used his super heart to gradually relax the pressure on his soul. Has the 4th level domineering aura reached this level? The strong spirit of his whole body was steaming like the sun. Mu Bai had never seen such a strong spirit in such a short time. He raised his domineering color to such a miraculous level without any burden. Mu Bai couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the devouring ability of the Tao Tai fruit. You know, even the most weird and magical magic can't change every aspect of a person in such a short time. Even if it really did, it would only be temporary, and the backlash in the future would be fatal. If those evil demons who took shortcuts saw him improve his strength so easily, they would probably cry in the toilet. The remaining devouring points gradually disappeared. When the points were completely cleared, the voice of the eternal system appeared in Mu Bai's mind again. Domineering color domineering, level 5 domineering color domineering beyond the limit of understanding. This domineering will be bound to the host's blood and chi. The stronger the host's blood and chi, the stronger the spirit. The stronger the domineering color domineering. And the three are exchanged in the same proportion. This is the overlord who exceeds the overlord. The blood and chi are exchanged for the domineering color in the same proportion. Mu Bai, who was shocked, swallowed his saliva at this moment. You should know that the blood in the domineering aura stimulates a small amount of spirit. And this small amount of spirit stimulates an even smaller amount of domineering aura. The previous ratio may not even be 10 to 1. In other words, this 5th level domineering aura at least enhances Mu Bai's original domineering aura by 1,000 times. This is just the basic calculation of the domineering aura increase. If Mu Bai transforms into a mythical form or opens the 2nd level of the 8 desolate prison body, then the domineering aura at that time will be the real disaster level. Mu Bai, who stayed on the 100th floor for such a long time, gradually opened a door in front of him. That was the road to the 101st floor. When he came in, he heard about the highest record of the previous black prison. At that time, it was the 149th floor created during the Nether Emperor Star Wheel realm. Since he has been to the 149th floor, I will speed through it. After saying that, Mu Bai stepped into the 101st level. Before he was fully awake, Mu Bai found that a large number of Star Master level creatures were attacking him. They looked like creatures of the soul body. Mu Bai, with his hands in his pockets, looked around coldly and directly activated the magical power of the third eye. The Eye of Divine Punishment is open. The Divine Punishment shock wave of the Eye of Divine Punishment, which has been amplified to a perverted level and strengthened by the domineering aura of the king, has become a real divine punishment. The blue shock wave destroys the world. As it swept away, all the mountains and rivers on the edge of the world disappeared. Those Star Master level creatures didn't even enter Mu Bai, and even buried the whole world with him. The 101st floor, the 111th floor, the 125th floor. Mu Bai's speed of breaking through the levels was so fast that even the Black God Supreme Elders in the underground space of the Black God Church were speechless. Is he cheating? What is that? The new magical power acquired on the 100th floor? Damn it. I can feel his domineering aura through the screen. Everyone watched Mu Bai quickly pass through the black prison in disbelief. When he reached the 150th floor, Mu Bai was already in front of a sea of flying dragons at the Star Wheel level. The dragon race itself has blood enhancement and has an absolute advantage in the flesh. And the dragons at the Star Wheel level are even more terrifying. Although Mu Bai didn't know whether the Emperor Yu was also defeated here, there was no doubt that if Mu Bai had not entered the black prison before, challenging these dragons would only be a dead end. But now it's different. I surrounded you. Standing on the top of the mountain, Mu Bai looked at the countless 5-colored dragons, with a volume of hundreds of meters, and said softly, the 150th level of the Star Wheel realm 5-colored dragons are flying in the sky. Although these 5-colored dragons that look like Western dragons are not as important as the Eastern true dragons in the Dragon Clan, they are already considered top-level powerhouses in the Dragon Clan system. The most important thing is that the number of 5-colored dragons in this level called Dragon's Nest is simply too numerous to count. Looking around, the dragons are roaring, and the sound can be transmitted from one end of the Dragon's Nest world to the other. This level of Star Wheel realm dragons is no longer something that human power can fight. This kind of scene is difficult for ordinary Moon Wheel realm to resist, unless it is the top Moon Wheel realm peak powerhouse, or the Sun Wheel realm boss. The light and shadow that Mu Bai was teleported out was soon seen by a group of golden dragons. They took the lead and charged over. Obviously, they had not seen humans for a long time, and thought it was a classification of apes. They rushed over to tear each other apart and devour flesh and blood. Mu Bai, holding the God of War, chuckled, and then the Eye of Divine Punishment on his forehead flickered, and his figure was teleported to the back of the Golden Dragon group in the air during this flicker. When the Golden Dragons saw the target disappear, and were about to look for it, the Eye of Divine Punishment of Mu Bai, which was across their back, gathered a monstrous domineering aura. The terrifying Divine Punishment shock wave shot through all obstructing objects, with a cylindrical beam of light. The flesh and blood defense that was difficult to break even for the human Star Wheel realm strongmen with strong physique was not even as good as paper under Mu Bai's Divine Punishment shock wave. It would be more appropriate to say that it turned into sand. Mu Bai, who was like a god, turned the trajectory of the Divine Punishment shock wave and shot more than 50 Star Wheel realm golden dragons in a few breaths. The dragon blood that was constantly being evaporated by energy in the air made the surviving golden dragons a little scared. They only felt that the ape in front of them became extremely terrifying in an instant. Just standing in the air could rival the Dragon King in the tribe. When killing the first golden dragon, Mubai heard the task prompt of this level of dragon nest. Ding dong. 150th level dragon nest task. Go to any dragon nest of the 5-color dragon and kill 10 dragon cubs under the obstruction of the dragon group. Enter the dragon nest and kill the dragon cubs? You should know that dragon cubs will be taken care of by mother dragons before they grow into young dragons. And the mother dragons, who take care of them, will also gather together and hug each other, according to the rules of the 5-color dragon groups in the wild in the main world. The more dragons there are, the more dragon groups will be in the first place of the core nest, according to the number of 5-color dragons in this dragon nest world. The number of dragon groups in the core dragon nest may break through the sky. In this case, it is normal for the challenger to hide his breath and avoid the patrolling dragons above his head. Enter the core dragon nest quietly and kill the cubs while the guarding dragon group has not reacted yet. However, even so, the risk factor is still ridiculously high. After all, there is a dragon king in the core dragon nest. According to the inference of the realm division in nature, Mubai guessed that this dragon king is most likely a dragon of the Moonwheel realm. This speculation is that the general dragon king that contains the internal rules of the dragon population has a level beyond the elite dragon group. It's a pity that I don't plan to sneak in. I want to test the power of the Eye of Divine Punishment and the 5th level domineering Haki to directly penetrate this world. Mubai, who quickly disintegrated the golden dragon, was immediately locked by the red dragon that was scouting from high in the sky. The golden dragon has a stronger defense, and the red dragon has a stronger physique. Their bodies are generally larger than the golden dragons, and they control a certain degree of fire magic. A dozen or so grumpy fire dragons folded their wings and quickly glided toward the low sky. The sparks in their mouths gradually turned into orange-yellow flames after brewing for a while. When they approached Mubai a few hundred meters away, they exhaled flames at the same time. The coordination of more than a dozen flames was like a sea of fire in the sky. Under such high temperature, the plants on the surface could not bear it and withered quickly. This scene fell on Mubai's eyes, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wouldn't it be boring to use fire to deal with him? He condensed a golden crow phantom the size of a person on his shoulder. And then Mubai's mind moved. After the golden crow phantom cried, it immediately shook its fiery red translucent wings and rushed into the fire dragon's breath. The golden crow rushed into the sea of fire and grew rapidly. All the flames were absorbed into his body and became nutrients. The golden crow phantom, which expanded to more than 10 meters in length, rushed in the opposite direction with the breath energy of these red dragons. In the astonished eyes of all the red dragons, the golden crow phantom exploded rapidly. It was as beautiful as a gorgeous firework blooming in the sky. The red dragons attacked by their own flames were covered in dust, and a few were seriously injured. Realizing that the humans in front of them were difficult to deal with, these red dragons immediately flew high into the sky. Unfortunately, Mubai did not give them a chance. Mubai held the martial god and cooperated with the instant short-distance transmission ability of the Eye of Divine Punishment, which kept flashing in the air. Every time his martial god flashed, he would pierce the head of a red dragon. Facing the indestructible martial god, the heads of these red dragons were as fragile as watermelons. In an instant, waves of blood mist appeared in the air. At the same time, the headless bodies of red dragons fell one by one. The red dragon at the front turned his head and almost stopped being frightened. The moment he turned his head, the only 6 red dragons behind him died suddenly. Mubai, who was stepping on the blood dance, had already teleported to his back at this moment. Mubai, holding the martial god without any blood stains, was as terrifying as a killing god. Grabbing the dragon horn, Mubai inserted the martial god in his hand directly into his neck. The sharp weapon of the god of war pierced the neck of the red dragon with just a slight force in Mubai's hand. Mubai, who fell to the ground stepping on the other's corpse, just looked up and found that there were about 200 red dragons in a larger group that were collectively hunting for his prey not far away. So many red dragons. Does it mean that my direction of advance is to enter the red dragon territory from the junction of the red dragon and the golden dragon? The target of hundreds of red dragons is a large land turtle with a body length of about 6 meters and a height of about 3 meters. These turtles all retracted into their LS, seemingly wanting to use the LS covered with hideous barbs for anti-injury defense. But in fact, an embarrassing scene occurred. That is, these red dragons were not as impatient as the prey they encountered before. Instead, some young dragons in the dragon group were pushed out by other adult dragons to deal with these prey. The curious young dragons also liked to be tested. After being stabbed by the turtle L for the first time, they also became smarter. The dragon horn gently pressed against the belly L area of this large land turtle, and then slightly exerted force to flip it over. The flipped turtle hissed in fear, which intensified the excitement of the young red dragon. The brutality and bloodthirstiness hidden deep in their genes made them like the struggle of their prey more. Just because the struggle of weak prey can arouse their satisfaction more. They have this mentality not only towards prey, but also towards their own kind. Survival of the fittest. The strong survive. After overturning the turtle, there was still no place to start. The clever young dragon immediately grabbed the edge of the turtle L with his powerful claws, and then used his thick crimson wings to slowly climb into the air. When he felt the height was about the same, he immediately let go. The huge turtle slammed into the ground. The violent impact made the turtle dizzy, and it is estimated that he will faint directly in the turtle L after a few times. The adult dragons around were very satisfied with the performance of these young dragons, and Mubai, who walked out of the forest, did not attract their attention. Even if there were dragons who saw this strange-looking ape, they were indifferent. After all, the large land turtle with delicious meat is obviously more delicious than this skinny monkey. Mubai walked into the edge of the area and looked at these young dragons torturing the turtle and immediately burst into soul-searching questions. Can't you breathe fire? Wouldn't it be better to just breathe fire and grill the turtle? Although he couldn't understand what the monkey was saying, a giant dragon not far away also fluttered its wings and rushed over. Facing such a weak and noisy creature, he was too lazy to eat it. He raised his crimson dragon claws and slapped it to crush the opponent into mincemeat, which was the best fate for the opponent. Seeing that Mubai didn't dodge at all, the red dragon also showed a look of contempt in his eyes. Even the mentally retarded turtle would use its L to defend against the invasion of predators. But this monkey couldn't even dodge. It was really mentally retarded. Mubai didn't know what was going on in the mind of the giant dragon that was more than 10 meters tall in front of him. But when he saw the other party's claw slapping him, he dodged, and the martial god in his right hand instantly pierced through the other party's fiery red lizard's head. When it fell to the ground, the martial god also stabbed the turtle that had shrunk into its L on the ground. The short-distance instant movement of the Eye of Divine Punishment combined with the extremely sharp legendary weapon martial god in his hand. The combination of the two can be said to have increased Mubai's killing efficiency by more than 10 times. You must know that if there is no combination of these two, according to Mubai's actual combat power level before entering the Black Prison, it would be quite time-consuming to deal with these lizard beasts. The surrounding giant dragons roared collectively when they saw their companions. The red dragons closest to Mubai rushed over at the same time, obviously wanting to use their huge bodies to crush Mubai directly. Mubai grinned and didn't dodge but advanced. The rapid figure couldn't see its movement trajectory. On his fist, black and red light and shadows like lightning flickered. Overlord color entangled. The fist that condensed the monstrous domineering aura hit the chest of the fierce red dragon in the front. The terrifying shock wave exploded quickly. The fierce red dragon felt a pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw that his chest had been hit by Mubai's domineering aura and collapsed. The several red dragons behind him seemed to be affected by the domineering aura and were all overturned. This feeling. It was too amazing to reach this point with only less than 30% of the domineering aura. Mubai, who was moved in his heart, looked at the group of dragons surrounding him with fear and opened his arms directly. It is worthy of the 5th level of domineering aura. And it really lives up to the word domineering. When he said the last few words, the monstrous domineering aura tore through the sky. There was an inexplicable momentum rising in the golden halo of his eyes. Mubai, who released 80% of the domineering aura, felt inexplicably happy at this moment. The aura generated by the vast amount of blood and chi made the nearby red dragons on the ground unable to breathe. The domineering aura that tore through the sky in a specific form directly tore apart the wings of those red dragons. Under the extreme pressure that was constantly increasing, no red dragon in the Star Wheel realm could fly in the air. What is a domineering king? I am the only one in the sky and on the earth. One blow to break the sky. One move to break the sea. One kick to shatter the earth. This is the form that the domineering aura should have. Level 5 domineering aura has this ability. What about level 10? Level 15? Level 20? Muttering to himself, Mubai gathered the domineering aura that was wandering in the air and condensed it on the sharp blade of the God of War. The black and red lightning waves flowed in the body of the God of War's weapon. Domineering king slaying the sky. The king's hegemony seemed to be vaguely in line with the God of War at this moment. This mysterious three-pointed two-edged sword continued to increase the domineering aura on Mu Bai's body. When the two merged, Mu Bai felt something in his heart and slashed horizontally with the god of war. The domineering color entanglement attached to it turned into a black and red slash wave and quickly cut through the sky with his sharp blade. After the black and red slash cut through the sky, the whole world seemed to be quiet. The red dragon falling in the air was also frozen at this moment, and raindrops gradually dripped on the ground. The red raindrops became bigger and bigger, more and more. When the domineering entanglement dissipated, all the red dragons were shattered. The soul-stirring dragon blood rain spread across the entire forest. The land turtle that had been hiding in the turtle L heard the sound from the outside world and quietly poked its head out. When it saw the scene above its head, it immediately shrank back. The surviving red dragons on the ground were already stunned by the scene in front of them, and they could not speak the dragon language. Their feet were numb, and their wings were trembling, so they could not fly or even move. Mu Bai's move combined with the Overlord color wrapped around the Overlord slaughter, having killed a total of 257 red dragons, of which 24 were young red dragons in the Domination realm, and the rest were all adult red dragons in the Star Wheel realm. With the Overlord color attached, Mu Bai's temperament was obviously different from before. Yet he was still heroic before. Then at this moment, he could be called a hegemon. Since you don't want to leave, then stay. Looking at the red dragons around who were scared and numb, Mu Bai was too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly transformed into the golden crow form to burn the entire area with the etheric fire. Today, Mu Bai has mastered the 5th level heart, 5th level lungs, 5th level Overlord color domineering, and the magical power of the Eye of Divine Punishment. With the help of the new function of the Emperor's Body plus Tao Tai Fruit plus the Eternal System's deduction and evolution, Mu Bai has, to some extent, surpassed the cognitive scope of the current main world's combat power system. This is like the martial arts world divided into the righteous and the evil ways. Although the progress of the righteous way is slow, it has a deep foundation. Although the progress of the evil way is fast, the disadvantages will also appear in the future. And Mu Bai, with the devouring points, is like a righteous person practicing the evil way. Not only the progress is fast, but also the foundation is deeper. The white flames devoured the forest and the sky, and the red dragons that didn't even have time to scream soon turned into ashes. And Mu Bai, who was shaking the golden crow's wings and flying rapidly, also searched the nearby area based on the domineering of observation. He was going to move towards the place with the most dragons. It must be closer to the core dragon nest. Red dragons, influenced by their unique living habits, tend to prefer to live in places with high temperatures, and they prefer to live near active volcanoes or hot springs. Other dragons also have this biological characteristic. For example, gold dragons will look for caves with metal ores or rare ores to live in, which will promote their growth and gradually increase their size and strength. White dragons like cold, so if there is no snow in the local area, they often consider living on the top of a mountain with high altitude and low temperature. Green dragons like forests, and black dragons like swamps or places with heavy poisonous gas. Mu Bai, who transformed into a golden crow and ignited everything around him, flew towards the nearby active volcano unscrupulously. Some patrolling red dragon teams were ignited by Mu Bai's Taishi divine fire before they could stop him, and their bodies were severely injured in the flames. It seems to be here. When they arrived at the crater where the dragons were looking around, a large number of red dragons had gathered nearby, and the number was obviously beyond Mu Bai's estimation. Using the domineering aura of observation to sweep over, it can be roughly seen that the number is about 20,000, most of which are adult dragons, and nearly 70% are strong people in the Star Wheel realm. The dragons were afraid of the white flames around Mu Bai and did not dare to approach. Just when Mu Bai was about to start the slaughter, the crater below suddenly shook violently. Mu Bai, who was very familiar with the vibration, immediately found that there was a huge monster crawling out of the crater below. Sure enough, his guess was correct. The magma in the crater was surging, and a large amount of hot magma splashed into the air. In the hot lava, a red dragon finger tightly grasped the rock wall inside the volcano, causing the mountain to shake more violently. Mu Bai lowered his head and looked thoughtfully at the red giant monster below gradually waking up from the magma. The nearby red dragons saw the extremely strong dragon blood suppression after the king woke up, which made them more excited. The red dragons that formed the dragon group kept circling around the crater. 6 rugged gray horns rose from the red light like a crown. Compared with other adult red dragons, this one's head was surprisingly large. And even many female adult red dragons were not as big as his twisted horns. Judging from the size of the head, Mubai estimated that the other party's body length was probably close to 400 meters. As the magma flowed down from the face, the red ancient monster finally opened his eyes. The Dragon King's vertical pupils were full of tyrannical breath, and the brutal factor rolled in the blood. The dragon's eyes were strangely stained with a few traces of blood, as if he was recuperating in an active volcano. The pupils of this ancient red dragon were extremely strange, with a little red and looked evil and tyrannical, like a volcano about to erupt. In his golden vertical pupils, it seemed to reflect the carelessness of humans. The temperament of looking down on the world could not describe his majesty at this moment. That was the suppression of a higher level life. That was the majesty of the top Dragon King bloodline. Interesting. Observing the majestic and domineering Red Dragon King in front of him, Mubai was also a little surprised. He originally thought that the other party was just an ordinary Moon Wheel Realm strongman. But now it seems that he was wrong. The blood in the other party's body was obviously stained with a faint golden color, which was a sign that the Dragon Clan was about to be promoted to the Sun Wheel Realm. In other words, the top Dragon King standing in front of him has already stepped half a foot into the Sun Wheel Realm. The awakened Red Dragon King lazily crawled out of the crater, with a puzzled look in his eyes. His beast instinct told him that it was dangerous just now, and that was why he woke up. He originally thought that other five-colored dragons would attack, but he never thought that there was no dragon shadow in front of him except these red dragons of the same clan. He was lazy by nature, and was about to climb back into the volcano to recuperate when he was stopped by a red dragon above his head. After the other party explained in dragon language, the Dragon King lowered his head to look at Mubai, who was not even as big as his tooth. The Dragon King, who was spitting out a lot of high-temperature gas from his nostrils, was a little disappointed after observing Mubai closely. Even if creatures of this size were very powerful, they could not be on the same level as him. He didn't mind killing such weaklings, but he was a little angry when he thought that these red dragons in the air were afraid of even a dwarf. After raising his claws and directly tearing apart the red dragon above his head that had just communicated with him in dragon language, the Dragon King roared and roared to the world. All the nearby red dragons seemed extremely excited. Driven by their blood, they rushed to breathe or bite in the direction of Mubai. The black mass was as terrifying as the end of the world. Seeing that the dragons had already started to attack, the Dragon King was too lazy to stay here any longer. Just as he was about to crawl into the crater, he suddenly noticed a problem. It seemed that the number of red dragons that obeyed his blood pressure was rapidly decreasing. In the back, Mubai, holding the martial god, smiled. As soon as the Eye of Divine Punishment was opened, the number of red dragons began to decrease sharply. Red dragons of any level could not survive under the Divine Punishment being blessed by the 5th level Domineering color Domineering. Mubai, who kept changing his position, could not be touched by the red dragons at all. The martial god in his hand penetrated through the lives of dozens of red dragons. At the same time as the blood mist of the red dragon burst, Mubai had already teleported in front of the flying martial god to catch it, and immediately burst out his top-level Domineering color Domineering. Mubai, with his eyes glowing with gold in his soaring spirit, directly slashed at the surging dragons with an unmatched slash. The Domineering color wrapped around it caused the void to explode. This attack of Overlord slaying the sky. It was Mubai's gift to the red dragons. The dragon blood rain in the air spread across the ground along the trajectory of the slashing wrapped in the Domineering color. The Red Dragon King, who was staring at Mubai's momentum at the moment, no longer had contempt in his eyes, but instead had a kind of caution. Ignoring the red dragons that were still gathering, the Dragon King opened his mouth wide, and the smell of sulfur drifted out of his mouth. All the nearby fire elements were sucked into his mouth, and his sturdy chest kept beating like a fan. The Dragon King exhaled. Lava hell. The red lava breath of nearly 100 meters came crashing down. Mubai, who had noticed it long ago, immediately wanted to get out of the encirclement of the red dragons. But the strange thing was that these red dragons, who were originally flesh and blood, actually showed the characteristics of elementalization in their bodies, and all transformed into magma creatures to surround him. The flames of the Dragon King's breath immediately engulfed Mubai's figure, and those red dragons that were elementalized also scattered. The black smoke gradually dissipated, and the scene after the Dragon King's breath was extremely shocking. A huge deep pit with a width of nearly 10,000 meters and a depth of nearly 1,000 meters appeared under the active volcano, and Mubai's figure had long disappeared. The red dragons roared to the sky as if celebrating the annihilation of the powerful enemy. But the Dragon King looked a little strange. The breath of the human had indeed disappeared. He was sure that the other party was not hit by his breath. But strangely, he searched around and only found the breath of the man below him. Could it be that the other party is under his feet? No! The moment the Dragon King realized something, the outer surface of his body began to magma. And Mu Bai, who teleported into his stomach, originally wanted to sneak attack from the inside. But seeing the other party's elemental body, he had to act in advance. The iron fist with 3 powers of the vibrating ball cover, arm color domineering, and overlord color entangled in the 3 powers in his hand slammed down on the Dragon King's elemental body. Squeak! 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 The black and red overlord color lightning waves gradually increased in power along the vibration cracks while the void vibrated. Mu Bai, who hit the Dragon King with all his strength, opened the 8 desolate prison body state with a loud shout. With a sudden increase in strength, Mu Bai actually sank the huge Moon Wheel Realm Peak Dragon King with one punch. The terrifying power made the Dragon King fall to the ground, and also broke the active volcano behind him. The raging magma splashed, and the boiling slurry rolled down the hillside. The active volcano erupted under the violent vibration. The Dragon King, who was in pain in the overwhelming black smoke, quickly used his power to assimilate other nearby red dragons through the blood chain. All the red dragons affected by his ability entered a short elemental state. However, the red dragons far away from him suffered a little. After being hit by the black smoke and the ejected magma, the red dragons with low realms were directly scalded to death. And many of them were young dragons in the dragon's nest. Ding dong. The Dragon's Nest world mission is completed. And you can enter the 151st level through the transmission channel above your head. A passage that the dragons cannot see appeared in the sky. The Dragon King, who was in pain, was obviously completely angry. And his skin gradually disintegrated. And his entire dragon body was completely integrated into the magma. The next moment, a giant magma giant of more than 1,000 meters rose into the sky. Under the violent roar of the Dragon King, the dragons hovered in the sky, obviously to prevent Mu Bai from leaving here. Natural magma fruit? Or is it a devil fruit of the assimilation type in the superhuman type? Or even some fruit power in the special type? Mu Bai didn't know. But he was absolutely sure that the Red Dragon King had fruit power. Otherwise, he couldn't control the magma so easily. Mu Bai's punch just now had already used 80% of his strength. But it was obviously still unable to cause real damage to the Dragon King with a peak body in the Moon Wheel Realm. Among the 3 realms, the Star Wheel Realm, the Moon Wheel Realm, and the Sun Wheel Realm, the former is not too special. But the latter 2 will give birth to the ability of Dharma, which is called differently in different parts of the world. Dharma can enhance any ability of an individual, and is considered a top-level ability that is clearly distinguished from other realms. What's more special is that only humans have Dharma. And if creatures like star beasts are promoted to the Moon Wheel Realm, they often have a huge increase in physical strength. This is one of the reasons why the combat power of star beasts in the upper 3 realms is obviously stronger than that of ordinary human upper 3 realm level strongmen. The Red Dragon King in front of Mu Bai was obviously a monster. Mu Bai speculated that his physique must be far superior to his own. In addition, his body size. His only chance to win was probably to use the martial god to instantly break through all the opponent's vital points. Thinking about it this way, there is no point in wasting time with you here. Before the opponent's magma giant form attacked, Mu Bai jumped up and immediately passed through the teleportation gate in the sky, and disappeared in front of the Red Dragon King. The originally furious Red Dragon King was stunned. After being beaten up, he felt bad when he saw Mu Bai running away. Roar! An angry roar spread throughout the Red Dragon territory. After passing the 150th level, Mu Bai's breakthrough was unstoppable. After defeating several difficult enemies in succession, he finally reached the 200th level. This speed was simply shocking. Even the Star Lords, who watched this scene in the royal court, found it difficult to accept. After all, watching a junior easily kill powerful enemies that he seemed unable to deal with, he felt like a waste. Since the Star Lords had left the scene because of the Northern Territory, only these Star Lords were left. So the atmosphere was somewhat relaxed. Even the powerful enemies in the Moon Wheel Realm could not stop Mu Bai's steps. This young man from the borderland of the Northern Land is too exaggerated. The Star Lord sitting near the position of the greedy wolf Star Lord just now said softly, obviously dissatisfied with Mu Bai's background. In his eyes, Mu Bai is indeed worthy of the position of the fourth son of God in terms of strength and talent. But what is the royal court? This is the hub of Zhongzhou, and it is a top force that can be ranked in the top 3 among the 5 major regions of the main world. In such an occasion, which Star-Lord or even Star-Lord present does not have a huge background, not to mention others. Even he himself is from a family with a long history in Zhongzhou. But even so, when he was young, he was not qualified to be promoted by the Star-Lord. At most, he became a registered disciple of the Star-Lord. And then, he was promoted to the Moonwheel Realm and became a small Star-Lord. My brother, you have a narrow vision. As the saying goes, if you have ambition, you don't need to be old. If you have no ambition, you will live 100 years in vain. Didn't the son of the Dark Emperor, who was in his 40s, only make it to the 149th level of the Black Prison before dying in the Northwest? In terms of his family background, he is not low. A Star-Lord on the other end said with a smile. Humph! I am just a small figure under the seat of the greedy wolf Star-Lord. How dare I talk about the Son of God? Only those who do not know the difference between superiors and subordinates will ridicule the Son of God like this. Mubai has not yet become the Son of God. Can't I say something? What's more, isn't it true that I was born in a humble family? The two sides gradually became more tense, and the topic has gradually risen from Mubai to the grievances between the factions of several Star-Lords. The lineage of the greedy wolf Star-Lord naturally does not want Mubai to become the Son of God. After all, the third Son of God of the Emperor Yu has already established a firm foothold, and will inevitably represent the greedy wolf lineage to obtain higher benefits in the future. The lineage of the Ziwei Star-Lord also has the same idea. The lineage of the Ziwei Star-Lord and the lineage of the greedy wolf Star-Lord can be said to be able to compete with each other. The only disadvantage is that there is no leader of the younger generation. If Mubai can become the fourth Son of God in the royal court, it will be great news for the people of the Ziwei Star-Lord lineage. While everyone was still arguing, a rare guest came to the Son of God Hall of the Emperor Yu. The breeze blew by, and all the demons and monsters in the Son of God Hall disappeared. There was only one person in the entire royal court who was so impolite. The Emperor Yu, who was sitting behind the screen, frowned slightly. I don't know why the Emperor Yu angered my senior sister. Why did you hurt the ghosts under my seat? The voice was heard before the person was seen. The weak ghosts in the Son of God Palace of the Emperor Yu were all frightened by the fluctuations of the outside world and dared not breathe. Even the top ghosts who showed their bodies and appeared beside the Emperor Yu were sweating. Senior sister, you are too much. The voice of the Emperor Yu gradually became colder and gradually released the body of the King of Ghosts in Fengdu to affect the surrounding environment. The ghosts that were hurt by the momentum of the outside world immediately got a chance to breathe. The third Son of God Palace, which was gloomy and solemn in the past, was rarely exposed to the sunlight of the outside world at this moment. The ghost baby standing at the feet of the Emperor Yu made a sizzling sound in his mouth, as if he was very angry because he saw that the place where he played was destroyed. He quickly turned into a shadow and disappeared on the ground. A shrill scream outside the Son of God Palace then came into his ears. In an instant, the Emperor Yu also immediately realized that the connection between the ghost baby and himself was broken. He was not angry about it with his unchanged expression. It was not a bad thing to use the help of the senior sister to knock the ghost baby. The mythical ghost fruit in the body immediately started to work. With the help of the god-level technique 8-9 mysterious skills, he turned his hand downwards, and soon a ghost baby was reshaped. However, he, who had always been lawless, looked at the outside figure approaching with some fear for the first time. Junior brother, you are really forgetful. I haven't held you accountable for pryingly shouting away from me before. Now you actually let another outsider into the black prison. Are you really looking for death? The cold and arrogant voice was full of frost. The door of the ghost attic shattered in an instant, and a barefoot woman, who looked like a fairy, slowly walked in. Her purple jade eyes exuded an indecipherable look. Sword eyebrows and star eyes. Red lips and white teeth. Her fair skin looked as fragile as an egg membrane. Her lips blooming like cherry blossoms hooked out a half-moon arc. Her cold and arrogant eyes seemed to have no focus, and her long purple hair was scattered and cascading down. This image is also a proper queen image in the outside world. But what is different from ordinary people is that there is a trace of domineering in her eyes. Obviously, her domineering color has also been cultivated to the pinnacle, and she is domineering when she is happy or angry. Although the purple eyes attract people's attention, it is not difficult to find that she is a peerless beauty if you observe her cold and flawless face carefully. As soon as she entered here, the top ghosts behind the Emperor Yu all entered the battle state with vigilance. Ghost shadows, ghost babies, ghost mothers, Ghost tigers and dozens of other top evil ghosts are all super ghost kings with special abilities. Each realm is not low. If all of them suddenly attack, even the top moon will realm strongmen will die instantly. The Emperor Yu, who was sitting cross-legged, also stood up and stood over. The ghost behind him made him look like the domineering ghost king of the underworld. What are you talking about? Senior sister? I have done Li Shaoqing a favor. If he wants to change his appearance, I cannot stop him. As for the second half of your sentence, it is nonsense. How can I interfere in the affairs of the Black Prison and arrange for outsiders to enter? The Yudi, who was born with double pupils, raised his eyebrows slightly, looking as if he was disdainful of such slanderous words. The woman he called senior sister was even more impolite. Should I call you Yui or Yudi? Since you obtained the Fengdu Ghost King body and the Ghost fruit many years ago, I found that I didn't recognize you anymore. Don't you think the yin energy here is too heavy? Hearing the word Yi, Emperor Yu sighed and said, people always have to learn to grow up. I changed my name because I wanted to forget the past and start a new life. How could I do something to let down my senior sister who watched me grow up? I still remember that when I was a teenager. It was you, my senior sister, the first son of God in the royal court, Luo Guangjuan, the second son of God in the royal court, Sima Ning, the third son of God in the royal court. Emperor Yu. The age gap between the three can be said to be huge. When Emperor Yu entered the royal court as a teenager, it was under the care of Sima Ning that he gradually grew to where he is today. It can be said that whether it is family cooperation or personal relationship, the two should be harmonious siblings. It's a pity that Sima Ning didn't think so. Stop. I'm not here to listen to your sensationalism and aggression. Li Shaoqing is fine. But shouldn't Jiang Shutian, who was sent to the Black Prison by you, give me a reasonable explanation? Although Emperor Yu's face didn't change at all when Sima Ning said this, his heart was already surging. What do you want to explain? Senior sister? I want to acquire the 13 mines in the east of the Yu family in the royal court. Sima Ning, who was outspoken, immediately put forward his own conditions. It was obvious that Emperor Yu had to spend a lot of money to shut the other party up. Unexpectedly, when Emperor Yu saw senior sister speaking, he said directly and generously, the 31 mines of the Yu family are insignificant. I can give all the 13 mines in the east to senior sister. But in return, I need senior sister to help me do one thing. Huh? It is obviously not logical and common sense for the other party to give him 13 mines directly for one mine. What is it? Tell me. Sima Ning, who has a beautiful appearance, doesn't mind listening to the conditions of this junior brother. Emperor Yu walked a few steps in the hall and said softly, I hope that senior sister will maintain a neutral attitude between me and Mu Bai. Or between me and the Ziwei Star Lord. You don't need the Star Lord behind senior sister to express his position. As long as you can maintain neutrality, it will be enough. Staring at this junior brother Sima Ning, who has stood out among the gods in the royal court in a short period of time, he also teased calmly, the fearless junior brother Yu is also afraid. It is really not simple to see this Mu Bai. I heard that you didn't stop Mu Bai when you attacked from a distance in the south region before? After hearing this, Emperor Yu just smiled faintly and didn't explain. With the other party's wisdom, it must not be difficult to understand what he did. It doesn't matter whether he suppressed the newcomer Mu Bai and fought against the forces under the Ziwei Star Lord. The purpose of doing these is to prove his value. Not the value of being a chess piece, but the qualification of becoming a chess player. Gains and losses have nothing to do with this. Emperor Yu sees further. Okay. But I want to make one thing clear. If Mu Bai really becomes the son of God and finally wins against you, and becomes the one standing at the highest position, then I will not oppose him. After saying that, Sima Ning turned around and left. Seeing that the other party turned his back, the top evil ghosts were all eager to move. When the other party was completely far away, the ghost suddenly spoke. If others saw this scene, it would be terrifying. After all, although the ghosts created by the ghost fruit have life and high intelligence, it is really unheard of that ghosts can speak and communicate directly. If we can buy time, these minds can be regarded as fully utilized. But Sima Ning may not sit idly by and watch the master successfully suppress the Ziwei faction. The emperor of the underworld nodded. His expression was extremely cold, and there was no family affection, friendship, or love in his eyes. In his eyes, these things were at most things that could be used. Even senior sister Sima Ning, who had taken good care of him and was now estranged, was just a stepping stone for him to embark on the road to the highest. After a short while, Mu Bai, who had passed the levels continuously, had passed the 199th level, and officially reached the 200th level. This scene was undoubtedly exciting. The elders of the Black God cult saw this, and completely took the name Mu Bai to heart. They all knew that the selection of the fourth son of the king's court was about to begin. This Mu Bai was not only a member of the Ziwei Star Lord's faction, but also had such combat power. It can be said that the position of becoming the fourth son of the king's court was basically set in stone. This identity was very suitable for the speculation of the Black God cult. Not to mention that Mu Bai's reward for breaking through the levels in the Black Prison would enhance his strength, which would also make him remember the good things of their Black God cult to some extent. And close contact in the future would also be a matter of course. No one has ever entered the 200th level before the Moon Wheel realm. Mu Bai has reached this level with the peak realm of star domination, which is already a monster. I estimate that the Lord Monster on the 200th level is very likely to be close to the Sun Wheel realm. The Grey-Clothed Supreme Elder muttered softly. Obviously, although he was very sure of Mu Bai's talent and combat power, the gap in realm was enough to stop him from reaching the 200th level. His guess was undoubtedly very accurate. Inside the 200th level, when Mu Bai came to this level through the transmission channel, he opened his eyes, and the world in front of him was dark red. There were countless gullies like the abyss. In this dangerous and empty world, at the end of the mountain range, there was a man sitting quietly. When Mu Bai saw the man's face, his pupils shrank. The other party was too similar to someone he had seen before. It can even be said that it was the same person. It's just that the other party looked younger. Could it be that the magical place of Black Prison contains countless ancient strongmen? Will there be a strong man of the Divine Emperor level guarding the 400th, 500th, or even 1000th level? The middle-aged man with long black hair gradually rose into the air, with only the will to fight in his eyes, and no other emotions. This calm look was completely different from the way Mu Bai saw him before. It's rare to reach the 200th level, but this level can only stop here. I am a strong man in the Sun Wheel realm, and have a top-level devil fruit. You can't hurt me. Young form. Top-level fruit. Sun Wheel realm. All these together. Mu Bai also understood in his heart. Ju Gu. You really know how to cause trouble for me. That's right. The person in front of him is Ju Gu. And it's the opponent's peak form. The awakened retrospection fruit plus the Sun Wheel realm are enough to crush Mu Bai at this moment. Even if Mu Bai calculates it, the final winning rate is only 0. Mu Bai, who didn't speak, quickly activated the Divine Punishment teleport. Holding the God of War, he seized the opportunity and stabbed the opponent's head. Before the God of War fell, dozens of illusory clock reflections quickly reversed, and the ancient master wiped it casually, and time began to reset. Like a well-rehearsed drama, Mu Bai returned to his original place like a puppet, and the young and peak-level ancient master in front of him fell indifferently with a palm. The overwhelming momentum condensed the Sun Wheel realm Dharma behind him. The Dharma giant carrying the clock fell with a palm, and the years of time were instantly wiped out. Mu Bai could feel that the time in his body was going backwards. Realizing that something was wrong, Mu Bai turned around and directly inserted the God of War into his chest. In the surprised eyes of Ju Gu, his spring and autumn palms time-traveling back was actually broken. The God of War has the effect of suppressing all energy. Even the negative effect of the opponent's time reversal can be interrupted. So Mu Bai's move also made Ju Gu, who didn't know the reason, stunned for a moment. Wait until I try you next time. After saying that, the injured Mu Bai immediately exited the Black Prison level. In the chaos, the reward level is opened again. The only difference this time is that this time, it is a comprehensive assessment reward, not a normal reward once 100 levels. In the dark space, options are also rolling out. Ultimate Reward 1, Random Magical Power. Randomly obtain 2 unknown magical powers, and there is a probability that one of them is a top magical power. Ultimate Reward 2, Blackfish Asylum. Obtain Black Prison Asylum. Detect that you have broken the limit record of Black Prison, and Black Prison Asylum will be opened. Black Prison Asylum, fighting the resurrected or reincarnated will gain 50% attack power enhancement. Ultimate Reward 3, Top Quality Mount. Obtain the top quality mount Golden Lion Roar, a Golden King beast in the middle stage of the Moon Wheel realm. This mount can help the recipient improve their combat ability, and also gain the Chain Pet Beast skill Fate Chain, in the Fate Chain state. The recipient can share vitality with the Golden Lion Roar, and increase defense by 10%, Constitution by 10%, and Strength by 10%. Ultimate Reward 4, Random Fruit. A random top-level fruit. with a chance to directly obtain a mythical fruit or an extremely strong superhuman devil fruit, and a chance to obtain a natural devil fruit. The probability of ordinary superhuman and animal devil fruits is proportionally reduced by 50%. Ultimate Reward 5, Divine Power Enhancement, which can enhance the power of the Eye of Divine Punishment, allowing its attacks to attach fruit abilities, and increase its distance range of spatial teleportation and its ability to see through disguises. Ultimate Reward 6, Top Grade Weapon. Obtain a top grade Sweat Blood War Knife, which has the function of breaking armor, and the enemy hit by this weapon has a chance to fall into a dizzy state. The dizzy state will adjust the dizziness probability in proportion to the difference between the enemy and the enemy's realm. The higher the enemy's realm, the lower the chance of dizziness. Ultimate Reward 7, Super Transportation Tool. Black Prison Spaceship. An aerial flying prop with a speed 1.5 times faster than the owner. The first host bound to it can enjoy a permanent speed increase of 1.5 times. And it has a self-repair function. The owner of this equipment cannot be changed, and others cannot use it. Ultimate Reward 8, Ferocious Turtle SH. L. Made of the Tortoise SH. L of the Top Land Sea Turtle King. Has super defensibility. Can offset 50% of the damage of the same realm. And has the effect of ferocious anti-armor, which can rebound about 20% of the enemy's damage. This equipment will be used in the sea. The effect will be enhanced by 10% each this time. There is not only one choice, but 8 choices. I like multiple choice questions. If Mubai had to choose 2 of these ultimate rewards, he would definitely choose Fruit and Magical Power Enhancement. The former is the devil fruit that Mubai will definitely use in the future. At present, he still has fruit embedding positions that can be used on equipment or weapons. The latter is the reward of enhancing the magical power of the Eye of Divine Punishment, which is also very important. The Eye of Divine Punishment is combined with his multi-fruit ability, which is simply like adding wings to a tiger. I choose the 4th and 5th rewards. In the dark space, Mubai chose these 2 very decisively. The other ultimate rewards may be good, but there is still a big gap compared to these 2. Ultimate Reward 4, Random Fruit. A random top-level fruit. There is a probability of directly obtaining a mythical fruit or an extremely strong superhuman devil fruit. And there is also a probability of obtaining a natural devil fruit. The probability of ordinary superhuman and animal devil fruits is proportionally reduced by 50%. Ultimate Reward 5, Magical Power Enhancement, which can enhance the power of the Eye of Divine Punishment, allowing its attacks to attach fruit abilities, and increase the distance range of its spatial teleportation and the ability to see through disguises. Rewards are being calculated. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eye of Divine Punishment, Enhanced, and the mysterious fruit I don't know. When a devil fruit appeared out of thin air in front of Mubai, he was a little surprised. When his hand touched the fruit, the Eternal System had already analyzed all the types and abilities of the fruit. It seems that it is indeed suitable for embedding on the God of War. Thinking of this, he also directly placed the position for embedding the fruit on the God of War. The God of War, who had the embedding hole, naturally absorbed the God of War. After realizing the special features of this fruit ability, Mubai was very satisfied. This thing's unexpected burst can give the enemy a fatal blow, and the enhanced magical power is also extremely terrifying after his short test. The combination of the domineering devil fruit and the Eye of Divine Punishment itself is enough to make Mubai look down on all the geniuses in the world. As Mubai's Jiangli choice ended, a shadow flashed in the black prison space. The next moment, Mubai's figure appeared directly not far from the Black God Cult building. When the Juegu Elder of the Dying Creation Lifeform saw the Master coming out, he rushed over quickly. Mubai was surprised by the other party. He thought that it was the Peak Juegu in the Black Prison who chased him out. Master, you came out just after 3 hours? 3 hours? Mubai understood what Juegu said. The flow of time in the Black Prison was obviously faster than that in the main world. He felt that he had spent at least 5 days in the Black Prison, and this was excluding the time when he was trapped in the dream. On the street not far away, facing the rising sun, an inconspicuous figure slowly walked over. Mubai looked through the crowd and felt that he was a little familiar. With a sudden thought in his heart, he immediately activated the observation hockey to trigger the ultimate insight ability of the Eye of Divine Punishment. It didn't matter if he saw it. He actually won the prize directly. Under that ordinary face was clearly Jiang Shutian's face. The other party seemed to want to approach, but after seeing Mubai's expression change slightly, he also quickened his pace and quickly disappeared at the corner of the street. The other party has indeed sneaked into the Black Prison. This face is clearly someone who attended the dinner. With his super memory, he naturally wouldn't forget the other person's appearance. It seems that Jiang Shutian is very skilled in substituting a cat for a prince. If he hadn't obtained the Eye of Divine Punishment, he probably wouldn't be able to see through this disguise. Mu Bai, who didn't chase the other person, went straight to the attendants of the Buddhist disciples of the Great Lane Temple in the western regions, and spread the news that Jiang Shutian appeared here. The attendants immediately became excited and contacted people to communicate with the people of the Black God cult without even saying thank you. My lord, you look a little tired. Was that person really Jiang Shutian just now? How come I didn't find out that he was disguised in a Taoist uniform at all? Zhu Gu said with some surprise. With his domineering use, the other party should not be able to avoid detection at this distance. As if seeing Zhu Gu's confusion, Mu Bai explained lightly, Jiang Shutian must be carrying some secret treasure. I'm afraid that even a big shot in the Sun Wheel realm can't see through this deep disguise. By the way, Zhu Gu, you were very strong when you were young. I see. I'm very strong? How do you say? Zhu Gu, who touched his chin, was a little dazed. His appearance is in sharp contrast to his youth in the Black Prison. When he was in charge of life and death, he was domineering in his prime. But now, he has become an old man of the Emperor's creation. Which makes people feel strange. Forget it. Just treat me as nonsense. After glancing at the other party, Mu Bai turned and left. Just as he was about to meet the people of the Black God cult, a light and shadow broke through the sky. The pressure of the other party's Moon Wheel realm was unmistakable. The person who came was the Black Iron Star Lord, who Mu Bai had met once. It was this Black Iron Star Lord who led the way when he was summoned by the Purple Star Lord for the first time. Lord Star Lord. What is this? The other party's arrival must have happened because something important happened. So Mu Bai was surprised and asked hurriedly, My dear friend Mu Bai, you are too polite. Just call me Black Iron. Don't say that Star Lord is here to embarrass me. I came here to take you back to the royal court. Something big is going to happen in the north. The very humble Black Iron Star Lord naturally would not put on airs in front of Mu Bai. Mu Bai was also a little shocked by the other party's brief explanation. According to his knowledge, if all the high-level officials in the Northern Territory choose to take this path, the entire Northern Territory will be hostile to the entire main world. From Zhongzhou to the left and the Western Territory, from the east to the Eastern Territory, and from the south to the Southern Territory. I am afraid that all the top forces will join forces to deal with the entire Northern Territory. On the way back to Zhongzhou, the three of them had already set off all the hot spots in the mainstream media of Zhongzhou. And all the news headlines were at the top of the list. The secret of the immortal god Emperor's mausoleum. The horror of the undead. The conspiracy of the top forces in the Northern Territory, such as the Great Snow Mountain and Zizai-Tian. The Northern Territory monster who seeks the existence of taboos and seeks immortality, who is the immortal god Emperor. Background introduction of the world of the Northern Territory. This spread is unprecedented. And it is obvious that the top forces in Zhongzhou are involved. It's really crazy. The forces in the Northern Territory want to forcibly open the imperial tomb of the immortal god Emperor in order to prolong the life of their ancestors. If they succeed, I don't know whether they can live forever. But the entire Northern Territory will definitely experience a catastrophe. Black Iron Star Lord was obviously puzzled. He could understand the ambitions of the forces in the Northern Territory. But he didn't understand why they wanted to do this at this time. You should know that the Emperor's mausoleum of the immortal god Emperor was once opened. That is, about 100,000 years ago, when it was in the 100-year window period, when the Shura god Emperor disappeared. Although only one of his former generals was released from the briefly open Emperor's mausoleum of the immortal god Emperor. It was enough to overwhelm any strongman. Just that one immortal god Emperor's general alone caused the fall of Zhongzhou and the East region. It can be imagined that his terrifying combat power is close to that of the god Emperor. I have heard of this immortal god Emperor. It is said that he has brought all those who are loyal to him to eternal life. Could it be that those who disappeared with him are still alive in the Emperor's mausoleum of the immortal god Emperor? Zhu Gu asked in a strange way on the flying boat. He lived for a long time in the era of the Shura god Emperor. Naturally, he had heard of this rumor about the god Emperor. But after all, the time was too far away. And now, he has forgotten most of it. The Black Iron Star Lord, who was driving the flying boat, sighed lightly. They are indeed immortal. But perhaps due to the influence of the longevity fruit, they have all become immortals between humans and zombies. The life of the immortals will not pass away. But their rationality, as humans, will be increasingly obliterated by time. Mu Bai nodded and frowned, saying, The forces in the Northern Territory are willing to take huge risks to forcibly open the tomb of the immortal God Emperor. I believe they have really found some way to prolong the life of the dying. This reason alone is enough for the other 4 regions to send troops. The fact that the forces in the Northern Territory want to secretly open the tomb of the immortal God Emperor has caused a shock to the 4 major domains. At this moment, the Northern Territory is already full of solemnity. The top forces have blocked the border of the Northern Territory. Not to mention others. Even the leaders of the major sects in the Northern Territory cannot leave the Northern Territory. Under such management, everyone from top to bottom is in panic. Zization is taken from the name of the local gods in ancient times. Zization means an eagle with spread wings in the language of the Northern Territory, and also has the meaning of endless. In the past, Zization would hold a ceremony to worship the gods on the 2nd day of every month. But today it has changed. The forces of the Northern Territory gathered in the Zizai Temple. Some of the leaders of these forces bowed their heads and kept silent. Some closed their eyes and deliberately avoided the eyes of others. And some were eager to fight, and were obviously very excited about the war. As the general leader of this event, the contemporary high priest of Zization, Chan Konghai, was staring at everyone present. As one of the top combat forces in the world, he can be said to be at the level below the God Emperor. And in the Sun Wheel realm, he is the symbol of invincibility. So just by sitting in the main seat, he was already so intimidating that others were a little breathless. Chan Konghai, who was wearing a light armor, said meaningfully, "Today, other sects, such as the Great Snow Mountain and the Wuxing sect, did not show up. Guess what they went to do? They went to your sect. In order to prevent the elderly, children, women and children in your sect from being harmed. They also took great pains to protect them first. This is beneficial to everyone. Who wants to object?" Everyone was sweating. But they did not dare to refute the other party in public. The leader of one of the Taoist sects trembled and bowed to Chan Konghai, saying, "Master of Zization, it is really difficult for me to make a choice on behalf of the entire sect. Can I go and discuss it?" Chan Konghai, with his eyes like torches, neither agreed nor refused. Instead, he said with some sadness, "My Zization is also a top force at the overlord level in the entire Northern Territory. Even a sect like us with a foundation of tens of thousands of years can make a desperate effort. Why can't you all let go a little bit? This time I have found a way to make the people of the Northern Territory become immortals who are immortal and immortal. That is, they can live forever if they preserve their rationality. If we really do it, it will usher in our glorious era." Everyone. Speaking of this, Chan Konghai narrowed his eyes slightly. "Do you all want to live another 10,000 years?" After saying that, he signaled with his eyes. And the disciples of Zization behind him immediately brought up a young man with no cultivation. He was obviously at a loss when facing the gazes of the big men in the Northern Territory. Chan Konghai nodded, and the disciple of Zization standing behind the young man raised his knife and cut off the young man's head. This scene puzzled the Northern Territory sect leaders present. Was this killing a young man for demonstration? Just as they were guessing, the young man whose head was cut off actually stood up slowly. Some black silk threads appeared on the severed neck and swayed. And the young man's rolling head was also wrapped by black silk threads and quickly connected. The unconscious young man twitched all over, and his eyes glowed with black light. After a few seconds, the twitching stopped, and the young man gradually regained consciousness. He trembled as he touched the wound on his neck, as if he was very afraid that someone would give him another knife. Seeing the young man without any cultivation come back to life, everyone present understood that this was not the power of the fruit, the divine body, or any technique, but was related to the imperial tomb of the Chanshan God Emperor. "Master Zization, what is this?" Seeing someone asking questions, Chan Konghai also waved his hand. This time, the person who appeared in front of them was a disciple of Zization. Chan Konghai tapped the table lightly and issued an order. The dozen Changshangshan disciples surrounding this disciple immediately surrounded and killed him. The disciples were outnumbered and naturally killed the lone disciple easily. But this disciple attacked again after showing the same resurrection as the previous boy. He was beheaded again. Of course, the people present could see that the besieged Zization disciple was the weakest. But relying on this special ability of resurrection, he actually killed the other disciples after half an hour. Until then, Chan Konghai gradually smiled and explained, "The current research results are close to perfection. As long as we can capture the immortals in the mausoleum of the Chanshan God Emperor, we can extract this medicine to make people immortal. Eternal life. Immortality. There are many kinds of desires and many kinds of emotions in the world. But people are ultimately nothing more than birth, aging, sickness and death. Death is a mountain that can never be climbed and blocks anyone's way. No matter whether you are a strong man in the sun wheel realm, who climbs mountains and crosses seas, or an ordinary person with no cultivation, you cannot escape this cage. People can only experience illusory emotions such as love, friendship, and family affection in this limited cage. How sad it is. But it's different now. With infinite life, you can have infinite possibilities. The era of everyone being like a dragon has arrived. The entire main world will be trampled under the feet of the Northern Territory. No force can resist this army of immortals. The eyes of the people present all changed, and they looked at the head of Zizishan with a little more excitement. People who value feelings naturally hope that their loved ones can also have endless life. People who are indifferent to feelings and selfish also want to maximize their own interests. In the face of collective immortality, they have no right to refuse, and can only be chosen. After seeing the changes in everyone, Chong Kong Hai knew their choice. When the Black Iron Star Lord brought Mu Bai back to the royal court, the Yin and Yang girls also came as soon as possible. Before leaving, the Purple Star Lord specifically told Mu Bai something. Mu Bai took the message scroll and tore it up as soon as he heard the words in the scroll. His originally calm eyes also revealed a trace of surprise that was difficult to conceal. Is the Star Lord's clone still in the royal court? I want to see him, Mu Bai said with a complicated expression while bowing. The Yin and Yang girls shook their heads at the same time in tacit understanding. Not to mention the Purple Star Lord. Now all the Star Lords have gone to the small worlds of the heavens to suppress various forces in advance, all of which are preparing for the crusade against the Northern Territory in a few days. Not only the royal court, all the top forces in Zhongzhou and the top forces in other regions have all issued warnings to the Northern Territory. Now the Northern Territory is completely closed and locked up, obviously ready for a fight to the death. The Yin and Yang girls continued to talk to each other. Hearing this news, Mu Bai subconsciously asked, if we want to crusade against the Northern Territory, can the God Sun selection competition at the end of the year still be held? The Yin girl shook her head slowly. I don't know. It all depends on the date and the wishes of the Star Lords. Mu Bai's thoughts were very confused at the moment as he glanced at the ignited message scroll. Even if he returned to the Yin and Yang sect, he was still thinking about this matter. The Purple Star Lord's message scroll conveyed a lot of meaning to him. Yin Tianzheng, a legendary figure in the magic-modified Blue Star world, had once broken through the limit by chance and ascended to the main world, and also participated in the Yin and Yang sect, and learned a move of the Taishan Wanqing sword technique. Mu Bai still had a deep memory of Yin Tianzheng. Not only was he the first president of Wuda University, where he was studying, but he also helped him at the last moment of the Alien War. At that time, he didn't know his swordsmanship. Now, it seems that it is indeed one of the moves in the Taishan Wanqing swordsmanship. In the message scroll, Ziwei Star Lord not only pointed out that he clearly knew that Mu Bai also came from Yin Tianzheng's world, but also knew that Mu Bai was not a native of this world of the heavens. This was extremely terrifying. The fact that he came from the earth to this magical universe was a secret that only he knew. It can be said that it was second only to his system secret, and the other party had seen through it a long time ago, although he didn't know what method he used. Fortunately, Ziwei Star Lord didn't pay too much attention to this matter. Instead, he kindly advised him to be careful to hide these things. He was very grateful for this. But he was also a little worried. He didn't trust anyone in this world. Even Ziwei Star Lord was no exception. If a big man of this level wanted to cultivate him, he could naturally turn around and smash him to death. This secret was seen through by outsiders, and he felt helpless. It was very disturbing. Is Ziwei Star Lord a good person? He doesn't know, and doesn't want to find out. As long as he can be used by him, and his value, he will not be abandoned. The other party's scroll message, this time can actually be understood in two completely opposite ways. The first meaning is that he performed too well in the Black Prison, and Ziwei Star Lord was afraid that he would be distracted, so he deliberately used this matter to hit him. The second meaning is a hidden threat, telling you one of your biggest secrets, and making it even more impossible for you to betray. No matter what the other party's intention is, it will motivate Mu Bai to work harder to improve his strength. I still have to become stronger, surpass the Star Lord, surpass the God Emperor, and surpass all life forms. Only in this way can I have the real freedom I want. Mu Bai, whose face was half covered by the light and shadow outside the window, said softly, but this sentence was spoken in Chinese. It's been too many years. He once missed Blue Star and hated his miserable life on Blue Star. After so many years, he even seemed to have forgotten some of his mother tongue. If the Ghost Emperor pursues breaking the positioning of his own chess pieces and becoming the ultimate chess player who controls the overall situation and plays with others, then Mubai happens to be the one who wants to break the chessboard. According to the chessboard, both chess pieces and chess players are puppets under the rules. Only by breaking the chessboard can infinite possibilities be created. Just when Mubai was thinking alone, his door was knocked. Junior brother. The newly recruited disciples of our sect heard that you are back and are eager to see you and discuss swordsmanship with you. The voice is from the second senior sister Gu Qingcheng. Mubai also opened the door directly. A group of teenagers below were very excited when they saw Mubai. Perhaps even Mubai did not notice that the current mainstream media, in addition to broadcasting the shocking news in the Northern Territory, also reported about him. Among them, there was an article pointing out that Wang Ting Mubai created a record of breaking through the level, and also suddenly realized the Taoist god-level swordsmanship 7 swords of cutting the sky in the Black Prison. This news broke out, and all the sword masters in the world were boiling. And the Yin-Yang sect directly bought a hot search to spread this matter in Zhongzhou. The overall meaning is to take advantage of Mubai's current fame to recruit more new disciples. Mubai, who didn't know this yet, saw that the disciples below were all shining and smiled, and looked at the second senior sister Gu Qingcheng. Senior sister, there is no problem with the merger of the Yang Meridian and our Yin Meridian during the days I was away. The Yin Meridian refers to the group of people from the Shengdao sect who arrived in Zhongzhou with Mubai later. And the Yang Meridian naturally refers to the original people of the Yin-Yang sect. Gu Qingcheng, with a smile on her face, shook her head gently. At first, most of the Yang Meridian disciples were somewhat dissatisfied with the Yin-Yang sect's treatment of the return of the dual meridians. But as your reputation became more and more famous, especially recently there were rumors that you would participate in the Four Son of God selection competition. The Yin-Yang sect is now a rare harmony. Mubai was quite satisfied when he heard this. Helping the Yin Meridian return to the Yin-Yang sect was his way of repaying his master's training and the sect's resource supply. When he returned to the Yin-Yang sect, he also went to pay a special visit to several supreme elders of the Yin Meridian. Those supreme elders, who only had a few hundred years left to live, were naturally very happy to be able to return to the Yin-Yang sect before they died. Now they see that the third-generation disciple Mubai, whose combat power far exceeds theirs, is so competitive that he can stand out even in Zhongzhou, where there are many geniuses. How can they not be satisfied? In the eyes of the new disciples who have been impatient for a long time, Mubai's image is undoubtedly taller. A brocade robe with black patterns and gold edges covered his broad shoulders, and his long white hair fluttered in the wind. He looked lonely and didn't even look at anyone, as if there was only one person in the world who could move him. He stood on the top of the railing like a god. On his handsome face, 2 sword-like eyebrows slanted into his temples, a pair of phoenix eyes that looked majestic, a high nose bridge, thin lips tightly closed, long black hair draped over his shoulders, and a navy blue robe fluttering in the wind. He was indescribably free and easy, handsome, and as unrestrained as a white-haired exiled immortal. And as someone looked into his eyes, they could see the golden light and shadow in his black eyes. Brother Mubai, are you a mythical fruit ability user? Brother Mubai, do you really know the 7 swords of the sky? Hack. Brother Mu is so handsome. I want to dye my hair white too. The chattering voices quickly surrounded Mubai. And Mubai, who couldn't help but smile, answered their questions one by one. I am indeed a mythical fruit user. I only know a little bit of the 7 swords of the sky. My white hair is affected by the power of the fruit. It's not dyed. Gu Qingcheng was laughing as she watched them interact. Mubai, who was decisive in killing outside, was a very honest big brother when he was questioned by his own sect disciples. If the enemies saw this, they would probably be shocked. When she saw Mubai carefully teaching these people swordsmanship, Gu Qingcheng remembered something. She came here for this important matter. I almost forgot about this important matter. Junior brother, this time I want you to help. Raising his hand to silence the new disciples, Mubai said with a little doubt, Senior sister, what's the matter? Just say it. Gu Qingcheng explained repeatedly, it's about Zhongyang and Wang Linfei. Wang Linfei and Zhongyang were caught by the Tianyin sect on their way down the mountain for training. More importantly, it took a month for the news to reach the ears of the Yin-Yang sect spies. This is very telling. Wang Linfei is the direct disciple of the great elder who came to Zhongzhou with the Holy Dao sect and has the ability to burn the fruit. while Zhongyang is the chief disciple of the supervisory department and also has the ability to freeze the fruit. Among the two, Wang Linfei had some conflicts with Yu Mubai. When the heroes tried to draw the Forget Love sword, the other party mocked him endlessly. When Mubai thought of this, he felt a little painful. The fact that the Supreme Forget Love sword was bitten to pieces by the Tao Tai monster made him feel sad for a long time. If it weren't for the appearance of the god of war, he might not have a weapon that he could use until now. As for Zhongyang, Mubai had a good impression. How dare the Tianyin sect attack the Yinyang sect in Zhongzhou? I have nothing to do these days, so I'll go and take a look. At this moment, Wang Ting's conscription order has not arrived, so he doesn't need to wait in the Yinyang sect. In fact, the main thing about the crusade against the Northern Territory is to decide the winner between the peak masters of the Sunwheel realm. Even Mubai's occupation can only cause a little splash in this earth-shaking situation. She was relieved to see Mubai agreed so quickly. He was also the messenger. The first and second elders were very anxious. But there was no other way except to strongly protest against the Tianyin sect. Because the Tianyin sect had another obvious identity. That is, the subsidiary of the Zhongzhou dynasty, Wenchuan Pavilion, Wang Ting, and Zhongzhou dynasty. These three forces are the top giants in Zhongzhou. Among them, the Zhongzhou dynasty is a little exception. Unlike the first two, it is a pure bloodline force. And there is also the Zhongzhou dynasty under the Zhongzhou dynasty. The ruler of each dynasty is often a direct blood relative of the emperor. There is a saying among the people that the 3 emperors and 1 emperor rule for 1,000 years, which refers to the relationship between the two. There are 3 dynasties under this imperial dynasty, and the ruler of each dynasty is the prince of the first emperor of the imperial dynasty. The relationship between the Tianyin sect and the dynasty is undoubtedly related to the imperial dynasty. So the Yinyang sect is strictly speaking powerless. Mubai immediately set off after a simple farewell. He wanted to see what the purpose of this Tianyin sect was. Zhongzhou Guanhai area. This is the famous music area in Zhongzhou. Many well-known top singers are from this area. In addition to the singers in the eyes of mortals, this area also produces music that can kill people. And this is the unique killing song of the Tianyin sect. Others are the end of the song. But the Tianyin sect is really the end of the song. Often after a beautiful and moving song ends, there will be a sad scene of the enemy's body and head being separated. When Mubai spent a day to arrive at Guanhai district, he was directly surrounded by a sea of music. People on the street seemed to be possessed. They often brought their own musical instruments, humming or singing loudly. Here, people like Mubai who came from other districts were particularly conspicuous. Mubai, who came to this music district, had no time to listen to songs. What he wanted to learn was the killing song of Tianyin sect. Almost when Mubai just set foot in Tianyin sect, the headquarters of Tianyin sect had learned that the genius of Wang Ting had gone deep into Guanhai district alone. Many senior leaders looked at each other in surprise. No one expected that Yinyang sect would send Mubai so directly. Tianyin sect focuses on musical attainments, so most of the sect members are women. Seeing the troubles of the senior leaders, a group of newly promoted young and beautiful female cadres almost volunteered to fight and take down Mubai in one fell swoop. Sect master, although we are of humble realm, we don't think Mubai will pay attention to us. If we form a musical killing formation, even if he has great fighting power, he can't escape the formation. We sisters asked to fight. Such words stopped in the ears of the middle-aged beautiful woman. But she was a little dumb. As the leader of Tianyin sect, she was naturally knowledgeable. She knew that these young disciples were eager to show off. But the people who came this time were completely different from the previous ones. The graceful leader, with a phoenix hairpin on her head, did not nod or shake her head. She was still thinking about the dangers and opportunities of taking down Mubai. This time, Tianyin sect captured these 2 disciples of Yinyang sect for Yinyang dual swordsmanship. But she didn't expect that these 2 guys didn't know these 2 swordsmanship. No matter how they tortured him, he didn't give in. If the Yinyang sword technique is adapted into a song based on the rhythm, it may be possible to suddenly realize the mystery of the 7 styles of heaven cutting. Mubai. 7 styles of heaven cutting. Suddenly, the middle-aged beautiful woman remembered several pieces of news that had been on the hot search recently. And it seems that there is news about Mubai mastering the 7 styles of heaven cutting. Thinking of this, she, who had been a little discouraged, began to think again. Mubai is a very important boy. He has made rapid progress in recent years, and has already become a leader among the younger generation in Zhongzhou. Sifan, go to the dynasty to ask my cousin if he is willing to send someone to come. Just say this. After explaining to that person, the middle-aged beautiful woman was relieved a little. As long as the dynasty can send someone to come, they will definitely be able to suppress Mubai. This boy is not a worry. Everyone, don't be in a hurry about this matter. We will start after tomorrow. Of course, if you have a perfect plan, you can act first. As long as whoever can capture Mubai, I will teach him the demon sound sky wind art. The whole audience was shocked when these words came out. Especially the young cadres at the grassroots level were eager to try. You should know that the words of the sect master actually hide another meaning. This demon sound sky wind art is the sect master's inherited skills. In other words, whoever can get this method, he will be the next candidate for the sect master. After entering the sea viewing area, Mubai vaguely discovered that someone was following or monitoring him. Even though the feeling was very vague, under his divine punishment eyes, the other party's actions were undoubtedly very childish. Since the other party had discovered him, it would be easy to deal with. Mubai snapped his fingers lightly on the busy street. And the next moment, the terrifying domineering aura of the overlord instantly suppressed everyone. Under the terrifying momentum, all the music on the street stopped. And some people with low realms were even directly shocked to death. The person who was hiding in the corner of the alley was also affected. She was in the realm of the Master of the Stars. But her hands and feet were cold and her muscles were tense under this domineering aura. At this moment, she couldn't even do the simplest movement. The panicked crowd fled in a hurry under the domineering aura that Mubai intentionally weakened. No one knew what happened here, nor did they know what the white-haired young man did. But this was the base of the Tianyin sect, and someone would definitely come out to deal with him. The Tianyin disciples, who had been lying in ambush, were furious when they saw the situation was out of control. Mubai was too arrogant. He actually took action directly in the territory of Tianyin. What was the difference between him and those evil demons? Beast, how could a newcomer in the royal court only bully ordinary people? A disciple of Tianyin immediately stood up and severely criticized him. With a righteous tone, Mubai, who was floating in the air, smiled slightly when he saw this man so excited. Then he condensed the Golden Crow Divine Fire Mimic weapon in the void. The bright orange-yellow flames merged together in a winding way. The flames caused ripples. In the warm light, the illusory weapon engraved with the Golden Crow rune was born. Holding the Golden Crow longsword, Mubai swung his sword in the direction of the man without saying a word. Since he happened to comprehend the first move of the 7 ways of cutting the sky, Mubai's attainments in swordsmanship have made great progress. At this moment, he slashed out with a sword, and the sword energy spread all over the field. It was as if he was approaching the Guanhai area with the power of heaven and earth. With one sword, dozens of high-rise buildings collapsed instantly. Tourists and civilians were killed and injured by the broken and falling high-rise buildings. It can be said that this scene was shocking, and this slash just brushed the hair of the Tianyin sect. The man's heart skipped a few beats in fear. You are crazy. You will pay a heavy price for attacking the affiliated forces of the dynasty without reason. Even if you are a member of the royal court. The man seemed to be overwhelmed by anger, and still loudly denounced Mubai's actions. Mubai, with a calm expression, slashed out with a sword again, and the building behind his neck was cut off at the same time. The Tianyin sect imprisoned my Yin-Yang sect members for no reason. I, Mubai, am here today to seek justice. If the Tianyin sect leader doesn't come out, I will kill people in Guanhai district for a day. Kill until there is no one here. Kill until there is no one here. This statement cannot be described as rampant. It simply means that he does not take the Tianyin sect seriously. He broke into the opponent's base camp alone and threatened to start a massacre. If it was a strong man in the Sunwheel realm, everyone might believe it. But Mubai is just a newcomer in the royal court after all. Even if a young man is brutal, I think he is just pretending. How can the Tianyin sect be a place for him to run wild? I will not leave Guanhai district. Let him do whatever he wants. It's actually that Jinwu Prince Mubai? Is the royal court going to go to war with the imperial dynasty? He's a little too confident. No one in the younger generation of Tianyin sect can match him. But it's easy for the older generation of Xingluan realm and Yueluan realm masters to deal with him. Well, it's hard to say. Mubai killed the abbot of Yueluan realm in the western region. Hee. You believe that rumor? A few months ago, there was a rumor that the eastern region's prodigy was already on par with the Sunwheel realm. Who can believe it? The crowd kept talking. Some people ran away, and some were still watching. After all, according to common sense, no matter how strong Mubai was, he couldn't be compared with a large force like Tianyin sect. So many people didn't worry about Mu Bai's threat of massacring the city. Mu Bai, with his hands behind his back, waited for a few seconds and saw no response. He immediately came behind the person who was following him. The other party was masked but had a slim figure and should be a girl. The other party was trembling all over. She had not recovered from the impact of Mu Bai's domineering aura before. So she fell to the ground when she saw Mu Bai suddenly appear. It was a joke for a strong man in the realm of Star Master to fall to the ground. You are from Tianyin sect, right? There is no point in following me. Now you go to the top of Tianyin sect and tell them what I said before. As soon as the voice fell, Mu Bai found that the environment in the alley around him had changed. And the girl took advantage of Mu Bai's dazed skills to pull out a sharp sword from the ground. A large amount of soil spun up and surrounded Mu Bai. Natural system? Control soil? After casually raising 2 fingers to break the opponent's long sword, Mu Bai slapped it with a palm. The numb girl actually followed his steps and leaned over with her right leg to flip over in the air. At this moment, the soil under Mu Bai's feet became extremely soft, like a swamp, dragging Mu Bai into the ground. Interesting. After praising her, Mu Bai was too lazy to continue playing with her. With the flash of the eye of divine punishment, he had already traveled through space to the top of the girl's head. Feeling the chill on the back of her head, the girl who controlled the soil immediately controlled the fruit ability to condense soil stone pillars from the surface and kept stabbing them into the air behind her. Mu Bai, with an indifferent look, ignored the opponent's moves, grabbed the opponent's hair, and kicked her in the face. The girl screamed as blood splashed. Mu Bai, who held back, was not a bad guy after all. His right hand became a knife covered with arm-color domineering and slid upwards gently. The next moment, the girl's arm broke under this rapid cutting. Appearance, age, personality, etc. These things have no meaning in front of Mu Bai. As long as they are enemies, they must be eliminated. To kill the enemy, you must cut the grass and root it out. Those seemingly weak enemies are often the biggest hidden dangers. It's not that Mu Bai is cold-blooded or has no sympathy for women. As long as they are enemies, they are no different from livestock in his eyes. Saving you alive is not a reason for you to be willful. Now do what I said before, or I will beat you into a meat paste here. The voice was very gentle. If it weren't for the broken arm next to her, the girl would not believe that the white-haired man in front of her could defeat her so easily. The girl gritted her teeth and lived under care and support in the past. As the youngest daughter of the third priest, she had never suffered such a serious injury. At this moment, she was so frightened by Mu Bai's words that she had no temper at all. She nodded repeatedly and dragged her injured body away quickly. Mu Bai, who came to the sky above the city again, saw that no one from the Tianyin sect came out and was too lazy to wait. Since you don't come, I'll wait in the ruins. Mu Bai's figure in the sky was gradually replaced by a group of extreme light, and the temperature under the white light increased dramatically. Among the countless flames, the white flames gradually faded, and the Taishu divine fire was like a detonated barrel of explosives that quickly ignited the city uncontrollably. Fire is a thing full of beauty. This is especially true when it is ignited. Flowers and plants are ignited. Streets are ignited. Rivers are ignited. High-rise buildings are engulfed by white flames under the raging flames. And life is also ignited under the white sea of fire. The main urban area of Guanhai district has become a purgatory on earth at this moment. And countless people are drowned in the sea of fire. This Taishu divine fire will ignite everything that can burn as long as it is touched. The ignited people will turn into ashes before they can even scream. In the dead city, only the gradual burning sound on the ruins can make a sound. Mu Bai, with his golden crow wings spread out behind him, said in a deep voice to the distance again, "Since you are out, do you still need to be invisible?" A figure distorted by the flames outside the flames did not change at all. The opponent's invisibility was perfect, and even Mu Bai, who used the domineering power of observation, could not detect it. It was a pity that the opponent was exposed in Mu Bai's eyes of divine punishment. The man's heart skipped a beat after hearing Mu Bai's words. He originally wanted to use the superhuman invisible fruit to attack Mu Bai from behind. But now that he was discovered, it was meaningless. Mr. Mu Bai, this is the base of Tianyin sect. No matter what reason you come here, you can't be so arrogant. The 2 people from your Yin Yang sect are not good people. If they hadn't molested the disciples of Tianyin sect first, we wouldn't have imprisoned them. The invisible person with half of his face exposed in the shadow was an old woman. She looked a little old. Mu Bai looked at her and found that she was only in the Star Wheel realm. So he immediately lost interest. Are you the boss of Tianyin sect? Of course I'm not. But I have some status in the sect. If I can completely adjust the conflict between us. If you're not the boss, what are you doing here? The eye of divine punishment on Mu Bai's forehead glowed with a faint red light. The next moment, the terrifying divine punishment impact immediately bombarded. The invisible old woman cursed inwardly and immediately entered the invisible state. Although she was confident in protecting herself, Mu Bai's mythical golden crow fruit and overlord haki were too exaggerated. What was even more terrifying was that the other party could see her location through some unknown method. You must know that her invisible fruit is absolutely invisible according to the fruit rules. Even the breath of footsteps can be completely erased. Even the strong men in the Sun Wheel realm can hardly find her trace. But Wang Ting, this kid, is too special. Hidden? That's easy to deal with. I can just overturn this place and come out. Mu Bai, with a calm voice, fully activated the overlord haki. The black and red domineering air waves descended on this area like a divine punishment disaster. And Mu Bai converted all of this massive overlord haki into the eye of divine punishment. The eye of divine punishment, with its destructive power rising sharply, burst out with a divine punishment impact again. But this time the divine punishment impact was a little different. The scarlet light column of tens of thousands of meters covered half of the core area of the city with overwhelming force. The next moment, with a snap of his fingers, Mu Bai directly released all the power beyond imagination. Under the constantly beating eye of divine punishment, the invisible old woman had nowhere to hide. The next second, she was annihilated by the shock wave of divine punishment. The old woman's broken body in the deep pit of nearly 100,000 square meters in the city was no longer in human form. Her lips trembled and her eyes were shocked as she looked at Mu Bai above her head. She never expected that the other party could burst out such a level of power. And she, a veteran of the Star Wheel realm, couldn't even save her life under this power. Young people are to be feared. The invisible old woman died suddenly halfway through. And outside the main city, all the high-ranking members of the Tianyin sect saw the scene of devastation just now. The Sun Wheel realm strongman's attack was just like this. The leader of the sect, the beautiful woman who had previously formulated a plan to capture Mu Bai, was shaking slightly at this moment. I guessed wrong. Even ordinary Moon Wheel realm strongmen can hardly match him at this level. Wrong. Wrong. Seeing the invisible old woman die, the sect master said bitterly. She was the best in the Moon Wheel realm. But the funny thing was that she didn't have the courage to fight against such a monster-level evil genius. Master Xiao Fan, who was delivering the letter in the distance, hurried back. She said to the master anxiously, Master, after hearing that it was Mu Bai who came, the dynasty directly told us to release the people, and not to provoke Mu Bai in the future. The person who received me said, What did they say? The master's beautiful wife clenched her fists, and asked helplessly. They said not to break the balance of the three major forces in Zhongzhou at this critical moment. The current priority is to attack the North Territory in a few days. If the master insists on leading those two people, the dynasty will cut off contact with us. The master's body shook slightly, and felt his eyes turn white. What is the value of Mu Bai that makes the dynasty so afraid? Is there something I don't know? She really didn't know a lot of things, such as Mu Bai's performance in the Black Prison. The entire Zhongzhou high-level people had a completely different view of Mu Bai. He could reach the 200th level of the Star Domination realm, which could be described as a myth. Even Mu Bai's ranking in the recent Hidden Dragon list and the Prodigy list has risen significantly. Of course, the meaning of the dynasty's cowardice is actually to fear the Purple Star Lord. The current situation is that Mu Bai, as the only seedling of the Purple Star Lord, must participate in the Four Son of God selection at the end of the year or the beginning of next year. If you are hostile to Mu Bai at this juncture, it will undoubtedly anger the Purple Star Lord. There is no need to cause such trouble for the two people from the Yin Yang sect at this critical moment. Wouldn't it be better to let Mu Bai be dealt with by other factions of the royal court? The leader of the Tianyin sect, who had looked down on Mu Bai before, said softly with a pale face, Go and release the two people from the Yin Yang sect. If Mu Bai wants to continue killing, let him go. After saying that, the leader left without looking back, as if he had unloaded a heavy burden. The people present looked at each other. Some were dissatisfied in their hearts. But when they turned around and saw the burning ruins, no one objected. When Wang Linfei and Zhongyang were released, Mu Bai stopped. After all, now is not the time to continue to make trouble. The two exhausted people were a little surprised when they saw Mu Bai standing on the ruins. They didn't expect that such a thing would make Mu Bai go there. Why are you here? Wang Linfei said with his head down. He had targeted Mu Bai before when he was in the Holy Taoist sect. So he couldn't save face when Mu Bai came to rescue him. After hesitating for a long time, he still couldn't say thank you. If I don't come, no one will come at this special time. The Northern Territory is about to attack, and no one dares to rashly provoke the opposition of the Zhongzhou hegemony. The two of them naturally understood this. After all, the Zhongzhou Empire is behind the Tianyin sect. There must be no gap between the royal court and the empire at this juncture. Junior brother. Mu Bai. Let's go first. This is the enemy's base after all. Looking at the shocking ruins around him, Zhong Yang was a little unsure. Only Mu Bai had the courage to come to the enemy's base camp alone and fight. What's more incredible is that Tianyin sect actually let them go. Let's go! After saying that, Mu Bai stretched out his hand and waved, and a Yunhe flying boat appeared in front of the three people. This flying boat was purchased by him in the treasure pavilion below the royal court. The hull is made of cloud-patterned wood with fire-resistant and wind-resistant materials, which is priceless. This thing is also considered a luxury car level among flying boats. The two people who were staring straight at it swallowed their saliva and became more worried. This Yunhe flying boat is too conspicuous. If you take this top-level thing and fly over the Guanhai district, you will be... As if seeing the worry in the two people's eyes, Mu Bai shook his head slightly and said in a teasing tone, "You are disciples of a big sect after all. How come you don't even understand the current situation? The fact that Tianyin sect can release you without fighting and tolerate my actions is obviously due to pressure from the upper level. Not to mention that we are crossing the border by flying boat. They dare not do it even if we walk." Zhong Yang and Wang Linfei looked at each other and were slightly surprised. They naturally knew this simple truth. But is Mu Bai really so terrifying now? Even the top forces in Zhongzhou have to be wary. In the Qingdi sect of the East region, a clump of dense bamboo forests is firmly rooted in the mountainside like a hairpin. Each bamboo is as graceful as if it has been carefully carved. White clouds float over the mountainside and block the bamboo forest. The whole bamboo forest is shrouded in clouds and mist. Hazy, like a layer of white veil. Walking into the bamboo forest, the fresh breath of nature hits your nose. And what comes into view are the tall and straight bamboo poles. The slender figure of the bamboo also adds a bit of elegance. This elegance seems to also reflect the character of the people living here. There are 5 elements in the sky: water, fire, gold, wood and earth, which are transformed and nurtured at different times to form all things. Their gods are called the 5 emperors. All the 5 are the names of the officials of the 5 elements. The 5 elements help to form God and are called the 5 emperors. Taihao's subordinates are also called emperors. A gentle voice came from a place similar to a school on the Qingdi mountain of the Qingdi sect. The voice was neither hurried nor slow. Just the words could make people feel the operation of the Tao. The teacher, who was still explaining the meaning of the word Qingdi in the Qingdi sect to the junior disciples in the sect, soon sensed another breath from the outside world. "I'll be back soon." The wooden door was pushed open, and the bamboo forest was quiet, with cicadas chirping and warm sunshine interweaving together. The teacher who pushed the door out was wearing a dark green Taoist robe, with a face like ancient pond jade and eyes like meteors and autumn water. This can't help but remind people of a saying: a gentleman is like jade, warm and fresh. A gentleman is like a lotus, emerging from the mud without being stained. A gentleman is like a bamboo, modest and polite. It's been a long time since I've had such a great talent like my uncle, who is proficient in Zhuyi Taoism. Let me guess if you brought good wine again. The Taoist dressed in a casual tone, talking to the depths of the bamboo forest not far away. Alas! After a low sigh, a short, fat, dark-faced old Taoist priest leaned against the bamboos, holding a whisk in his hand. His eyes were slightly closed. His ears were gently pressed against his forehead, as if he was extremely disappointed. And he was holding a jar of wine on his left arm. "You are worthy of being the Qingku Dao body. Even an old-timer like me can be found. The only one who can hide from your eyes is the peak Sun Wheel Realm expert, who is 1 level below the God Emperor." The old Taoist priest patted his belly and complained. As a Sun Wheel Realm expert, he was always compared to his nephew. Sometimes he didn't know who was the elder. "Uncle Master, are you really going to praise me to death until I die?" The Taoist priest in the dark green robe waved his hand with a casual smile. "Praise to death? You are the direct descendant of the Qingdi sect of the Eastern region, the leader of the Eastern region's Tianjiao, and the second person on the Tianjiao list of the world. If you are not praised, I am afraid that no one in the world can be praised to death. After a sip of strong liquor, the black fat Taoist priest was also outspoken. This time his words and deeds were superficial and completely different from the ordinary Taoist priests who follow the rules and regulations. If the uncle wants to drink and talk about heroes, then he has indeed found the right person. But it seems that you are not here for this matter, Qianmingzi said with a smile. He knew the character of this uncle very well. It must be something big that made the other party come to him on this day of drinking and getting drunk. The black fat uncle smiled and said in a deep voice, "Come out of the mud without being stained. And be clever, but not use it. You will know my style very well. This time is indeed a big event. Your master has promised those big figures in Zhongzhou and the western region to send troops to the north. This time, I am afraid that the northern region will really be wiped out." Qianmingzi did not have any expression, but he shook his head, with his head slightly lowered. Since master has agreed, there must be other reasons. However, in my opinion, what the people of the Northern Territory have done is to reverse the Great Tao. Even if no one attacks them, it is definitely a dead end. Yin alone cannot grow, and Yang alone cannot rise. The Tao gives birth to one. One gives birth to two. Two gives birth to three. And three gives birth to all things. All things carry Yin and embrace Yang. And the rushing Qi makes them harmonious. This is the Great Tao. The world can have one God Emperor and several peak Sun Wheel Realm Masters. But it cannot have 100 God Emperors and 10,000 latter. The fat black Taoist priest naturally knew what Qianmingzi meant. There is only so much star power between heaven and earth. Once the Northern Territory really realizes the immortality of all people in the Northern Territory, it will inevitably destroy the total amount of star power in this era. With star power only entering but not leaving, the world will inevitably enter the Dharma ending age again. By then, even the power of the stars will be incomplete and scarce. So how can we talk about immortality? You can say these principles to tell your master, the old antique. I came here mainly to have a drink with you first. Otherwise, I will feel very uncomfortable when I go to the northern region. You haven't left the Qingdi sect for 3 years. Don't you feel bored as a young man? After taking a sip of strong liquor, the fat black Taoist priest exhaled a breath of turbid air very comfortably. There are 3 levels of pursuit in the world. The first level is to satisfy people's inherent desire for survival, such as eating and sleeping. The second level is for money, and the one beyond money is for power and fame. But above these 3 levels is wisdom, Qianmingzi said softly, shaking his head slowly. Reading a book is like walking through every corner of that era. How can such supreme happiness make people bored? Ha ha ha. You are very eloquent when you talk about principles. I heard that the Emperor Yu of the Zhongzhou royal court will also go to the Northern Territory with a high probability. You can have a good discussion with him at that time to see whether his Fengdu Ghost King body is stronger or your Qingquan Dao body is more profound. His uncle still loves to watch dramas as always. Qianmingzi smiled and heard the word Emperor Yu. But he also remembered the new star of the royal court in recent years. I have heard that a brilliant figure has emerged in the royal court in recent years. I wonder if Master Uncle knows about it. If we can call him a demon. I am afraid that the only one in the royal court is Mu Bai. He is the person that Ziwei Star Lord found in the northern borderland. It is incredible that this young man has risen like a meteor. Qianmingzi is very familiar with Emperor Yu, but he does not know much about this fledgling Mu Bai. He has rarely appeared in the public eye for many years. The last time he took action was to suppress the Han Tian man in the eastern region with one hand 3 years ago. Forget it. Don't think about these. After the matter in the northern region is over, you can directly learn from this man in the royal court. After drinking a jar of fine wine, the master uncle took out nearly 100 jars of strong liquor from the storage bag. It seems that he wants to get drunk before the northern expedition. After Mu Bai brought Zhongyang and Wang Linfei back to Yin-Yang sect, he received a message from the royal court before he had stayed for half an hour. The northern expedition is about to begin. Not daring to delay, he immediately set out for the royal court. When he arrived, he was slightly surprised. What caught his eye was the royal court's people. The 10 royal court squares were also crowded with people, among whom there were elite disciples of affiliated sects. The dozens of million-meter-class Chengtian divine ships in the sky were even more shocking. Mu Bai had heard of this kind of terrifyingly expensive money-burning machine. It was said that the power of its ship cannons was so powerful that even ordinary Sun Wheel Realm powerhouses could not withstand it. However, dozens of such terrifying peak-killing weapons appeared at this moment. Almost all the royal court disciples of all levels and combat power gathered in the royal court square. Even if Mu Bai activated his observation haki, He could not count the number of strong men. The 72 Star Lords were in line, each with amazing momentum. Many Star Lords with high realms had even entered the Sun Wheel realm. And the general Star Lords were also in the range of the middle to the peak of the Moon Wheel realm. So many Star Masters standing here should be the most outstanding and eye-catching. But compared with the other ultimate bosses, they are not so eye-catching. Because more importantly, the 5 Star Masters of the Royal Court are gathered here. The pressure caused by the gathering of 5 top powerhouses in the world is no longer just physical restraint. Not to mention that 2 of the 5 are the top 10 peak powerhouses in the world. If any of the gods of all generations are resurrected with full strength at this moment, the only ones who can withstand one of their moves are Ziwei Star Master and Tanlang Star Master. The God Emperor is invincible in the world. This is the first time that Mu Bai has seen the 5 Star Masters gathered in person. From left to right, they are Tianliang Star Master, Qianfu Star Master, Tanlang Star Master, Pejuan Star Master, and Ziwei Star Master. The place where these 5 people are standing is also very appropriate. They are standing in front of the Tontian stone tablet of the royal court. The big words deeply engraved on the stone tablet can also be seen clearly at a glance. As the saying goes, a little cold light shines thousands of miles. So what if you can kill everyone in the world? Deep buried, the sharp ambition remains unchanged. And once the wind and clouds gather, you will be the emperor. This Tontian stone tablet that has experienced the rise and fall of several generations of royal court seems to have really become extraordinary at this moment. When Mu Bai's figure passed through the Star Kings, everyone had different expressions. Some admired and some ignored. But more were envious. Being able to become a Star King was enough to prove their talent and family background. But this kind of thing was just a firefly in front of the real top talent. They can only become Star Lords, but can never reach the position of Son of God. But Mu Bai can. Junior brother. Long time no see. The third Son of God, Yudi, who stood above the Star Lords, said softly, as if the two were really brothers with a relationship that was not ordinary. It's really extraordinary. Hello, Junior Brother Mu. This is our first meeting. I am the second Son of God. Sima Ning, the beautiful royal sister standing barefoot, was as cold as a white lotus on a snowy mountain. Mu Bai, who met his senior sister for the first time, also said, Mu Bai meets senior brother and senior sister here. I have heard that your figure is the best in Zhongzhou. Today, I feel that the rumors outside are true. Seeing that Mu Bai's junior brother was so sweet, Sima Ning smiled slightly. Don't tease me in front of the Star Masters. The 5 Star Masters looked over, and the Ziwei Star Master nodded slightly at him. With his all-powerful means, he could naturally see that Mu Bai's combat power at this moment was a world apart from his combat power before entering the Black Prison. We should not be impetuous on this trip to the Northern Territory. Mu Bai understands. When the Purple Star Lord spoke, the Star Lord below was undoubtedly more certain of his guess. This time, the Purple Star Lord took Mu Bai to the Northern Territory for further studies to lay the foundation for the 4 Son of God selection at the end of the year. After the greedy Wolf Star Lord gave some instructions to the people next to him, he turned to the Emperor Yu and said, You should do the same. Follow the main force throughout the journey. If the old monsters in the Great Snow Mountains as I haven't counterattacked, it will be a bit tricky. Mu Bai was still a little confused when he heard the greedy Wolf Star Lord call the Emperor Yu Yi. Sima Ning next to him smiled and explained. The Emperor Yu's real name is Yu Yi. He changed his name after joining the royal court. I often call him Brother Yi. You can also be more intimate and call him Brother Yi. The Emperor Yu and Mu Bai were both stunned for a moment. The two of them looked at each other and quickly looked away. Sima Ning, who covered her mouth, did not continue to add fuel to the fire. Humph. After hearing what the Tanlang Star Lord said, the Pejuan Star Lord sneered. When the Northern Territory provoked Zhongzhou a few years ago, it was already weak. I think if those old monsters who guarded the mountains were not about to die, those people in the Northern Territory would not dare to break the world's taboo and open the tomb of the immortal God Emperor. It's not easy for the top forces in the Northern Territory, such as the Zishan and Daxushan, to survive until today. Those people are fine. But among the top Sun Wheel Realm Masters, only Changqinghai of Zishan is worth paying attention to. When Pejuan Star Lord mentioned this person, there was a slight fluctuation in his eyes. 600 years ago, he had a brief fight over the border between the Northern Territory and Zhongzhou. The opponent was extremely powerful, and he was defeated by the legendary technique Changshan. The wound on his chest still hurts for 100 years. The long-haired and shawl-like appearance looks ordinary, but has an extraordinary aura. However, The Tanlang Star Lord shook his head. You don't have to care too much about him. The 4 major domains have agreed before that Changqinghai of Zizishan will be dealt with by the living sword fairy of Qingdi sect in the Eastern Territory. The main target of our royal court is still Daxushan. Speaking of this, the Tanlang Star Lord looked deeply at the north, as if he meant something. Well, if he can escape from the old man in the east region, I will kill him even if I chase him to the ends of the earth. The low-pitched Pijuan Star Lord showed a faint murderous aura around him, but he finally suppressed it. While the Star Lords were talking, the Chuntian warships unique to the royal court gradually formed a special formation in the air, which looked like a giant 9-square 8 diagram. Is this a teleportation formation? Mubai's eyelids twitched slightly, and he was slightly surprised. You know, a teleportation formation that can allow a strongman in the Sunwheel realm to pass through can already be called top level. And if it can teleport all the people in the royal court present, then this formation must be extraordinary. This is indeed a group teleportation formation. But the cost of loss is too huge. Even the royal court cannot use it in peacetime. Just running this level of formation for 1 second will consume all the property savings of a second-rate sect. At some point, the 2 Yin and Yang women came to Mubai's side and explained in unison. The second son of God, Sima Ning, also said lightly, it's just the consumption of resources. But more importantly, it requires a huge amount of energy at one time. Even a single Star Master cannot support this consumption. She stopped talking halfway, because the aerial formation formed by the Chuntian warships was gradually connected by light spots, and the blue light faintly overshadowed the sunlight in the sky. In this brewing, several Star Masters almost made a move at the same time. Several energy torrents overturned everything, continuously washed into the formation that was being formed. The few people closest to the Star Masters were undoubtedly under great pressure. The energy release of the Star Masters, even the aftermath of the aftermath, was not something that ordinary people could bear. The Yin and Yang girls, who cooperated tacitly, immediately released the barrier fruit ability and the rebound fruit ability. The transparent protective barrier was covered with rebound clouds inside and outside. In this case, the pressure of the Star Masters was indeed reduced a lot. Seeing that Mubai was still covered in the pressure, the Yin girl immediately called him. Mubai! Come in. The Star Lord's pressure is not something you can bear right now. Mubai, who was sore from being suppressed by this energy, immediately activated his level 5 Overlord Haki. The black and red lightning wave immediately made him stand up slowly against the violent wave not far away. With his muscles tensed, he made a safety gesture to the Yin and Yang women and then rooted himself to the ground like a nail. The second son of God Sima Ning and the third son of God Yudi were obviously more relaxed than Mubai in dealing with this kind of pressure. Yudi's pupils gradually merged into one, and a wave of extremely cold breath appeared beside him. And at the same time as this breath appeared, a skinny ghost with an unclear face appeared behind Yudi. This ghost covered behind him, and the remaining pressure of the Star Lord gradually dissipated beside Yudi under the consumption of the skinny ghost. Sima Ning's performance was even more weird. A hazy mist appeared outside her body, and then the remaining pressure of the Star Lord disappeared in an instant. Incredibly, Mubai faintly caught the fluctuation of the devil fruit. It seems that the devil fruit of Sima Ning, the second son of God who is too low-key, is definitely not simple. Yudi summoned a ghost with the ghost fruit to offset the pressure. Sima Ning obviously used the special gas to eliminate the pressure around him. Several Star Masters obviously noticed the scene here. Among them, Pijuan Star Master couldn't help but look at Ziwei Star Master with some envy when he saw Mubai actually resisting with his physical body. If such a good seedling enters his sect and learns Pijuan magic, wouldn't it be just right? Everyone is ready. The place where we are teleported to the north region is outside the Great Snow Mountain Force. It is normal if the teleportation is not accurate. Those who leave the team must return to the main force immediately. Ziwei Star Master's voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. The extreme flash gradually accelerated along the magnificent formation in the sky. The energy fluctuations that were pushed to the extreme finally merged into the other end of the formation. After the dazzling white light, everyone in the square disappeared instantly. At the same time, the temporary Crusade Alliance formed in the western region also opened the teleportation formation. If Mubai was here, he would definitely recognize his Tianong member, the fire worship sect Fire Emperor Duanshe, who was also in the team. The various major regions have already started to act, and we can't wait any longer. The leading monk took the people of the Great Lane Temple and stepped into the teleportation channel first. Duanshe of the Zoroastrianism was slightly shocked when he saw that the Peacock King in the Great Lane Temple was not among them. He had been constantly brushing the Heavenly Palace tasks according to the teachings of Senior Yongjian Mu Bai. He finally got an acquaintance task under such 996 hours. He could get 1,000 points just by shaking hands with the Peacock King. And now you tell me the guy didn't come to participate in the campaign to attack the Northern Territory? What a joke. He immediately restored his original expression, with a frown on his brows. As a big shot in the Sunwheel realm, many people present would watch his every word and action. He could only sigh silently in his heart while his eyes were slightly lowered, and then began to study the tasks he had received about the Northern Territory, Zhongzhou, Western Territory, Eastern Territory, and Southern Territory all took action. And even the aliens outside the Northern Territory, who had been used before, were ready to move. Obviously, if they had the opportunity, they would immediately change from the loyal servants of the Northern Territory to the vicious dogs that devoured their masters. The contemporary Tianjizi, who was sitting in the Tianji Pavilion, used the Suansuan fruit to calculate with his fingers. But he also sighed. Winning or losing is not important. What is important is that the Northern Territory will be devastated after this incident, and hundreds of millions of lives will be affected. Misfortunes are the foundation of blessings, and blessings are the foundation of misfortunes. Everything has a destiny. It seems like a disaster, but it is also a supreme opportunity. It seems like an opportunity, but it is also a nightmare disaster. The wind outside the Tianji Pavilion was howling, vaguely foreshadowing that a storm was coming. Snowy peaks, one higher than the other, stand tall in the night sky. The towering snow-capped mountains are inserted into the sky of the exhibition, magnificent and spectacular. The silver peaks under the sky are blue, and the flannel glaciers are transparent like glass. This is the Great Snow Mountain Range in the Northern Territory. The territory of the Great Snow Mountain, the top power in the Northern Territory. The white snow blows on the ground with the strong wind of the Northern Territory, making people feel inexplicably uncomfortable. From time to time, a few whispers can be heard from the dense crowd standing at the forefront of the Great Snow Mountain. Remember, this time all the other 4 regions will take action. If the decisive battle is in the northern region, then we have the advantage. Our mission is to delay those foreign enemies as much as possible to buy time for the rear. Of course, we must also make a good battle plan before that. The fact that everyone present can come here shows that we have the same faith and similar will, in order to create the eternal life era of the northern region. I, Luo Han, am willing to die for it. When the battle begins, I will definitely rush to the front line and fight to the death. As the chief disciple of the Great Snow Mountain, Luo Han is not as arrogant and domineering as other disciples of large sections. On the contrary, his sincere words make the people from small and medium sects, who came from various regions, feel like spring breeze. So when he began to say these words with some excitement, the people wearing animal fur coats nearby also agreed with this idea in their hearts. The environment in the North Territory is harsh, which has also made the lower class people who suffer here respect and even fanatically believe in it. Just like the North Territory god worshipped by the Zizishan forces. When there is a shortage of material things, people will have more spiritual demands. Luo Han's words would have been sprayed into a sieve if they were in the other 4 regions. But no one could refute them at this moment. If sacrificing themselves can exchange for victory in the battle, they are completely willing to do so. They lost their lives, but their descendants will gain the entire rich main world. They will step on everyone outside the North Territory to become the new ruler. After seeing the expressions of the people below, Luo Han smiled slightly, but no one noticed the mockery that flashed in his eyes. The Great Snow Mountain is powerful. As a power at the level of the overlord of the North Territory, it is only slightly weaker than Zizishan in terms of comprehensiveness. With the advantages of terrain and ancient formations, the Great Snow Mountain can even be called the strongest fortress in the North Territory. Behind Luo Han, who was the first layer of defense on the periphery, there were more layers of defense. The layers of defense covered the entire sky and ground of the Great Snow Mountain tightly. Even a fly could not enter the Great Snow Mountain sect, let alone ordinary people. Luo Han, stroking his chin, looked at the direction of the Great Snow Mountain range. If it was as the insider said, the forces that had recently arrived would definitely enter the Northern Territory from the periphery of the Great Snow Mountain range. So it was the best defense plan for them to guard the border between the mountains and the Great Snow Mountain plain. After a few words of encouragement from his junior brother next to him, the top genius of the Great Snow Mountain was a little tired. He had been busy these days and had not rested much. There would definitely be a hard battle in the next few days. It was really a headache to think about it. Thinking of something, he quickly pulled his junior brother and asked in a low voice, "Is the sect master back? Is there any news about the masters who have cultivated the death pass?" After looking around with his head down, his junior brother said cautiously, "Big brother, I heard that they haven't come back yet. They are probably still at the mausoleum of the immortal god emperor." Luo Han frowned slightly, feeling a little uneasy. All the top combat forces in the sect have gone to the mausoleum of the immortal god emperor. If the sect's current strength is used to deal with any superpower, it will undoubtedly suffer a loss. While thinking, Luo Han suddenly looked up. I saw a wave of energy flickering slightly in the heavy snow in the air. And the next moment a young man with white hair, wearing a black gold-edged brocade robe landed on the ground. Luo Han, with his pupils contracted, asked sternly, "Who are you? How dare you appear here? Someone, take him down." Mu Bai, who had just been teleported, was also slightly stunned. Why was he teleported alone? Just when he was wondering, he heard Luo Han's question, looking at the large number of practitioners surrounding him in the ice and snow. He was also a little speechless. It seemed that he was obviously teleported to the defense camp near the Great Snow Mountain Force. "Everyone, do you believe me when I say I'm here for a trip? Travel? What nonsense! Catch him!" The ground rolled up. A strongman pulled the ground and summoned a soil giant to punch Mu Bai. The terrifying force made other people from the northern territory around him dodge. Seeing that the other party was so decisive, Mu Bai simply stopped talking nonsense. An ordinary fist directly broke the chest of the ability user, and then the hand that penetrated into the other party's chest directly crushed the other party's heart. The bloody rain passed by, and the air was filled with the smell of blood similar to rust. The weapons in the hands of the besiegers were varied, and the whole scene was very spectacular. Mu Bai smiled and snapped his fingers to break the nose of the person closest to him, and then quickly climbed into the air. Why bother? As soon as the last word fell, the momentum in Mu Bai's golden eyes was like a natural disaster, overwhelming the four fields. In the overwhelming momentum, the black and red lightning waves gradually tore the sky. The shocking top-level domineering hockey was so overwhelming that it seemed to be free of charge and overwhelmed the whole audience. The low-level practitioners fainted directly, and even the extremely high-level Northern Territory practitioners were stiff under this superstandard domineering hockey, and could not even move normally. What the hell? Why can't I move? What is the origin of this young man? How can he have such a strong domineering hockey? Everyone was suppressed in shock, and they could not recover their minds in a short time under the 5th level domineering hockey. This level of domineering hockey, Luo Han, who had not yet recognized Mu Bai's identity, snorted coldly, and then the domineering hockey, with the meaning of a swordsman, burst out from his body. The object of his confrontation was the black and red domineering fluctuations around Mu Bai. Gog gaga. The moment the two domineering hockeys came into contact, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. However, what Luo Han did not expect was that his domineering hockey was suppressed by the opponent almost instantly. He couldn't even resist for a short time. Damn it. Luo Han cursed inwardly. As a peak powerhouse of the Star Wheel realm, and one of the top geniuses in the Northern Territory, he naturally had his own methods. Although he was no match for the madman of the Northern Territory's Zization force, he was still confident in fighting the enemy in front of him. "Who are you? Tell me your name." Mu Bai, who was surrounded by the domineering aura, smiled when he heard Luo Han's question and said, "Why do you have to kneel down and beg for mercy when I tell you my name? Let's study my name after we fight." After realizing that there were no strong people in the Sun Wheel realm nearby, Mu Bai directly vibrated his arms. The continuous vibration power condensed on his arms, causing fluctuations in space. When the pale white vibration ball cover surrounded his hands, Luo Han was startled. His sixth sense told him that he must stop the other party's next move. The game has just begun. With a grin on his face, Mu Bai wantonly smashed the vibration ball in his hands to both sides. What is that? An earthquake? The gradually increasing vibration made everyone panic. The Great Snow Mountain Range had not experienced a large earthquake for many years. It was definitely not a coincidence that an earthquake occurred at this moment. Unless it was caused by this person. The young man who can have this ability seems to be the only one in the entire main world. Zhongzhou Mu Bai. He is Mu Bai. Zhongzhou Wangting Mu Bai. It doesn't matter. Even Mu Bai has been surrounded by us. Mu Bai also found it funny to hear this from the crowd. Everyone, let's see who is surrounding whom now. The biggest vibration round. Overturn the world. Mu Bai, who was originally knocking on both sides of his body, suddenly changed his moves. His hands, which were condensed with the vibration ball, tore the void in front of him irregularly. Mu Bai, with his muscles tensed, summoned H.L. to the world like a demon. Cracks appeared in the space. The surface rose and fell like steps, and the geological structure deep underground was completely disintegrated. Squeak! 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 The space was broken layer by layer. The void was constantly shaking. Mu Bai, who had a level 5 heart, was more adept at releasing the top vibration ability, and the destructive power caused was also very amazing. At this moment, except for the two Moon Wheel Realm Masters and Luo Han, all the others were suppressed by the vibration power of Mu Bai's vibration fruit and could not leave the surface, and under the constantly tilted and twisted terrain. Many people who had no ability to move could only scream and slide down the terrain into the abyss of the surface cracks. Mu Bai surrounded the whole place by himself. Under the flat mountains, the plains gradually collapsed under this extreme vibration tearing. The thousands of meters of surface cracks could not be stopped at all. Luo Han was more angry than astonished, because he also discovered something extremely important after climbing to the middle of the air. The outermost defense formation of their great snow mountain has collapsed. Mu Bai, you are looking for death. These bastards can die. They are just cannon fodder for the first layer of defense anyway. But the formation that is about to be completed behind them is different. That thing is the best thing to resist the invasion of the army. The two Moon Wheel Realm Masters of the Great Snow Mountain saw that Mu Bai was still standing there controlling the vibration power to kill wantonly. After looking at each other, the two of them attacked at the same time with thunderous means. Both of them have heard of Mu Bai's reputation, and naturally know that the other party has a record of killing Moon Wheel Realm Masters. The two who dare not hide their shortcomings instantly activated the Moon Wheel Realm Dharma aspect ability. Two majestic Dharma aspects, one blue and one white, came crashing down. The surrounding void was slightly distorted. Such a violent attack is simply not something that people below the Moon Wheel Realm can withstand. The two originally thought that Mu Bai would dodge, but the other party did not choose to do so. I have long wanted to experience the power of the Moon Realm Dharma image. It's a good thing you are here. Mu Bai, who has transformed into a battle maniac, was undoubtedly frightened when he saw the Dharma image in front of the Black Prison. However, with his current combat power, he can choose to try to crack the Dharma image from the front. A top-level combat method. In fact, after obtaining the Eye of Divine Punishment, he has been studying the detailed use of its abilities. Among them, the instant movement of the Eye of Divine Punishment can undoubtedly be deeply processed. It can instantly perform multi-frequency high-speed movement under the load of the body, which can completely increase the frequency of its own attack output to a burst. Based on this thinking, when he rescued Zhong Yang and the other two and returned to Yin Yang sect, he created a kind of violent output boxing method that was only suitable for him. Overlord Color Entanglement. Divine Punishment Instant Punishment. Mu Bai, who was leaning against the ground, disappeared immediately, and the next moment, when the two Dharma attacks missed, tens of thousands of almost crazy fist shadows with Overlord Color Entanglement aura bombarded all corners of the Dharma at an astonishing speed. If the people on the ground looked up at the sky, they would find that the two extremely oppressive Dharmas had been completely covered by the white fist light and shadow. Under the continuous and top-level destructive Divine Punishment Instant Punishment, the indestructible Dharma gradually collapsed. The two Moon Wheel Realm strongmen felt a chill in their backs while they were frightened. Mu Bai, whose whole body was hot like a furnace, was looking at the two of them with a smile on his bare chest. Even Mu Bai couldn't bear the high-intensity instant punch of Divine Punishment wrapped in the domineering color. The loss of using 3 abilities at the same time was indeed beyond the sky. But fortunately, the effect was obvious. The instant punch of Divine Punishment broke the defense of the Dharma phase at about the 6,000th punch, and the Dharma phase began to disintegrate at the 15,000th punch. This also proved that even the Dharma phase of the Moon Wheel Realm could not withstand the high-frequency attack with full attack power. At this moment, the two Moon Wheel Realm Masters of the Great Snow Mountain were like falling into the abyss. The degree of increase of the Dharma phase of the Moon Wheel Realm was different according to the different situations of each person. But even so, each Dharma phase of the Moon Wheel Realm was conservatively estimated to be more than dozens of times the basic attributes of the original owner. And this Dharma phase was actually defeated by a little ghost at the peak level of the star domination from the front. When Mu Bai was about to kill the two, a cold voice resounded through the sky. Ice Dragon Roar. The Zhoutian snow was gradually absorbed by Luo Han, and in his hand, a sharp sword that seemed to be made of ice had already chopped down. Everything along the way that was affected by the slash was frozen. Mubai dodged in an instant and stepped back more than 10 steps under the icy slash. He looked down and found that his feet had been covered with a layer of ice. "You guys go quickly. I'll deal with him here." Luo Han, who passed by 2 Moonwheel Realm Masters from the Great Snow Mountain, said in a cold voice. The 2 Moonwheel Realm Masters, who were ashamed, dared not stay here any longer. Seeing Luo Han blocking them, they naturally sped up and fled from here. After his blood and chi surged and broke through the ice layer that froze his feet. Mu Bai looked at Luo Han with some surprise. "Your swordsmanship is good, but this freezing ability is obviously not added by some kind of swordsmanship. Are you a natural ability user?" Luo Han shook his head and snorted, and said with a little contempt, "That's because you are short-sighted. Today, I will let you see the top skills that have been passed down in my Great Snow Mountain. The Ice Demon Invincible skill." Ice Demon Invincible skill. Mu Bai was slightly surprised. He had heard of this martial art, a secret of the Great Snow Mountain. It was a pinnacle martial art with unique ice attributes. Even the legendary martial art of the Great Lane Temple, Tathagatapam, was only slightly inferior. It seems that there are some problems with the transmission. The Emperor Yu touched his chin and said softly to several wonking disciples around him. The building in front of him was obviously a building inside the gate of the Great Snow Mountain. It looked like the periphery of a formation. Hundreds of formations were slowly activated under the unique carving patterns of Beiyutsukung. And not far from the Emperor Yu, hundreds of Dashua Mountain disciples were hastily perfecting the formation. There was indeed a problem with the transmission. The Emperor Yu and others had already come directly to the interior of the Great Snow Mountain. It's too coincidental. With a casual finger, countless evil ghosts under the Emperor Yu's robe swarmed out. The disciples who were arranging and perfecting the mountain gate formation not far away only heard the evil ghosts roaring. The next moment, their heads and bodies were separated. Ghost shadows, ghost babies, ghost mothers, and other evil ghosts born from the mythical ghost fruit started a killing spree. The bloody degree even made the eyelids of several wonking disciples, who were traveling with them, twitch wildly. The ghost baby was agile, and it ate the heads of several Snow Mountain disciples, who were in the Star Master realm, before rolling over. The prey that was bitten was as gorgeous as the bright red flowers of the other shore blooming in the underworld. The ghost shadow killed people silently. When facing the 2 Star Wheel Realm disciples, it immediately merged into the shadow, and instantly destroyed the reflections of the 2 Star Wheel Realm disciples on the ground when they were stunned. When the shadow was injured, the bodies of the 2 people suddenly shattered. Relatively speaking, the ghost mother was undoubtedly the most terrifying among all the ghosts. She spit out countless tiny ghost insects with a big belly. Those dense ghost insects devoured the formations that were being perfected like a whirlwind. All the Snow Mountain disciples, who wanted to protect the formations along the way, were not spared. And they were swept away by the ghost insects without even a dry bone left. In a trance, the Snow Mountain sect was like a purgatory on earth. The Yu Emperor, who had killed all the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain, was now walking towards the depths of the mountain gate with great force. It was obviously abnormal that no Sunwheel Realm expert had taken action in such a big commotion. Unless those Sunwheel Realm experts were not in the Great Snow Mountain. The Yu Emperor, who was carrying all the evil spirits, destroyed all the enemies and buildings along the way recklessly. Just when he was about to step into the core area of the Great Snow Mountain gate, the Yu Emperor suddenly retreated hundreds of steps, and his original leisurely and comfortable expression disappeared. It was just because at this moment, an old man with a pipe in his mouth was squatting in the porch, and he smiled at him while puffing out smoke. It was a Sunwheel Realm expert. The startled Yu Emperor naturally would not risk going deeper. He put away the evil spirits around him, and stood thousands of meters away with his hands forming seals. The next moment, a magnificent map of mountains and rivers flashed in his eyes, with natural double pupils. And in the middle of that scene was a cold and eerie ghost town. This scene was the first time that the Yu Emperor opened the Fengdu Ghost King body. Under the ghostly aura, the figure of the Ghost Emperor became more mysterious and strange. Under his control, Fengdu gradually opened the closed city gates, and millions of ghosts from the underworld flooded the sky like a tide. The old man sitting on the doorstep saw this scene, and naturally guessed the identity of the young man. The body of the Ghost King of Fengdu is really evil. It seems that you are the Ghost Emperor of the Royal Court. This Royal Court army corresponds to my Great Snow Mountain. I thought that Zizai Tian must have been attacked by that old swordsman from the East region. What a pity. A puff of turbid smoke slowly dissipated. Seeing that the other party had no intention of attacking, His thoughts and his heart undoubtedly became more determined. This person was just bluffing. Why don't you surrender? Old man? It's better than being hurt by the sword. The voice of the Emperor Yu was very calm. But it was obviously too arrogant to want a strong man in the Sun Wheel realm to surrender. Have you heard of candles? The candlelight illuminates others and burns itself. The illuminated people will remember him. In this way, isn't this also considered eternal life? After crushing the pipe, the old man slowly stood up. Seeing that Emperor Yu had no intention of leaving, his feet moved slightly. The next moment, the piercing ice froze the entire upper area of the Great Snow Mountain sect at an astonishing speed. The Emperor Yu was shocked and immediately activated the 8-9 Mysterious Art. The mysterious 8-9 Mysterious Art with its terrifying power of ingenuity allowed him to resist the first wave of freezing. But when Emperor Yu looked up, he saw that his Fingdu had been temporarily frozen. The opponent hadn't really made a move yet, but he had to activate the 8-9 Mysterious Art to save his life. Seeing this, Emperor Yu naturally had no intention of fighting with the opponent. Perhaps he could withstand the attack of the Sun Wheel Realm Strongman with these abilities plus the Ghost Fruit. But that was meaningless. Here it comes. The old man who didn't make a move slowly looked at the sky. Emperor Yu was about to retreat when he was surprised to find that a familiar breath was coming. It was the Greedy Wolf Star Lord and the other 4 Star Lords. You are really rare guests. Ziwei Star Lord and Greedy Wolf Star Lord. People of your level can actually come to the North Territory. It seems that the North Territory is really in danger. If I were still young, I would definitely kill the Zhongzhou King Court and destroy your 10,000 years of foundation. The arrival of the 5-star lords was no longer a matter of whether they could escape. The only Sun Wheel Realm strongman left behind in the Great Snow Mountain had a trace of relief in his eyes. Ziwei Star Lord, who broke through hundreds of formations, found a problem the first time he entered here. That is, the elites of the Great Snow Mountain and several peak Sun Wheel Realm masters were not here. So their only place to go could only be one place. The tomb of the immortal god Emperor. Mo Qianqiu. You are also a figure. You are also at the peak of the Sun Wheel Realm. Today, I will give you a chance to struggle. After realizing the thoughts of the forces in the Northern Territory, Ziwei Star Lord also took action directly, without giving the other party a chance to delay time. Ziwei Star Lord's mind moved. There was no fancy devil fruit or other abilities, but he condensed the Sun Wheel Realm Dharma on his head. A palm push brought the mountains to collapse and the ground to crack. The entire Great Snow Mountain vein was broken. The magnificent Great Snow Mountain sect was forcibly defeated by this palm. During the turmoil of the mountains and rivers, the Nether Emperor also saw the means of the top Sun Wheel Realm for the first time. What does it have to do with you if a thought of heaven and H.L. destroys you? Under this extreme pressure, the old man in the Great Snow Mountain also smiled in relief. And then the temperature around him continued to drop. When the temperature dropped to the point where time was almost frozen, he used both hands to clench his fists, and his fighting spirit tilted between heaven and earth. Frozen extreme cold. Freeze the world. The Ice Demon Invincible skill was activated. The Ziwei Star Lord, with a normal expression, pressed the stars with one hand, and the incomprehensible power flattened all the matter in the space and descended on the Great Snow Mountain in the most domineering manner. Purple and white energy fluctuations intertwined, and after a shock that caused the entire Great Snow Mountain range, the old man in front of the Ziwei Star Lord had disappeared, and in the pit tens of thousands of meters in front of him, a golden skeleton shone brightly. Seeing this scene, the Yu Emperor was also stunned. He naturally knew that the gap between the Sun Wheel Realm powerhouses was like the difference between clouds and mud. But he never expected that the gap between the top Sun Wheel Realm powerhouses and the old Sun Wheel Realm powerhouses in the world would be so big. It's like the difference between immortals and mortals. The sound of the collapse of the Great Snow Mountain sect was heard by Luo Han and Mu Bai, who were far away on the first defense line. Luo Han, who was about to activate the Ice Demon Invincible Art, changed his expression slightly. What a Wang Ting. He actually sneaked into my Great Snow Mountain sect quietly. Mu Bai, wait for me. Luo Han suddenly turned into an ice dragon and flew straight to the distance. The direction he left must not be the location of the Great Snow Mountain. Mu Bai was a little speechless and thought that the other party would fight to the death. But who would have thought that he would run away directly? Mu Bai, who wanted to chase after him, recalled the previous instructions of the Star Lord and did not act rashly. He moved quickly to the explosion site of the Great Snow Mountain. When he arrived at the scene, his eyebrows and eyes were twitching wildly. The horrible scene in front of him was obviously the appearance of a great man in the Sun Wheel Realm. When Ziwei Star Lord saw that the wanting army behind Mu Bai was also coming one after another, he said in a deep voice, "The Great Snow Mountain sect is only a SHL left. I'm afraid that their main force in the Great Snow Mountain is at the mausoleum of the immortal God Emperor. I will go first, and you will follow me later." After looking at Mu Bai and the wanting disciples present, Ziwei Star Lord's figure had disappeared from the spot, and the other 4 Star Lords obviously had a trace of sorrow, and immediately followed Ziwei Star Lord and left without caring about the end of the game here. Ding dong. The main task is started. The survival of the Northern Territory. Task 1. The Loyal Guardian of the Northern Territory. Try to prevent the outside enemies from invading the Northern Territory, and calculate the points according to the host's repelling of the enemy, and the degree of protection of the Northern Territory. Points can be exchanged for devouring points 1:1. After the task is completed, even if the task fails, you can get 3 random magical powers. This kind of task is tantamount to seeking death. You must know that the 4 major domains are attacking the Northern Territory at the same time. Unless the God Emperor is alive, no one in the world can stop such a torrent of the times. Under the general trend, those forces that cling to the reputation of the Northern Territory may only become cannon fodder. Task 2. Crusaders. Try to help the invaders invade the North Territory, and calculate points based on the host's ability to repel the people in the North Territory, and the degree of destruction of the North Territory. Points can be exchanged for devouring points at a 1:1 ratio. After the mission is completed, if the mission fails, all points earned by the host in this event will be deducted in reverse. If the host's points, devouring points, are not enough, the devouring points will be deducted to a negative state. Task 3. People outside the world. Do not interfere in the competition between the 2 forces. After accepting the mission, the host will passively break away from the relationship with all forces. After completing the mission, the host will obtain the passive skill Sober Person. Sober Person will obtain 20% of the talent for cultivation and 10% of the talent for divine body cultivation. Attention! The current 3 options will change the future of the current world and the fate of the host. Choose carefully. After hearing the last prompt of the system, Mu Bai was also a little surprised. The 3 options seemed to have 3 ways out. But in fact, judging from the current situation, if Mu Bai chose Task 1 or Task 3, he would probably die without a burial place. This is not a multiple choice question, but a single choice question. In this case, the last prompt of the system made him a little worried. After all, the eternal system would not say nonsense without any purpose. I have no choice. With a sinking heart, Mu Bai directly chose the second task. It was a general trend for the whole world to attack the North Territory, just like the wheel mark of history that could not be changed. Before he had the ability to create a general trend, he had to follow the general trend to achieve his own goals. What are you thinking about? I heard that you fought with Luo Han, the ice dragon of the Great Snow Mountain? Sima Ning, who came quickly from the other direction, looked hurried, and was obviously in a hurry. Indeed, they fought, but he left directly after hearing the sound of the Great Snow Mountain. There was no need to hide this kind of question. After Mu Bai finished speaking, he looked at the Yudi, who was leaving not far away, and suddenly called him. After being called by Mu Bai, Yudi was obviously a little strange. He and the other party were not brothers who loved each other in the sect. Did the other party call him to kowtow and admit his mistakes? What's the matter? It's not a big deal. I'm just curious about why the Netherworld hard method that senior brother spread in the northern borderland is somewhat similar to the Great Snow Mountain stunt used by Luo Han. Is senior brother an undercover? Mu Bai said the most outrageous words with a smile. However, this is not a false accusation against anyone. The Ice Demon Invincible skill used by Luo Han does have the shadow of the Netherworld hard method. In the past, the Nether Emperor would not have taken up this topic because it was unnecessary. But at this moment, he did explain it. The Ice Demon Unbeaten art is mysterious and unpredictable. How can the Netherworld hard art be compared with it? You said that the two are similar, which only means that your attainments in the Ian Cold attribute art are too shallow. If you can listen to my advice, you'd better study this kind of Ian Cold art carefully after returning to the sect. It's better to do this than to be trampled under my Ghost King body in the future. Mu Bai grinned and didn't feel offended. Instead, he said with some teaching, Junior brother must remember what you said. In the future, I will definitely destroy your bright future with my own hands. I just hope that you won't resent me when you die. Such a friendly and respectful conversation made Sima Ning's beautiful face smile. This is right. The confrontation between the wanting factions is what she wants to see most at this moment. Fight and fight. It's best to lose both sides. Unfortunately, after the brief conflict, the two men did not follow up, and the fight she expected did not happen. The large troops that were teleported also arrived one after another, and the three of them followed the large troops to the tomb of the immortal god emperor. On the way, they occasionally encountered counterattack forces organized by various places, and some remnants of the Great Snow Mountain. Unfortunately, they were too few in number to form an effective resistance force. The people in the royal court, who killed the enemy, did not have much joy on their faces. After all, the more desperate the entire northern territory was, the crazier the besieged beast would be. The real prelude to the war was at the emperor's mausoleum. If other overlord sects also set up an empty city plan like the Great Snow Mountain, then there is basically no need to guess that the great powers of the entire northern territory must have gathered near the emperor's mausoleum. The fight between the top Sun Will Realm peak powerhouses, the survival of the forces that have been passed down for tens of thousands of years, is all there. The snow in the northern territory is very cold. Even cultivators who live in cold areas all year round are unlikely to be able to withstand this kind of cold. The closer to the extreme north, the more biting cold it will be. There is only one overlord level force in the northernmost part of the entire northern territory. That is Zization. Zization is taken from the name of the local gods in ancient times. Zization means an eagle with spread wings in the language of the northern territory, and also has the implication of endlessness. Wealth is endless, power is supreme, and life is endless. This is the deep meaning of the three words Zization in the northern territory. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Chanshung god emperor created the Zization sect here. As time passed, the glory of Zization no longer existed, and the three blessings on behalf of Zization have long been forgotten. In the heavy snow, more than a dozen Sun Will Realm strongmen crossed in front of the emperor's mausoleum of the Chanshung god emperor, including many high-level people from the Great Snow Mountain. The most elite forces in the entire northern territory are all here, and the final hope of a comeback is also here. The leaders of the major sects in the northern territory are not fools. With the power of the northern territory alone, they will surely lose to the Central Plains, not to mention the two regions. Since they cannot win in conventional battles, they will naturally find another way. Zization Chief High Priest Chang Konghai looked at the more than 10 old and frail Northern Territory strongmen beside him, and couldn't help but sigh. Some of you are the young generation who showed great power in the last Shira God Emperor era. Now your lifespan is coming to an end, and the Northern Territory is in danger. I summoned everyone here today with the last hope that the tomb of the Chanshung God Emperor will help us. Everyone, open the Emperor's tomb together. Just open a small part of it, and it will be enough to collect the blessing liquid that makes us immortal. Blessing liquid? Hee hee. That is clearly the flesh and blood of the Chanshung God Emperor's generals. The old monsters, who have lived for tens of thousands of years, knew what Changkonghai meant. Even if they were transformed into immortals, they could not say it so vulgarly. The Emperor's mausoleum of the immortal God Emperor blessed the Northern Territory and blessed this liquid. This was in line with the teachings of Zization. The elites of the major sects gathered here. After seeing the long-prepared cracking formation gradually disintegrate the surface seal of the Emperor's mausoleum of the immortal God Emperor, they also talked about it. Although a few people were worried, most people were still excited. After all, being able to obtain an ability that was close to immortality was the dream of many people. In front of the crowded Emperor's mausoleum, more than a dozen peak Sun Will Realm elders attacked at the same time. At the same time as the surface seal of the Emperor's mausoleum was cracked, more than a dozen strong star energies had already impacted the eastern corner of the Emperor's mausoleum. Go, Xiao Mo. After Changkonghai called out in a low voice, a deformed boy limped out of the crowd, facing the deep seal of the Imperial mausoleum that was difficult to shake even for the strong. He was not nervous at all. After passing the energy shock, he pressed on the surface of the Imperial mausoleum with one hand. The fruit power that has been cultivated to awakening for many years has burst out with real strength at this moment. As a superhuman Jejia fruit ability user, he can remove any toxins and seals in the world. And after the fruit awakens, this removal ability has doubled exponentially. The boy called Xiao Mo forcibly urged all the fruit power in his body. The extreme removal ability combined with the power of more than a dozen stars behind him is gradually opening the edge of the Imperial mausoleum. Changkonghai, with a fiery look, came to Xiao Mo and slapped him down with one palm. Xiao Mo, who was a little weak, immediately felt energetic. Thank you, Master. I have a little. Soon Xiao Mo felt something was wrong. All his fruit power was still being released in an extreme way. This release will drain his life very quickly. But at this moment, the control of his body was not in his hands, but in the hands of the person behind him. Chong Kong Hai sighed indifferently. Your fruit awakening power is still not enough. Some fruits can actually burst out more abnormal power after awakening. For example, the second ability user of the Operation Fruit can sacrifice his own life in exchange for the eternal life of others. The same is true for your Jie fruit. Chong Kong Hai, who had a devilish voice, had just finished speaking when he had blasted Xiao Mo's head directly into the tomb of the immortal God Emperor. Chong Kong Hai knew from the beginning that he could not break the deep seal of the God Emperor's mausoleum with the power of all people in the Northern Territory. After all, this was the tomb that the immortal God Emperor personally arranged back then. Only the God Emperor could break the mausoleum arranged with the power of the God Emperor. He guessed that something must have gone wrong when the immortal God Emperor used the longevity fruit to conduct immortality experiments on his subordinates, which led to the immortal God Emperor building a mausoleum in his own name to imprison those unparalleled warriors who accompanied him in the battles. It's a pity that you missed a step. Immortal God Emperor. When the Jie fruit awakens, its ability will release unlimited release ability before death. Even the Imperial Mausoleum arranged by you with the power of the God Emperor cannot stop it. The smiling Chong Kong Hai slightly crushed Xiao Mo into mincemeat. And before he died, a dazzling green light also exploded on the entire Imperial Mausoleum. The shocking energy beam in the vibrating space pierced the sky. The dozen old men retreated dozens of steps and stopped at the same time. Open! Open! The tomb of the immortal God Emperor is actually open. No! This crack. How come it looks like it's going to split open completely? The cracks that spread throughout the entire mausoleum of the God Emperor gradually extended, under the influence of the ability of the Jie fruit user at the moment of death. The traces of the shattering of the mausoleum of Noda could not be stopped at all. In a few moments, the mausoleum that was originally covered with snow had already appeared in front of everyone. The dark mausoleum was bottomless, and it seemed that there was something unknown hidden in it. Everyone stay here for a while. I will go in here and take the blessing liquid. After saying that, Chang Qinghai had already entered the dark mausoleum in an instant without waiting for others to say anything. Bei Quangren, who was watching the scene next to him coldly in his Zixing camp, shook his head without comment. His rough skin and long blue hair made him even more unique. With a height of nearly 2 meters, he can give people a strong sense of oppression just by standing there. What's more important is that he once defeated Qianmingzi and Yudi in the 5-domain youth martial arts conference 10 years ago. With his unrivaled fighting power, he was called the world's #1 genius. Master uses the North Territory as a chess piece. How bold. Bei Quangren was disdainful, but also somewhat admired. After all, being able to fool the old antiques of the entire North Territory is also a very strong ability. Several Peak Sun Will Realm elders were immediately puzzled when they saw Chong Kong Hai go in alone. Some people followed Chong Kong Hai and jumped into the dark Imperial Mausoleum regardless of other people's dissuasion. Don't panic. We just need to wait for Chong Kong Hai to come out and ask him for it. If he doesn't want to give it, can he still challenge all of us alone? Others couldn't help but think deeply after hearing this. There was indeed nothing wrong with doing so. Let him bear the danger in the Imperial Mausoleum. But the benefits must be shared. Just as everyone in the North Territory was discussing, a 100-meter-long sword fell from the direction of the rising sun in the east. The sword energy fluctuations caused by it made even the strong men in the Sun Wheel realm feel terrified. And what excited everyone's hearts even more was its sword intent. One finger cut off Kanglin. The immortal stroked the top of the head. He shook Kunlun with his hands. The sword immortal kneels. The sword energy rolls the dragon wall. 2 sleeves of green snakes. The sword opens the gate of heaven. 1 sleeve of green dragon. The sword can travel 96,000 miles. There is only one person in the world who has such a powerful sword energy. Looking back at the ancient times, no one can match him in swordsmanship. I ride the sword and the wind to eliminate demons in the world. I am happy with wine. And I am crazy without wine. I drink all the rivers and swallow the sun and the moon. I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. I am the wine and sword immortal. A powerful voice was vented wantonly on the land of the North region. Looking up at the green dragon worship in the eastern sky, a middle-aged Taoist priest in a white robe came with a contemporary divine sword Tian Dao. Needless to say, those who are knowledgeable can recognize this earth-shaking Taoist priest. Dong Ling, the contemporary leader of the Qingdi sect in the east region. One sword brings life. One sword brings death. One sword brings one thought. And without thought one dies. The sword art of life and death is indeed worthy of its reputation. Even though we haven't really made a move yet. We are already overwhelmed with emotion. I just don't know why the peerless swordsman from the East region wants to come to our North region. Seeing someone asking, Qian Mingzi, who was standing behind his master, refuted loudly, the North region has no way. And the world can gather and attack it. If the Imperial Tomb releases chaos in the world, not to mention the entire North region, even the whole world will be buried with it. Dong Ling sighed slightly. With his divine sense, he had already noticed that the Imperial Tomb of the Changsheng God Emperor was destroyed even from such a distance. Needless to say, they have broken the seal of the Imperial Tomb. And it is only a matter of time before the undead appear. Dong Ling's swordsman jumped to the dome, facing more than a dozen elderly Sun Wheel Realm Peak Realm Masters. He was not afraid at all. He swung the heavenly Dao Long sword in his hand, and the dazzling sword light rushed up, like a gorgeous silver dragon, as if it was about to connect with the sky in the sky. A dozen old monsters from the Northern Territory worked together to block him. But although the power of his attack was dissipated by 70%, several of them were still half kneeling on the ground due to exhaustion. Dong Ling can be regarded as one of the top 3 in the world in terms of combat power alone. Even these old men who are at the peak of the Sun Wheel Realm find it difficult to resist such a person. In a battle of this level, those who are at the early stage of the Sun Wheel Realm or the peak of the Moon Wheel Realm are even more powerless to intervene. When the Northern Madman saw Qian Kunzi, he laughed loudly and said, Qian Kunzi, you are finally here. Let me see how much you have improved over the years. The crazy Bei Quangren roared past. As he flew out, countless magma emerged from the surface and wrapped around his body. Seeing that the person coming was Bei Quangren, Qian Kunzi also smiled faintly. And then his figure turned and moved, using his hand as a sword to cut towards the space in front of him. The layers of air waves that were cut were extremely spectacular. When the slashing air waves collided with the lava attack, the figures of the two seemed to be accelerated and kept colliding with each other. The blue and red figures burst out with terrifying energy fluctuations. In just a few moments, the two had fought for more than thousands of moves. Ziwei Star Ju. Tan Lang Xingpa. 2 meteor-like lights fell beside the Imperial Mausoleum. Under the Ziwei Star Ju, the power of tens of thousands of Ziwei stars was unparalleled on the surface. The purple continuous traction and the illusory stars that burst out with the intention of killing. Tens of thousands of elites in the Northern Territory were wiped out. And the Tan Lang Xingpa was even more ruthless. A lone wolf star fell to the ground, and then the mountains were wiped out with a wolf's roar. The remaining light and shadow of the greedy wolf took away all the living beings around like the god of death. It's the greedy wolf star lord and the purple star lord of the royal court. When someone in the Northern Territory recognized them, their arrogance was immediately reduced by half. The 3 top Sun Wheel Realm Masters in the world joined forces, and no one except the God Emperor could defeat them. But before the people in the Northern Territory could be shocked, 2 waves of teams arrived in the south. The 4-domain army that covered the sky and the sun gradually gathered. In this situation, even the stupidest people knew that the situation in the Northern Territory was over. When Mu Bai and others arrived, the scene in front of them was undoubtedly extremely shocking. The sky was already in chaos. Obviously, those peak Sun Wheel Realm Masters had already started fighting. And on the surface, groups of practitioners were fighting each other, and various devil fruits were endless. The most eye-catching one was a duel between a man dressed as a Taoist priest in green and a tough man who controlled magma. The 2 sides fought fiercely, and even if they were far away, they could be affected by the aftermath of the battle. It's him. When Emperor Yu saw Quangren Bei, he immediately turned into a ghostly shadow and approached him. He could still remember the humiliation he suffered when he was defeated by Quangren Bei. Now that the northern region was about to fall, Emperor Yu wanted to sacrifice his head. Qian Kunzi was obviously unhappy to see Emperor Yu intervene. But Quangren Bei laughed loudly and said, "It's a good thing that you, the ghost, are still alive. Qian Kunzi and Emperor Yu, come together. It's just right for you to see the supreme power of my purgatory crimson body and the awakened natural fruit." The raging lava expanded vigorously. Quangren Bei, whose whole body was immersed in the magma, was like a glowing god who used brute force to repel Qian Kunzi and Emperor Yu at the same time. The natural fruit is actually awakened? Emperor Yu also showed a little surprise in his eyes. You know, the other party's natural magma fruit is a well-known awakening difficulty. Unexpectedly, in a few years, Quangren Bei not only promoted to the peak of the Moon Wheel Realm, but even the fruit was awakened. Although this Purgatory Crimson Divine Body ranks in the top 10 on the Divine Body ranking, this Divine Body that is extremely dependent on magma combined with the magma fruit of the Northern Madman simply makes up for its shortcomings. The combination of the two makes this flawed divine body comparable to the top divine body of the time. Qianku endowed body. Yin and Yang reversal. Tian Gang slash. Qian Kunzi's figure merged into the Yin and Yang Bagua diagram. And the two words Yin and Yang merged into the slash without any disturbance, forming a peerless slash across the sky and earth. This slash showed a thrilling destructive power under the influence of his superhuman cutting fruit. One sword and everything falls. The Dark Emperor did not hide his weakness. He had wanted to kill this Northern Territory madman for many years. And now he had the chance. How could he miss it? Northern Madman. Now it's time to try my Fengdu Ghost King body. Ghost City open. The Fengdu Ghost King body is not an ordinary divine body, but a truly top-level divine body. Unlike Mubai's a desolate prison body, which increases the strength of the physical body to the limit. The Fengdu Ghost King body has the ability to directly communicate with the Fengdu Ghost City. The endless evil ghosts in Fengdu City are also his weapons. These evil ghosts will feed back to the scale of Fengdu Ghost City when they take lives. Under such a positive cycle, the Fengdu City controlled by the Emperor Yu is already towering into the clouds, which is enough to shock people even in that illusory space. The deep and ancient Fengdu slowly opened, and countless evil ghosts and lonely souls drilled out of the city gate. The ghosts roared and obeyed the control of the Emperor Yu. At this moment, he is no longer the third son of God born with double pupils in the royal court, but the supreme ghost lord of the king of all ghosts. Northern Madman, do you dare to take my move? As soon as the voice fell, the Emperor of Hell had already released endless evil spirits. The people of the Northern Territory, who were in a fierce battle nearby, seemed to be infected by the evil spirits, and turned around with bloodshot eyes to fight their companions. For a moment, the whole situation became chaotic. The Emperor of Hell, who was standing on the sea of ghosts, surrounded the Northern Madman with a group of evil spirits with a cold face. The evil spirits were watching, and the inner demons were moving. However, the double pressure on the body and mind did not make the Northern Madman afraid. On the contrary, he was very excited now. He even showed a happy smile on his face. Such a perverted scene made even Mubai speechless from a distance. However, he had to admit that this Northern Madman was indeed extraordinary. According to his observation, the energy fluctuations in the other party's body were no weaker than those of ordinary Sun Will Realm strongmen. Are you crazy? The Emperor of Hell, who was born with double pupils, ridiculed the other party and waved his hands down. Millions of evil ghosts drilled into Bei Kuang Ren's body at the same time. Such a scene was indeed shocking. Even Qian Kunzi, who was watching the battle nearby, was slightly surprised. You should know that although Wang Tinjiudi had a deep attainment in Fengdu Ghost King body, he was far from reaching this level. Now, after not seeing each other for a few years, it is unexpected that the opponent's top divine body has grown to such an amazing level. Bei Kuang Ren's body, which was bitten by the ghosts, burst into lava. The next moment, the whole space was turned into magma, and the ghosts in the magma-turned space were blown out like ashes. The hot magma quickly spread to the surrounding ground with Bei Kuang Ren as the center. In just 5 moments, the air was full of the smell of sulfur. The magma is so strong and masculine that it can restrain my ordinary ghosts. But what's going on with this magma world that is spreading continuously? After feeling the hot magma flow under his feet, the Emperor Yu turned into a shadow and quickly moved away from this place. All the Northern Territory warriors, or the expeditionary army, who didn't have time to escape were melted under the magma. This snowy area seemed to be cast with magic, and the magma had no tendency to stop at all. The soil was transformed into magma. The trees were transformed into magma. The stones were transformed into magma. Even the practitioners, who were screaming because of being melted, were transformed into magma. In this unstoppable magma kingdom, Emperor Yu could attack Bei Kuang Ren no matter how many ordinary ghosts he had. The other party's extraordinary ability really suppressed part of his divine body ability. After cursing in his heart, Emperor Yu had to follow Qian Kunzi to retreat to the periphery of the magma. Mu Bai's pupil shrank slightly during the chaotic fight. Upon seeing this, the powerful Northern Territory Star Lord next to him immediately activated the ability of the glue fruit and wanted to launch a sneak attack when he was unprepared. Unfortunately, Mu Bai was doing 2 things at the same time. While observing the battle situation of Bei Kuang Ren and others, he stretched out a hand to condense a vibrating ball cover and shock the attacker to death. The natural fruit awakens. But it seems a little different. The natural fruit awakening has not actually appeared in the original One Piece, But the three natural Navy admirals are suspected to have awakened the natural fruit. In the original battle between Luffy and Mingo, Mingo used the power of the devil fruit awakening for the first time. And after Mingo awakened the fruit, he was able to assimilate the surrounding buildings into things related to his own fruit. When competing for the qualification of the Navy Admiral, Akainu and Aokiji fought on the ice and Fire Island for 10 days and 10 nights. Judging from the number of days of fighting, the scale of the battle can be said to be very large. The former Ice and Fire Island was called Punk Hazard Island, which was a normal island. But since Akainu and Aokiji fought for 10 days and 10 nights, the climate of Punk Hazard Island has changed. So to some extent, the original One Piece has shown some characteristics of the awakening of the natural fruit. Once the natural fruit awakens, it is very likely to change the main combat field and echo the effect of their fruit elements. After the natural flash fruit is awakened, the user can permanently transform the area into a light area. After the natural magma fruit is awakened, the user can permanently change the local geological structure and turn it into a volcanic area forever. This is the only description in the original work that Mubai knows that can explain the ability of the awakened natural fruit. However, the main world is different from the modified version of the Blue Star world or the original world of One Piece. In the main world, the devil fruit has more extreme abilities. For example, because the upper limit of the fruit ability is unlocked, the mythical devil fruit appears in the main world. This kind of perverted level fruit that is almost superimposed with multiple devil fruits beyond the ordinary is also an extension of the awakening of ordinary devil fruits to some extent. For example, the mythical beast phoenix fruit, the natural flame fruit, the superhuman feather fruit, the superhuman flying fruit, etc. The superimposed fruit abilities become the mythical fire phoenix fruit. As the person who knows the most about devil fruits, Mubai suspects that the awakened natural magma fruit in Baekwaran's body has undergone a qualitative change, creating magma out of thin air and converting any material into magma. This almost godlike ability is no longer a natural force. Rather than calling it a natural system, it is better to call it a myth system. The hot lava burned the sky, and the northern madman standing in the lava stepped on the lava-cast stairs and approached the Emperor Yu and Qian Mingzi step by step. This scene really made people's blood boil. This kind of heat is still the kind that can kill people. Some people thought that this lava was ordinary magma in nature and didn't care about it. But once they stepped on it, their flesh and blood dissolved in the next second. Such a terrifying scene was naturally visible to both sides of the war. The battlefield in the east was considered to be a truce for a while. The lava zone cut off the Northern Territory warriors and the Crusade Coalition forces, and both sides breathed a sigh of relief. However, some Northern Territory warriors behind the Northern Madman were a little indignant. Just now, the Madman actually attacked directly without caring about the Northern Territory warriors at all. Such behavior was simply insane. Kwang Renbei, are you crazy? Get out of this lava zone quickly. Don't shout. He's holding on in the front. It's a good opportunity for us to go and support the others. Hack, you crazy Bei. You just scalded my brother, the Northern Territory Eagle, to death. You bastard. Just as everyone was getting excited, a dragon roar came from the sky in the distance. Mubai felt familiar with the sound and thought of Luo Han, the chief disciple of the Great Snow Mountain. Didn't the other party run away? Why did he come to the tomb of the immortal god emperor? Where are the disciples and elders of the Great Snow Mountain? Our homes were all destroyed by Wang Ting Mubai. I'm not worthy of being a disciple of the Great Snow Mountain if I don't avenge this. The Ice Dragon wanted to name the people below one by one during the roar. But after seeing the Yu Emperor and the more famous Qian Kuan-zi, he felt depressed and changed his target to criticize Mubai. This Luo Han of the Great Snow Mountain is quite talented. The ancients had the reputation of being able to write a poem in 7 steps. But Luo Han used 7 consecutive sentences of slander to directly draw the anger of the elite disciples and elders of the Great Snow Mountain to Mubai. Sitting on a stone pier not far away and wanting to watch the century-long battle of the 3 geniuses, he pointed at himself helplessly and said, Luo Han, you are too good at spreading rumors. Do you have the courage to come over and fight me directly? Mubai, who said this casually, obviously didn't expect that someone would take it seriously. Is this Mubai really as fierce as you said? Luo Han. The eyes of the Northern Madman standing in the magma zone, looking at Mubai, seemed to have changed. Luo Han saw that this madman from Zizai Tian was actually interested in Mubai and immediately told him the detailed information he had just collected about Mubai. What a mature young man. who broke into a desperate situation with no chance of survival alone in his teens, and finally obtained a magical skill. Or attained a mythical devil fruit in his youth, and became famous all over the world. Or killed barbarians and aliens in front of the army to defend his homeland. Even Mu Bai's recently widely circulated record in the Black Prison became a feeling of eternal uniqueness in Luo Han's mouth. Mu Bai didn't care about being praised by others. But being praised by his enemies was a bit abstract. He didn't expect that Luo Han was actually such a funny person. Really? The Northern Madman was somewhat interested. Absolutely true. If you don't believe it, you can test that Mu Bai kid yourself. Luo Han exaggerated. Not to mention the entire Crusade Alliance was excited. Even the people in the Northern Territory were a little numb. There were so many top-level geniuses coming to deal with the Northern Territory. Could it be that the destiny is really not in the Northern Territory? Little Yudi, Xianku and Nyobi, what do you think of Mu Bai's strength? After stroking the stubble on his chin, the tall Northern Madman pointed at Mu Bai and asked the two mortal enemies not far away. Knowing Mu Bai's thoughts, the Northern Emperor sneered, "My junior brother Mu Bai is unparalleled in the world. Not to mention me. Even the top 5 on the contemporary genius list can't join forces to defeat him." Although Qiang Kunzi didn't know Mu Bai, he still appreciated some of the rumors about Mu Bai. "I also think that brother Mu Bai is one of the top geniuses in the world. Maybe if he grows up a bit more, he will become the top of the genius list." After saying this, Xian Mingzi smiled at Mu Bai kindly. He was born to like to see perfect things. Mu Bai's heroic appearance made him want to make friends with him. The conversation between these people can be said to be extremely awkward. The entire western battlefield was playing out a bloody battle, while the eastern battlefield seemed to be chatting about heroes over wine. Under the praises of the enemy, and the good senior brother, Emperor Yu, and the passerby, Qian Kunzi, Mu Bai finally couldn't hold it anymore. He just wanted to fish in troubled waters, in the back row, and watch the battle carefully to see the fighting level and fighting style of the contemporary top genius. He didn't think of making a big splash at this juncture. Everyone. Mu Bai, am just an ordinary disciple in the royal court. Please don't flatter me anymore. Whether it's true or not, we'll know after a try. The figure of Bei Quangren, who was excited in his tone, suddenly disappeared. Immediately, at a speed that surpassed everyone else, he had already blasted a lava fist towards half of Mu Bai's head. Bei Quangren's speed was too fast. The ordinary natural elementalization seemed to be upgraded and strengthened into a top-level combat capability in his hands. Under the light red lava sparks, the fist could not dodge at all. Mu Bai cursed those old six who flattered him in his heart. And at the same time, how could they let Bei Quangren succeed? The second level of the 8 desolate prison body was opened. The Xinjian fruit was activated. After the explosion of the divine body, Mu Bai's physical strength increased by more than 10 times, and directly turned into a humanoid monster like a small mountain. He looked much more shocking than Bei Quangren. His powerful fists blasted towards the opponent's hot lava fist like a storm. At the same time, Mu Bai did not dare to be careless, and instantly activated the terrifying power of the 5th level Domineering Color Domineering, the Tremor fruit, the 5th level of the Domineering Hockey, plus the 2nd level of the 8 desolate prison body. The 3 abilities condensed together, and merged into Mu Bai's vibrating iron fist. Domineering. Kill the heaven. The overwhelming spirit overturned the earth. The ultimate Domineering Hockey exploded on the spot. Bei Quangren, who just wanted to test it casually, did not expect that this young man who looked less than 30 years old actually had such a terrifying reaction speed. In a moment, he was hit by Mu Bai's punches several times in a row and retreated dozens of steps. This level of Domineering Hockey. The excited Bei Quangren slowly stood up and seemed to have not suffered any damage. This time it was Mu Bai who was puzzled. How could it be possible? A full-strength attack with nearly 70% of his strength could only push the opponent back dozens of steps? In terms of strength alone, Mu Bai was confident that he could crush the players in the middle stage of the Moonwheel realm. And this middle stage specifically refers to physical cultivation. If he went all out, he would be confident that he could arm wrestle with even the top horizontal training masters in the Moonwheel realm. But this Bei Quangren was too weird. Looking down at his smoking fists, Mu Bai suspected that if he kept in contact with the opponent's skin for a few more seconds, his fists would be dissolved. Others did not know the details of the fight between the two, but they saw that Mu Bai suddenly counterattacked and pushed back Bei Quangren, who was the champion of the world's first martial arts conference and ranked 2nd on the Tianjiao list. This was enough to shock people. After all, Bei Quangren is now nearly 90 years old. which is less than an infant in the Moonwheel realm. But compared with Mu Bai, who is more than 20 years old, he is also relatively old. It's really rare. You actually have the 8 desolate prison body that I want the most. It's really enviable. Unfortunately, you are still too weak. After looking at Mu Bai's divine body with admiration, he smiled and walked out of the magma area and said to the 3 people, Qian Kunzi of Qingdi sect, Wang Ting Yudi, Wang Ting Mu Bai. Although I am called a madman, I am more arrogant in my behavior. Today, the 3 of you will fight me at the same time. If I lose, I will voluntarily retire to the mountains and forests and never come out again. Mu Bai, with a frown on his face, has seen many arrogant people, but this is the first time he has seen a madman with such strength as the other party. Even so, he was a little shocked. The other party's words also concealed a meaning. That is, even if you 3 contemporary geniuses can really defeat me. The old genius, you can't kill me. I can come and go freely. Only I want to retire to the mountains and forests, and there is no possibility that you can kill me. Is the way of heaven like drawing a bow? The high ones are suppressed. The low ones are raised. The surplus ones are reduced. And the insufficient ones are supplemented. The way of heaven is to reduce the surplus and supplement the insufficient ones. The way of man is not the same. To reduce the insufficient ones in order to serve the surplus. Northern madman. Personal arrogance is too much. It is enough to deal with you and me. Why both of them? Qian Kunzi, who was standing on the yin-yang diagram, did not fight him seriously before. If he had used all his firepower, it would be hard to say who would win. The despised emperor, you said righteously? I don't care. But if you lose today, don't leave. Staying in my Fengdugo city and becoming one of the lonely ghosts is your final destination. Said this. But Emperor, you had other ideas in his heart. In this battle, he could have the opportunity to kill with a borrowed knife and use Northern Madman to kill Mu Bai. When Mu Bai, the only one left, was about to refuse, the prompt sound of the eternal system suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding dong. An emergency has been detected. If you defeat Bei Quangren, you will get 5 times the devouring points after the event ends. Stop talking. Let's do it. The 5-fold increase plus the devouring points reward that has been obtained. If all are completed perfectly, Mu Bai estimates that he will get a total of nearly 50,000 points. In this case, he can completely improve his combat power level by several levels again. I have no problem. But are you sure you don't want to rest for a while before fighting again? After hearing Mu Bai's words, Bei Quangren laughed loudly, his tone full of cheerfulness, as if the coalition forces that came to attack the atrocities of the Northern Territory were villains, and they were the upright people who were surrounded. On the other 3 battlefields, the Northern Territory had already begun to lose. But Bei Quangren didn't care. In front of the magma fire area, Bei Quangren, with magma flowing all over his body, gestured in the direction of the 3 people with amazing momentum. Why should I rest? Let me see what the top 3 geniuses on the contemporary divine body list are capable of. Today, I, Bei Quangren, will use your heads to help me get on the god and demon list. If there is anything that can clearly describe the peerless beauties in the world, it must be the Jade Bone list published by the Tianji Pavilion. If there is anything that can clearly describe the geniuses under the age of 100 in the world, it must be the contemporary Tianji list. But if there is any list that stands out from the rest, it must be the god and demon list, which records the top 100 peerless masters of the world. Some of them are late bloomers and have emerged in their twilight years. And some young geniuses have grown up to this day and are still gifted. These top 100 peerless masters in the main world are enough to change the rules of the entire main world. There are no ordinary people on the god and demon list. Among the billions of people, not even one person may have the opportunity to climb onto this list. The Sunwheel realm is the most basic qualification to enter the list. As soon as these words came out, Qian Kunzi tasted something. He changed his previous remarks about the duel, and instead whispered cautiously to the Yudi, who was walking over and standing beside him, "Be careful. I think he wants to use us as a whetstone to help him break through to the Sunwheel realm." Yudi and Mu Bai's hearts sank at the same time. If Bei Quangren, who was at the peak of the Moonwheel realm, really broke through to the Sunwheel realm, then the ordinary Sunwheel realm masters present would definitely not be his opponent. Looking at the Sunwheel realm peak battle in the sky that had not yet ended, and the outcome had not yet been decided, the 3 of them understood one thing. Today, we must quickly take down the Northern Madman. The young man holding a special telescope in the distant snowy mountains was a little amazed. He was not shocked by the arrogance of the northern madman, but by the speed of Mu Bai's improvement. When the other party fought with the northern madman just now, he could clearly see that Mu Bai did not use his full strength. What a variable person. After coming out of the black prison, it's like he has opened a cheat. Sometimes I even suspect that you are the one. The special material telescope gradually became clearer after injecting the observation color domineering. Jiang Shutian shifted his sight. After cracking some secrets of the Shura God Emperor in the black prison, he was even more curious about the Emperor's mausoleum of the immortal God Emperor. In the ancient text he cracked, the Shura God Emperor did enter the sealed Emperor's mausoleum of the immortal God Emperor, but he reinforced the original seal of the Emperor's mausoleum without hesitation after coming out. This is also the origin of the deep protective layer of the Emperor's mausoleum, with the blessing of 2 layers of the God Emperor's power. Only variables such as the fruit ability can find another way to crack the defense of the Emperor's mausoleum. It hasn't come out yet. It seems that the High Priest of Zizaition, Chongkong Hai, is not simply collecting some of the special liquid in his mouth. From the 5 treasure temples of Shura in the southern region, to the 3 Shura temples in the western region, to the ancient inscriptions in the black prison, the more Jiang Shutian experienced, the more he found that his original body was an extremely terrifying person. He seemed to have calculated the birth of his new consciousness and laid out the world more than 100,000 years ago to guide him to gradually know his memory. If the clues he left are correct, then Chongkong Hai probably has other purposes in trying to guide the entire northern region to open the Imperial Tomb. Thinking of this, he shifted his sights to the battlefield in the east. Compared with other places, the battle here is more cruel, bloody and fierce. Xianquan Daodi control yin and yang. Qian Kunzi, who was stepping on the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram, was dancing wildly, and the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram gradually gave birth to turbid airflows. These airflows gradually merged into Qian Kunzi's body under the running in and fusion of the yin-yang diagram. The space was clearly divided into black and white. At this moment, Qian Kunzi, holding the yin-yang sword, fled into the void like a ruthless supreme Taoist. Bei Quangren, who noticed the scene, laughed contemptuously and cursed the vegetarian Taoist priest in the east, and then his fists turned into lava dragons. The 2 dragons roared and leaped into the space. The whole sky was rapidly assimilated by the magma liquid. When it was about to be controlled by the magma element, the dense yin-yang diagrams were extended in the void like flowers in full bloom. When the magma fire was touched by the Tai Chi diagram, most of the magma actually emitted a sizzling sound, as if it was reversely transformed into water vapor. The assimilation of magma was also restricted by most of it. The transformation of yin and yang is the essence of the power of Qian Kun Dao body. Heavy yin must be yang. Heavy yang must be yin. Solitary yin cannot be born. Solitary yang cannot grow. And everything will come into being when yin and yang are combined. This is the way of heaven. Although Bei Quangren's magma fruit has infinite power after awakening, as long as it is extremely yang and extremely strong, Qian Kunzi can transform it into extremely yin and pure water in the yin-yang diagram. The same principle applies when Qian Kunzi encounters someone who is good at using water attributes. He can also transform his water attribute moves into fire. Qian Kunzi, stepping on the yin-yang diagram, flew in the air and approached Bei Quangren. After that, his fingers clicked like stars, and the void shook. Under the absolute cutting power of the cutting fruit, even the void could not form the first continuous and extremely soft fingering. The surrounding magma fire was blocked, and Bei Quangren was not angry but happy. It can actually restrain the fruit assimilation ability to a certain extent. In this case, you can try this trick. After saying that, Bei Quangren, whose body skin gradually disintegrated, gradually melted down, and after he turned into a pool of magma, it suddenly burst out like a hidden weapon rain pear blossom needle. Qian Kunzi, who was scattered in the sky, was obviously unable to carry out the yin-yang transformation in a targeted manner. He cut and slashed countless times with the yin-yang sword, but was dodged by the scattered magma liquid. Even if he was cut, the magma liquid was naturally reassembled. Fire domain world. Lava destroys the world. In the magma fragments, Bei Quangren suddenly passed Qian Kunzi and punched the Crusade Coalition behind him. Most of the spectators, who did not expect this scene, were killed or injured instantly. Many Xingluan realm could not even survive the aftermath of the fist explosion, even if there were strong men in the Yueluan realm who barely escaped and wanted to fight back. But the moment he fought with Bei Quangren, the hands of the Moonwu realm expert melted quickly. In such a strange scene, Bei Quangren seemed to be a living god and demon who killed a Moonwheel Realm expert with one move and broke out of the encirclement. Just as he dealt with the Moonwheel Realm expert beside him, the dense fists beside him came like a torrential rain and endless combos. Bei Quangren, who was killing, was hit into the ground by the random punches. When Mu Bai, who was in full state, was about to continue chasing him, the elemental god Bei Quangren, who was unaware of it, appeared behind Mu Bai. Before Mu Bai could dodge, he was hit in the shoulder by the opponent's whip kick. The huge force made Mu Bai retreat hundreds of meters before he could barely stop. The shoulder hit by the opponent also showed slight signs of magma burning and was emitting faint black smoke. Bei Quangren, who felt some numbness in his ankle, cursed inwardly for being so tough and dodged. He saw an evil ghost in the air attacking him, while the Yu Emperor not far away had already opened his eyes and used the ghost fruit to create a large number of top-level evil ghosts in the void to attack him. The evil spirits in the Star Wheel realm are extremely difficult to deal with, especially when the Yudi, who is controlling them, is nearby, which makes them even more powerful. The North Quangren, who was entangled by the evil spirits, roared and was about to crush the surrounding evil spirits when Qian Kunzi's yin-yang transformation had already fallen on his head along with his yin-yang sword. The North Quangren, whose eyes were a little red, roared angrily and wrapped his armed color domineering aura around one hand to block the yin-yang slash, and the remaining hand turned into a lava whip and swept out to eliminate all the dense evil spirits. The Yudi sneered and dodged behind him. Mu Bai, who was attacking suddenly, was already holding a three-pointed double-edged sword and slashing horizontally. The North Quangren, who was overwhelmed, had just used the magma whip to form a shield to block Mu Bai's slash, when Qian Kunzi's yin-yang transformation above his head caused his arm to begin to transform from a magma state to a water vapor state. Evil ghosts are entangled. Ghost order? After saying this in a cold voice, the Emperor Yu himself used the ghost fruit to create a black spell and tried to press it on Bei Quangren's chest while he was not paying attention. Little ghost that is entangled. Bei Quangren gritted his teeth and cursed, and activated his divine body ability. A high temperature burst out instantly, while interrupting Qian Kunzi's yin and yang transformation. He also bit the ghost order in front of him. In the high temperature, his head element turned into a magma spear and stabbed it quickly. The head-blasted corpse of the Emperor Yu fell down instantly. Soon, more emperors of the underworld appeared outside the high temperature and used their divine body abilities to create Fingigo's city on Bei Quangren's head. The Emperor Yu's method was incredible. The pressure on this side did not decrease. On the other side, Mu Bai Wuxian exceeded Bei Quangren's expectations and directly pierced his arm color magma shield. If he hadn't abandoned the element in time, his left hand would have been cut off by the opponent. What kind of weapon is this? It's so sharp. After realizing that Mu Bai was difficult to deal with, he stepped on the ground with his left foot, and the ground instantly turned into a lava surface and rolled over. Mu Bai, who had put away his martial arts god, did not retreat but advanced quickly into the mythical Jinwu form, resisting the high-temperature flames while trying to pierce the opponent's heart with the sharpness of the martial arts god. Mu Bai's continuous changes of moves also made Bei Quangren both excited and irritable. He was excited because the opponent's fighting methods were very brilliant, and he was irritable because he was forced into danger by a hairy ghost. After the left hand merged with the power of the divine body, an amazing heat wave broke out again. At an astonishing speed, Bei Quangren deliberately punched the ground, and the hundreds of meters of land below were sunk more than 10 meters by his monstrous force. After forcing Mu Bai back for a short time, Bei Quangren found that there was a chill behind him. Fengdu's city above his head seemed to have broken free from the illusion, and a large number of evil ghost tentacles rolled over, seeming to want to pull Bei Quangren into that deadly place. Qian Kunzi, holding the yin-yang sword in midair, slashed hundreds of times in a row, cutting like a gust of wind. The shocking air wave overturned the surrounding land, and the two yin-yang diagrams began to reverse Bei Quangren's body from his chest. Bei Quangren, who was shocked, immediately realized the opponent's actions when he and Qian Kunzi were warming up at the beginning. Obviously, at that time, this genius had put the yin-yang diagram into his body. The yin-yang transformation of the two yin-yang diagrams immediately reversed the situation, and quickly consumed Bei Quangren, who was originally full of momentum. The abundant power in his body was transformed into nothingness, and the irritable blood in his body was also transformed into a calm and still state. Bei Quangren, who was almost torn apart by the yin-yang diagram in his body, roared, and the surrounding space quickly transformed into a magma state. Emperor Yu and Qian Kunzi just wanted to step forward to stop it. But they found that an amazing domineering aura of the king rose to the sky. The amazing air waves suppressed the whole scene. The black and purple thunder wave was like the power of the world-destroying demon king, showing the king's domineering at this moment. Get down from me. The domineering aura, that was almost like an energy vortex, washed over the sky and the ground. But just as Bei Quangren was showing off his power, another more terrifying domineering aura broke through his aura blockade and crushed over at an astonishing speed. Bei Quangren thought that it was the peak master of the Sun Wheel realm who had come, and his heart was pounding. When he looked down, he found that the source of this terrifying domineering aura was actually that Mubai kid. Good. Very good. But the purity of domineering aura alone is not enough. You also need to have a quantity. In an instant, the aura that spanned the sky and the earth, along with the domineering aura, washed over the entire venue. Bei Quangren laughed and covered the entire eastern battlefield with the domineering aura. The sense of wanton suppression brought by the extreme domineering aura is undoubtedly fascinating. Bei Quangren, who seemed to never be exhausted, did not stop at all. Instead, after releasing such a large amount of domineering aura, he continued to increase the amount of release. And he released the domineering aura while wrapping his fist around it, and smashed it down fiercely towards Mubai. Mubai, who looked calm, naturally would not retreat at this moment. The martial god's blade also condensed the domineering aura and chopped it down. The two domineering aura entangled attacks entangled and collided with each other without contact. The heavy snow on the entire battlefield stopped, because the dark clouds in the sky had been torn apart by the domineering aura. In the top-level domineering hockey competition, Mubai, who has level 5 domineering hockey, naturally has an absolute advantage. However, due to the huge gap in realm, he still cannot catch up with Bei Quangren in the total amount of domineering hockey. Under the torn sky, the fists of domineering hockey entangled and blasted against each other wantonly collided with each other. Every time the fists came to a distance and blasted against each other, the ground under their feet shattered rapidly. The extremely strong domineering hockey hedging aura could be clearly felt even if standing a few kilometers away. Bei Quangren has a very good bone structure and has practiced almost all the top horizontal training techniques in the Northern Territory. It can be said that he is unique in terms of his physical body among the Northern Territory Tianju, and even in the entire main world. But at this moment, when he met Mubai, this freak, the situation changed suddenly. The Thunder Shadow was excited. The two figures who were coming to distance themselves again had smashed the ground of tens of thousands of square meters nearby into pieces in just a few tens of seconds. Mubai, whose fists were slightly numb, also felt the pressure. This Bei Quangren was indeed extremely abnormal. Even with his physical strength fully increased, he could only be on par with the other party in physical attack. The 8 desolate prison body is indeed worthy of its reputation. But it's a pity that it's not mine. If I can get the 8 desolate prison body, I will definitely rewrite the top position on the contemporary Tianjiao list. The rather conceited Bei Quangren stretched his hands to both sides, making a sound of bone expansion and friction. And his expression gradually became serious. Qianmingzi stepped on the hot ground to his east, and the Yudi who drove the evil spirits stood on the shoulders of the slender ghost and came to his west. The three-way encirclement was launched again. After looking around at the army fighting not far away, Bei Quangren said loudly, "Did you see that? This is the fate of the weak. If the Northern Territory is strong enough that no one dares to offend, this scene will never happen. Humph. It's a pity that you are weak now. Bei Quangren, you will definitely die today," the Emperor said coldly. He has seen the opponent's limit. As long as the joint offensive of the three people just now continues, Bei Quangren will be the first to be exhausted and reveal flaws. As if to set off his words, a golden figure that was ignited in the sky fell rapidly. Without looking at the golden skeleton, it must be a peak strong man in the Northern Territory who is about to die. It seems that not only here will the victory be decided, but also the victory and defeat between those powerful people above our heads. After wiping his slightly numb fist, Mubai clenched his hand, and the god of war in the storage bag automatically appeared in his hand. Looking at the gorgeous scenery above his head, Qianmingzi was a little sad. This time, it was probably the rare time in the past 100,000 years that a peak Sun Wheel realm expert fell. The chaotic world was about to begin. Not to mention that these seemingly glorious geniuses would be shattered at the touch of a button. Even the top group of people in this world would be helpless in this era. Who is the winner, and who is the loser in this great road? North Madman? Go away. If you are willing to stop, I can let you go. I just hope that you will not have anything to do with Zition in the future. Qianmingzi's words really made Yudi and Mubai stunned. But they immediately understood each other's meaning. The result was already doomed. Even if North Madman left the Northern Territory at this moment, where could he go? When all the strong men in the Northern Territory fell, and the peak Sun Wheel Realm experts in the major domains took action to clear out the remnants of the Northern Territory, he would still be dead. Bei Quangren, who had no expression on his face, patted his chest and said softly, "No one knows the direction of the battle until the last moment. Although the Alliance is outnumbered today, there is a way to break it. At this moment, I hope you can go all out." As soon as the voice fell, Bei Quangren, who was grinning, suddenly lost all his breath. The knowledgeable Yudi and Qianmingzi attacked almost at the same time, and Mubai retreated because he didn't know what the other party was going to do. Ghosts are haunting me. Evil ghosts are asking for my life. Compound cutting. Shattering the sky. 2 top-level fruit powers fell on Bei Quangren at the same time. If it were before, he would definitely block or dodge. But now these attacks are meaningless to him, because he is half a foot in the Sun Wheel realm. The rising magma suddenly climbed from the ground to the air, and the endless power of the stars merged into Bei Quangren's body like an ocean. If he really entered the Sun Wheel realm here at the age of less than 100, he would be the second fastest top-level genius in the past few hundred years. The magma fruit that gradually changed its quality easily dissolved the offensive of the two people. The cutting fruit's invincible slashing also lost most of its characteristics when facing this kind of magma, and it couldn't chop the thick magma layer at all. Although the ghost fruit of the Ghost Emperor could penetrate the magma, the evil power of the evil ghost could not break through the magma encirclement of the most rigid and positive magma, and gradually dissipated when the evil ghost penetrated the third layer of magma. The life and physique of Bei Quangren, who was surrounded by magma, was rapidly rising. If he really succeeded, as a new Sun Wheel Realm strongman outside the field, his abnormal level of combat power could indeed reverse the situation to a certain extent. Impossible. Qianmingzi knew that he could not succeed, and immediately withdrew from the air surrounded by magma. He clearly remembered that this Northern Madman was still a little far from the Sun Wheel Realm. How could he be promoted to the Sun Wheel Realm so quickly today? And this promotion method was obviously not a hasty promotion with a spent force. On the contrary, it seemed that there was another power helping him. Compared with Qianmingzi, the Emperor Yu was a little bit unwell. His previous plan to use the Northern Madman to deal with Mu Bai was also self-defeating. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes slightly, and was thinking about how to deal with this Northern Territory monster who was promoted to the Sun Wheel Realm. Although he still had many trump cards that he had not revealed, these were not enough to kill or suppress the Northern Madman now. At the moment when the Northern Madman in the air was about to enter the Sun Wheel Realm and become a powerful person in the world with an unstoppable attitude, Mu Bai was holding the God of War with a firm look in his eyes. He used the Eye of Divine Punishment to instantly move to a place not far from the opponent and touch the martial god. If his martial god was not inlaid with the superhuman fruit obtained in the Black Prison, he would never take the risk. But now the fivefold devouring points and points task is too important. So at this moment, Mu Bai decided to use some hidden means at the bottom of the box. Facing the magma surrounding the opponent's outer layer, the Eye of Divine Punishment on Mu Bai's forehead flashed scarlet. The next moment, a dazzling red light immediately shot out from the godlike third eye, and the shock wave of Divine Punishment quickly broke through most of the outer magma defense under the blessing of the fifth level domineering color. Although it was unclear what Mu Bai was going to do, seeing the other party using a new method, Yudi and Qianmingzi came to Mu Bai's side at the same time and used their own abilities to help the Eye of Divine Punishment continue to break through the other party's defense. Immersed in the transformation of the Sun Wheel Realm, Bei Quangren seemed to have come to a warm paradise on Earth to relax. The ocean of star power in the nearby space was transforming his mortal bones. When the bones were gradually transformed into gold and were about to form, a scarlet ray went straight through his head. But Bei Quangren, who had stepped half a step into the Sun Wheel Realm, was no longer the same as before. Staring at the scarlet ray, his head quickly repaired, and then suddenly spit out a 1,000-meter-long magma breath from his mouth. The raging heat wave tilted over, and the people on the battlefield not far away only felt a heat on their heads. And then a huge shadow in the sky enveloped them. Looking up, it was a huge amount of magma comparable to the eruption of dozens of volcanoes pouring down on you. The huge amount of magma that did not distinguish between enemies and friends took away a large number of soldiers' lives. And the three people facing the raging magma were even more stressed. It was fast what it was said. while breaking through the opponent's magma defense. Qianmingzi had already activated the Qingkuan Dao body to cover the 4 directions. Although the hot special magma is stubborn, it still has little resistance to this kind of yin and yang transformation. The magma layer in the front first turned into water vapor and disappeared from the sight of the 3 people. And the Emperor Yu shouted. Then he opened his right hand, and the cold air on his palm was cold. Countless evil spirits flowed out of his body, and finally gathered into the dark and fierce spear. The spear formed by the fusion of Yin Sha Qi was suddenly thrown out by the Emperor Yu. The black silk thread turned into evil spirits that kept entangled, and countless evil spirits protected the spear. Like a comet passing by, the incredible spear pierced through the fire at the last moment when the opponent's magma layer defense was repaired. In front of Bei Quangren, whose consciousness had not yet fully recovered, he pierced his right eye. Ghost Qi invasion. The slight pain caused half of Bei Quangren's head to change. In a hurry, he could only use a large amount of star power to wash away the invasion of ghost energy. At this moment, he was a little confused and didn't notice the person who followed the spear into the room at the last moment. Mu Bai, who was standing behind Bei Quangren, quickly stabbed with the martial god in his hand. Being interrupted one after another, Bei Quangren could no longer concentrate on the state of his advancement to the Sun Wheel realm. With half a foot in the Sun Wheel realm, his pierced head and the right eye pierced by the spear were actually not important. What was important was that he was fully promoted to the Sun Wheel realm. As long as he truly became the Sun Wheel realm, these minor injuries would not threaten him at all. On the contrary, he could get rid of these 3 contemporary top geniuses in the fastest time. Under the threat, he immediately used all the star power in his body to accelerate his own advancement process. In this turbulent flow of star power, he did not notice Mu Bai, who was restraining his star power and using the dark star power to act. When Mu Bai used the teleportation of the Eye of Divine Punishment to come behind the opponent, his martial god suddenly stabbed out. This kind of attack trick would definitely be noticed by the ordinary Bei Quangren's observation color first. But unfortunately at this moment, he did not notice Mu Bai behind him at all. When the martial god stabbed Bei Quangren's heart, the intense pain made Bei Quangren suddenly furious. He raised his arm and waved it away. The next moment, thousands of magmas rolled towards Mu Bai like servants obeying the king's orders. But just when the magma was about to hit the other side, the magma suddenly fell down. In his heart of doubt, Bei Quangren immediately discovered an extremely terrible phenomenon. That is, his magma fruit seemed to be wiped out of thin air and disappeared in his body. Not only that, even the massive amount of star power that he automatically absorbed on the way to the Sun Wheel realm before disappeared. He looked down at the martial god and quickly retreated. But Mu Bai would not give him this opportunity. Holding the martial god in his hand, he immediately further activated the fruit ability embedded in the martial god. The superhuman sealing fruit. This is the random top fruit reward he chose in the final clearance of the Black Prison. The sealing fruit has the ability to give the ability holder the ability to seal any power. To some extent, it is similar to the special natural dark fruit. But the difference is that its sealing ability is not limited to limiting the enemy's fruit power. It is omnipotent. It can seal any level according to the user's will and physical consumption, any existence, any kind of attack method and energy fluctuation. The sealing fruit increases the seal. A huge amount of physical strength was transmitted by Mu Bai into the martial god. The martial god who pierced the opponent's chest immediately burst out dense symbols. These symbols integrated into Bei Quangren's body further restricted his ability to exert. Seal most of the power of the stars. Seal the opponent's body. Seal the opponent's ability to move. Seal the opponent's fruit ability. Seal the opponent's divine body to activate. Seal the opponent. Mu Bai, who was exhausted in an instant, barely cheered up and raised the Eye of Divine Punishment to shoot rays at the opponent's head. Ordinary attacks would certainly not be able to hurt Bei Quangren, who had half a foot into the Sun Wheel realm. But under the opponent's layers of seals, Mu Bai could use the power of the Tao Tai fruit fused with the Eye of Divine Punishment to dismantle Bei Quangren. The rays containing the tearing ability quickly submerged Bei Quangren. His body could not move, and his mind could not think. He had not yet figured out what ability the opponent had used. And he could not move even a little bit even if he gritted his teeth. The opponent's struggle undoubtedly increased Mu Bai's physical consumption burden again. But fortunately, the God of War took on most of this consumption. The hard God of War condensed the vibration ball cover of the Xinjiang fruit while shaking slightly. Mu Bai freed one hand and let the ether divine fire flow into Bei Quangren's body. At this moment, the power of the Tao Tai fruit in the Eye of Divine Punishment, the power of the sealing fruit, and the Jinjin fruit on the martial god's blade, plus the Taishu divine fire power of the golden crow fruit. The joint efforts of the few also made Bei Kuangren feel the fear of death. No! 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 Bei Kuangren, with scarlet pupils, immediately used the last bit of power to detonate the surrounding magma fire layer protection. The violent vibration shocked Qianmingzi and Yudi below. At this moment, they could not see clearly what happened inside due to the obstruction of their vision. So at this moment, the two thought that it was the movement caused by Bei Kuangren's successful promotion to the Sunwheel realm. At the last moment, when the magma defense layer disappeared, Bei Kuangren did appear. But at this moment, he was undoubtedly very embarrassed. He wanted to break free from the seal of the martial god, but he had no extra strength to do so. Mu Bai, who stepped on the second head of the Tianjia list, exerted force on his hand. All the previous seals disappeared, and a new round of seals replaced them. Seal the opponent's physical strength. Seal the opponent's defense. After switching the seal, the life characteristics of the Northern Madman undoubtedly rose again. He was weak and controlled the Magma Dragon to stop Mu Bai's actions. But unfortunately, Mu Bai, who had been prepared, would never give up so easily. The sealing fruit has the ability to switch the sealing power at will. The less the seal power, the better the sealing suppression effect. At this moment, Bei Kuangren's defense ability has been completely disintegrated. It can be said that he can only become a lamb to be slaughtered. After stepping on the opponent's raised palm, Mu Bai's expression turned cold. Then the martial god inserted into the opponent's body directly detonated the vibration power. It seems that because of the pressure of life and death, or unwillingness, Bei Kuangren's whole body turned into magma and wanted to penetrate deep into the ground. While Mu Bai held the martial god horizontally and used a vibration slash to pull directly into the opponent's body. Squeak! Squeak! Bei Kuangren, who was cut in half in the broken space, had his pupils shrink rapidly. When he was about to spit out a word while his lips moved, Mu Bai had already held the martial god and chopped towards his head for the sake of caution. The vibration slash broke the mountains and cracked the earth, and smashed the earth with Bei Kuangren's broken limbs. Dead. Dead? Emperor Yu and Qianmingzi were shocked. And those who were still counting on Bei Kuangren to capture the eastern battlefield were also dumbfounded. The chief disciple of the contemporary high priest of Zizaition, the second highest prodigy on the list of prodigies in the Sunwheel realm, died just like that. It actually took Mu Bai no more than half a minute to suppress and kill Bei Kuangren. He used continuous means to restrain the opponent's actions, and Bei Kuangren's own promotion to the Sunwheel realm was interrupted, which made him so weak. However, these people did not know this. At this moment, their eyes when they looked at Mu Bai were undoubtedly changed. The cold-looking Emperor Yu was also in doubt. He did not see how Mu Bai killed Bei Kuangren at all. He guessed that something happened in the magma protective layer that he did not know. It was a pity. If he could use Bei Kuangren, he might have a chance to kill Mu Bai. He just didn't expect that Bei Kuangren would die directly on the spot. Little brother Mu Bai is indeed a hidden talent. I, Qianmingzi, have never seen such a wonderful weapon. As he spoke, he looked at the god of war, who could sense the movement of the fruit in the space. With the body of Qingquan Dao, he was also very meticulous in observation and discovered the unusualness of the god of war at a glance. Thank you for your praise. I was lucky enough to get it when he didn't react, since the madman had already solved it. The entire eastern battlefield naturally ushered in its end without any suspense. The three great geniuses joined forces to add wings to the North Territory camp without the Sunwheel realm. Even Luo Han, who had been praising Mu Bai before, died under his vibrating iron fist. The other battlefields were almost the same. This result was normal. It was only a matter of time before the Crusade Coalition, which was far larger in number than the strong men in the North Territory, defeated them, just as the battle of the mortals on the surface was about to be decided. The god war in the dome was also decided. One after another, golden skeletons fell from the gloomy sky with gravity. They were the skeletons of the Sunwheel realm. Among the numerous skeleton fragments, the Sunwheel realm warriors, who were fighting against the coalition forces, also landed one after another. As soon as the greedy Wolf Star Lord landed, he held the void in his hand and covered the entire scene with the power of the Dharma. A peak monk in the Sunwheel realm in the western region also chanted in Sanskrit and hit the ground with the scepter in his hand. In a moment, the two forces quickly swept the battlefield. All the warriors in the northern region, including the Moonwheel realm warriors, fell apart under the combined efforts of the two. The stubborn forces in the northern region were completely disintegrated, and countless enemies were torn apart by the killing intent and melted by the Buddha's light. When the two of them stopped fighting, the area around the emperor's mausoleum had become a living H.L. Except for the Chanking High of Zizaition. There seemed to be only a few Sun Will Realm who accompanied him into the emperor's mausoleum. Now we have two choices. Either attack the emperor's mausoleum or wait here. The sword immortal Dong Ling of the Qing Emperor sect said softly, after putting away the heavenly Dao sword. The people present were naturally aware of the hidden dangers in the emperor's mausoleum. More importantly, if the battlefield was moved to the emperor's mausoleum, if the undead, who followed the Changsheng God Emperor, were released because of the battle, the whole scene would definitely be more troublesome to deal with than the North Territory's high-level people. While the Sun Will Realm people were thinking, there were indeed bursts of unusual heartbeats in the emperor's mausoleum. Dear guests, you don't need to make a choice, because I will come out by myself. A figure wrapped in darkness gradually appeared in the emperor's mausoleum of the Changsheng God Emperor. But it was a bit strange that this person's face was not Chanking High or those Northern Territory's Sun Will Realm masters. The sudden appearance of this unfamiliar face surprised the most experienced Sun Will Realm masters present. Sword Immortal Dong Ling's pupil shrank. The old man Gu Changchun? Gu Changchun, who was covered in black shadows, smiled and touched his face and said softly, "Thank you all for helping me destroy the Northern Territory. It feels good to kill someone with a borrowed knife." Sword Immortal, I didn't expect that the naughty boy has grown to this point now. Qian Kunzi seemed to know this old man. He also told the story when he heard the disciples of the Qing Emperor sect nearby asking. The old man Gu Changchun was once a follower of the Sword Emperor. It is conservatively estimated that he has lived for more than 100,000 years. This old monster can't live so long, unless his divine body or fruit is born with the ability to prolong life and maintain life. Back then, he followed the Sword Emperor to help him fight for destiny. Unfortunately, the strong men in the Northern Territory and Zhongzhou at that time followed the one in the Zhongzhou Wangting at the same time. In the end, the Sword Emperor not only died, but also his body was missing. The Sword Emperor was able to fall because of the sneak attack from behind by the ancestor of the Changsheng God Emperor. There are many theories about the grievances and disputes, and it is difficult to explain them clearly at the moment. Sword Emperor. Hearing these two words, Mu Bai's breathing became heavier. He recalled the three figures he had seen when his Diyan divine body was promoted to the second level. In the East region Zhongzhou and the North region, the familiar feeling of the Diyan creations created by the three previous Diyan divine bodies came back. Looking up, Mu Bai was extremely sure of one thing. That Gu Changchun was the Diyan creation. It was the Diyan creation created by the previous Diyan divine body owner, the Sword Emperor. As if he also felt a familiar feeling, Gu Changchun glanced at Mu Bai and said loudly to the Sun Will Realm masters present, "I feel a little relieved today because I have avenged half of my great revenge. But some things still need to be settled seriously. Everyone in the royal court, especially the 3-star masters, listen carefully. This moment is your memorial day." Gu Changchun, who had been hiding for many years and infiltrated the high level of Zizaition as Changkong High, had long discovered the god-level skill heaven and earth creation art in the secret room of Zizaition. In order to plan to involve the entire Northern Territory to open the Emperor's mausoleum, he took great pains. In order to conceal his identity, he even trained a Northern Manan for Zizaition, his mortal enemy. It can be said that tens of thousands of years of planning are only for today. The unknown dark shadow gradually stretched behind him. When the scattered shadow tentacles were revealed, everyone realized that the Northern region Sun Will Realm strongmen who followed him into the Imperial Mausoleum had already died tragically on the spot, and many tentacles were still sucking some dry bones and corpses. Ziwei Star Lord looked closely, and found that it was the immortal warrior of the Changsheng Divine Emperor in the Imperial Mausoleum. Gu Changchun was absorbing this forbidden power. This feeling is really indescribable. It can change the sky and the earth. Gu Changchun, who was running the heaven and earth creation art, backhandedly suppressed the world. The powerful power is rapidly transforming and sublimating. Originally, he was the peak of the Sun Will Realm and could be regarded as one of the top masters in the world. After absorbing the power of those immortals, his all-round transformation also ushered in a qualitative transformation. The terrifying pressure swept across the land, and the disciples of the lower realm quickly retreated and dared not stay here for long. Mu Bai and others standing in the front row were also thrown out of this place by Ziwei Star Lord waving his sleeves. Before being thrown out, Ziwei Star Lord whispered to him, "Go quickly. Don't look back." On the gradually collapsing mausoleum of the immortal God Emperor, Gu Changchun, who exudes a shadowy aura, is not afraid of the top-level Sun Wheel Realm masters of the 4 domains. Unpredictable energy gathers in his body to form an energy level that exceeds the top Sun Wheel Realm. In terms of strength alone, he is already infinitely close to the God Emperor, a black hole level power. Everyone. It seems that the battle has just begun. Dong Ling Jianxian, who holds the heavenly Dao sword, has a slightly gloomy look in his eyes, and the sword in his hand has made a crisp sound, which is a manifestation of his burst of fighting spirit. Although it is unknown how Gu Changchun has improved himself to this level, this battle must go on. The fact that there is a world-class Nanhai immortal in the main world is enough to give these forces a headache. And this Gu Changchun must not step out of the north domain. Gu Changchun, who is almost a god, smiled and tore the entire space apart. Under the blessing of the abundant power of the undead, the entire world is rapidly changing, fighting 34 Sun Wheel Realm masters alone. This crazy behavior even Gu Changchun found a little incredible at the moment. At the same time, an immortal-like old man was chopping wood on the South Sea Fairy Island outside the South region. He seemed to feel the special breath of the far north inside. What has happened will happen again. And what has been done will be done again. Lioli, go get the rope I hung on the wall, and go to the north region. The girl who was burning the fire outside the wooden house responded, and went into the wooden house to take a bundle of ropes from the wall. In addition, she seemed a little worried, and she also picked up the red wine gourd on the table. Nanhai Xianwing stroked his beard and chuckled. My rope is enough to trap all the heroes in the world. Even the strongest people in the world cannot break free. If you want to trap that person, why take my treasure gourd? Go quickly, or it will change if you are late. The girl named Lioli had to put the gourd back, and she opened a door out of thin air and walked in. The wind and snow from the northern region blew into the warm island and blew on Nanhai Xianwing's beard as the door opened. If Mu Bai was here, he would definitely recognize the fruit ability of this girl, which was the superhuman door fruit, compared to Nanhai Xianwing's leisurely and comfortable life. Mu Bai was worried at this moment. He and those who were teleported hundreds of miles away by Ziwei Star Lord found that the sky in the far north had been shattered after they came to their senses, as if the sky and the earth were collapsing. This was obviously a sign that the strong men in the Sun Wheel Realm had already fought. We can't stay here. As long as we are in the North Territory, it will be dangerous for the Sun Wheel Realm masters to fight, Sima Ning said in a deep voice. Although she was a little worried at the moment, she was still absolutely confident in the supreme power of the Star Lords. She immediately began to gather the disciples of the royal court. The battleships that stayed on the snowy mountains in the distance were coming quickly. The disciples of the major sects in other major regions also left one after another. It would be useless for them to stay here. Leaving to protect themselves was the best strategy. Qian Kunzi, the leader of the Qingdi sect, came to Mu Bai and nodded before leaving. If Brother Mu Bai is willing, he can come to my East Territory as a guest in the future. At that time, we can talk freely in the bamboo forest of the Qingdi sect. After saying that, he patted Mu Bai on the shoulder and turned away freely. Mu Bai, feeling uneasy, suppressed his emotions, perhaps because of the creation of Emperor Yin. He felt a little confused after watching Gu Changchun from afar, as if he could vaguely glimpse the other party's experience. Task 2, Suppressor. Try to help the invaders invade the Northern Territory. Points are calculated based on the host's ability to repel the people in the Northern Territory and the degree of damage to the Northern Territory. Points can be exchanged for devouring points at a 1-to-1 ratio. After the mission is completed. If the mission fails, all points obtained by the host in this event will be deducted in reverse. If the host's points, devouring points, are not enough, the devouring points will be deducted to a negative state. Task completed. 13,271 points, devouring points, ding dong. Emergency bonus detected. Ding dong. Emergency detected. If you defeat the Northern Madman, the current mission reward will be 5 times the devouring points after the event. Ding dong. Emergency completed. Additional rewards calculated. 13,271 points, devouring points, 66,355 points, devouring points, 66,000 devouring points. Mu Bai, with a slight movement in his heart, had an inexplicable sense of security. These points obviously exceeded his previous expectations. It was probably because he had completed the task in excess. He not only defeated the Northern Madman, but also killed him at the last moment. After taking a last look at the heavy snow in the Northern Territory, he returned to the floating battleship with the people of the royal court without looking back. The powerful thruster at the back immediately started sparks and moved rapidly towards Zhongzhou. After being on the battleship, Mubai came to his room and closed the door, which made several female disciples, who originally admired him, have a cold shoulder. Mubai did not care about the feelings of those people. After all, the most important thing at the moment was to strengthen the swallowing points, the center and lungs of the 5 organs of the heart. Liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys have reached the 5th level qualitative change. At present, the other 3 organs are still in the 3rd level state. Even if Mubai wanted to strengthen the 5th level organs alone, he couldn't do it. Fortunately, the swallowing points were completely sufficient. He waved his hand, and the levels of the 3 organs immediately climbed. Almost at the same time, Mubai's realm level rose rapidly. Stars appeared in his spiritual world. The bright stars continuously absorbed the power of the stars around them, and then integrated into his spiritual system. As this process deepened, Mubai's entire body broke through one after another. Early Star Wheel Realm, Middle Star Wheel Realm, Late Star Wheel Realm. The strong foundation directly sent Mubai's life energy to a level that ordinary ascenders could not reach. Peak of Star Wheel Realm. The Star Master Realm suddenly jumped to the peak of the Star Wheel Realm. This story, which is like a myth in the outside world, seems to be commonplace for Mubai. This feeling is really wonderful. The strange phenomena around him gradually rose. If he continued to let his momentum surge, I am afraid that everyone on the entire floating battleship would be affected. At this moment, Mubai did not want to reveal some of his secrets. So on the eve of his momentum, he used the optional sealing power of the sealing fruit to seal his leaked breath. The Star Wheel Realm is to sublimate oneself into a higher level of life physique. The improvement in all aspects is quite large, and it can even be said to be not inferior to rebirth. After entering the Star Wheel Realm of the highest 3 realms, it also symbolizes that the promoted person has obtained the ticket to the upper 2 levels of the highest realm. After all 5 internal organs were upgraded to level 5, his own breath has reached an incredible level, not to mention the improvement in combat power. Mubai roughly estimated that if he dealt with Bei Kuangren alone, he could completely suppress the opponent on the front battlefield. Liver with life, level 5, 10,000 points are required for the next evolution. Possesses the terrifying ability to store blood and grow tendons. This extraordinary liver has its own thoughts, and it will constantly strengthen the balance of the whole body. The person who possesses it will greatly improve the perfection of the body. Kidney with life, level 5, 10,000 points are required for the next evolution. Possessing terrifying energy. This extraordinary kidney has its own thoughts, and it will constantly strengthen the bone marrow of the whole body. The person who possesses it will greatly improve the strength of the body. Spleen with life, level 5, 10,000 points are required for the next evolution. Possessing terrifying digestion and absorption. The ability to transfer and distribute the fine substances absorbed from food and water for use by other organs. The super spleen can hold the blood and keep it from escaping from the veins. The spleen can transport the absorbed nutrients upwards, and further transform them into qi and blood through the action of the heart and lungs. This extraordinary spleen has its own thoughts, and it will constantly strengthen the absorption and supply capacity of the whole body. The person who possesses it will greatly improve the toughness of the body. After the 3 organs were upgraded to level 5, Mubai's body began to have a continuous internal circulation. This internal circulation could even spontaneously generate the power of stars or dark stars. Such a magical scene reminded him of the ancient books he had read before. To train the body horizontally and make it the strongest weapon is a bad idea. Only by allowing the body to form a world of its own and continuously build a small world can the horizontal training body reach the point of shaking the world. Thinking of the words in the ancient book, Mubai was also looking forward to his physical strength and combat power at this moment. Level 5 has been completed. Now we have to consider what to strengthen next. After thinking about it, Mubai first thought of the Fruit Awakening. Unfortunately, he had previously checked that the Fruit Awakening required at least 1 million devouring points. Although he now has tens of thousands of points, it is not enough. Mubai suddenly thought of something and shook his head with a wry smile. He had been so busy recently that he almost forgot about the Tiangong forces. As long as the members of the Tiangong completed the tasks randomly assigned in the Tiangong, he would get the points by swallowing them. After his promotion to the Star Wheel Realm, his aura was too amazing. So Mubai also directly used the sealing fruit to seal the space inside and outside the house to separate it from the outside world. In this way, people outside the house could not sense the slightest breath in the room even if they were close to the wall. After solving his own breath problem, Mubai's consciousness moved. The surrounding time instantly stopped. And as his soul ascended, the door to another mysterious world gradually opened. Mubai, wearing a black and gold imperial robe, immediately transformed into the number 1 member of the Heavenly Palace codenamed Yang Jian, and appeared on the top of the Heavenly Palace. The bright sun and moon were hanging on the dome of the Heavenly Palace at the same time, and the rotation of the sun and moon also revolved around the movement of the Heavenly Palace. The gilded power of the Heavenly Palace was poured in every corner of the secondary space. In this beautiful scenery, more than a dozen people were arguing endlessly. Seeing that the members of the Heavenly Palace had grown stronger again, Mu Bai was also a little surprised. After his figure flashed to the first seat under the God King's chair, he immediately opened the control interface of the Heavenly Palace, which had the operation records of other members. For example, what items were exchanged with task points today or yesterday, or how the completion progress of the tasks received was. The most eye-catching of these is the tasks related to the North Territory, which have been accepted by many people. Here, Mu Bai has found the reason why the number of Tiandong members has soared to more than 50. Several key members have all accepted the task of finding talents, and the task requirement is to find suitable members according to the requirements of Tiandong. After flipping through 2 pages, Mu Bai didn't pay much attention. The power of faith was transformed into 99 seats after being transformed by the golden divine power. Each dark golden seat was covered by black mist. These covered seats proved to some extent that the number of people in Tiandong was limited. That is, 99. And everyone present was a hegemon among the dragons and phoenixes among men. At this moment, they were all surprised to see a masked man in a golden imperial robe appear out of thin air and sit directly on the top seat. Among them, Ma Heng, the user of the shining fruit in the southern region, Duan Shi, one of the 3 emperors of the Zoroastrianism in the western region, and Wang Jiujian, the grand elder of the divine sword sect in the eastern region. All knew the veteran codenamed Yang Jian, knowing that his strength was the best in the world. The 3 immediately greeted Mu Bai. Senior Yang Jian, Lord Yang Jian, Yang Jian. Seeing that the 3 old men in the Heavenly Palace were so respectful to this person named Yang Jian, everyone present looked up to Mu Bai. Wearing a mask, Mu Bai naturally had superpowers, and could see through the faces under the masks of everyone in the Heavenly Palace. He turned around and saw some familiar faces, such as an elder of the Forgetful River Pavilion in Zhengzhou, or a Sunwheel Realm expert of the Western Region Buddhist School, or a genius on the Tianjia list. The most outrageous thing was that when Mu Bai's sight passed through the first wave of members, the man wearing a white bull mask in the back row made him silent. That was none other than Jiang Shutian, who had disappeared for a long time. Jiang Shutian actually joined the Tiandong, the organization I founded? Mu Bai sighed, not knowing what to say. Everyone present thought that this Tiandong elder was disappointed in them, and became a little nervous. You are all outstanding people. And I, Yang Jian, admire you very much. In the future, I hope that you will continue to expand the power of my Tiandong. The main world may perish one day, and the God Emperor may perish one day, but Tiangong will not. This sentence made many young geniuses excited. Young people who were already full of vigor always thought that they were the protagonists in the world, so they were often the most active after entering the Heavenly Palace. Now seeing the mysterious Heavenly Palace elder say this, they were naturally very excited, compared with those young people who didn't think much. A few old foxes doubted Mu Bai's identity. After all, the peak of combat power who could be considered to have lived a long time and was famous all over the world was Nanhai Xianweng. Could it be that this was Nanhai Xianweng's base? And this person who called himself Yang Jian was Nanhai Xianweng himself? This suspicion was not unreasonable. After all, there were only a few top figures in the main world. Being in the Heavenly Palace, Mu Bai naturally knew everything, including the psychological fluctuations of those people. Did you think I was Nanhai Xianweng? Mu Bai touched his chin and immediately called up the Eternal System while thinking. System. Can I use the Heavenly Palace to influence the main world? Yes, but it depends on the host realm and the degree of influence. And influencing the real world requires consumption of devouring points. After confirming that it can be done, Mu Bai also carefully understood the devouring points consumed by various things. Mu Bai, who was more and more frightened, hesitated a little, but thinking of the long-term benefits in the future, he still planned to give these old foxes and those who were wavering in their hearts a shot of confidence. Everyone, I have a task here. Who of you wants to take it? When Ma Heng from the South region saw Senior Yang Jian speak, he immediately raised his hand and said, I, Lord Yang Jian, I can do it. The Yang Jian under the mask shook his head. I need a peak Sunwheel Realm strongman in the world to complete this task. The task reward is 1,000 points. 1,000 points. The newbies present had been salivating at the items in the Tiandong Mall for a long time. At this moment, they were also shocked when they heard Mu Bai's words. 1,000 points are too many. Enough to buy a lot of things in the mall. However, everyone also heard the prerequisite mentioned by Mu Bai. That is, the peak of the Sunwheel Realm. There is no peak Sunwheel Realm strongman in the entire main world. Could it be that there is one among the Tiandong members? As the Grand Elder of the Divine Sword Sect, the King of the East Domain Jiao Jian has almost no desire for the secular world. But in this heavenly palace, he is full of desires. After all, so many out-of-print techniques or items can be exchanged for points here. Now that his realm is close to the peak of the Sunwheel Realm, he is a little hesitant. So when he sees Lord Yangjian issuing tasks, he is also a little envious of the 1,000 points. I wonder if Senior Yangjian can explain the task. Hearing someone pick up the conversation, Mu Bai also smiled faintly, and a smile appeared on his face hidden under the mask. He knocked on the conference table with brilliant glass in the golden imperial robe and said in a deep voice, "The content of the task I want to issue is to go to the residence of the South Sea Immortal in the south of the South Sea and take a piece of grass in front of his door." As soon as these words came out, everyone present took a breath of cold air. What the hell is this? Go to the main world and pull out a piece of grass at the door of the world's #1 family. This kind of thing is not to mention the ordinary Sunwheel Realm. Even the top few top forces in the current Sunwheel Realm may not dare to say that they can do it big. Right? Senior Yangjian, you must be joking. Let's not talk about whether we can find the legendary land south of the South China Sea. Even if we find it, who can pull out a blade of grass in front of the world's #1? I'm afraid he will be killed by him before he even gets there. Some people think that the man who calls himself Yang Jian is making fun of everyone. So his tone is a bit bad. After hearing this, Yang Jian shook his head. Even if everyone can't see his expression under the mask, they can still see that kind of free and easy meaning. Waving his sleeves with no care, Jiang Shutian, who was standing behind the crowd, said softly with interest, "According to my understanding, although the Nanhai Immortal One is not known as the God Emperor, his extraordinary strength is enough to fight with the God Emperor. Even if he loses, he can hold on for a while." Looking at the world, there are probably not many people who can fight with such a level of people. Jiang Shutian's words resonated with some people in the crowd. Although the Nanhai Immortal One's reputation is not so well known, his strength is recognized. He is fully capable of single-handedly fighting any superpower in the world. Yang Jian, who let everyone talk, laughed after listening. There was more of a careless contempt in the laughter, as if everyone present was ignorant. You know the meaning of the idiom sitting in a well and watching the sky? I know. You said we are sitting in a well and watching the sky? Someone in the crowd said cautiously. No. I don't think you can even be called sitting in a well and watching the sky. You are just silkworms that don't miss autumn silk. Summer cicadas don't know winter snow. Withering and flourishing are not human lives. Prosperity and decline are not determined by royal power. Today I will move this body to show you what the real world is. Mu Bai's momentum under the mask enveloped the entire heavenly palace. Before everyone could react, Mu Bai's incarnation Yang Jian had already broken the void with a finger, and the top space of the heavenly palace in front of them gradually broke and replaced by an island in a paradise. This method shocked everyone present, and they retreated again and again. Yang Jian, who casually shattered the void, looked at the wooden house and said softly, "I heard that the Immortal of the South Sea is the best in the world. I wonder if you really deserve this title." On the island south of the South China Sea, the heaven and earth are in a strange state. The Nanhai Immortal, who was meditating in a simple house, was slightly stunned. He was a little curious about where the person who spoke above his head came from. You know, there are endless seas around, and even the strong men in the Sunwheel Realm cannot pass through the natural barrier. Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? The fog covering the island gradually dissipated, and the Immortal in the wooden house did not know when it appeared on the ground. Everyone in the heavenly palace immediately discovered the old man, with a fairy spirit below, and was shocked. Mu Bai wore a mask and a golden imperial robe and looked very advanced. The Immortal calculated with his fingers, but found that he could not see through the other party's roots, and was suddenly confused. You open the passage to the main world in another space? Wang Jiujian, who took a breath of cold air, naturally recognized the Nanhai Immortal. At this moment, seeing Senior Yang Jian tearing up the space and confronting him, he seemed to be calm, and he immediately had some confirmation in his heart. Perhaps this heavenly palace really existed for billions of years. The immortal was in high spirits when he saw that the man above him was playing tricks and could find him through a layer of space. Since you can find me, what is your purpose? A piece of grass. Huh? The immortal was stunned. Yang Jian stretched out his hand in the main world through the space barrier with a wonderful method. And the next moment the dry grass at the feet of the immortal appeared in his hand. And this is not over yet. I saw, Yang Jian said in a deep voice. Since I pulled out a piece of grass from you, I will give you another piece of dry grass. After that, the dry grass in his hand slashed like a sharp sword. The shocking sword intent gathered natural disasters and earth disasters. The infinite sea burst with this slash. The three lines of heaven, earth, and sea are connected into one line. When the people in the heavenly palace came to their senses, they were all speechless. Because the simple dry grass was like a supreme sword that cut through tens of millions of square meters of sea. The dry grass fell down alone in the surging waves and returned to the feet of the immortal, cutting off the entire restricted sea area with a blade of grass. This kind of operation that is so awesome is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. What is even more outrageous is that this mysterious Yang Jian is so fearless in front of the Nanhai immortal. Everyone in the heavenly palace could not hide their shock when they saw Yang Jian attacking across the space. Especially Jiang Shutian. He always thought that the pinnacle of this era was the Nanhai immortal. But today this person in the heavenly palace codenamed Yang Jian made a move that undoubtedly showed one thing. That is, there are still people in this world hiding their identities and waiting for the opportunity. Nanhai immortal frowned and looked at the intact dry grass in shock. Even with his swordsmanship, he could not use dry grass to cut off the sea area without any damage. This detail undoubtedly showed that this mysterious person's control of power completely exceeded his level. Are you the God Emperor who hides his identity? No. Who are you? The stopped Yang Jian spat out 4 words calmly. Heavenly Palace. Yang Jian. I have never heard of this name and this force. Your force has been so secretive. But now it shows up and makes a move. I wonder what you want to do. The amazing Yang Jian did not answer his question, but just coldly said a word and disappeared in the sky of the southern island of the South China Sea. You don't need to know this. After learning about the existence of the heavenly palace, the Nanhai Xianwen, who was full of doubts, could no longer continue to live in this paradise. He was going to Zhongzhou. He wanted to find an old friend to calculate the depth of the heavenly palace. Just from the moment Yang Jian made a move, he was sure that the other party was a strong man at the same level as himself. If the heavenly palace had many strong men with means like Yang Jian, the situation in the world would definitely change. The top of the heavenly palace. At this moment, the eyes of everyone in the heavenly palace looking at senior Yang Jian were full of heat. He was not afraid of the Nanhai Xianwen, who was the best in the world. That means that this Yang Jian fully possessed the transcendent combat power of the top few on the god and demon list. I gave you the chance, but unfortunately you didn't seize it. Everyone, keep working hard. I hope you can create your own legend in the heavenly palace in the future. After saying that, Yang Jian's figure gradually disappeared in the first seat. At this moment, everyone looked at the throne of the God King, which was completely different. Yang Jian was already the best in the world just by being ranked first. What about the Lord of the Heavenly Palace above him? Isn't he capable of fighting against the God Emperor? Ahem. You have also seen the methods of senior Yang Jian. I hope you will be more diligent and complete more tasks in the Heavenly Palace in the future. As an old senior, Wang Jiujin also left the Heavenly Palace after giving some advice. Mu Bai, who seemed to leave but actually hid his breath, seemed to have become an invisible man and sat on the throne of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace at this moment. It's really a huge consumption. But system, do you think that the overwhelming methods I showed by consuming devouring points can affect the strong in the real world? Ding dong, cannot be affected. That means if the Nanhai Immortal had really attacked, all my tricks would have been defeated. Right? Ding dong. Yes, the simulated phenomenon created by the Heavenly Palace using devouring points is impressive and can conceal anyone. But it cannot cause actual damage, including the weeds that the host used as weapons just now. Even the weed host cannot destroy it with the simulated power. If the Nanhai Immortal knew that Yang Jian did not deliberately show off his skills and not destroy the dead grass, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. Looking at the interface, the target by felt a little distressed. After all, 10,000 swallowing points were consumed. The system opens the authority of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace. I want to collect all the current Heavenly Palace points. When the Heavenly Palace was first created, Mu Bai knew the way of allocating points in the Heavenly Palace. As the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, he could get 50% of the points obtained by the members of the Heavenly Palace. If a member obtained 100 points in a mission, he would get 50 points. I haven't collected points for a long time, and don't know how many points are in the account. Thinking so in his heart. When he opened the points balance, he almost stood up. Ding dong. The current Heavenly Palace points are 740,000. 740,000. That is to say, all members of the entire Heavenly Palace have created at least 1.48 million performance during this period. Mu Bai, who exclaimed wow, opened the task list and found that a large number of Heavenly Palace points were completed recently, among which the points obtained for the Northern Territory tasks were as high as 400,000. Many of them are killing tasks, such as hunting down people from a sect in the Northern Territory or plundering certain specific items of the Heavenly Palace. What's even more outrageous is that Mu Bai actually saw a videotaping task in it. Record the complete video of the Northern Territory battlefield and upload it to the Tiangong Film and Television Zone data, and get points according to the completion of the shooting. 97% of the task is completed, and 457 points are obtained. The task is completed by Jiang Shutian. Wow! Jiang Shutian has actually been to the Northern Territory battlefield. How did this guy hide his aura in front of all the Sunwheel Realm bosses? Mu Bai looked at the weird tasks and gave quite a lot of points. He also suspected that the Tiandong random tasks were too tricky. He looked down at Jiang Shutian, who was searching for the exchange list, and came to the other party calmly. Due to the supreme authority, Mu Bai, who was hiding his aura, was almost invisible. Jiang Shutian was wearing a mask and hesitated to choose the exchange list. Mu Bai stood beside him and looked at the boss, who was reincarnated to find the lost memory. The other party was exchanging for the Family Search Compass. Family Search Compass, 20,000 points. The Family Search Compass can help users find blood relatives, unless they are orphans. The success rate of finding relatives is 100%. It seems that Jiang Shutian wants to find Jiang Yang, the descendant of the Jiang family ancestor, who also has the blood of Jiang family ancestors flowing in his body. After paying attention to it, Mu Bai directly opened the Supreme Authority to list all the exchange information about Jiang Shutian in a separate table, so that he can know what he exchanged in the future. After adding a special concern to this person, Mu Bai returned to the throne of Tiangong. Mu Bai quickly opened the Tiangong store and began to search for things worth exchanging. Swallowing points, possessing incredible evolutionary abilities. It can evolve missions. It is worth noting that it is the exclusive exchange of the Lord of Tiangong. Ordinary Tiangong members cannot exchange it. The exchange ratio of Tiangong points to swallowing points is 100 to 1, that is to say, 100 Tiangong points can be exchanged for 1 swallowing point, and 740,000 Tiangong points can be exchanged for 7,400 swallowing points. If Tiangong continues to develop in the future, this exchange ratio is still worth it. But it is not worth it at this time. Thinking of this, Mu Bai continued to flip down. He was not looking at the Tiangong store for ordinary members, but the exclusive store for the Tiangong master. The things in it would be more affordable and compared to other people's purchases. Mu Bai, with the highest authority, could get more random discounts. For example, the compass for finding relatives that Jiang Shutian wanted to redeem required 20,000 points. But Mu Bai could enjoy random discounts when redeeming it. After checking, Mu Bai found that he only needed 13,000 points if he wanted to buy it. Mu Bai continued to flip down and directly turned to the last few pages. Not to mention that he really saw several good things. Star-level battleship, 100 million points. A super battleship with the peak combat power of the Sunwheel Realm. 2 million meters long. Requires 30,000 people to operate before it can be started. Has 5 main guns with the peak destructive power of the Sunwheel Realm. 10 secondary guns with the firepower of the Moonwheel Realm. And 30 auxiliary guns with the firepower of the Sunwheel Realm. Mobile Sky City, 200 million points. A super city made entirely of meteorite iron, with a super defense barrier to resist the strong in the Sunwheel Realm. It is also equipped with awakened barrier fruits as the inner defense of the city. The entire city can accommodate 20 million people, and food and water can be produced by itself. The city can float autonomously in the sky without power. The things with high points are really outrageous, and Mu Bai is dazzled by them. However, these things require too many points and are not meaningful to Mu Bai. So after marking a few collections, he continued to flip down, until something worth 10 million points caught his attention. God help me! Mu Bai, who was rarely emotional, looked at this exchange item, and a storm was set off in his heart. Dark Star World 2A Channel Level 1, 30 million points, a special channel that can connect the two worlds. It can be used once every natural month. After using it once, the cooling period is 1 natural month. It only supports users to enter, and the entry time limit is 1 hour. This item can be upgraded. After the upgrade, the host's stay in another world will be increased. Dark Star World. If Mubai can successfully enter the Dark Star World, the devouring points will become a fixed monthly income. At that time, he can completely rely on this treasure to quickly increase his combat power. At this moment, 3 days have passed since the North Territory incident. During these 3 days, the top-level game of the North Territory War finally came to an end. Gu Chongchun disappeared and his life or death was unknown, while the Sun Wheel Realm Masters returned with some minor injuries and some serious injuries. After the battle, the entire North Territory was naturally divided up cleanly. All the lower-level forces that participated in the North Territory and stood on the side of the North Territory Overlord Force were all cleaned up, and the entire North Territory was divided into 3 parts vertically, from east to west. They are the West Territory Force, the East Territory Force, and the South Territory Force. After discussion, the major forces in Zhongzhou asked for the entire border wasteland north of Zhongzhou. The vast border wasteland north is not as valuable as the North Territory, but it has a large population. What the major forces in Zhongzhou currently lack is a larger talent pool. So compared to those simple North Territory resources, they prefer the actual population. Compared with this matter, the other 2 things are not trivial, especially the latter, which made the 4 regions quickly reach a consensus on the issue of dividing the North Territory resources, which was originally difficult to balance. These 2 things are that 2 lists have changed. Bei Quangren, who was originally ranked 2nd on the Tianjia list, was replaced. Xian Kunzi is now ranked 2nd. And Mu Bai, who killed Bei Quangren, successfully entered the 4th place. The 2nd list is even more shocking. That is, the top 3 positions on the God and Demon list have changed. Dong Ling, the Sword Fairy of the Northern Divine Sword Sect, who was originally ranked 2nd, was squeezed into the 3rd place, and he was replaced by Tiangong Yangjian. The influence of these 4 simple words directly surpassed the war in the Northern Territory. The information about Tiangong Yangjian on the God and Demon list is ridiculously little. Yangjian of the Tiangong faction has the world's top power control means. He is suspected to be a peak powerhouse in the Sun Wheel realm. He has the supreme swordsmanship that is unique in the world. He can cut off the restricted sea area with a piece of dry grass. Such a description is simply unheard of on the God and Demon list. The major regional forces are afraid of the Tiangong's tricks. So the issue of the division of the Northern Territory this time is unusually harmonious. Under the checks and balances of power, Mubai did a good thing. At least it made the restless people be cautious and honest for a while. The days when all the major forces were wary of the Heavenly Palace were not easy. Especially when there were rumors that the Nehai Immortal One had personally visited the Heavenly Palace and wanted to find out the origin of the Heavenly Palace with the help of Tianjizi. But he never thought that the well-informed Tianjizi could not find any traces even after using the power of the current strange fruit, the Suansuan fruit. The power of the Heavenly Palace was like a black sun in the shadow, covering the other side of the world. Under the rare peace, Mu Bai has been digesting his own level 5-5 internal organs in the Yin-Yang sect these days. Although his body can quickly adapt to this kind of strengthening, it still takes time to get familiar with the new body. So Mu Bai is not in a hurry to consume other devouring points. Originally, he could have rested well in the past few months before the new year, until the appointment of the royal court came. Under the arrangement of the royal court's personnel department, Mu Bai looked at the appointment letter in his hand with some doubts. Isn't it a bit ridiculous that the royal court's territory in the northern borderland will be temporarily under my jurisdiction? Although Mu Bai had no problem in fighting and training, he was really mediocre in management. The management area assigned to him by the royal court this time was not ordinary, spanning nearly 300 regions. It even included the Yunming's region, the hometown of his current body. Seeing Mu Bai's embarrassment, the Black Iron Star Lord smiled and teased. You are such an idiot. The postponement of the God Sun selection to the year after next is an invisible opportunity for you. This time, you go to the North Desolate Land for a year and a half, which is enough to guarantee your achievements in the selection of the God Sun. Mu Bai was also puzzled when he heard the Black Iron Star Lord mention the postponement of the God Sun selection. Is it true that the royal court postponed the God Sun selection because of the Heavenly Palace as rumored? I don't know, but I guess this is also the reason for the careful consideration of the Star Lords. As long as you stay in the North Desolate Land, it will be a great achievement. You must not refuse. I guess this is the result of the intervention of the Purple Star Lord. Mubai nodded. This time, he wanted to return to his hometown with his relatives. It has been many years since he left the North Desolate Land. Although the name of the borderland North has a barbaric atmosphere, it is actually the opposite. Compared with the more conservative four regions, the urban civilization here is extremely developed. This is actually a more interesting thing in the main world. That is, the more peak-strong people gather, and the more powerful forces sit in the territory, the less developed the urban civilization will be, and the farther away from the core power level of the main world, the better the urban development will be. In the Royal Court battleship, Mubai is watching today's news about the borderland North. All news media are basically broadcasting news about himself. The Royal Court Tianjia, airborne in the north to take power. If it was more than 10 years ago, he might believe that this was a great power. But after seeing the real operating rules of the main world, it seems that it is nothing to control the lives and deaths of hundreds of millions of people. The layout of the battleship is extremely simple. Among the nearly 100 accompanying teams, there are management personnel and helpers sent by the Royal Court, among which there are more than a dozen Star Lords in the Moonwheel realm. Some young people in the team saw that Mubai's young face was already highly respected in the Royal Court. It would be bragging to say that they were not jealous. But after thinking about the record of this Mu Tianjiao, they could understand why the Royal Court valued him so much. In addition to his relationship with the Purple Star Lord, Mubai's record in recent years can be said to be the most outstanding among all the Tianju in the past 10 years. He broke into the South region and entered the West region, and then moved to the North region. He first fought against the famous Tianju in the South region, and then killed the Moonwheel Realm Abbot with the Star Domination Realm. He also killed the Sealing Bei Quangren among the contemporary Tianju in the North region. It can be said that Mubai is now really famous all over the world. No one can match him in his 20s. The most outstanding people of the younger generation before seemed a little inferior in front of Mubai. Mubai, who was lying on the sofa watching the news, happened to see a news when he changed the channel. Why are there still aliens living in the Longwan district? The news said that they live by robbing the material reserves of surrounding cities. Several Star Lords next to him had done their homework long ago, so they also knew about this matter. Lord Mubai, this is the information I prepared before, but I wanted to wait until you get off the warship before I tell you. Here are some things about the alien races in Longwan district. A white-robed Star Lord came over with a pile of documents. After taking the documents, Mubai took a few glances and found them interesting. He originally thought that the alien races in Longwan district had migrated here during the chaos, but he didn't expect that it was the result of the compromise between the northern region and the western region, in order to stabilize the rear and wait for an opportunity. Several high-level forces in the western region personally put the western region's alien red disaster half-dragon people into the northern borderland. So in other words, these alien races were the black gloves of the western region before the northern region's crusade, specifically used to balance the friction between the northern region and Zhengzhou in the northern borderland. I will deal with it later. By the way, how is the research on regional merger going? After roughly reading the information, Mubai didn't pay much attention to this matter. Instead, he asked the biggest confusion of his trip. According to the previous style of the Royal Court, the top leaders would not propose to merge the territories under the jurisdiction of the Royal Court in the northern borderland at this moment. One must know that the impact of merging more than 300 regions will be far-reaching, and it is a major event that may not be completed even in 1,000 years. At present, the Royal Court headquarters has basically made a plan, with the Black Harbor District in the west and the Red Blood District as the core, the Hanhai District in the east and the Liyun District in the south. All these enclosed chassis have been integrated into a new district. In my opinion, this should be to establish the Royal Court's direct jurisdiction outside Zhengzhou. The voice of the white-robed Star Lord was very gentle. She was a middle-aged woman with white hair. Mubai frowned slightly when he heard this. This time, all the Star Lords of the Royal Court did not show up after the northern expedition, and the next step was to formulate the merger of the border Northland District. These two things are related in Mubai's eyes. Whether it is the release of smoke bombs, or the 3 Star Lords are really seriously injured, there must be deep considerations behind this. Is it named? This kind of super district is unprecedented. Yes, the message from the top said that it was determined to be 2 words. Longing. Longing. Mubai nodded and looked out the window, not knowing what he was thinking. This super region called Longing will be born in his hands. He must do something in the next year and a half. Otherwise, if he really lies here to recuperate, It will be a shame to the arrangement of Ziwei Star Lord and other high-level officials. Above the Red Blood region, in the prosperous metropolis, there was an inexplicable slight shaking similar to an earthquake. The roar in the sky was very eye-catching. Many people on the street shuddered when they saw the majestic battleship in the clouds, especially when they saw the clear royal court mark. They dared not look directly at it flying over their heads. That's the floating battleship of the Wanting headquarters. It's so magnificent. This kind of steel monster can probably only be controlled by a superpower like the Wanting. Hack. Outrageous. Why do I feel that thing is 3 times the size of the largest shopping mall in our city center? Can this thing really fly? The steel behemoth in the sky roared and drove towards the northeast of the Red Blood district. On the way, it passed by a crowded concert, the streets of the ancient city with a lot of people, and various large factories. It was not until the floating battleship appeared in the red open space in the distance that it gradually retracted its engine and slowly landed. The temporary person in charge of the Red Dragon district, who had been waiting for a long time, brought a team to wait here for a long time. The temporary person in charge was an old man. When he saw this posture, he couldn't help but have a higher evaluation of the young genius of the Wanting, especially when he saw more than a dozen people in the Moon Wheel realm wearing white robes of the Star Lord appeared on the floating stairs. This shock reached an unprecedented level. A large number of teams followed Mu Bai down the stairs. In the back, there was the private power that Mu Bai had established before. The old man Juegu, the life form of Emperor Yin, Jiang Shutian's bloodline fellow Jiang Yang, and the lucky fruit ability user Fan Xingyu and others also came here. This time, because of the reason, Mu Bai did not bring his family here. His parents, grandfather and others are still living a stable life in the Yin Yang sect. The Red Dragon district is indeed extraordinary. This is where the dragon veins gather. If the dynasty is assembled here, it may also be blessed by luck. Fan Xingyu, who is wearing a single-sided glasses, said thoughtfully. In her special physique, these powerful dragon veins were clear. Then you can see where to choose the dragon vein center. Feeling the slow cold voice at night, Mu Bai took up the topic with interest. According to my observation, the area near the south of the city center is the most suitable. Fan Xingyu thought that Mu Bai really wanted to establish a dynasty, so he said it straightforwardly. Mu Bai smiled and shook his head after hearing it. Master, I think the place where the concert was held just now is not bad. If it is changed into a bathing center, it should be good. We can match it when the time comes. Seeing the performance of the junior in front of the master, the old man Jugu hurriedly came forward to make suggestions. After nodding to the other party in appreciation, Mu Bai kicked the old man Jugu away with one foot. Jugu, who broke a piece of forest, quickly disappeared in front of everyone. The person in charge of the Red Blood district rubbed his hands and watched from the side with some restraint, while the more than 10 star kings behind Mu Bai did not smile at all, because they did not even see how Mu Bai made a move just now, which also showed that the strength of this Mutinjio has increased again. The old man Jugu flew backwards like a ball, and landed on the stage of the large concert across tens of thousands of meters. Several famous girl groups in the Red Blood region were frightened and stopped dancing. In the chaotic scene, Jugu shook his head and couldn't help but sigh that the master was incredibly accurate in controlling power and attack speed. You guys are quite lively, and I want to join you. While speaking, Jugu actually picked up the microphone dropped by the girl group member on the ground and wanted to recite some poems impromptu. Just before he opened his mouth, a scarlet light suddenly flashed here, standing in the air. Mu Bai ignored the huge crowd at the concert and said to Elder Juegu in a deep voice, "No wonder you are a little heavy and can't kick. Now that you have recovered your strength in the Sun Wheel realm, don't be a lazy fish. Let's go." After that, Mu Bai took Elder Juegu, who had no desire to live, away from here. However, before leaving, he took a look at the girls in the girl group with some surprise. When the girls were wondering who this person was, one of them disappeared inexplicably. When Mu Bai reappeared in front of the Star Lords in an instant, he held a person in each hand. "Where is this? What are you doing?" Lin Rushua, one of the most famous girls in the Red Blood region, has an outstanding appearance, with a face as white as condensed fat, wearing a white peony smoke gauze, a white floor-length plum blossom skirt, and a soft smoke gauze. She really has a bit of a greasy and tender taste. This ancient-style dress made the cautious temporary head of the Red Blood district recognize his identity. He would have severely punished anyone who had kidnapped a member of the popular girl group in the Red Blood district. However, he couldn't do anything about it since the person in front of him was this gentleman. I have something to ask you later. Fan Xingyu. Take her with us first. Lin Ruxue, who was captured, was somewhat afraid to look directly into Mu Bai's eyes. Fan Xingyu, who was standing next to him, immediately bowed his head and accepted the order after hearing Mu Bai's order. Mu Bai would naturally not let this Jugu elder, whose strength had already recovered to the Sun Wheel realm, but who always pretended to be fine, sit idle. He picked up the information about the alien races in Longwan district from the side and threw it directly into Jugu's hand. After looking down at the time, Mu Bai said in a flat voice, "From now until noon the next day, I want you to wipe out all the alien races in Longwan district. If there are people from the western regions who intervene, kill them all. If you can't do it, don't come back." Jugu immediately accepted the order respectfully. With the fruit of retrospection, he could easily escape even if he was beaten by the strong men in the Sun Wheel realm. So Mu Bai had no worries about handing him this simple task. However, the white-robed female Star King said with some concern after hearing this, "Lord Mu Bai, it would be too risky if you go alone. This kind of thing can be done by several Star Kings, not to mention killing the entire Longwan district alien race. Even wiping out more than a dozen nearby districts is a piece of cake." Her words made the temporary person in charge of the Qishua district sweat coldly. After all, to destroy the district casually was beyond his imagination to some extent. However, Mu Bai's next sentence made him completely speechless. Jugu has recovered to the Sun Wheel realm strength. There is no problem for him to go. The Star Kings looked at each other, and no one knew when Mu Bai's subordinates had a Sun Wheel realm servant who obeyed his orders. What's even more outrageous is that this follower of this realm was so impulsive that he fought on impulse. And the Sun Wheel realm strongman was even more outrageous. As if being beaten by Mu Bai was a kind of enjoyment. What does Sun Wheel realm mean? The old person in charge asked with some curiosity. A Star Lord near him cleared his throat and said, "Above the Star Master are the upper three realms. The Star Wheel realm, the Moon Wheel realm, and the Sun Wheel realm." In other words, entering the Sun Wheel realm means that this person has the ability to create a top sect. The old man was silent as death. He only thought that the Star Master realm was unparalleled in the world. After all, he was only at the Apostle realm. Now that he heard that the strong men in the Sun Wheel realm were like running dogs in front of Mu Bai, the genius, he really felt the gap in the level of cognition. "Are you the person in charge here?" Hearing Mu Bai's question, the old man immediately said excitedly, "Yes. Sir, I am here to hand over the work to you. I will return to my hometown to live out my life this year. Since you are the person in charge here, please tell me about the current problems here." Mu Bai's voice gave people a strong sense of oppression. After all, his 5 internal organs were upgraded to level 5. His strong momentum could not be suppressed in a short period of time. So when he heard the question from this gentleman, the old man did not dare to delay and raised all the current problems of the red blood region without hesitation. Mu Bai didn't pay attention to the first few questions the other party raised. They were basically some unscrupulous merchants who monopolized the industry or some other trivial matters. Anyone in Mu Bai's team could easily handle such trivial matters. It was not until the old man's last sentence that Mu Bai became serious. "Are you saying that the control of the ability core in the red blood region is divided?" "Yes. Yes. To be honest, according to what I know now, there are several gods among the forces that have revealed their identities in the entire red blood region, although they have been much more obedient these days. But it's more of a show for me. Right?" Mu Bai, who was counting his fingers, felt very warm when he thought of the amiable senior brother Yudi and the caring senior sister Sima Ning, especially the first godsman whom he had never met. He could also feel the friendship of his fellow disciples from this incident. A useless person plus 2 conceited fools really thought they could set a trap for me. It's ridiculous. Jianyang. Here. Jianyang, who had a short haircut and looked very capable, responded immediately. He is now completely different from the image of the ignorant boy before. At this time, he is closer to the appearance of a tough guy. You accompany this old man to issue a district-wide statement. I want to see all the people with special abilities here in 2 days. Anyone who is not here will be killed without mercy." Mu Bai's voice was very normal, but no one would remain calm after hearing it. Killing to stop killing is certainly not the best strategy. Mu Bai even suspected that Emperor Yu and others deliberately used the kingly way to force him to bear the stigma of tyranny. But so what? At this time, he was completely different from what he was a year ago. He had the mythical Tao Tai fruit and the superhuman Jinjin fruit. He obtained the Eye of Divine Punishment in the Black Prison and mastered the 5th level domineering power. After the Northern Expedition, He controlled the 5th level 5 internal organs. Now he has been promoted to the peak of the Star Wheel realm. And the Tiangong forces that operate in his hands every day will provide him with a constant stream of help. If he can collect the points to exchange for the Dark Star World portal, the situation will be clearer. In addition, the legendary swordsmanship 7 styles of cutting the sky that will be completely integrated by him. The top-level divine weapon and martial god. It can be said that these things that are enough to change fate for others have been piled up on him in groups. All the forbearance and dormancy since entering the main world in these years are not important. What is important is that he has entered a new level now, and is getting closer to the supreme goal he once expected. What if a few people died now? Not to mention killing those disobedient ability users. Even if the entire Red Blood region had millions of people all perished, what would it matter? Although Mubai had not yet sparred with a true Sun Wheel Realm expert, he estimated that according to his current situation, he would not be afraid even if he met an ordinary Sun Wheel Realm expert. Mubai, with an indifferent expression, suddenly looked into the distance. He had just clearly noticed that someone was observing their movements. Sun Crown Star Lord. I have something to ask. The middle-aged woman with white robe and white hair closest to him bowed her head respectfully and said, Lord Mubai, please speak. Do you think people will give up their stupid behavior because of fear? Sun Crown Star Lord, who bowed his head and pondered for a while, understood what Mubai meant, and then responded softly, I hope Lord Mubai can understand the overall situation, and not fall into the scheme of some people to ruin his future. Mubai shook his head. The so-called future is just an evaluation of people who perform well under the rules set by others. At his current point, he no longer needs others to recognize him, because he is the rule. After opening the personal panel and taking a look at his own level 5 domineering hockey, Mubai was somewhat looking forward to what top-level abilities this thing would produce after upgrading. Domineering hockey points. Tens of thousands of devouring points disappeared, and Mubai's spirit also underwent an energy transition. Domineering hockey, level 5 domineering hockey beyond the limit of understanding. This hockey will be bound to the host's blood and chi. The stronger the host's blood and chi, the stronger the spirit, and the stronger the spirit, the stronger the domineering hockey. The three are exchanged in the same proportion. This is the Overlord beyond the Overlord. God 1 domineering hockey, level 6 domineering hockey beyond the limit of understanding. This hockey will be bound to the host's blood and chi. The stronger the host's blood and chi, the stronger the spirit, and the stronger the spirit, the stronger the domineering hockey. The three are exchanged in the same proportion. The God 1 level domineering hockey will have an unparalleled large-scale coverage ability and special ability to dominate. Hegemonic rule. People who are hostile to the host will be clearly marked, and will automatically be blessed with a weakened resistance to the hegemonic hockey. The hegemonic rule can increase the lethality of the host's hegemonic hockey according to the enemy's fear of the host. 6th level of God level hegemonic hockey. Seeing the description of the hegemonic rule in the description, Mubai always felt that it was a bit outrageous. To some extent, if the 5th level is the difference between immortals and mortals, then the 6th level of hegemonic hockey is simply a means involving gods. As his consciousness and thoughts expanded with the strengthening of his domineering color, his domineering color began to change gradually. As if even Mubai's body with the strength of a demon could not bear such a huge amount of domineering color. It was just right to try out the ability of this level 6 domineering color domineering here. The dazzling eyes of divine punishment flashed instantly. The monstrous domineering color domineering covered the entire region like the wrath of a god. Under this turbulent spirit, even the Corona Star Lord, who had just warned him, felt extremely strong pressure. That was the pressure that only the domineering color domineering that had truly reached its peak could give to others. She had heard before that Mubai crushed the North Madman on the Tianju ranking in domineering color. She didn't believe it at the time. But now she not only believed it, but also thought that this evaluation was too conservative. At a certain moment, she even thought that the Star Lords present might not be the opponent of the demon in front of her. Mubai's eyes glowed with a light golden light as his aura enveloped the whole area. There were originally some people in the eastern part of the city who wanted to ambush Mubai and wanted to take action. So they observed in advance. At this moment, they were dumbfounded when they saw Mubai's divine power. Before those people were shocked, a divine punishment shock wave in the sky directly flattened several high-rise buildings with an unmatched attitude. The eye of divine punishment would descend wherever Mubai's eyes looked. And those who were already hostile to Mubai didn't know how he accurately positioned them, and all scattered and wanted to escape. But they were not as fast as the divine punishment shock wave. They were often wiped out by the energy shock as soon as they saw the divine punishment shock wave. No one dared to stop Mubai, who was killing accurately in the entire region. Even the Corona Star Lord and others had nothing to say. They came here to talk about it as adjutants, who played a supporting role for Mubai. According to their authority, they could not stop any of his actions. Under the rule of the Overlord, any hostile people were bombarded by Mubai in turn. Energy fluctuations continued to erupt in the Dark City. In just a few moments, the edge of the city in the distance was illuminated dozens of times by the shock wave of divine punishment. After showing off his skills, Mubai seemed to be quite satisfied with this level 6 Overlord hockey. After all, such a group attack and precise enemy search method is unparalleled in the world. No one would believe that someone with hostility could be targeted and attacked from a distance. So the deterrent effect of Mubai's move was fully realized. The forces that originally wanted to cause trouble were even more obedient than his son, and did not dare to show their heads. As Mubai's first move after returning to the northern borderland, the outside world's attention was also very high. After all, this time, the various Overlord-level forces were basically digesting the newly annexed territories, and the mysterious Tiangong forces showed up a few days ago. So there was no exchange of fire among these Overlord forces. Even if there were more frictions, they quickly negotiated to reach a consensus and maintain peace. Although the calm Qixue district has restored a short period of stability after Mubai's domineering aura, the discussion about him in the media and major website information channels has never stopped. There are even many people who specially make background introductions about the Wangting forces and general information about Mubai on the internet, most of which are half true and half false. The excitement on the online media also led to the rapid spread of the video of Mubai performing the Eye of Divine Punishment on the internet. In the video, Mubai, wearing black and gold long sleeves, killed the enemy with supreme power from a distance. The oppressive feeling of the whole territory with the domineering aura of the king can be said to be quite terrifying. In the dark sky, beams with destructive strike force cross from the air to bombard the enemies on the ground. In the eyes of ordinary people, such ability can be said to be no different from that of gods. The excitement on the internet and the calmness in reality continued until the next morning. The Red Blood District and the Dragon Blood District simultaneously reported on the encirclement and suppression of the alien races in the Longwan District. It was said that a strong man in the Sun Wheel realm took action to eliminate nearly 30,000 powerful alien groups at the signal of Wangting Mubai. And this strongman in the Sun Wheel realm also neatly placed nearly 30,000 Dragon Vein alien heads at the South Road Port. The scene made the locals sick, but almost everyone applauded. The saying that those who are not of my race must have different hearts is true everywhere. The impact of this news in Longwan District can be said to be very huge. After all, ordinary people in Longwan District have suffered from the influence of aliens before, and there are countless cases of robbery and murder. Now, those aliens who looked like monsters disappeared overnight, which is a matter worth celebrating. Some are happy and some are worried. After this matter was heard by several forces in the western region, although there was no substantial action, the media of several major forces still launched a large number of personal attacks on Mubai. Mubai is also a ruthless person. He went directly to Longwan District to pull out all the remnants of those forces in the western region, and killed 3 western region Moon Wheel Realm Masters in succession at the border. When he returned to Longwan District, the heads of 3 Moon Wheel Realm Masters were neatly placed in front of the alien corpses. This immediately put out the fire of those forces, although they also had Sun Wheel Realm Masters in charge. They did not dare to act rashly against Mubai. Who knows if he was fishing to lure the snake out of the hole? Especially when a Moon Wheel Realm expert was killed by a Star Wheel Realm expert in a few rounds. If those forces dispatched a Sun Wheel Realm expert for a junior, it would be a complete loss of face for the entire western region. Mubai escaped unscathed and returned to the Red Blood region. In a blink of an eye, it was the 3rd day. During these days, Mubai also had a detailed understanding of the situation in the 300 districts. During these days, he always stayed in the landmark building of the Qixue district, the Qixue mansion, to handle official business. There were too many people from the outside world who wanted to meet him. He just finished a district joint meeting in the morning and had to attend another one in the evening. With such a busy schedule, Mubai also took this as a leisure vacation. At this moment, he remembered something at his desk. Fang Xinju, bring that Lin Rushue to me. Yes. When Lin Rushue, who had been idle for 2 days, was brought into the office, she was still a little nervous. After all, she had no idea why this top figure with all-powerful hands and eyes wanted to imprison her. An ordinary citizen of the Qixue district. Master Mubai. She is here. Okay. Fang Xinju, you go out first. As the door was closed, Lin Rushua's fear reached its peak. "Master, what are you doing bringing me here?" she asked carefully while observing Mubai's expression. After getting up and walking to the other person, Mubai asked indifferently, "Why do you think I brought you here?" Mubai was a head taller than her. Even though he didn't show any expression, Lin Rushua could always feel an inexplicable pressure from him. Seeing that the other person was still confused, Mubai spread his hands and said, "It seems that you don't know that your body is very special. Do you know the divine body?" Lin Rushua, who was still confused, became even more confused. She had heard of it when she played video games, but she had never heard of it in the real world. This is the huge gap in the level of cognition. The inheritance of skills of the ancient sects in the main world is carried out by the top sections. Even if Mubai was born in the middle-class Mu family in Yunming's, he could only get in touch with the lowest-end swordsmanship. And people like Lin Rushua, who are almost born in civilians, cannot touch the true essence of this world even if they have no worries about food and clothing until now. Jugu. When the master called his name, Jugu stood up and walked over immediately. "My lord. What's wrong? You won't let me help you to abuse this girl, will you?" Mubai frowned and found that Jugu, who was reborn by Emperor Yin, was really mean. He understood why Shura God Emperor imprisoned this person in the magic tower 100,000 years ago, and he couldn't live or die. His words were so hateful. "Jugu, you are definitely not wrong to be imprisoned by Shura God Emperor. There is a book, The Art of Speaking, on the bookshelf. Take it back and read it carefully. I will test you tomorrow. If you can't recite it backwards, don't speak in the future." This casual remark directly made Jugu dumb. When accepting Mubai's order, he didn't dare to speak and could only nod his head. "It's really amazing." Mubai sighed and pointed at Jugu and said to Lin Rushua, "Today he will show you what the real world is like. It is not about simple food and drink, nor about stability and happiness, but about longevity and life transition. You can think about what path you want to take in the future today. If you think being an ordinary person is good, I can let you go at any time." After saying that, Mubai waved his hand and drove the two out. Coming out of the office and looking at the book in his hand, Jugu also sighed. "It's bad. It's all because of talking too much." Lin Rushua, who was still thinking about Mubaiwa, asked in a daze, "Is there really immortality?" After wiping the book cover given by the master, the old man Jugu twitched his beard and said, "Who knows? But according to my current state, I should be able to live for many years. The master may be able to achieve real immortality." Jugu closed the book and looked at the little girl in front of him, who knew nothing and suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. "You should have seen the master take action a few days ago. Since you know that the real strong exist, you should understand one thing. That is, the core of this world is not the majority of ordinary people, but those who stand at the top of the food chain. Since the master said that you have an abnormality in your body, it seems that you are very lucky. If it is an ordinary innate divine body, the master's personality will not pay attention to you at all. Then, according to what you said, can I stay young forever?" Lin Rushua, who cares about her own image, asked carefully. "Just keep up with the speed of realm improvement. With the master in your care, you can't slow down your realm improvement even if you want to. What's more, staying young forever is not a big deal. There are too many props or items that can help you achieve this. If you have any questions, please tell me. I have to go back to read after I answer them." The ancient elder leaning against the wall of the corridor said while yawning. Lin Rushua's physique is indeed extraordinary. Mubai's eye of divine punishment can see some clues. He guessed that the other party is very likely to be a transcendent divine body. This kind of divine body can also be ranked in the top 50 on the list, which is already very remarkable. If the divine body and fruit power are matched like Bei Kuangren, then Lin Rushua's divine body can completely enter the top 10. Mubai, who was sitting at the desk, put down the documents in his hand and looked at the sky covered with dark clouds outside the window thoughtfully. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Mubai strode out of the office door and saw Jiang Yang standing respectfully outside. "Lord Mubai, the entire Red Blood Region's ability army is here. Only 2 or 3 are not here because of special reasons. Then kill them. There is no so-called special reason at this time. Even if you die, you must die in front of me." After saying that, Mubai's figure disappeared on the spot, under the light of the scarlet eye of divine punishment. Jiang Yang did not hesitate to complete Mubai's order immediately. The square outside the Red Blood District is now full of people with special abilities. The reason why these people with special abilities came on this day is because of the order of the new ruler Mu Bai. Basically, no one present would not give Mu Bai face and not come at this time. Even those who are not interested in the overlord level forces, like the royal court, have to report under pressure. There are constant exchanges in the wide square. The Star Lords such as the Corona, who organize the order, actually don't understand what Mu Bai is going to do. After all, with his current status, there is no need to really kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Behind these mixed people with special abilities are often a mixture of various forces. So it is impossible to eradicate unstable factors in a short time. Void vibration. When Mu Bai's figure appeared in the air, no one dared to look at him. More than a dozen Star Lords stood behind Mu Bai and looked down at the people with special abilities in the Red Blood district below with the idea of watching the show. You know me, so I won't introduce myself. The purpose of inviting everyone here today is also very clear. I hope that all of you can work for me. Mu Bai's words spread after his upper lip touched his lower lip. Some people in the crowd below were also laughing and crying. Everyone thought that Mu Bai was a young man who had just started out. But he wanted to make so many groups of people with special abilities work for him with just one sentence. This was simply a huge joke. Could it be that the so-called Golden Crow Prince of the royal court has a smooth life? How could he be so naive? What a joke. If I worked for him, I'm afraid I would die without knowing how. Hey, young Master Mu Bai, who doesn't care about worldly things. Are you out of your mind? The discussion below was more mocking. These old-timers came here with the mood of watching a show. Now they heard the mentally retarded speech of Mu Bai and rushed to mock him. The Star Kings also looked at each other. As the main person, Mu Bai also smiled. He stared at the crowd below and whispered to the dozen Star Lords beside him. I have had a great time cooperating with you these days. But the only problem is that although you belong to the royal court, you do not belong to me. This inexplicable sentence immediately made the Corona Star Lord feel cold on his back. Just as she was about to move, she found that Mu Bai had already opened the second level of the 8 desolate prison body. The black and red chains were directly wrapped around her. And as a moon wheel realm, she immediately opened the Dharma image. The cold moonlight spread out, and the holy huge figure slapped him with a palm. Master Mu Bai, are you crazy? The other Star Lords also attacked at the same time. They didn't think that Mu Bai would hurt them, but they mistakenly thought that Mu Bai was an enemy impersonator. Mu Bai grinned and threw out the martial god in his left hand. A huge ceiling light ball burst from the ground. At the same time, the Moonwheel Realm Dharma image behind the Star Lords present and the star power in their bodies were blocked at the same time. Mu Bai, holding the Overlord's domineering aura in his hand, quickly smashed the heads of the 2 Star Lords like a violent beast. The martial god in his hand also penetrated the chest of the sun-crowned Star Lord. Under her unbelievable gaze, Mu Bai tore the enchanting body with his hands. Seeing this, the other Star Lords quickly formed a defensive formation. At this moment, the Star Power Dharma image and fruit ability in their bodies were temporarily sealed, so that at this moment, they could only rely on the horizontal training of the body to fight against Mu Bai. The Flesh Monster. Overlord Color. Divine Punishment Instant Punch. With a grin on his face, Mu Bai, like a humanoid monster, punched and blew up the bodies of the 3 Moon Realm Masters present one by one. Since the Soul Star Lord was also a master of physical training, he rarely resisted Mu Bai's punch. But what greeted him next was a dense sea of punches, like raindrops. In an instant, he was forcibly killed by the shocking strange power. All this happened too fast. The Corona Star Lord, whose all powers were sealed by the sealing fruit embedded in the martial god, half knelt on the ground and wanted to pull out the martial god in her body. But unfortunately, she couldn't do it at all. In a few moments, when she raised her head, Mu Bai, who looked indifferent not far away, had already broken the neck of the last 3 Moon Realm Star Lords. The only 2 remaining Moon Realm Star Lords realized that the sealing power in their bodies had completely disappeared, and hurriedly retreated dozens of steps while summoning the monstrous Dharma, with the destructive power instantly increased by more than 10 times. The 2 Dharmas went to suppress Mu Bai with their hands opposite. 7 heaven-cutting styles. The first style. Mu Bai casually grasped the Golden Crow Fire Sword and slashed to tear the space apart. The 2 newly formed Moon Wheel Realm Dharma images shattered, even with a strength amplified by more than 10 times. It was far from being able to resist the moves of the legendary skills. After the Jinghong slash tore the Dharma images, the unstoppable power evenly chopped the 2 Moon Wheel Realm Star Lords in half. Too weak. Mu Bai frowned slightly, and was a little confused about whether he was too strong or the Moon Realm Masters were too weak. In his opinion, if the combat power of these Star Lords was temporarily blocked by the sealing fruit, he would be able to kill another 100 Star Lords one by one. Mu Bai. Are you crazy? The Sun-crowned Star Lord, who had an unusually good temper, was also broken. He originally thought that the Mu Bai opposite was a fake, but this was a martial arts weapon and a legendary skill. It was obvious that the person in front of her was Mu Bai himself. From Mu Bai's move to the disbelief of the Sun-crowned Star Lord, the whole process took no more than 10 seconds. Mu Bai, who had killed more than 10 Star Lords in a row, did not give the crowd below time to react before immediately transforming into the Golden Crow form. The white Taishi divine fire leaped into the sky and suddenly fell. Mu Bai, who had transformed into the Golden Crow form, blasted the ground with a vibrating iron fist containing black and red thunder and lightning wrapped in the domineering color. Above, there was the divine fire that ignited the void. And below, there was the unmatched vibration and domineering color entanglement. Under the attack of the two, the ability users present died at a speed visible to the naked eye. When a transparent fruit next to him wanted to sneak away, Mu Bai pierced his head with a divine punishment eye. Several animal-type ability users under the protection of defensive fruit ability users fought desperately from all directions to protect Mu Bai and capture him. But this was undoubtedly a delusion. Mu Bai took advantage of the situation and shattered the void with a punch, then grabbed those animal-type ability users and tore them into pieces with bones and flesh. In this bloody scene, Mu Bai's expression was still very indifferent, as if it was not him who caused the bloody situation in front of him. Ju Gu. Here. Ju Gu, holding a book, suddenly stepped on the clock phantom. The Sun Corona Star Lord, who was sealed by the sealing fruit, had not figured out what Mu Bai was going to do. You know, attacking his fellow disciples and more than 10 Star Lords. Even Ziwei Star Lord could not save him if he did such a thing. Let's start with you. Mu Bai walked in front of the Sun Corona Star Lord and smashed her head with a palm. The old man Ju Gu next to him shook his head with some reluctance, seeing Mu Bai's eyes signaling. Ju Gu immediately drew a mysterious pattern with both hands. And as the pattern appeared, the time axis of the Corona Star Lord gradually went backwards. And finally the other party's time point was fixed on the eve of death. Looking at the Corona Star Lord, who was dying in a static state, Mu Bai was very satisfied. Ju Gu, you are really a qualified tool man. Thank you for the compliment, my lord. But how many times are you going to use my ability today? Ju Gu looked at the corpses around him with some trepidation. As you can see, all the people I killed on the scene. With your time fixed point backtracking, it will be easier for me to transform them into Emperor Yin creations. After pressing one hand on the forehead of the dying Corona Star Lord, Mu Bai immediately released the Emperor Yin God body. The converted devouring points immediately dropped rapidly. It was not until it dropped to 800 devouring points that the Corona Star Lord gradually recovered his vital signs. Seeing the real name of the Corona Star Lord appear in the interface of his own Emperor Yin creation life body, Mu Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Summoning the restless ability users in the red blood region to serve as a warning to others, or to show off his strength in front of them. Mu Bai is too lazy to do unnecessary things. If he wants to do something, he has to do it big. The reason for transforming all the ability users, nearly 10,000 in the venue, into dying creatures is of course the Star Lords. Although these Star Lords have been getting along well with Mu Bai these days, they are not from the Ziwei Star Lord faction. People like the Corona Star Lord are actually neutral factions of the royal court. If such talents are not firmly grasped in one's hands, they will sooner or later become stumbling blocks that block one's progress in the future. He actually had this plan to transform all the people present into dying creatures. The biggest advantage of this transformation is that even the top gods like Nehai Xianwen or Ziwei Star Lord cannot see through the identity of this dying creature. Mu Bai had not used up the remaining devouring points before because of this thought. If all these Moon Realm Star Lords were converted together, he would lose nearly 10,000 devouring points. And if more than 10,000 ability users were combined, he would consume 7,000 to 8,000 devouring points. With a balance of 27,000 devouring points in his account, he could afford it. The first to accept the transformation of Mu Bai's Emperor's creation were the 12 Star Lords. These Star Lords basically woke up 1 minute after being transformed. At the moment of awakening, the Corona Star Lord had already knelt down in front of the Supreme Lord with all the Star Lords. Remember, your relationship with me is top secret. We still maintain our previous relationship in the outside world and in the royal court. Remember that? Remember. The Star Lords immediately returned to normal after hearing the order. This scene was also amazing to the ancient elders, who were retracing the time of the ability users at a fixed point. With the help of these 12 Moon Realm Star Lords, Mu Bai and Elder Jugu's speed of transforming the capable people present has undoubtedly increased to a higher level, as more and more capable people are resurrected. Elder Jugu is so tired that he starts to spit foam from the corners of his mouth. No, Master, you are exploiting the elderly. My little strength today is in vain. I estimate that my Fruit Awakening recovery speed will drop a lot after today. Hold on. You were so talkative in the past. Now talk about the good side. For example, if you complete the task successfully this time, I will give you a thumbs up. Mu Bai's words made Jugu understand. After all this time, he was busy and risked the stagnation of Fruit Awakening recovery just for a thumbs up from you. It seems pretty good. Jugu felt something was wrong. But on the other hand, he felt that this reward was very good. As a creature of Emperor Yin, he must listen to Mu Bai's orders. So after realizing the problem in Jugu's mind, Mu Bai didn't care too much. After all, the other party is different. When Mu Bai assimilated Jiang Yang and Fan Xingyu into the Emperor's derivatives, he noticed a rule. That is, the higher the realm of the life form transformed by the Emperor's creation, the stronger its strength will be. And after being transformed, it will show more autonomy. As the ability users with dull eyes stood up one by one, the number of corpses in the square gradually decreased. Fan Xingyu, who was standing on the periphery of the square, saw a few people sneaking in the distance. But he didn't care, just knitting sweaters by himself. The two people standing in the corner with shifty eyes thought that Fan Xingyu hadn't discovered them, so they hurriedly walked quietly along the path toward the mountain. People who are deprived of luck will be miserable even if they have abilities. Fan Xingyu, who was knitting a sweater to practice patience, tapped the ground with her toes, and a halo of luck gradually surrounded the square. The two people who were about to go up to inquire about the news encountered mudslides one after another before they took 2 steps. Their hearts stopped suddenly, and they almost choked to death when they swallowed their saliva. Their left foot tripped over their right foot, and the two of them rolled out from in front of Fan Xingyu like a twist. It seemed that they would go down the mountain very quickly. After waving to the two people, Fan Xingyu continued to knit sweaters with her head down. It was still very difficult to get to the square on the top of the mountain safely, with the ability of her luck fruit. The tens of thousands of people who had been transformed in the square were silent and speechless. This scene was really weird, as if they were possessed by a ghost and their personalities suddenly changed. Mu Bai stared at these life forms created by the Emperor Yin and understood that even if he ordered them to challenge the strong men in the Sun Wheel realm at this moment, they would do it without hesitation. Mu Bai, who instantly controlled a large number of people with abilities, was not very happy. These tens of thousands of people were actually not as good as the dozen or so Star Lords who had been successfully transformed. After all, the gap in realm was huge. But I am probably the only one in the world who has the ability to mass-produce Deadpool to create a large army of people with abilities. Now I give the first order, and everyone will return to their pre-transformation appearance until my next order arrives. Whispers gradually came from below, and everything seemed to become normal. When the separatist forces in the Red Blood region were gradually dealt with by Mu by one, the people behind these forces could no longer sit still. It was as if all their puppets, who were originally loyal or threatened by him, all fell to Mu Bai's side overnight. It was so bizarre that even if they threatened his family's lives, they could not make him change his mind. In the third Son of God's hall of the royal court, in the gloomy and ghostly hall, Emperor Yu looked coldly at the report sent by the shadows below and felt upset. He didn't care about what was said in the report, even if Mu Bai could win people's hearts. Those who were won over were just low-level bugs. Such people could not pose a threat to his plan at all. He was angry mainly because he had been unlucky, since Mu Bai entered the sphere of influence of the royal court. From the south region to the west region, and then to the black prison space of the black god cult in Zhongzhou. One thing after another seemed to tell him that there was an obstacle between him and the supreme throne of the royal court. I can't rest in peace until Mu Bai dies. How's the person you found with your fake identity? Ing Er? Kneeling on one knee in the cold and gloomy hall, Ing Er responded quickly in a low voice. Lord Yudi, I have used other people's identities to find an assassination organization active in another world, although they have many requirements. If those monsters are collectively dispatched to assassinate, even ordinary Sun Will Realm strongmen can't resist it. Not necessarily. Shaking his head again, Yudi was still thinking about the moments when Mu Bai killed Bei Quangren. Although he was there at the time, he didn't know what the two of them did under the protective layer of magma. But the final result was that a melee madman as powerful as Bei Quangren was killed by Mu Bai one-on-one. In other words, since Mu Bai at this level can kill Bei Quangren, he is likely to be able to kill him too. When he thought of this, Emperor Yu's expression became even more gloomy. He had made a mistake at the beginning. He originally thought that the Purple Star Lord was just a random country bumpkin. But now it seems that the real dragon has already traveled all over the world, and his senior brother can't do anything to him. If time could go back, the first thing Emperor Yu wanted to do was to go back a few years ago and kill Mu Bai, who had not grown up yet, with his own hands. Unfortunately, there is no if in life. Go. But you must be careful to hide your identity. Otherwise it will also implicate me. Yes. Ing Er quickly disappeared from the spot after receiving the order. The ghosts in the hall seemed to be constantly changing with Emperor Yu's mood. With his eyebrows slightly raised, Emperor Yu's eyes drooped, as if he was thinking about something, guessing Mu Bai's mysterious means, or thinking about his future plans. As a chess player, he should not lose his composure because of a wrong move. More importantly, the chess player should use other chess pieces to form a dragon-slaying formation against the enemy, and eat away all the opponent's lives bit by bit. By the way, Ing-san, how is your mission going? A panting voice came from the communication spirit stone next to him. After hearing the master's voice, the other side said excitedly, "Indeed? I suspect this is the legendary place you mentioned. But there is a strange thing. There seem to be people from the western regions on Punlai Island. Judging from their clothes, they should be from the Great Lane Temple." Great Lane Temple? Peacock King. The other party really knew the secret of the Forbidden Land in the South China Sea. The Yu Emperor said calmly, with a slightly cold expression, "Don't let them find you. Be careful. Follow them to see if they have the same goal as us. If they are all for that treasure, I will go there at the last moment." "I understand, my lord." Walking out with his hands behind his back. The reflection of the Yu Emperor on the shimmering lake was not his shadow, but a reflection of a crawling creature that was still eating. It looked like a ghost. There are two hearts in people's hearts: greed and unwillingness. But I want both of these hearts. After sitting cross-legged in the lake, he immediately activated the 8-9 mysterious art mental method. There will be a tough battle in the next 9 out of 10. So he has to be prepared. A week after resolving the civil strife in the Red Blood region, Mu Bai saw a news in the main world newspaper co-branded by the Tianji Tower. Surprise! Punlai Fairy Island appears. The royal court Tianji, Yu Emperor challenged the Peacock King of the western regions and lost. Shock! The Emperor of Wangting pretended to be dead and deceived everyone to get the treasure. The mysterious sea area appeared in the world after the abnormal movement of the southern region Forbidden Zone. Punlai Fairy Island. Emperor Yu. Peacock King? These connected together made Mu Bai speechless. The Peacock King, a top-level powerful man who was reborn in reincarnation, was actually tricked by the Emperor Yu. It was a bit ridiculous. The news has been more and more frequent recently. This is not because the media is looking for trouble, but because many ancient places hidden in ancient times are also opening up in the era of the gradual revival of the power of the stars. This is the beginning of the chaotic times. Similarly, as the chaos becomes more and more, Mu Bai can also perceive that the number of geniuses of the new generation is gradually increasing. Take the data of the entire Qishua district as an example. According to the records, the geniuses of previous years are as cheap as cabbage at this time. Even many small families have geniuses who can rival the big sects. This involves multiple levels of problems. Under the factors of time, place, people and harmony. The chaotic times are also an era of opportunities everywhere. The winner takes all and the loser is taken. This is the cold law. Mu Bai, standing in the Qishua mansion, looked down and found that Lin Rushua was exercising. She looked really embarrassed and was completely different from what he had seen before. Lin Rushua, who had a curvy figure, had sweat all over her white skin. And this former girl group member was chopping firewood with a 500 gene axe. The old man Jugu, who acted as a temporary master, was leisurely blowing the fan beside him and watching the beautiful girl working hard. Slow. Fast. Too fast. Too slow. This time you started too fast and fell too slowly. You have just reached the realm of a star warrior. Don't tell me you are tired. This is only 500 gene. Jugu, who was slumped there, said with some dissatisfaction. Letting her chop wood is to train and strengthen her body, so that she can awaken the innate divine body as early as possible. As a result, this operation is simply terrible, whether it is strength or endurance, or the most critical power micro-manipulation. From his perspective, The little girl in front of him was completely unsuitable for cultivation. Lin Rushua, whose confidence was repeatedly hit, gritted her teeth and tried again and again. Mu Bai, who was looking down at the scene, came to the training ground instantly. The other officials of the Red Blood region came over when they saw their boss. Master Mu Bai. Good morning. Master Mu Bai. Mu Bai nodded and glanced at the giant axe weighing 500 kilograms and said softly, "There is no need for her to play with such toys. Although this kind of pressure is meaningful, it is not very meaningful." Thinking that Mu Bai was here to rescue her, Lin Rushua was relieved immediately, and her dissatisfaction with Mu Bai was also reduced a lot. "Thank you." As she smiled and spoke, a shocking pressure came instantly. Lin Rushua, who was already very embarrassed, was directly embedded deeply into the ground by this invisible pressure. Under this pressure, the ground gradually broke. Lin Rushua wanted to stand up by herself but found that she was powerless, and the pressure on her body was still increasing. After a cold glance at Lin Rushua, who was lying on the ground with difficulty breathing, Mu Bai asked back, "You have never experienced life and death, right? If one day death is imminent, and the method to avoid death is in your hands, will you wait for death or break through your own limits?" Lin Rushua thought Mu Bai was going to be gentle with her, but in fact, Mu Bai just disliked this method of physical exploitation to force her to break through her limits because it was too low-end and inefficient. "Are you starting to adapt?" Listening to Lin Rushua's breathing and heartbeat gradually adapting below, Mu Bai immediately snapped his fingers. And then the domineering spirit with the snap of fingers as a signal strengthened again. Lin Rushua, whose breathing was gradually becoming smoother, now tightly grasped the wood chips on the ground. And the crisis of death lingered in her mind. The other party was not kidding. "If I haven't adapted yet, I'm afraid I will really be forced to death." Lin Rushua, who was almost suffocated by the powerful domineering aura, slapped the ground randomly to make Mu Bai stop. But Mu Bai didn't pay any attention to her gesture. Instead, he stepped on her face and rolled to the ground. The other staff members of the Red Blood region were a little scared when they saw the scene, but no one dared to dissuade them. After all, in the entire borderland of the Northern Land King's court, if anyone offended Mu Bai, it would be a waste of time. There would be countless forces to help him destroy the whole family without the master taking action. In the scene of silence, Zhu Gu smiled and explained, "Don't be nervous. Everyone, my fruit ability can make time go back for a while. Even if this little girl dies unfortunately, I can save her." Lin Rushua, who was stepped on by Mu Bai, was extremely emotional at the moment. Angry, ashamed, and angry. These all merged into the desire to survive before death. Under the sound of her fierce heartbeat, she gradually lifted her face out of the pile of dirt. Mu Bai, who relaxed his strength appropriately, was also a little surprised. He was about to release his feet just now, but the young man actually stood up and showed some signs of awakening his innate divine body. This was quite interesting. "It seems that I really need to put enough pressure on you. By the way, you should also adapt to the domineering color in advance, so as not to be in a hurry when facing the enemy in the future." While speaking, Mu Bai had already helped Lin Rushua, whose consciousness was a little blurred, up, and then the domineering color of the domineering aura immediately increased by a level of oppression. Black and red light and shadow exploded in the Red Blood mansion. The staff of the Red Blood district around almost collapsed on the ground at the same time. The people present fainted one after another under the gradual increase of Mu Bai's domineering color domineering aura. Only a few people with strong wills remained conscious. And Lin Rushua, who was helped up by Mu Bai, was still barely standing, contrary to everyone's expectations, as if there was another power in her body that kept helping her to hold on until now. After looking past the crowd, Mu Bai's eyes stayed on Jiang Yang not far away. There was also a scarred ability user sitting on the ground beside him. "Okay, I'll leave it to you." Looking at Mu Bai walking away, Zhu Gu's mouth twitched. He looked at these staggering people and suddenly felt dizzy. There was no other way. He had to go back in time. Otherwise, what else could he do? He couldn't let these people lie dead in the empty training ground of Qixua Mansion. Jiang Yang, who was wearing a black combat uniform, also had a few wounds on his body, but there was no strange color on his handsome face. "Lord Mu Bai, I brought him here. Well done. Are you the mastermind behind the team that spread rumors about me in Longwan District?" Close to Wang Ting Mu Bai, the middle-aged man with long hair and frameless glasses was also a little scared. He gritted his teeth and whispered, "It's not me. If you think it's me, you can kill me or cut me up as you like." Mubai smiled after touching his chin. How could he, who controls the entire regional network hub, make a mistake in his investigation? The middle-aged man in front of him was the mastermind behind the gang that had been hacking him online for a while. He was really good at using a group of children as guns. He is at the level of Star Master. Jianyang. With your skills, was he able to hurt him? Hearing the master's question, Jianyang immediately lowered his head and said, his fruit ability is quite special and can cause physical damage to me through electronic products. So I was slightly injured when I caught him. Then he is still useful. Seeing Mubai's eyes, the middle-aged man felt a sense of fear for some reason. And his teeth loosened. He immediately spit out the phone in his mouth. And almost at the moment when his hand touched the screen of the phone, a long string of text flew out of the screen of the phone. And the target was exactly Mubai's neck. Mubai, who was somewhat curious about the other party's ability, put his hands in his pockets and did not stop him. Jianyang, who was signaled by Mubai's eyes, also did not move. When the text was about to pierce Mubai's neck, something beyond his expectations happened. Mubai not only did not dodge the attack of these texts, but opened his mouth like the legendary four ancient beasts Tout Eye and swallowed the text in one mouthful. The middle-aged man who had never seen such an operation was stunned. And the martial god in Mubai's right hand had already pierced his hands. Ah! Ah! It hurts. Mubai wiped his mouth and said with some appreciation, interesting ability. You can actually attack the enemy by typing. What words you type will attack the other party in the way you described. The man who was pierced by the god of war and had his hand stuck in the ground gradually stopped shouting in pain. He said hurriedly with sweat dripping down his back, yes, I can attack others through electronic products. But it depends on the actual distance between the other party and me. If it is too far away, it will have no power. The closer the rule power generated, the stronger it is. So that's it. Touching the faint red line on his neck, Mubai knew that the other party's attack just now had actually hurt him. But with his current almost godlike physical recovery speed, even such a low-level injury will be quickly repaired. You are also qualified to join the Emperor Yin creation. Jianyang will take him to my office later. Understood? In an underground space somewhere in the Red Blood region, countless fruit ability users are doing some kind of experiment. This kind of large-scale project cannot be done by any force in the entire borderland of the north. Except for one person. Mubai. Jianyang dragged the middle-aged man, who was being transformed by Emperor Yin, and followed Mubai into here. Hundreds of culture dishes were full of fruit ability users locked in nutrient solution. When the experimenters here saw Mubai, both the experimental subjects and the experimental subjects all showed supreme loyalty to their creator. All the people present were life forms created by Emperor Yin. These days, Mubai not only transformed the restless fruit ability users in the Red Blood region, but also the top biological experimental talents in other regions, and the hidden lines of other forces were transformed by Mubai into his most loyal servants. On the surface, they were doing the work assigned to them by other forces. But when Mubai, the Supreme, needed them, they would become the most loyal servants to serve. Jianyang's eyes flickered slightly when he walked over with the middle-aged man. He didn't know why he had a bad feeling every time he entered here. In the brightly lit underground secret laboratory, Mubai took the experimental progress handed over by the manager and said with some dissatisfaction, the classification of superhuman, animal, natural, and mythological data is not scientific. But Lord Mubai, the whole world is currently divided like this. Shaking his head, Mubai pointed at the person dragged by Jianyang and said, this classification is too general. For example, that person can control electronic products by typing to cause regular damage that ignores defense. So to some extent, he should not be simply classified as a superhuman ability user, but a superhuman rule ability user. The manager was confused. He had never seen such a statement before. But according to Lord Mubai, this kind of ability user is indeed more different. If it is based on devil fruit statistics or taxonomy, this idea is actually valid. If you follow this level of detail, the research progress will probably be greatly reduced. Although our experimental participants are all willing to sacrifice their lives. But this is the case. No buts. Li Maicheng. You only need to remember one thing. You must help me complete the mass production of the imitation devil fruit as quickly as possible. This is the mission of all of you present. By the way, I need you to pay attention to one direction. The middle-aged man in a white coat immediately bowed his head and nodded respectfully. I understand. I will speed up the research. Well, let's go in and talk. After that, Mu Bai took Jiang Yang and Li Maicheng to the conference room on the 5th floor underground. Here, Mu Bai gradually began to express his ideas, which is a way to create devil fruit ability users. Bloodline factor. If you want to mass-produce a legion of fruit ability users, you must understand the bloodline factor in One Piece. The bloodline factor is a substance in the comic One Piece and its derivative works, also known as the life design, which exists in all organisms and was discovered by the Team Mads led by Vegapunk and Vinsmoke Judge. Judge applied this discovery to humans and created cloned soldiers and modified humans. The world government considered the study of bloodline factors as dangerous behavior and arrested Vegapunk and others as a substance that is taboo to the audience of the One Piece world. Its degree of worthiness for research far exceeds any ancient weapons in Mu Bai's mind. First, consider the devil fruit as a person who also has a bloodline factor. If the composition of the devil fruit's bloodline factor, gene, is the same as that of humans, such as fishmen, mermaids, and elks, it is equivalent to giving birth to a child, and the child born is still an ordinary person. That is to say, the composition of the devil fruit's bloodline factor, gene, is different from that of humans, but it can be paired, in addition to hybridization. Is it possible that bloodline factor gene, chimera, is a bloodline factor gene chimera? Mu Bai doesn't know this question yet, but he guesses that it is likely to be feasible. For example, inserting a pest-resistant gene into rice can make rice pest-resistant, and inserting a fluorescent gene into mice can make mice-specific tissues show fluorescence, which is convenient for scientific research. And the devil fruit may also give humans abilities in this way. In the past few days, Mu Bai didn't mention this matter just because he was worried that the devil fruit ability users in the main world were different from those in the One Piece world. However, today, when he saw the experimental report submitted by Li Maicheng, he saw that researchers had discovered this special factor. After a long and eloquent speech, Li Maicheng also fell into deep thought. As one of the few scientists who believed in science and biotechnology, he thought Mu Bai's words were nonsense at first. But combined with the sample analysis of the past 2 days, he felt that it was possible to implement it. However, this meticulous genetic modification project requires an extremely long time and many experimental targets to complete. We will try our best to extract and modify the bloodline factor perfectly and implant it into the human body. But the natural superhuman system is unlikely to have the ability to do this hybridization experiment. Li Maicheng's words are not wrong at all. He can't extract trees, stones, or magma, which are natural things, to combine with people. There is no bloodline factor at all. So after thinking about it, the only experimental subjects that can extract the bloodline factors of both parties for hybridization can only be human and ordinary animal genes. Defense? Do it. If you think it's easier to start with animal-type ability users, then start here. I look forward to your good news. Mu Bai, who delegated power, left here with Jiang Yang after saying these words, leaving Li Maicheng in the conference room, gesturing at the white paper. After leaving the secret underground base, Mu Bai and Jiang Yang went to other regions to inspect separately. Jiang Yang, whose mind was becoming increasingly turbid, didn't know why he was always panicking, especially when he looked towards the north. After taking a long breath, he still walked towards the Red Blood Mansion step by step. Near the end of the year, a young man living in the Great Snow Mountain Range in the Northern Territory sighed after seeing the stone tablet engraved in the valley. He was determined and had a young face. He was born with a righteous spirit. At this moment, he couldn't help crying when he touched the broken stone tablet. He still couldn't let go of his master, who was running out of energy when he returned to the stone house. The old man in the brocade purple robe in the damp stone house was already dying. But even so, he still had no regrets. He was able to force the top 9 contemporary masters in the world to besiege him together. And even if he died, it would be enough to affect the world for generations. If it weren't for the disciple of the Nanhai Immortal who came with the magic weapon, it would be hard to say who would win in the end. It was worth it for me, Gu Sanchun. Before I died, this old man was the Wandian old man Gu Sanchun. He was the last one to disappear in the Northern Territory War, and was now on the verge of death. At the beginning, he used the immortal curse of the Changsheng God Emperor as the foundation to absorb energy, and finally entered the great perfection of the Sun Wheel realm. And he was the top master of the 4 domains alone. What a glorious moment! What a joy! Even though he was defeated in the end, he still achieved half of his goal, which was to use the tomb of the immortal God Emperor to destroy the entire high-level forces in the Northern Territory. These top forces in the northern territory of the Free Heaven Snow Mountain perished. It's a pity that I can't make the various forces in Zhongzhou that absorb the power of the stars in the four regions collapse. Wangting. Zhongzhou Dynasty. These forces are still in their heyday. Sword Emperor. I'm sorry for you. The forces that caused you to die in a foreign land still exist. Gu Changchun, who had already entered the last days of his life, burst into tears, and there was no trace of the high spirits that he had once fought alone in the 8 wildernesses. Seeing that the master was still talking incoherently, Shaoli was also full of heartache. Although he had only been with the master for a few months, he would never forget the kindness of the other parties teaching him. A few months ago, he was still an adopted child of the hunter family, and now he has stepped into the realm of the Star Apostle. Even without a reference, Shaoli knew that this speed of cultivation was quite fast. He had heard in the snowy mountain village that if someone stepped into the Star Warrior, he would be considered a superior person. Even in the deserted northern region, he would be able to protect himself. Shaoli. Gu Changchun, with a ruddy face but a weak breath, suddenly pressed Shaoli's shoulder. He was in pain from being pressed by his master, but Gu Changchun showed no sign of letting go. Shaoli, you have great luck. I have lived for more than 100,000 years, and have never seen someone like you. If it is as I expected, you are a child of destiny born against the trend. In the future, only the highest position is worthy of you. Now you promise me 2 things. The nails penetrated into the flesh and blood. Shaoli lowered his head in pain, but there was still no complaint on his face. Shaoli, I want you to swear that you will never stop moving forward for your own continuous improvement. This is the first thing. Shaoli, swear that I will never stop getting stronger. If I break this oath, I will be struck by lightning. Gu Changchun patted his shoulder with relief, and then his voice gradually became low. You have to avenge me and inherit my will. I want you to overthrow all the forces in Zhongzhou and completely disintegrate the system of Zhongzhou, absorbing the star power of the 4 domains. In the future, people in the 4 domains will be equal and harmonious. I want you to create an era of peace without war. Can you do it? At this point, Gu Changchun's voice had gradually disappeared, replaced by a slight cough, and a faint trace of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Hearing the second sentence of the master, the young Shaoli immediately stood up. His eyes were full of resentment. A real man born in troubled times must pacify the world, solve unfair things. The major forces in Zhongzhou mentioned by the master are all rats. Master, don't worry. Shaoli, will completely destroy the entire Zhongzhou even if I die. If one day I have a sword in my hand, I will kill all the unjust people in the world. The sonorous and powerful voice of Shaoli made Gu Changchun's eyes slightly reveal a trace of joy. He wanted this kind of momentum and will. As long as he used Shaoli, maybe his lifelong wish would be realized after his death. Thinking of this, he gradually closed his eyes. And with a wail, Gu Changchun completely lost his breath. Master! Master! Holding the broken body of the master, Shaoli felt a kind of anger burning in his heart. His adoptive parents were hunted as livestock by the passing Northern Expedition Coalition to fill their power. Now his master, who treated him like a family member, also died from the old wounds caused by those people. How could he not avenge the murder of his father, mother and master? How could he forget? Shaoli, with a firm look in his eyes, clenched his fists. On the 3rd day after burying his master, he walked out of this remote mountain range in the heavy snow at the end of the year at the bottom of the snow valley. No one knew what Gu Changchun had taught him, and no one knew how this young man would stir up the entire main world. The streets of the Red Blood District were full of lanterns. Mu Bai stood on the Yulong Lake and meditated, and the star rain next to him was also meditating. But the difference between the two was that the former was in a daze, while the latter was accumulating the energy of the Union fruit. It had been 4 months since he came to the Red Blood District, and during this time Mu Bai was also multi-threaded, conducting mass production experiments of artificial fruit ability users in secret laboratories, and making secret arrangements in 300 districts. It can be said that Mu Bai has now figured out the situation of the entire borderland north. He can even know who the prince of the imperial dynasty is sleeping with thousands of districts away while eating supper in the Red Blood District. He has basically infiltrated the entire borderland north. Under such a powerful information network, Mu Bai also restarted the previous Tianluoduang intelligence department. He can say that except for the top forces who dare not invade rashly, he will also send people to gradually infiltrate other second and third-rate forces. In addition to the artificial fruit ability users and the intelligence department, Mu Bai is also secretly adjusting the development of the Tiangong forces. After several months of development, a large number of people have been eliminated. The screening method he chose is also very simple. That is, to open hunting missions to those Tiangong members with weak strength. And those hunted targets will be invited if they kill Tiangong members in reverse. Since Mu Bai became famous at home and abroad after taking action as Yang Jian, the targets who were hunted would basically choose to join the Heavenly Palace forces and become one of the 99 god chosen after killing the Heavenly Palace members. Under such a survival of the fittest, the quality of the 99 seats of the Heavenly Palace members is also rapidly improving. Now there are no people at the level of Star Master among the Heavenly Palace members. The worst ones are also strong people at the Star Wheel realm. And there are countless strong people at the Sun Wheel realm. Mu Bai didn't know the true identities of many of them. They seemed to be retired great elders of some sects, or some independent cultivators from non-sect forces. There were members of the Heavenly Palace, who intervened in the Luotianmen secret realm in the western regions. Among them, the strongman codenamed Tong Tian defeated the leader of the Sun Wheel realm of the western region Fire Buddhism. In the Penglai Mountain secret realm in the South China Sea, 18 Heavenly Palace strongmen joined forces to defeat the reinforcements of the two major forces and seize several treasures. The Heavenly Palace was almost present in any particularly important event in the entire main world. With the help of these people, the reputation of the Heavenly Palace also rose. And Mu Bai's Heavenly Palace points also soared. Today, the Tiangong points have skyrocketed to nearly 27 million. The speed of this point increase can be said to be abnormal and terrifying. With the efforts of the 99 members, even Mu Bai's exchange list has been upgraded. And the rewards that can be exchanged have become more. Mu Bai, who was sailing alone on the Yulong Lake, looked at the clouds on the lake and felt an inexplicable ethereal mood. If this year had passed, he would have been in the main world for nearly 26 years. It is a miracle to enter the top 10 of the current Pride list at the age of 26. The peak of the Star Wheel realm is even more outrageous. You should know that even the Shira God Emperor, who was known as a genius at the time, did not step into the Star Wheel realm until he was 30 years old. I heard that a talent appeared in the Northern Territory some time ago. Fan Xingyu opened his eyes and said lazily, I have heard of it too. His name is Shaoli. I heard that he defeated several Tianju of the Qingdi sect in the Northern Territory. In the end, he was besieged by the people of the Qingdi sect and fell into the restricted area. At that time, it was said that he had been killed without a complete body. The major sects were also very dissatisfied with the Qingdi sect's unruly bullying of the minority. But later, Shaoli miraculously came out of the restricted area alive and was promoted to the realm of Star Master. He made an appointment with Qian Mingzi for 3 moves. As long as Shaoli can take 3 moves, Qian Mingzi will let him go unconditionally. The surname is Xiao, and there is a word Li in his name. He also likes to gamble with others and fell into a dangerous place and survived a near-death experience. After returning, his combat power has greatly increased. How do you look at him? What happened next? Later, Shaoli actually took 3 moves from Qian Mingzi and survived. But I heard that he was half dead. If it weren't for Princess Luoho from the western regions who rescued him, he would have died there. Now I heard that he has arrived in the western regions. Good guy. It was really surprising that he could take 3 moves from Qian Mingzi and survive at the level of Star Master. Mu Bai had seen Qian Mingzi's Qianku Daoli with his own eyes. Except for fighting monsters like Bei Quangren, who could resolve it. It was actually difficult for others to survive a round under that magical physique. So Mu Bai could guess without thinking that Qian Mingzi not only let him go, but also let him go. Although it was unclear what the connection was. Shaoli must have something unique to make the world's top genius hold back. Don't you think it's strange? It's fine to turn misfortune into fortune. But it's hard not to be suspicious of this level of improvement. Mu Bai, with his hands behind his back, looked at the mist on the lake and kept searching for the skills in his mind. But it was difficult to find such a rapid improvement. Maybe it's because of luck. Some people are born with great luck. As the saying goes, when luck comes, heaven and earth will work together. When luck is gone, heroes are helpless. Born by destiny, they will inevitably die by destiny. Mu Bai was a little curious when he heard Fan Xingyu say such philosophical words. You said before that I carried luck. Do you think I am the same as Shaoli? Fan Xingyu shook her head. Although she could sense Mu Bai's uniqueness and his extraordinary luck, she could never really see through the source of this luck. In her eyes, Mu Bai was more like a person wrapped in fog. Just like the quiet lake at this moment. Deep and bottomless. I don't understand Lord Mu Bai. Or I can't see you clearly. Hearing this, Mu Bai somehow remembered what Ziwei Star Lord had said to him. That people from outside the sky have no destiny. Forget it. If you can't see through it, then you can't see through it. After no longer being able to cruise the lake, Mu Bai's figure flashed, and he had already arrived at the pavilion on the shore. Elder Jugu, who had been waiting here for a long time, ate beef noodles and said softly, "Master, more and more people are coming to the Hengfeng area, and the strange phenomena on Hengfeng Mountain are getting more and more serious. Do you want me to take care of those restless people?" "No. The more people come, the better. What you have to do is to try to ensure the chaos on the scene. As long as the secret realm on Hengfeng Mountain appears, you have to start your destruction mission." Mu Bai, sitting on a stone bench, said simply. Although Elder Jugu was a little surprised to hear the master's answer, he would not object to anything. After all, everything is subject to the master's orders. Hengfeng. Mu Bai was naturally familiar with the Hengfeng region. It was the borderland north region near the west, and it was also one of the regions under his rule. More importantly, many large-scale tasks of the Heavenly Palace were arranged in the Hengfeng region, especially the tasks related to the Hengfeng secret realm, which were of heavyweight level. The scattered tasks were estimated to meet his mission goal of accumulating 30 million Heavenly Palace points. He had been drooling over the special passage between the main world and the dark world for many days. Mu Bai felt a little strange. On the surface, he was the mastermind behind the Hengfeng region. But from another perspective, he was the head of the Heavenly Palace forces, and also the mastermind behind the destruction of the Hengfeng region. With these two opposing identities blended together, Mu Bai still chose to gain points. That is, to let the war and massacre in the Hengfeng region continue. Put some of our ability users on the scene. I just need them to stir up trouble when they should, and stop when they should. I'll leave this to you and Fang Xinjiu. I understand. Elder Juega nodded repeatedly. He was very happy to go out to fight and cause trouble. Otherwise, it would be too boring to study cats and dogs all day. He is requested to go out to fight several times in these days. He feels uncomfortable if he doesn't use his Sun Wheel Realm combat power. In contrast, Mu Bai didn't seem so anxious. Seeing Juega leave in a hurry, Mu Bai didn't show much emotion. After looking around, Mu Bai didn't find any trace of Jiang Yang, which made him a little curious. He had clearly instructed the other party. So why didn't this master come today? This was indeed very strange. In a factory on the outskirts of the Red Blood district, a masked man and two women were untying a man. The untied young man raised his head indifferently and said in a cold voice, "Who are you?" "I am someone close to Lord Mu Bai. If you kidnap me, don't even think about escaping." The two masked women snorted coldly, seeming to be very disdainful of Mu Bai mentioned by Jiang Yang. And the masked man became angry after hearing the word Mu Bai. "Friend, you are helping the tiger. Mu Bai is evil. Even in the Northern Territory. I have heard of his crimes. Why do you have to follow that kind of person?" Jiang Yang was a little speechless. He found that the three people in front of him seemed to have problems with their IQ. Wasn't it just to let him escape or fight back after untying him and asking these things? Then you should tell me what his crimes are, so that I can distinguish them. Jiang Yang, who was secretly accumulating strength, asked with a gentle look. In order to delay time, he naturally tried to make the other party spend as much time as possible. Seeing that he was willing to listen, the two women opened their red lips and told him all the evil deeds of Mu Bai. He was born into a famous family. His family made its fortune by exploiting ordinary people in Yunming's district. I heard that he beat and scolded his servants. He was so violent at such a young age. He was greedy for power, and even designed to squeeze out one person's participation qualification in order to join the Holy Tao sect at that time. After entering the sect, he was also lazy and disdained the responsibilities of the sect. But when the sect had benefits, he would be the one who ran the fastest. According to reliable information, I also heard that this person likes married women the most. In order to satisfy this fetish, he often makes ordinary people's families broken up. It can be said that this person has lost all conscience and done all kinds of bad things. The two girls seemed to be telling a crosstalk, and they almost belittled Mu Bai as the first bastard in the past 5,000 years. The masked man was also delighted when he heard the two women's words. He had told them about Mu Bai's evil deeds along the way, but he didn't expect that these two people were also talented people who could put their knowledge into practice. Jiang Yang was stunned. Are these two people talking about Mu Bai? This is completely different from the Lord Mu Bai he saw. Shocked by the smearing methods of the two, Jiang Yang slowly lowered his head, as if he was shocked and repenting for the crimes of the people he was loyal to. Seeing that his goal was achieved, the masked man also comforted Jiang Yang for a while, and asked the purpose of his trip. My friend, I want to ask where Lin Rushua is imprisoned in the Red Blood District. I came to find Lin Rushua. Jiang Yang, with a gleam in his eyes, was thoughtful, when he was about to seize the opportunity to sneak attack the other party from behind. A voice came into his mind. Jiang Yang, don't do it yet, and see what they are going to do. After Mu Bai, who was standing on the roof of the factory building, secretly issued this order, he watched the performance of the three people below with interest. Mu Bai originally wanted to arrange for Jiang Yang to go to Hangfeng Mountain, but he could not wait for anyone and vaguely thought that something had happened. When he came here, he encountered the description of him by these two women. Mu Bai wanted to kill himself with a knife after hearing that. He wanted to laugh a little and finally put his eyes on the man. Among the three people below, 2 women and 1 man, the man gave Mu Bai the most special feeling. I don't know why Mu Bai always sees the shadows of others in his figure. Jiang Yang, you joined them in the plan to search and rescue Lin Rushua. You say so. After Mu Bai's careful teaching, Jiang Yang was very cooperative and almost drew the location of Lin Rushua on the map. This made the three people feel that the young man named Jiang Yang in front of them still had some sense of honor and shame, and knew not to help the evil. Seeing Jiang Yang's cooperation, the man did not make any move to hurt him, but patted his shoulder to indicate that he would find another way out in the future. As soon as he walked out of the abandoned factory building outside the suburbs, the masked man suddenly looked up in the air. It seemed that he had a feeling in his heart. And Mu Bai did not hide his figure, but appeared in front of the three people openly. The masked man was a little stunned, and the 2 women thought that the people in front of them were enemies following them. Without thinking, the 2 of them drove their long swords at the same time and attacked quickly. The sharp long sword cut through the void, and when the sword intent soared into the sky, the 2 swords were like dragons dancing in their master's performance. It was a bit funny that Mu Bai used his left index finger as a sword to instantly interrupt the sword momentum of the 2 people. The 2 masked women were unwilling to give up and wanted to attack from the front and back. But Mu Bai just stretched out his fingers again and stood still to fight the 2 people. Ding ding ding. After a sound similar to metal collision, Mu Bai withdrew his hand, and the 2 masked women felt numb at the palm of their hands. And even the sharp swords had small pits. What a joke. The 2 women still didn't give up and attacked again. When the 3 figures crossed, the 2 masked women screamed at the same time. Mu Bai walked in front of the 2 people without mercy, using his fingers as a knife and the armed color domineering as a blade. After a swift slash that could not be observed by the naked eye, the battle had already been decided. The necks of the 2 masked women slid evenly under Mu Bai's finger knife. Mu Bai stepped on the 2 female corpses and came to the masked man and said with a smile, I am Mu Bai, the evil man who is worse than a beast in their mouths just now. Why did you come to my place to find Lin Rushua? The masked man was obviously more alert when he heard that this person was Mu Bai. Although he hated him from the bottom of his heart, he had to admit that this person's oppression was too strong. He did not answer Mu Bai's words, but retreated slowly with caution. There is no way. The masked man made up his mind. The next moment, the monstrous demonic energy swept all around. There seemed to be endless murderous intent in the piles of bones, and the black and red demonic energy gathered into a huge skull. The tyrannical power was actually directly improved by several levels. What's more amazing is that the fists and palms are full of powerful traction ability. This surprised Mu Bai. The blood pupils in the masked man's eyes opened, and he almost instantly clashed with Mu Bai. As a top-level inherited martial arts, devouring the sky demonic art is naturally extraordinary, although it can't catch up with the legendary skills. Due to its special nature, it is more perverted than some ordinary legendary skills. With the heaven-devouring demon art as a trigger, this man actually caught Mu Bai's vibrating iron fist. This is just one knight of Wang Ting legend. Seeing that he could actually withstand Mu Bai's punch, the masked Shaoli was also very happy. If he could defeat Wang Ting Mu Bai here, his reputation and prestige could be completely raised to a higher level. More importantly, if he could use the heaven-devouring demon art to devour all of the opponent's cultivation, he might be able to take another big step forward in his realm. Seeing that the opponent began to adapt to his attack strength, Mu Bai also sighed slightly. It seems that I still can't easily suppress you with only 10% of my strength. Are you kidding? He just used only 10% of his strength? Pretending to be profound. Let me see how capable you are. Shaoli attacked again, with the devouring heaven demonic energy in his hand. Mu Bai, on the other hand, used his overlord's haki to defeat the demonic energy with brute force, and then punched through Xiao Li's chest. Xiao Li stretched out his arms to block Mu Bai's fist, and only heard 2 crisp sounds of bones before he was blasted to the ground. As blood flew, countless fist shadows evenly covered all of Xiao Li's vision from all directions and multiple angles. Wait! I have to wait for you before I beat you. Countless heavy fists fell on Xiao Li's body, and almost instantly all his bones were shattered. If it weren't for the heaven-devouring demonic art protecting his body, the newcomer from the Northern Territory would have been beaten into a pulp. Xiao Li, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices, was about to fall down when Mu Bai grabbed his collar and lifted him up. Who are you? I am your uncle. Mu Bai found such a hard bone interesting. He immediately activated the Netherworld Heart method that he had not used for a long time. And while pressing his palm on the other person's head, he kept searching the other person's memory. Xiao Li, whose memory was searched, struggled like a pig being slaughtered. Although the Netherworld Heart method, as a mysterious skill spread by the Nether Emperor at the beginning, had many restrictions, even if only the upper half was used, it had many wonderful abilities, such as absorbing the star power of the star beast, or intercepting the memory of others. The main reason why Mu Bai gave up this half of the Netherworld Heart technique was because of the Nether Emperor. After all, the other party mastered the entire Netherworld Heart technique. If he continued to practice, he would probably be controlled by others. It would be better to give it up directly. After all, his devouring points have a speed that far exceeds the speed of the Netherworld Heart technique's combat power improvement. The power of the stars flowed in the palm of his hand, and the black and purple Netherworld power penetrated the opponent's brain. At the same time, Mu Bai also saw the opponent's recent memory. Xiao Li, Mu Bai, who was a little speechless, was just discussing this person by the lake. He didn't expect that this guy would come to his territory from afar. It was really a fate. When Mu Bai saw the scene of Gu Changchun's death, he was also shocked. He always thought that Gu Changchun had left the main world and hid in the small world of the heavens. He didn't expect that the other party was seriously injured in the northern expedition to the point of endangering his life. Maybe he absorbed the forbidden power of the Chansheng God Emperor? Otherwise, with his current realm, this injury should not be enough to take his life. He continued to search his memory, and found the formula of the demon art of devouring the heavens that Gu Changchun had taught to Xiao Li. With this unexpected gain, he looked around and found no other useful information. So he threw Xiao Li aside. Mu Bai, who stopped the operation of the Netherworld Heart method, truly understood why Xiao Li's realm was improved so quickly. The opponent's demon art of devouring the heavens was really mysterious. With the development of a new way, this technique can be said to have the ability to quickly devour other people's cultivation. And it is amazing that there is no side effect. This is very terrifying. You must know that the only thing that Mu Bai has seen so far that can quickly improve the realm and strength without side effects is the addition of his own devouring points. If you want to know more details, you need to experience it yourself. Thinking of this, Mu Bai directly practiced the demon art of devouring the heavens on the spot. And the mysterious runes were imprinted on his hands. And a magnificent trend came into being under the rampant demonic energy. Mu Bai, who gradually got the hang of it within 2 minutes, actually mastered this obscure ancient technique. This scene made Xiao Li, who was only breathing his last breath, almost die of anger. It took him 2 full months to practice this technique. Even so, his master was shocked at his training speed and warned him to be cautious and not to be arrogant. But how come this Mu Bai is like a monster? 2 minutes. He mastered this skill in 2 minutes. You thief. A thief who stole my memory. Lying on the ground and breathing hard, Xiao Li felt that his brain was fragmented, and his memory was completely disrupted by this guy. As his physical injuries gradually worsened, he gradually fell into a deep coma. After mastering the demon art of devouring the heavens, Mu Bai pointed casually, and the 2 apostle-level ability users hidden in the dark walked over quickly. These 2 people were both life forms of Emperor Yan's creation. Mu Bai wanted to test the ability of this demon art of devouring the heavens. No resistance. No movement. After a simple command, the black and red magic energy in Mu Bai's palm slapped the chests of the 2 people like a falcon. Mu Bai's arms, which immediately activated the absorption function of the demon art of devouring the heavens, exerted force. The next moment, the 2 apostle-level ability users were drained of their bodies by the magic energy in Mu Bai's hands. And with a clang, the 2 mummies fell to the ground. After closing his eyes and gradually feeling the amount of star power he absorbed, Mu Bai's face showed a bit of strangeness. This demon art of devouring the sky is indeed infinitely powerful. With Mu Bai's current combat power, he can instantly drain 2 people at the star apostle level. And the amount of star power he obtains is also not small. He estimated that the absorption efficiency is about 70%, which is already a very exaggerated data. You must know that the perfect absorption of 70% of other people's star power can also be used for oneself. This unlimited and continuous self-enhancement method, as long as there is time to grow. Then the holder of this technique will inevitably climb to the peak of the main world in a short time. When he was surprised at the exquisiteness of this technique, Mu Bai suddenly realized that something was wrong. Although his body absorbed 70% of the star power of the 2 people, the star power that was truly absorbed into the body and finally converted into the total amount of his own star power was only 50%. The other 20% was not wasted, but converted into a kind of demonic energy erosion that was being integrated into Mu Bai's body. Although you can absorb half of the cultivation of others, as long as you absorb the cultivation of others, part of it will be converted into demonic energy to erode your body, and the eroded body will have hidden problems. For example, lifespan decline. Mu Bai, who was talking to himself, did not care too much about the erosion of demonic energy after he put away the devil art of devouring the heavens. With his physical strength and total life, it would not be a big deal even if he was eroded 100 times. In fact, this technique is more suitable for him, compared with Shaoli under his feet. Mu Bai has a stronger physical constitution and can withstand a large amount of demonic energy erosion. Glancing at Shaoli, Mu Bai felt ridiculous. Shaoli probably still regarded Gu Changchun as his mentor and respected him very much. But he didn't know that the old man actually taught devil art of devouring the heavens directly in order to help him grow. This obviously meant that he wanted Shaoli to quickly fulfill his last wish. As for whether Shaoli would die young in the future, Gu Changchun probably didn't care at all. While Shaoli was unconscious, Jiang Yan came over with a dusty face. He seemed to have been drugged by Shaoli and others. And even if he could move freely, he was still shaky. After retracting the demon art of devouring the sky, Mu Bai took a few steps forward and was about to check Shaoli's breath when 4 breaths burst out from 4 directions at the same time. Mu Bai instantly sensed a hint of danger. Among the 4 bursts of breath, one was the breath of the Sun Wheel Realm, and the other 3 were at the peak of the Moon Wheel Realm. Cage! The masked man in black twisted his body rapidly. With the restraint of the other 3, he quickly enveloped Mu Bai in the cage he had turned into. Looking at the black railings around him, Mu Bai did not take action. Instead, he asked several people, "Friends, you went to such great lengths to sneak over to the northern borderland just to kill me, right?" The man whose head turned into a cage to surround Mu Bai turned into a smiling face on the top of the cage and said sarcastically, "Who knows? But the people the 4 ghosts of the vast sea, want to kill will not survive the hunting deadline." Cage! Bingjie, the hunter of the superhuman cage fruit ability user, twisted the railings and immediately locked Mu Bai in it. The cold cage was tightly attached to Mu Bai's whole body, and this also blocked Mu Bai's joints. According to the human body structure, as long as he wanted to move, the other railings would disrupt his joints. Cage! Shrink the ghost shadow. The railings turned into armed color blades and cut swiftly. Mu Bai, who was blocked from moving, snorted coldly and released a terrifying vibration light ball without caring about the blockade of the railings. Squeak! Squeak! The cage kept twisting. But this time, Mu Bai was twisting in the opposite direction from the inside, while the dark cage was countered. Shadow, one of the 4 ghosts of the vast sea, immediately touched Mu Bai's skin with a white ghost mask. Mu Bai felt a chill on his back. The shadow was emitting a black substance from the surface of his skin, and while the substance was escaping, the shadow under Mu Bai's feet came alive and was quickly forming another him. The Eye of Divine Punishment was activated. Without waiting for the 2 to continue, Mu Bai immediately released the Eye of Divine Punishment. The terrifying shock wave of Divine Punishment broke through the cage and instantly shot through the man who was controlling the reflection in front of him. But the man immediately turned into a new shadow and stood up. The dark cage, which was constantly twisted by Mu Bai's huge force, screamed and turned into liquid and reattached to Mu Bai, who was controlling the Eye of Divine Punishment. Mu Bai's reflection was pulling away. A sense of crisis surged in his heart. This reflection must not be allowed to form. Overlord's domineering aura. Shaking the sky, the strong domineering color turned into a black and red wave that overturned the earth. The 2 peak masters of the Moon Wheel Realm immediately retreated. The extremely domineering spirit condensed into lightning and was held in Mubai's palm. The Eye of Divine Punishment instantly came to the Shadow Man, and Mubai punched him. This punch instantly penetrated the Shadow's chest and exploded behind him. The power of the domineering color entanglement in Mubai's hands is no different from the top-level damage-type magical power. After tearing the dark cage apart with his hands, Mubai knew that this was not the opponent's true body, so he did not entangle. Scarlet light was launched from the Eye of Divine Punishment. The powerful shock wave immediately shot towards the dark cage along his line of sight. Being washed by such a level of energy, even the dark cage with extremely high defense could not bear it. Damn ghost. What are you still doing? Are you waiting for me to collect your body? There was a loud bang in the air. Mubai looked up and saw a huge giant with a majestic body of more than 100 meters kicking him. At some point, two shadow men under his feet actually grabbed Mubai's ankles at the same time, seemingly trying to restrict his movement. You really don't know how to live or die. At this moment, Mubai was really angry. After all, he had a small fight with Shaoli before. But now it was different. The four of them had a tacit understanding. Especially the Sunwheel Realm expert standing at the back, who was always observing the battle situation and didn't make a move. In this case, Mubai naturally had no reason to limit his strength. All 100% combat power was activated. The moment the 8 desolate prison body was activated, Mubai held the God of War in his right hand and penetrated the bodies of the two shadow men under his feet. Then, Mubai, who moved instantly with the Eye of Divine Punishment, did not confront the giant above his head head-on, but turned the muzzle of the gun and came behind the dark cage. Asshole. Seeing that Mubai was the first to lock on himself, the dark cage immediately merged into the ground and turned into a cage. The next moment, countless railings wrapped in armed color domineering formed a sky-covering formation to surround Mubai. Mysterious. After raising his eyebrows slightly, Mubai held the martial god and inserted it directly into the ground. A large number of railings gradually disintegrated, and the sealing fruit embedded in the martial god's body was sealing the cage fruit. Seeing that the trick failed, the ugly Onlong immediately turned around and ran away. On his retreat route, more than a dozen shadow men held hands and blocked in front of Mubai. Seeing that Mubai was still chasing him, these shadow men immediately merged into a shadow centipede and pounced on the reflection of the prey. Mubai's reflection was still scratched when he dodged subconsciously. When the reflection was rubbed, a wound appeared on Mubai's left arm, and he had no time to take care of these at the moment, because at this moment, the reflection of the shadow centipede was turning into a living thing, and the reflection of the reflection was also turning into a living thing. Such means were obviously going to continue endlessly. The reflections are all copies, and the owners of these reflections are obviously hiding in a corner and controlling the shadow creatures on the battlefield. Watching this scene coldly, Mubai directly shook the ground with a punch. The next moment, he launched a violent attack on the shadow centipede army in front of him. The shattering vibrations of the punches did tear and shatter all the shadows. But these torn shadows did not dissipate immediately, but gradually merged into larger reflection creatures along the broken gaps. This method, Fruit Awakening. There is no doubt that the other party must be an awakened ability user of the superhuman fruit. Even the person who controlled the cage just now also has the characteristics of awakening. The sky darkened. The huge palm slapped down like the Five Fingers Mountain. It was the giant chasing after him. This giant called the Dark Ghost was obviously also an ability user, controlling a huge body but not slow. After feeling the heavy pressure, Mubai suddenly laughed. What a combat test subject that has come to my doorstep. I was wondering what level my combat ability has reached. After saying that, Mubai immediately transformed into a combination of the Tout Eye form and the Golden Crow form. Although he looked like a monster, he possessed extremely powerful abilities. After the Tout Eye bite-off ability in his mouth was activated, the giant's palm shattered. Even the giant's palm covered with a strong armed color domineering aura could not resist this type of penetrating attack. Then Mubai pulled up the martial god on the ground and jumped along the giant's knee. The leader of the four ghosts in the vast sea, who had always stood on the giant's shoulder, was a little surprised at Mubai's current form. What an incredible ability. It's a pity that it will end today. As soon as the voice fell, an endless gust of wind swept in. Under the control of the dark brain, more than a dozen super-large tornadoes flooded the entire field of vision. Tornado. Destroy the country. The dark brain, with a calm voice, stood on the heavy shoulders of the dark ghost and issued a death notice. The killer codenamed Dark Cage manipulated the cage to change the geological structure to make it become densely packed striped railings. As long as Mubai fell, he would strangle the opponent at the fastest speed. The killer codenamed Shadow stood in a shadow corner not far away and manipulated the collected shadows to go to the battlefield. He looked like a gentleman in a green suit and a top hat, but the clown mask gave him a bit more cold temperament. The user of the giant fruit codenamed Dark Ghost saw that Mubai had stepped on his knees and was coming towards his face. He immediately grabbed him with both hands. His arms of more than 10 meters were full of armed color domineering. This is the superpower of the giant fruit, which can not only enlarge the body, but also enlarge the total amount of observation color domineering. The 3 top killers of the Moonwheel Realm watched. But the dark brain standing on the shoulder of Dark Ghost had already made a move. Tornado. Destroy the country. These 4 plain words stirred up the world like thunder from the ground. More than a dozen large tornadoes rolled towards Mubai collectively, with the smile of the god of death. The vegetation on the ground rose up in the strong wind, and the factory next to it was dismantled into pieces in a second and floated towards the sky. In the green strong wind, Mubai was like a baby throwing these powerful tornadoes to the ground. This is not an ordinary strong wind. With Mubai's current physique, even tens of thousands of strong winds cannot stop him. But this green strong wind has a similar erosion ability. After just a short contact, Mubai was exhausted and unable to stop in midair. Mubai, who suddenly crashed into the ground, was immediately entangled by the cage of the dark cage. The reflection above his head flashed and a shadow guillotine formed, beheading Mubai, who was blocked from moving. Mubai, who was temporarily powerless due to the erosion of the divine wind, had a dark golden light flashing in his pupils. And then the shocking divine punishment shock wave was immediately shot out, while shooting through the reflected guillotine. It also smashed the cage bars that blocked his movement. There's something strange about Mubai's third eye. Everyone be careful. And Long didn't dare to face Mubai head-on. So when he saw Mubai coming towards him, he immediately ran behind Ngui. The Ngui, who had grown to hundreds of meters, roared and plunged his hands deeply into the ground. The next moment, the flat ground of hundreds of meters was lifted up by his hands. In the roar, the land that looked like a small island was thrown out by Ngui, which also contained his armed color domineering. So when the entire black island fell towards Mubai like a meteorite, it was very visually effective. Mubai frowned slightly and was about to step forward to defeat the falling object. But the Sunwheel Realm expert and now standing on Ngui's shoulder took the lead and his figure flashed. The next moment, Mubai was punched and flew hundreds of meters away. Before the opponent could stand still, another fist accelerated by the divine wind bombarded again. Unable to avoid it, Mubai's right hand turned into a gluttonous head and bit it in now, allowing him to dodge and neutralize the punch. Then, he immediately mobilized the acceleration of the mythical sun golden crow fruit. At the increasing speed, his and Now's figures continued to explode on the entire battlefield. In a few moments, all the buildings on the scene collapsed under the aftermath of the 2 people's fists. 2 figures, one black and one red, kept flashing. And Now was also slightly surprised in the continuous explosions. He didn't expect that Wang Ting Mubai could actually keep up with his speed and punching power. You should know that this is absolutely impossible under normal circumstances. Even though the peak of the Moonwheel Realm and the Sunwheel Realm seem to be only one step away, the amplification given to the practitioners by the 2 is very different. It is not without reason that everyone below the Sunwheel Realm is an ant. However, Mubai in front of him broke some common sense of Now. In these few moments of battle, he could clearly perceive that the opponent was adapting to his attack method and attack speed. Even in the last few punches, the opponent was able to effectively counterattack according to his attack method. In the final collision of the blue divine wind and the red overlord color entanglement, Mubai broke through the defense of Now and punched into his chest in his astonished eyes. The extremely strong overlord color entanglement kept exploding and bursting. The amazing air waves surged along Now's chest. And Now, who took this punch, was obviously slightly injured. After a drop of blood dripped from under the mask, the opponent's cold voice appeared again. Divine wind? Repel? Not good. The blue wind instantly hit Mubai's body from the ground. Mubai was blown away, and his mind was turbid. The falling armed color island landed on his head. Dozens of shadow people rushed towards Mubai in unison. There were several small cages under his feet that blocked his ankles. He was hit by the kamikaze, and had not yet woken up. After defeating a shadow man, he was still pressed down by the armed color domineering land plate. With a violent collision sound, huge smoke and dust gradually rose. In the thick smoke, Anlon laughed loudly. It's so interesting. Mubai actually needs the four of us to attack at the same time to suppress him. He is worthy of being a top genius. It's a pity that his bone age is less than 30 years old. The huge dark ghost released the fruit ability and gradually shrank back. He was afraid that Mubai would escape. He came to the land plate with a few steps and released the arm-colored domineering to completely assimilate it into a black hard material. With the cooperation of the surrounding cages, it can be said that the thing that suppressed Mubai is strong enough. It's time to arrest him now. On Long, you take action. And Gui said unceremoniously in a deep voice. Hearing that this giant who liked to grow huge when he had nothing to do was giving him orders, On Long waved his hand and asked, "You bastard. You are not my superior. Do I have to listen to you?" A weakling who can only dodge is qualified to say these words. Seeing that the two were getting more and more tense, and now clapped his hands and calmly ordered, "You all go together. And Ing, you guard the surroundings." Although the Star Kings of the Royal Court are not here at the moment, it is hard to guarantee that the Royal Court has other backup forces to protect Mubai in secret. The Shadow Man nodded and turned into a shadow and merged into the surface of the ground and disappeared from the sight of several people. And Gui, who was wearing a black mask like a door god, and Long, who was wearing a funny outfit, came to the bottom of the fallen land plate at the same time. And Gui lifted the huge object like a hill with both hands, while Long turned his hands into a cage and searched below. Sure enough, Mubai had obviously fainted 100 meters away from the two of them. Long, who felt a little relieved, immediately dragged him out. Just as he was about to turn his body into a cage to imprison Mubai, a hand suddenly pressed on his face. At the same time, a cold demonic energy spread out. Mubai, who pretended to be unconscious, suddenly jumped up and pressed Long's face to the ground. At the same time, he directly activated the demon art of devouring the sky in his hand. The two people with a huge difference in strength naturally had a one-sided situation without any suspense. The dark cage that struggled to move Mubai's right hand was pressed into the broken ground in an instant. And then his whole body was inexplicably attracted by a force. "He is absorbing my star power." The cage in the shocked dark cage's hand reappeared. Unfortunately, this time Mubai had no intention of fighting him. The martial god on his left hand instantly pierced his thigh and nailed him to the ground. And the magic energy on his right hand pulled hard. The dark cage, one of the four ghosts in the vast sea who was still alive and kicking a moment ago, has now become a mummy lying on the ground. After suddenly absorbing such a huge amount of star power, Mubai's realm actually loosened. Now, as a peak realm of the Star Wheel realm, he has faintly touched the Moon Wheel realm. Everything just now happened in a flash. When the dark ghost reacted, Mubai's overlord color-wrapped whip kick had kicked him hundreds of meters away. The shocked dark ghost didn't care about his injuries and immediately got up and enlarged his body. This time he became a super giant of thousands of meters. The target is so obvious that he is simply looking for death. Mubai, holding the martial god, split the mountains and the sea with one strike, while activating the sealing fruit of the martial god. The Eye of Divine Punishment teleported him 33 times. Every time, Mubai would teleport to the vital parts of the giant's body and use the vibrating iron fist to carry out a full-dimensional three-dimensional attack. In 3 moments, the giant's body continued to shrink, while the whole body was broken. The internal organs of the dark ghost also suffered varying degrees of damage. When the dark ghost collapsed on the ground powerlessly, Mubai's martial god suddenly fell, just as he was about to penetrate the dark ghost's brain. The shadow under Mubai's feet quickly cut off his arm, and as the shadow in the reflection broke his arm, Mubai's arm holding the martial god was broken at the same time. In the severe pain, Mubai looked coldly at a man in a suit not far away. The clown mask on the other's face was clearly visible. It was the shadow himself. "Mr. Mubai, I hope you like my methods." "Shadow." Deadly joke. As the unusually elegant shadow said, he had already controlled Mubai's shadow to punch his chest. As a user of the awakened ability of the superhuman shadow fruit, Shadow's ability has more exaggerated abilities. He can transform any reflection he touches into a target that he can control, and can confuse the difference between reality and shadow to hurt the prey. The reflection can hurt the prey itself. Mubai, who had a broken arm, saw his shadow's next move from the corner of his eye and couldn't stop it at all. He also knew when he was attacked by the other party, but he had to stay calm at this moment. The rescued Ngui shook his head in anger not far away, and the whole person was as angry as a lion. That idiot Long is dead. It seems that even if we solve this Mubai, we have to recruit teammates again when we go back. and now looked at Enlong's body without any expression. Even if he wore a mask, he could still make others feel a kind of indifference from the details of his actions. Control his shadow to kill himself. After An now said this, and Gui instinctively wanted to refute. After all, Mu Bai had beaten him badly just now. If he hadn't had the support of his teammates, he would have died at the hands of the other party. But when he thought of the captain's temper, he still shut up. The shadow who received the order also silently manipulated Mu Bai's reflection to use his only remaining hand to break his neck. The movement on the reflection did not stop. And Mu Bai's movement in reality did not stop either. He saw that his only remaining hand actually defied his own consciousness and tried to break his neck. In this incredible scene, Mu Bai was not panicked at all. He was a madman. A madman who was so crazy that he always remained extremely calm. Even at this moment, he was not panicked when facing such an unsolvable situation. Mu Bai kicked the god of war with his toes. In the astonished eyes of the three people, Mu Bai actually cut off his only remaining arm himself. Without waiting for the shadow to move, Mu Bai consumed the power of the stars, and his two arms grew out instantly. With the scarlet light flashing, he held the god of war's three-pointed two-edged sword and teleported to the back of the shadow. When his clown mask was about to turn around, Mu Bai grinned. The right hand pierced himself and the shadow at the same time from the back. The god of war has the sealing ability of the sealing fruit. Mu Bai's move is to limit the opponent's unsolvable ability to control the reflection. Sure enough, Shadow, who subconsciously wanted to control Mu Bai's reflection, immediately found the problem. His fruit ability was blocked. He could not activate the fatal joke move. So Shadow wanted to move away as a shadow, but could not do it. Mu Bai grabbed the opponent's hair and covered his forehead with a strong overlord color entanglement. As Shadow struggled, he headbutted him. The black and red overlord color thunder tore the sky. The terrifying impact force even sank the entire ground by 1 meter. And the ruined land became even more fragmented. Shadow, who was hit on the forehead, was also knocked unconscious. Mu Bai, who drew out the god of war, wiped his neck with his backhand. And Shadow immediately lost his breath. Another peak powerhouse of the Moon Wheel realm fell. Dark Ghost felt his scalp tingling on the side. So Mu Bai was completely a madman in the battle. The routine of exchanging injuries for injuries, and finally solving Shadow was simply unscrupulous. He did not dare to approach the opponent rashly. And a trace of fear gradually flowed out of his eyes. At this moment, a large amount of energy fluctuations appeared in the distance. The leader was obviously a strong man in the Sun Wheel realm. The visitors were the Juegu Elder, and several Moonwheel realm star lords that Jiang Yang had come to notify. Seeing this, Dark Brain sighed. I thought it was just a simple mission. But now it seems to be getting more and more troublesome. The Juegu Elder and the Star Lords came to Mu Bai and stared at the two masked men. Since it has become troublesome, why don't you leave on your own? With your strength in the Sunwheel realm, I can't seem to stop you at all. And this, big friend? You didn't dare to do it just now. You were afraid, right? After taking a deep breath, Mu Bai gradually recovered to his peak state. After 3 deep breaths, he even reached the state before the battle. This is the incredible repairability of all 5 internal organs after they were promoted to level 5. Mu Bai's regenerated arm just now also shows that he has reached an incomparable height in body control. It is a consensus in the industry that the 4 ghosts of the vast sea will not fail. But now it seems that you have lost 2 people in a row against a junior. I'm afraid your team's reputation outside will change. The Sun Corona Star Lord, who recognized the identity of Dark Brain in front of him, reminded coldly. She also hoped that the 2 would retreat in the face of difficulties. After all, the captain who led the 4 ghosts of the vast sea was extremely powerful. Even if the ancient master Ju Gu was present, the others might not be his opponents. And now was silent for a while. And he left after more than 10 seconds. Before leaving, he grabbed Xiaoli, who was dying on the ground, and left together. And Gui, whose scalp was tingling, naturally would not stay any longer. After a vigilant look at Mu Bai, he followed Captain An now and left here. For ghosts from the vast sea. When the Sun-crowned Star Lord saw Mu Bai looking into the distance, he whispered, the name of the 4 ghosts from the vast sea itself is related to the Tianyin sect. This may be a means of the Tianyin sect, or the imperial dynasty behind it. After looking at the ruins around him, Mu Bai shook his head. He didn't care which family the 4 ghosts from the vast sea were responsible for, because these were all meaningless speculations. He had made too many enemies. From the bottom to the present, it would affect the interests of many people. The battle storm soon subsided. In these days, Mu Bai not only paid attention to the secret battle in Hengfeng Mountain, but also paid attention to the number of Tiangong points at any time. In just 12 days, his Tiangong points soared by millions. At this moment, his total number of Tiangong points has exceeded 30 million. In the office of the Red Blood Mansion, Mu Bai wandered in the sky and integrated into the Tiangong world. At this moment, there were no figures in the Tiangong. Only a few lonely figures were still checking the task details. Hiding his breath, he sat on the seat of the Lord of the Tiangong like a transparent man. Points redemption. Dark Star World 2A Channel Level 1, 30 million points, a special channel that can connect two worlds. It can be used once every natural month. After one use, the cooling period is 1 natural month. It only supports users to enter, and the entry time limit is 1 hour. This item can be upgraded. After the upgrade, the host's stay in another world will be increased. Ding dong. Exchange successful. Welcome to use the Dark Star World 2-way channel. In Mu Bai's consciousness, this world channel is emitting a cold and dim light and appears in his consciousness. The edge of the channel has constantly flowing heterochromatic patterns reflecting each other. From a distance, this channel looks like a door to H, L or a fantasy world. As long as I get enough devouring points, I can break the current cultivation system and overtake on the curve. Thinking of this, his figure flashed by, and all the matter in his body disappeared along the attractive transmission channel. At this moment, the flow of time in both the Heavenly Palace and the main world was completely frozen. The drizzle continued to fall, and the black raindrops showed that this place was not the main world. The black lightning in the sky kept roaring, as if hinting that some great devil was about to come. Seeing this, Mu Bai, who was half kneeling on the ground, immediately gathered the power of the stars, and used the power of the dark star that had not been used for a long time, gradually adapting to the laws of operation of this world. Mu Bai clenched his arms, and the dark star power contained in them was rushing in his muscles. His whole person became completely different from the original breath under the transformation of this dark star power. This kind of soul. This kind of non-smell. It seems that this is the dark star world. He also found the countdown in the lower left corner along the line of sight, which was showing a countdown of 1 hour. It seems that I have to hurry up. The Eye of God's punishment was activated. The flickering figure immediately disappeared from the spot. There were several creatures, like a combination of tigers and wolves around where he was standing, sniffing their noses, as if wondering where the original prey had gone. The Dark Star world is divided into 9,999 layers. This is the number of layers that has been documented by the major forces on the Dark Star. As for the other Dark Star worlds, their number is relatively small, and they seem a bit weak compared to the 1,000-layer Dark Star world. In this 9,999-layer Dark Star world, the fullness of the Dark Star power is divided by the number of layers. The total amount of Dark Star power in each layer is variable. It is rumored that the first layer of the Dark Star world contains real Dark Star gods and demons, which are enemies of the same level as the God Emperor of the main world. The more layers there are, the rarer the Dark Star power is. Mu Bai, who was reading a book in a city in the Dark Star world with his hidden breath, was thoughtful. He had always thought that the Dark Star world was messy, but now it seems that they also have a strict division. One thing is worth explaining. That is, Mu Bai found that all the demons in the Dark Star world recorded in the book have the ideal of entering a higher level world. For example, the author of this book is very much looking forward to the 5th layer of the Dark Star world, and said that it is a real paradise where the Dark Star power will not be lacking even if it is constantly squandered. Eternal System. Is there something wrong with your translation? Ding dong. Due to cultural differences, the sounds and texts received by the host are all the most accurate Dark Star world languages. Mu Bai, who was a little speechless, looked at the strange description for a few times inside. The bookstore owner was a green demon. He was very unhappy to see Mu Bai hiding his face and just looking at the books, but not buying anything. He reminded him, "My friend, if you don't want to buy anything, please stand aside and don't affect my business." The crowded streets were very lively, and Mu Bai hiding his face was not unusual here. "Okay, I won't bother you doing business in that case." After that, the Taishu divine fire in Mu Bai's hand gradually rose, and the whole lively street was immediately engulfed by the white sea of fire under the stunned face of the owner. At this moment, it was like purgatory on earth. After putting down the intact book in his hand, Mu Bai's vision immediately gained more devouring points as he killed more Dark Star creatures. Ding dong. Killing dark star creatures plus 6 devouring points. Ding dong. Killing dark star creatures plus 8 devouring points. Ding dong. Killing dark star creatures plus 3 devouring points. Ding dong. Killing dark star creatures plus 33 devouring points. Looking at the devouring points, Mubai found that it was almost the same as before. With the dark star power in his body full, he would get more devouring points when he killed. If the dark star power points of the same dark star creature were scarce, the benefits he would get would be reduced. Purgatory on earth behind him. When the bookstore owner was trembling and wanted to say something, Mubai used a vibrating iron fist to smash a large number of buildings again. A large number of people who fled were buried in the ruins, or were shaken to death by the vibration power. In such a scene, a large number of demons, or dark star humans were madly fleeing outside the city. And Mubai, the culprit of all the killings, did not change his expression at all. As long as he could enhance his strength, it would not matter if he killed a few aliens. Observation Haki was activated. Walking along the north of the city that was turning into ruins, Mubai clearly saw a large group of high-level demons rubbing their hands against him when he was about to step out of the sea of fire. And the 3 demons sitting in the back were all in the Moon Wheel realm. Although Mubai has now reached the peak level of the Star Wheel realm in terms of star power, his dark star power is still at the 9th level of the Dark Star Apostle. So Mubai is still somewhat cautious when killing the enemy in the enemy's main battlefield. The 3 Moon Wheel realm masters on the 4,785th floor of the Dark Star world knew about the existence of humans. Just like when Mubai went to the Dark Star world to hunt. Although these top Dark Star demons could not personally descend to the main world, they could rely on the connection between some people and here to form a demon space in the main world and then kill people in it. It's incredible that humans can come here. Let's capture him alive so that I can study his body carefully. The slightly bloated demon with 2 horns on his head said with interest. Hundreds of high-level Dark Star demons were dispatched at the same time. The scene was indeed spectacular. But Mubai did not dodge or evade when he saw this, but gathered a tremendous spirit in the eye of divine punishment. At the same time as these vicious demons rushed over, a terrifying divine punishment shock wave instantly flattened everything. All the demons that were passed through by the shock wave were turned into dust. After the first shot, this sky-high divine punishment shock wave immediately turned the muzzle and shot again at the stunned demons not far away. In an hour, Mubai naturally chose to attack with the most efficient killing method. Moreover, although his total amount of dark star power was not much, his strong body had extremely terrible regeneration ability. Even to a certain extent, continuous shooting of God punishment shock waves would be a burden on his body. The sound of fighting gradually dissipated, and a trace of blood flowed from Mubai's God punishment eye, which was like a killing god. The 3 Moon Wheel realm demons, who had always been on guard in the distance, immediately exchanged glances and attacked at the same time. The 3 Moon Wheel realm demons attacked at the same time, and their momentum was enough to shake the world. It was a pity that they were facing Mubai. He abandoned the attack method of the God punishment eye and actually wanted to resist the 3 Moon Wheel realm demons with his physical body. Looking for death. How dare the ignorant young man bark here? Kill him! The monstrous dark star power hit the sky and the earth. The surface shattered and shook in the sky. The 4 people who had just come into contact attacked each other at an astonishing speed, punching each other. Mubai was like a madman, and he was actually resisting the 3 pressures and constantly pressing the demons. Although Mubai's total dark star power is not much, his body is enough to kill powerful enemies even after being weakened by the dark star world. Muda. Mubai beat the 3 Moon Wheel realm masters faster and faster. His attack speed also increased exponentially. The 3 masters were shocked and were bombarded by Mubai on the ground. The 3 Moon Wheel realm demons were all overwhelmed by the continuous bombardment of vibrating iron fists. The fattest one among them was the demon who first started to dismantle Mubai and realized that something was wrong. However, before he could make any move, a 3-pointed 2-edged sword pierced his chest. In his shocked eyes, the sealing fruit in the God of War completely sealed his ability to move and the flow of dark star power. The Moon Wheel realm demon, like a useless person, watched Mubai holding the God of War and exerting force downwards. Rip! The feeling of bones and flesh being cut at the same time was very painful. After instantly killing the strongest of the 3, the other 2 were also shocked. They fled one after another without any resistance. Seeing the 2 people going their separate ways, Mubai directly grabbed the demon on the right. After more than 10 seconds of fierce fighting, the Moon Wheel realm demon, who was the target, fell again. It's a pity that one escaped. Mu Bai looked at the 1-hour countdown with some regret and immediately went to the next slaughter site. The fleeing Moon Realm strongman could only stare at the other party destroying cities and slaughtering demons from a distance of thousands of miles with resentment. How did this monster enter the Dark Star world? After Mu Bai destroyed nearly 4 cities, the 1-hour countdown in the lower right corner also dropped to 0. After being teleported to the seat of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, he immediately checked the harvest this time. 138,721 devouring points. Almost standing up excitedly, Mu Bai was also greatly surprised by the huge harvest of devouring points. You know, as long as he can ensure that he can enter the Dark Star world once a month, he can harvest millions of devouring points in a year. He stretched his muscles and quickly withdrew from the Heavenly Palace and returned to the office of the Red Blood Mansion. When he was still fusing the 2 supreme swordsmanship in the afternoon, he received a message. The eldest prince of the Imperial Dynasty sent troops north to eliminate the remnants who fled, and the other side wants to enter the area under the jurisdiction of Mu Bai. After reading this news, the old man Zhu Gu frowned in the back. It seems to be clearing out the remnants. But if we don't take action, won't our prestige be wiped out? Mu Bai nodded with a faint golden light in his eyes. But he probably came here for me this time. I heard that the internal struggle of the Imperial Dynasty was fierce. The eldest prince was calculated by the 3rd prince of the Imperial Dynasty a while ago and lost face in front of his father. This time, he is afraid that he wants to solve his situation from external factors. The old man Zhu Gu stroked his beard and said with a smile, for example, defeat the genius of other sects and step on that person's reputation to re-enter the game. That's right. Mu Bai snapped his fingers and didn't have much psychological burden about this. He wanted to step on him to set off himself. This idea is simply to seek death. At nightfall, Mu Bai saw that the time was almost up, and immediately led his forces to the place where the eldest prince of the Imperial Dynasty must pass. Sitting cross-legged on the border, Mu Bai was neither arrogant nor impatient. It was reported that he was constantly pondering the research of Taishang Wangqing sword technique and Taishang Jiqing sword technique with the power of heaven and earth. He had used the first style of 7 styles of cutting the sky by chance in the Black Prison before. But now, he was actually a little ambiguous. If it were another skill, Mu Bai could still rely on the eternal system to continue researching, or speed up the research process of the skill by swallowing points. But I don't know if it's a problem of system authority. At this moment, he couldn't use the system to strengthen or integrate the legendary sword technique 7 styles of cutting the sky. On the gray border line, bursts of dragon roars came from a distance. The next moment, Mu Bai and others saw a young man wearing a golden python robe and riding a magic dragon moving towards this side rapidly. As one of the top geniuses in the world, Jiang Xiong's reputation is not more than Mu Bai rule. It can even be said that Jiang Xiong's status is higher under the 2 Zhongzhou overlord-level forces of the Imperial Dynasty and the Royal Court. After all, the Imperial Dynasty is different from other forces and pays more attention to blood inheritance. I am the great prince of the Imperial Dynasty, Jiang Xiong. Is this junior brother Mu Bai in front of you? I have an important mission to inspect your base. I hope junior brother Mu Bai will understand. Entering your place to investigate my own affairs. This standard provocative remark made Mu Bai couldn't help laughing. Your Excellency, there is no point in saying more. Since you are here, it means that you are challenging the royal court on behalf of the Imperial Dynasty. Even if I kill you on the spot, I don't think anyone will fight for you. Seeing that the royal court's Tianju was so arrogant and wanted to kill him, Jiang Xiong grinned and said, the person who can defeat me in this world has not been born yet. As soon as he finished speaking, the eldest prince of the Imperial Dynasty came to Mu Bai in a python robe, like a king. What's interesting is that his eyes are very similar to Mu Bai's, both of which are golden eyes like beasts. If you look closely, you can also feel the dragon's power. Retreat. Mu Bai waved to the crowd and dismissed them. He narrowed his eyes and said loudly, I heard many years ago that the eldest prince of the Imperial Dynasty was carrying the mythical dragon fruit. Today it seems to be true. Jiang Hu, with his hands behind his back and crossing the sky, sneered and said, when I became famous, you were probably not born yet. With your age, doesn't it show that you are a waste? You have lived for so many years, and I have surpassed you. You are also suppressed by your brothers in the Imperial Dynasty. If I had become like you in so many years, I would have retired long ago. By the way, why are you so thick-skinned that you are still barking at me here? Mu Bai's words made Jiang Hu's eyelids jump wildly. Although his expression did not change, his heart was already in turmoil. When he heard Mu Bai talking about his brother, he thought of his 3rd brother, who was doing well in the imperial dynasty. If it weren't for the other party, he would not have come to attack Mu Bai today. Good. 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 What a clever kid. I hope you can be as tough as your mouth next time. After saying that, Jiang Hu suddenly jumped into the dark clouds. The originally dark sky actually emitted a bright golden light. In this golden halo, a dragon roar resounded throughout the fields. The sky and the earth seemed to be shrouded in golden light. And then a domineering aura enhanced by dragon power pointed directly at Mu Bai like thunder. That's the unique domineering color of His Royal Highness the Eldest Prince. Sure enough, Wang Ting's Mu Bai will probably be defeated. The subordinates brought by Jiang Hu talked a lot. And one of them, a sturdy man wearing chain mail, said in a deep voice, "It is rumored that the last time the three great prodigies joined forces to kill the #1 prodigy in the Northern Territory, Bei Quangren, Wang Ting, participated in it. The rumors in the outside world are very weird. But in the real battle to encircle and suppress Bei Quangren, it is expected that Qianmingzi and Emperor Wang Ting Yudi of the Eastern Territory contributed more. Maybe Mu Bai is just a soy sauce, picking up the credit of others' killing and forcing himself to take credit." The sturdy man in chain mail talked as if he had seen it with his own eyes. And the subordinates of the eldest prince on his left and right also felt that it made sense. After all, Bei Quangren's strength is obvious to all. With him, how can he defeat Wang Ting, a kid who became famous a few years ago? During the communication, everyone obviously thought that Mu Bai might not even be able to handle the domineering color of his master. Before he could see the giant in the golden light, Mu Bai had already realized what the other party was going to do. Looking at the golden light flowing in the dragon form, Mu Bai not only did not retreat but took a step forward. In his golden eyes, the 6th level of domineering burst out from his body. The terrifying spirit wantonly vented the domineering aura that belonged to the king in the black and red thunder current. Since he was promoted to level 6, Mu Bai has actually been suppressing the massive amount of domineering aura in his body every moment. If he didn't do this, there would be few people in the entire jurisdiction who would not be stunned by the domineering aura in front of him. At this moment, when he released all the domineering aura he suppressed, the scene here was close to the end of the world. Playing with the domineering aura in front of me is courting death. Light and shadow exploded. Black and red lightning wrapped Mu Bai's figure and rushed straight into the sky. The subordinates of the eldest prince collectively lost their voices after feeling this domineering aura that seemed like a natural disaster. Mu Bai, who escaped into the sky, didn't care about the golden auspicious clouds in front of him at all. The spirit released outside his body gradually gathered into his fist. After killing the golden dragon's domineering aura with one punch, he attacked the giant creature hidden in the auspicious cloud with a domineering aura. The two teams below saw a dazzling golden oriental dragon beast in the golden auspicious cloud in the sky being sunk to the ground by Mu Bai's punch. Thousands of meters of the ground shattered in an instant. This scene made the prince's subordinates feel a little shocked. They thought that Mu Bai's real strength was very strong. But they didn't expect it to be so strong that he could beat the flying sky overlord into a reptile on the ground with just one punch. The stimulated Jiang, who didn't expect that the other party would crush him in terms of the attainment and strength of the overlord color. You know, he has the mythical 5-clawed golden dragon fruit. This kind of fruit that is considered top level in the mythology is actually crushed by a little ghost. When Mu Bai was about to land his next punch, the 5-clawed golden dragon transformed by Jiang Xiong suddenly opened its dragon mouth. The next moment, a monstrous purple breath rushed over. In the gap when Mu Bai wanted to use the Eye of Divine Punishment to dodge, the flow of time gradually slowed down. Just as Mu Bai was looking at him in astonishment, the purple breath rushed over him. Mu Bai, who was knocked away by this breath, was burning with purple flames all over his body. This special flame that can burn the soul made Mu Bai's consciousness a little erratic. Jiang Xiong's cheeks bulged again after he exhaled a breath of foul air. Before Mu Bai stood up, a breath of purple air descended again. Mu Bai, who was hit again, became even more confused. Although he didn't know what the opponent's special flame was capable of, he could be said to be against the sky just by the fact that the opponent's breath could slow down the flow of time and impact the opponent's mental consciousness. Mu Bai, it seems that you are just like this. After Jiang Xiong made a series of dragon roars, he used his huge body to pull out several nearby mountains with his own golden dragon auspicious cloud. The mountains that covered the sky and the sun could cause a series of roars when they moved in the air. After aiming at Mu Bai's position, Jiang Xiong's auspicious clouds attached to the mountains gradually dissipated. Without the support of the auspicious clouds, these huge mountains fell to the ground one after another, And the center was exactly where Mu Bai was. Boom! 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 Mu Bai's figure was quickly submerged by the rocks under the earth-shattering sound. When Jiang Xiong was about to move a few more mountains to seal Mu Bai tightly, Mu Bai's figure gradually appeared in the piled-up mountains. After using the Taishu Divine Fire to dissolve the purple breath flame, Mu Bai actually walked out of the pile of rocks unharmed. The unsolvable purple breath was cracked by the opponent. Jiang Xiong was shocked and gradually came to his senses. He might have chosen the wrong opponent this time. Mu Bai, who came out of the mountain, recovered to his peak state in a breath, with all his 5 internal organs at level 5. Even if the opponent's purple flame was very special, it could not hurt his foundation. After all, he was no longer on the same level as the opponent in terms of physical level. Looking at Mu Bai, who was unharmed, Jiang Xiong couldn't help but sigh. You are really a monster among the younger generation. How did you crack my purple breath? Mu Bai stretched his body and pointed at himself and said, You didn't investigate me beforehand, did you? I became famous with the mythical sun golden crow fruit. Your purple breath is just restrained by my Taishu Divine Fire. His signature skill was restrained? Jiang Xiong didn't believe Mu Bai. He retracted his body of more than 1,000 meters and quickly transformed into a dragon man. The golden horns on his head gradually merged into a golden hammer, and he held it in his hand. Unlike Kaido's dragon form in the original One Piece, Jiang Xiong's dragon form is more exaggerated, with golden dragon scales covering his entire body. And even the powerful tail covered with golden dragon scales is covered with several layers of golden keratin skin. The dragon form, which seems to be wearing a golden armor, is 10 meters tall, and it is enough to be frightening just by looking at it. When Mu Bai saw the other party take out the golden iron hammer fused with dragon horns, he also took out the 3-pointed double-edged sword Wushin from the void. The two opponents with a huge difference in size are gradually approaching. Mu Bai, who holds the Wushin, has a trace of murderous intent in his eyes, while Jiang Hu, who holds the golden iron hammer, has more brutality and bloodthirstiness in his eyes. As the two gradually approach, the two domineering auras collide with each other at the same time, while tearing the sky. Jiang Xiong, who holds the golden iron hammer, first ends the collision of domineering auras, and then condenses the domineering auras on the huge iron hammer. Domineering auras entangle, shattering the sky. After swinging the giant hammer, Jiang Xiong's momentum rose to a higher level. The tiny Mu Bai standing in front of him looked out of place in comparison. Mu Bai, holding the martial god, also started with the overlord color entanglement. The black and red thunder gradually converged into the martial god's weapon. The next moment, the martial god, which contained the overlord color entanglement, collided with the overlord hammer in Mu Bai's hand with an indomitable attitude. Squeak! Squeak! The two weapons all burst out with amazing noises under the rapid collision sound. And the monstrous domineering aura rolled wantonly. The shocking spirits were entangled together under the collision of the overlord color entanglement. The dark sky was illuminated under the extreme white light. This kind of power. Mu Bai, you are really a monster. Mu Bai, holding the martial god, had no expression when he heard the other party's words of praise. He just pulled back the martial god and started a fierce offensive. Compared to the clumsy warhammer, the martial arts of the martial god in Mu Bai's hand is lighter. So Jiang Xiong in dragon form has been suppressed by his combo. Is Jiang Xiong in the Moon Wheel realm very strong? This is beyond doubt. Even if he looks at the entire main world's genius, he can be ranked among the top players. But even the top players of this level of big forces are helpless after encountering Mu Bai. Mu Bai, who is at the peak of the Star Wheel realm, has an overall combat power that cannot be understood by common sense. Jiang Xiong, who was beaten back all the way, shouted and wanted to swing his war hammer to break the situation. But Mu Bai would never give him this opportunity. He saw that Mu Bai, who teleported behind the opponent with the help of the Eye of God's punishment, immediately pierced Jiang Xiong's thick arm in the dragon man form like a venomous snake. Jiang Xiong gritted his teeth and wanted to fight back with a low moan. But he was horrified to find a problem. That is, since the martial god pierced his shoulder, both his fruit ability and physical strength have shown a downward trend. What ability is this? Mu Bai, who looked indifferent, had no time to explain to the other party. He grabbed the gap between the golden scales on the dragon man's chest and poured out his fist shadows like raindrops as if they were free. Each punch was wrapped in a pale white vibration ball cover, and each punch was enough to cause a long-term earthquake in an area. It was such a crazy attack that broke through Jiang Xiong's indestructible defense in the dragon man form in a few moments. with his internal organs damaged and his dragon scales ruptured. Jiang Xiong gradually became unconscious. The subordinates of the eldest prince were completely panicked. No one expected such a scene to happen. The top genius who enjoyed a great reputation in the imperial dynasty was beaten into a dog by Wang Ting Mu Bai. Just before Jiang Xiong was about to lose consciousness, Mu Bai grabbed the scales on the back of his head and slammed it hard into the ground. With a dull sound, the shocking air waves spread out. When the smoke completely dissipated, the eldest prince Jiang Xiong, who was covered in blood and in a state of embarrassment, had already lost consciousness like a dead dog and was lying in a deep pit. Even the Dragon Man form was forced to be released. The other party's exquisite python robe also looked extremely ironic at this moment. After picking up the other party, Mu Bai said calmly to the panicked subordinates of the eldest prince on the opposite side, "Do you think I should kill him on the spot? Or, wait, you must not do that, Lord Mu Bai." The people in the opposite crowd were all very nervous when they heard that Mu Bai was going to kill him. As the saying goes, factional struggles are full of swords and shadows. If the eldest prince dies here, the entire imperial dynasty will change drastically. What is more frightening is that those who once followed the eldest prince will not have a good end. We will go back and contact them. We will definitely send the ransom or any treasures and resources as long as you ask for it. Yes. 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 Lord Mu Bai, don't worry. As long as the eldest prince is alive, we will meet all your requirements. These people who were forced into a corner were a little out of control. Seeing this, Mu Bai smiled and said, "After all, I, Mu Bai, am not a devil. Let's do this. I will take your master away first. You can come here after 3 days to collect the ransom. If the ransom is too little, there is no need for me to keep him. There is only one chance. I hope you think it over." After saying that, Mu Bai picked up Jiang Xiong, who was like a dead dog, and threw him to Elder Ju Gu. Mu Bai originally wanted to kill the other party directly, but when he thought of the consequences of killing the other party, Mu Bai felt no interest. The internal party struggles of the imperial dynasty were constantly because of the eldest prince and the third prince. If he eliminated this gentleman today, wouldn't it help the imperial dynasty stabilize its internal forces? In comparison, directly asking for supplies from the other party is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. On the one hand, he has a reasonable reason to release the other party and let him go back to continue fighting among himself. And on the other hand, he can also obtain a large amount of supplies. 3 days later, when a steady stream of material trucks entered the region commanded by Mu Bai, this incident also resounded throughout the main world. The imperial prince Jiang Xiong was also a top-ranked expert in the Tianju list. But such a powerful first-class Tianju was defeated by Wang Ting Mu Bai in a one-on-one battle. It can be said that this is no less incredible than a fighting champion at the peak of his powers being defeated in a one-on-one duel with a kindergarten child. At the border of the region, Mu Bai also led a mighty army back here. Next to him was Jiang Xiong. But the prince did not show too much shame and anger. Even when many media cameras were pointed at him 100 meters away, Jiang Xiong looked at the trucks that kept transporting materials and felt a pain in his flesh. Although he didn't know what list of materials Mu Bai had obtained from his family, these materials must have been deducted from the treasure house Rick under his name. He wanted to leave with his sleeve shaken, but the ancient elder standing behind him kept staring at him. The insightful Jiang Xiong suppressed this idea when he thought of the time-related fruit ability that the other party had deliberately displayed when guarding him. He glanced at Mu Bai in a python robe and said coldly, "It's me, Jiang Xiong," who didn't recognize the great man. "I actually fell in front of you." But, after looking around at the flashing lights and the reporters who were broadcasting live online, his voice became even colder. "But there is no need to call so many reporters to make me look bad. Right? The handover area of the 2 major areas in the distance had been in pieces in the battle 3 days ago. So the receiving personnel on Mu Bai's side also went to the valley below to hand over resources." Mu Bai, who looked heroic in black clothes, laughed dumbly and said, "Do you think I found these people?" This sentence made Jiang Xiong silent. Creating public pressure and inviting so many reporters was nothing more than wanting to prevent Mu Bai from doing something out of line, such as not releasing people after receiving the ransom, or killing Jiang Xiong on the spot to terminate the transaction. After realizing that it was his people who did it, Jiang Xiong shook his head and sighed. For 3 days, he followed Mu Bai under the supervision of the ancient master. It can be said that he had never seen such a strange and powerful genius as Mu Bai. He was not obsessed with women, not unruly, and practiced like an ascetic every day. He absolutely admired this state of mind. So he was angry and accused after seeing so many media reporters on the scene. In his eyes, Mu Bai, who defeated him, was unlikely to be such a person. You are really a monster. Mu Bai. After today, you will step on my fame to a higher level. I congratulate you in advance. Although it was not sincere, Jiang Xiong still agreed with the strong man who could defeat him. Although Mu Bai could let him go back, it would damage Jiang Xiong's reputation. But at least he could survive. As long as he was alive, he still had hope. And as long as he was alive, he still had the ability to keep fighting. Hearing Jiang Xiong's tone, Mu Bai turned his head and looked at him, with a calm in his light golden eyes. Jiang Xiong, I originally thought that you were one of the top figures in the world. But I didn't expect you to take this reputation so seriously. If your vision for the future is still limited to your territory, the empire, and everything in the present, then you will not have any qualifications to compete with me in the future. His voice was very calm, without any sarcasm, as if he was stating a fact. Jiang Xiong felt an inexplicable anger after looking directly into the other party's light golden eyes, just like the jealousy of being far surpassed by his peers. But he soon let it go. I've learned my lesson. I can see that you have great ambitions, so great that the entire royal court may not be able to accommodate you. But he was about to remind Mu Bai, his rival, to be more humble when a bright moon rose from behind Mu Bai in the middle of his words. This is promotion to Moon Wheel Realm. All the Star Lords and Jugu people in the back were shocked. To be promoted to Moon Wheel Realm at a bone age of no more than 30 years old? This is not unparalleled in the world. But it is a speed that no one has surpassed in the past 100,000 years. Fan Xingyu, who had a ponytail, clenched her fists in excitement. The stronger Mr. Mu Bai was as her role model, the happier she was. Jugu, who was covering his chest, said impossible 3 times in a row. In his cognition, Shura God Emperor was promoted to Moon Wheel Realm at the age of 46 100,000 years ago, and was promoted to God Emperor at the age of 99 after suppressing the world and bearing the destiny. Star God Emperor, the founder of the royal court, was promoted to Moon Wheel Realm at the age of 47 200,000 years ago. On his 100th birthday, he defeated the Sword Emperor, the world's #1 swordsman, and then carried the destiny to create the royal court's eternal hegemony with the foundation of the kingly way at that time. Chanshan God Emperor, who came from the Zizai Tian Church 300,000 years ago, suppressed the ancient times with his supreme magical powers. Later generations even had rumors that he had been promoted to Star Wheel Realm at the age of 17. And even this extremely perverted evildoer in the rumor was promoted to Moon Wheel Realm at the age of 39. Although Juegu Elder is a life form created by Emperor Yin, his memory is synchronized with it. Now, as he gradually recovers his strength, he is more and more familiar with the past and the present. Except for these 3 God Emperors. Even if there are several God Emperors with vague records before, it is impossible for them to be promoted to Moon Wheel Realm at Mu Bai's age, because this is not in line with the destiny of heaven and earth. Even if this person is brilliant, I can't escape this destiny. Unless Jugu, who was stroking his beard, frowned in thought, while Jiang Xiong, who was beside him, was already numb. Not really? I was talking halfway when you broke through to the same realm as a 60-year-old genius like me. The bright moonlight penetrated Mu Bai's nearly perfect skin surface. The faint stars above the dome of the sky fell on the sea of clouds in the daytime, making the entire junction of the region beautiful. Next to the vast and square sun was a celestial body similar to the full moon that was gradually formed by the complex sea of clouds in Mu Bai's body. Although they knew that this was an illusion. After all, even in the main world, the sun and the moon could not appear at the same time. But this scene was too shocking. The media reporters who were originally taking photos of Mu Bai and Jiang Xiong quickly turned their cameras to focus on the wonders in the sky. Jiang Xiong, who was a little bit dwarfed, naturally knew the promotion process of the Moon Wheel Realm. It was nothing more than transforming the stars in the body into moon wheels, and then reflecting the speed of the heaven and earth to increase the speed of absorbing the power of the stars. These absorbed star powers would continuously strengthen the meridians and bones of the promoted, and eventually lift them to a new level of life. The most important thing for advancing to the Moon Wheel Realm is the durability of absorbing the power of the stars. Some people may be able to finish it in 3 minutes, and then the illusion of the moon in the sky will disappear. Prodigies like Jiang Xiong, who have been trained with the full efforts of top forces, have been constantly nourishing with the spiritual materials of heaven and earth in the early stages of their cultivation. So the transformation time will be longer when they are promoted to the moon wheel realm. It seems that the gap is not big, but if you fall one step, you will fall one step at a time, especially in the upper 3 realms. The difference will be very obvious in the comprehensive combat power. Mu Bai, who continuously releases the moon wheel that penetrates the sky and the earth, is shrouded in the light silver moonlight. The illusion of the moon wheel above his head is getting more and more solid as it rises. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. When the time comes to 5 minutes, the phenomenon of the sun and the moon not only did not end, but on the contrary, the illusion of the moon wheel based on his star power is still solidifying. This means that when others have finished their promotion, Mu Bai has just started. What the HL? The beautiful young woman behind Mu Bai, the sun-crowned Star Lord, always felt that the scene was getting more and more bizarre. The phenomenon of heaven and earth was evolving towards a more exaggerated level, as if there were multiple forces entangled together to create a dream world. Feeling the feeling of breaking the upper limit of power in his body again, Mu Bai's expression was much calmer. He guessed that he would break through in the near future, but he didn't expect that the breakthrough date would be so advanced. Feeling the strange movement, he looked down at his body. In his personal panel, his comprehensive data was showing an explosive growth. This was a true transformation. This was a true evolution of life. Only when the power of the world is integrated into one's body can one know the creation of the universe. The elegant moon gradually surrounded the sun at noon. Under the fusion of sunlight and moonlight, the vision of the entire area rose to a new height. The stars flickered on the top of the sea of clouds. Under the interweaving of light and darkness, the last force was about to be integrated into Mu Bai's body. This is absolutely explosive news. It will shock the main world for hundreds of years. By the way, how old is Wang Ting Mu Bai, who has been promoted to the moon wheel realm? Quick! His promotion is about to end. Find a good angle to shoot it clearly and beautifully. This absorption time is too outrageous. Right? I almost fell asleep. The absorption time he just took to be promoted to the moon wheel realm must have been more than 15 minutes. I recorded the time. The whole process was 17 minutes and 23 seconds. The media reporters in the distance were already boiling. It was okay to record the promotion of Wang Ting Tianju to the moon wheel realm in person with the camera. The key is that this Mu Bai is too young, and he happened to be promoted on the 3rd day after defeating the imperial prince Jiang Xiong. There are too many things to expose and news materials to dig out. Jiang Xiong was numb at this moment. What is the origin of this Mu Bai that he is so against the sky? It's almost over. Quickly use the camera to capture it. Mu Bai perfectly absorbed the last bit of power under the sun and moon. But contrary to the expectations of the Star Lords and the elder Juegu beside him, Mu Bai was able to leave a trace of aura connected to the sky. According to common sense, only when all the star power that can be absorbed by oneself is it considered a successful promotion to the moon wheel realm. So Mu Bai's move made everyone around him think he was crazy. Mu Bai, who left a trace of aura, did not advance to the moon wheel realm at this moment. He looked up at the sky and opened his arms. The closer he got to the peak, the more Mu Bai understood the rules of the world. He was not a native of the main world nor a dark star human of the dark star world. So he was in a special situation and found a little difference when he just absorbed the power of the stars in the world. He took a step forward and used the aura that had not been disconnected as a channel, and the star power that had been absorbed in his body as a trigger to split his consciousness into thousands and rushed into the blurred and almost annihilated moon wheel residual image. What does it matter if you go against the will of heaven? From ancient times to the present, heaven and earth have bestowed treasures on all things, and people cannot give more than 1 point. Today, I must seize heaven and earth and transform them. With a roar of tigers and dragons, Mu Bai had already disappeared on the spot. Elder Jugu had guessed something vaguely. He and the sun-crowned Star Lord looked at each other with horror. Mu Bai's words were very clear. He not only wanted the star power bestowed by heaven, but also took advantage of this opportunity to go against heaven and reversely plunder the more vast star power in heaven and earth. This approach was simply courting death. The sun-crowned Star Lord said nervously, "If Lord Mu Bai continues, he will explode and die even if he can plunder the purest star power between heaven and earth. It's not that simple. Even if he absorbs a little more of the star power that exceeds the standard, he will never survive." At this point, Jugu relaxed. In his impression, although Mu Bai's behavior was very jumpy, he was also very stable. If such a person with a long-term goal really greedily sought the power of the stars in heaven and earth, he would not have come to this point. Jiang Xiong was also surprised to see the powerful Sun Wheel Realm Master, who was lying down and playing badly, actually said this. At the same time, he felt a little happy in his heart. If Mubai really died because of greed during the promotion to the Moonwheel realm, then the loss of his fame in the future would not be particularly serious. He could even think about it in a different way. He could pass on more false information to the outside world to cover up his own failure, such as Mubai was seriously injured by him, and then failed to be promoted and died. Or he planned to make the king's court's arrogance fall. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiong actually laughed out loud, turning around and seeing these Mubai's subordinates staring at him, the eldest prince of the imperial dynasty. He hurriedly cleared his throat and pretended nothing happened. At this moment, Mubai, who was in the dome, was in a bad situation. It was not easy to control part of the star power under the split consciousness to attract the pure star power in the world. If it were an ordinary peak powerhouse in the Star Wheel realm, he would have exploded and died long ago. If Mubai maintained the status quo under such a waste, it would basically be a dead end. Of course, he was not a fool. Using his body as a chess piece, he won half a move against the sky, and he would not regret it. Every seemingly crazy step was planned by him. The Emperor Yen Divine Body was opened. The D Yen Divine Body that can transform the power of the Dark Star, and the power of the stars can just transfer the excess star power into his other cultivation system. Today, Mubai's ambition is not just to reach the Moonwheel realm, but to reach the Moonwheel realm in both systems at the same time. The speed at which Mubai, who merged into the sea of clouds, absorbed the power of the stars was ridiculously fast, and the momentum created has surpassed the simple promotion trend. And various heaven and earth anomalies gradually made the scene out of control. At this moment, Mubai didn't bother to care about the abnormality below. At this moment, he just put all his energy into the ascent of the dual system, under the dual energy exchange that was more accurate than any instrument. Mubai's indestructible and extremely rebellious body was torn from the inside for the first time. Mubai, with a slightly cold expression, immediately realized that this was caused by the huge difference in the power of the two systems. This unequal balance was tearing along his body and soul. He still needs to hold on for a while. Thinking of this, he immediately activated the 8 desolate prison body. The black and red chains wrapped around Mubai's body the moment the 8 desolate prison body was opened. The prison chains that penetrated every bone gradually pulled the body that was being torn apart by the power of the heaven and earth stars back on track. It didn't take long for Mubai's dark star system to break through one after another. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Dark Star Apostle and advancing to the Dark Star Lord. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Dark Star Lord and advancing to the Star Wheel realm. Dark Star System. Early stage. Middle stage. Late stage. Within a few dozen seconds, he had already stepped into the Dark Star System Star Wheel realm great perfection. And the total amount of Dark Star power converted in his body was equal to the star power. After 2 consecutive Dark Star System realm breakthroughs, Mubai once again increased his strength to absorb the rolling torrent of heaven and earth star power. But this time he advanced to both systems at the same time. The dark moon and the white moon disappeared. Under the constant stimulation, Mubai's white hair looked even paler. He was a little tired and held the dark moon in his left hand and the white moon in his right hand. At the moment when the two visions were completely annihilated, he injected them into his body at the same time. The beautiful white moonlight turned into lines and merged into Mubai's right body, while the violent and gorgeous black moonlight was branded on his left body. The two completely different lines symbolized the formation of the Dharma images of the two systems of the Moonwheel realm. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to the Moonwheel realm. Star system. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to the Moonwheel realm. Dark Star system. 2 system prompts sounded at the same time, followed by a huge increase in the massive attributes. Half a minute later, when Mubai came back to his senses, he had completely completed the promotion, feeling himself in the Moonwheel realm with a strange feeling. Mubai felt that everything had become incredible, because at the moment when his dual system was promoted to the Moonwheel realm, his mythology system Sun Golden Crow Fruit seemed to be reborn from a cocoon and awakened. What's even more outrageous is that it seems that because he absorbed too much star power, his Emperor Evolution Divine Body and 8 Desolate Prison Body were promoted to the 3rd level at the same time. System. Open the personal panel. Mubai, who was slightly numb all over, ordered the system. Name Mubai. Lifespan 32198, originally 105427 now. Realm Star Master Great Perfection. Dark Star Apostle Rank 3 Dual System Moonwheel Realm now. Star Power 15.13 million, originally 300 million now. Dark star power 980,000, originally 300 million now. Comprehensive attributes 2.12 million, originally 60 million now. Devil fruit originally, mythology great sun golden crow fruit, awakening degree 36%. Fruit increase 22.9%. Superman system tremor fruit, awakening degree 31%. Fruit increase 13.2%. Mythology Taotai fruit, awakening degree 9%. Fruit increase 4.6%. Now, mythology sun golden crow fruit, awakened, fruit increase 31.5%. Superman type tremor fruit, awakening degree 42%. Fruit increase 16.8%. Mythology Taotai fruit, awakening degree 19%. Fruit increase 6.6%. Skills originally, Crazy Blade skill. Fire shield. Crazy Blade skill. Netherworld Heart Sutra, incomplete. Golden Crow Divine Code, currently the 3rd level. Supreme Forgetful Sword skill. Supreme Emotional Sword skill, the current fusion degree of the 2 sword skills is 59%. Now, the degree of integration of the 2 sword techniques is 97%. Taishang Wanqing sword technique and Taishang Jiqing sword technique can be integrated into the legendary skill 7 styles of cutting the sky. Heroic originally, 987 points of Overlord heroic. 201 points of observation heroic. 314 points of armament heroic. Now, 2,741 points of Overlord heroic. 512 points of observation heroic. 671 points of armament heroic. Divine body originally, Dian divine body, open the 2nd level, possess Dian creation ability. Bahuang prison body, open the 2nd level seal. Now, Dian divine body, 3rd level. Bahuang prison body, open the 3rd level seal. Weapon martial god, 3-pointed double-edged sword. Legendary weapon. Other functions unknown. Subordinates Juegu elder, Dian creation lifeform. Jiang Yang, Dian creation lifeform. Sun crown star lord, Dian creation lifeform. Henkong star lord, Dian creation lifeform. Mountain star lord, Dian creation lifeform. Star rain, Dian creation lifeform, and so on. A total of 53,000 people. Legend degree original, 419. Now, 2781, obtained the advanced title Mysterious Lord of the Heavenly Palace. Mysterious Lord of the Heavenly Palace. Since the reputation of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people and awe-inspiring. Even the strongest people in the world are extremely afraid of you. The host wearing this title will automatically obtain the Heavenly Palace Dharma image, can use the entire Heavenly Palace to create Dharma images, which cannot cause damage but double the deterrent effect. Devouring points 140,000. Strengthen things. Level 5 internal organs. Hard with life, level 5, the next evolution requires 10,000 points possessing terrifying hematopoietic ability. This extraordinary heart has its own thinking. It will continuously strengthen the blood in the whole body, and the person who possesses it will greatly improve the physical strength and have a heartbeat increase. Level 6 Domineering Haki. God 1 Domineering Haki, Level 6 Domineering Haki beyond the limit of understanding. This Haki will be bound to the host's blood and chi. The stronger the host's blood and chi, the stronger the spirit. And the stronger the spirit, the stronger the Domineering Haki. The 3 are exchanged in the same proportion. The God 1 level Domineering Haki will have an unparalleled large-scale coverage ability and a special ability. Domineering Domination. Domineering Domination. People who are hostile to the host will be clearly marked, and they will automatically be blessed with the weakening of Domineering Haki's resistance. Domineering Domination can increase the lethality of the host's Domineering Haki according to the enemy's fear of the host. This panel should be able to easily kill ordinary Sun Wheel Realm bosses in the eyes of the world. This idea was the first thing that came to Mubai's mind, who was extremely shocked. His own star power has increased by nearly 30 times, and the dark star power in his body has increased by nearly 300 times. More importantly, his comprehensive attributes have reached an outrageous 60 million. Mubai can definitely become popular in the dark star world in the future. Wouldn't it be great if he could hunt down the Sun Wheel Realm demons there? When he kills through the layers of dark star world Sun Wheel Realm powerhouses, he will definitely get considerable devouring points. And devouring will in turn strengthen his own combat power by adding points. It can be said that this is a very wonderful positive cycle. Big Sun Golden Crow Fruit. Mubai in the Sea of Clouds thought about it, and decided not to rashly test the awakening ability of the Sun Golden Crow Fruit here. It's time to go down. After restraining the surging and powerful momentum, Mubai broke through the clouds, under the gaze of Jugu and others. He stood in the original place again, as if he had just gone out to do a small thing. Why are you so nervous? After a light laugh, Mu Bai saw that his transport team had taken away most of the materials that the dynasty used as ransom. And then he snapped his fingers and said to Jiang Xiong, "You are free. It seems that I don't need to send you there." Staring at Mu Bai, who was a normal breath, Jiang Xiong was a little scared. Although the other party's momentum was very clean. Just looking at these eyes, he, a first-class genius of the world, was actually afraid. After realizing his fear, Jiang Xiong shook his head. Mountains and rivers are bound to meet. And living in the same era with you is the common nightmare of the young generation in the world. After a bitter smile, the great prince of the imperial dynasty said okay to Mu Bai, bowed, took 2 steps at a time, and finally flew away from here. The great prince of the imperial dynasty, who turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon, was still particularly eye-catching. Some media reporters' cameras were also constantly capturing the golden figure in the air. The Corona Star Lord standing behind Mu Bai originally wanted to admonish Master Mu Bai. After all, Jiang Xiong was a high-ranking official of the imperial dynasty. If he let him go like this, it would be inappropriate. For example, the other party would go back and mobilize all the top powers to attack and kill Mu Bai even if he risked the anger of the royal court. This is not impossible. Say what you want to say, Mu Bai said calmly after glancing at the back. He could see that the Corona Star Lord had something to say without looking back. Yes. After saying his own thoughts, the Corona Star Lord stopped talking. After listening to these words from this most loyal subordinate, Mu Bai smiled. I can't wait for a Sun Will Realm expert to come and fight with me. You're worrying too much. Let's go. Looking back at the border between the two regions, Mu Bai drew out the martial god and thought for 2 seconds before slashing horizontally in front of him. Squeak. This slash was silent, and just a simple vibration ball cover wrapped around the vibration fruit, accompanied by the continuous tearing sound of thunder on the ground. The large troops of both sides who were evacuating, as well as the media reporters, were all stunned on the spot. Under that slash, a large rift valley stretching nearly 100,000 meters appeared in the border area. The rivers along the way stopped flowing, and the mountains collapsed. Jiang Xiong, who had already flown back to his own territory not far away, heard the sound and looked back. Alas, it's Chinese New Year. The sound of firecrackers rang out, and the alley was full of a lively atmosphere. Sweeping the house, preparing gifts and lucky money, collecting rent and distributing New Year goods, changing door gods, pasting couplets, hanging door plates, and replacing old talismans with new ones. Everyone was smiling in the bustle of the city. As Mu Bai, the highest authority in the royal court, would naturally increase the economic construction of the Qixua district. Only the Qixua mansion seemed unusually quiet in the modern super city wrapped in a lively atmosphere. If you stand in the Qixua mansion and look up, you will find that the surrounding business buildings are the same as usual. It's not that the managers of these shopping malls or buildings are too lazy to turn on the lights, but because they are afraid of affecting the work of the bigwigs in the Qixua mansion below. A year has passed in the sound of firecrackers, and the spring breeze brings warmth to Tusu. Thousands of doors and windows are bright in the sun, and new peaches are always replaced with old talismans. Jiang Yang leaned on the second floor of the Qixua mansion and said with some boredom, he himself has the same bloodline as the great devil Jiang Shutian, and this bloodline is like a curse. His previous relatives were all killed by Jiang Shutian, and he is alone in this world to some extent. Lin Rushue, a member of the Red Blood District Girl group, who was captured by Mu Bai for his physical fitness, saw Jiang Yang still there, and walked over with some curiosity. Under the red light of the building in the distance, Jiang Yang also saw the woman walking towards him at a glance. Why don't you open your divine body in the training ground and have time to come here? Hearing the words of Senior Jiang Yang, Lin Rushue was stunned for a moment. Now she also figured it out. Everyone in the Red Blood Mansion is a cultivation demon. She has to go home for the new year. How can she stay here any longer? Go home for the new year. My parents are waiting for me at home. Lin Rushue passed by him, but she didn't expect to be pressed against the wall by Jiang Yang with one hand. What are you doing? Why are you like crazy Mu? Seeing that this handsome big brother was so unsympathetic to women, Lin Rushue was too lazy to complain. Her ideas were still in the modern world to a certain extent. She wanted to warn him, but when she thought that he was also stubborn, she quickly explained, Brother, I wrote a leave application, and it was approved by your boss. Seeing that the other party did not seem to be lying, Jiang Yang did not give him face at all. He directly reached his hand into the pocket of the other party's casual pants. As expected, he saw a leave application. After confirming that the handwriting was Mu Bai's, Jiang Yang let go of the other party's hand. Lin Rushue, who was thrown to the ground, pointed at Jiang Yang with a red face for a long time, but finally snorted and hurried downstairs. She really thought that everyone here was crazy. One crazier than the other. It looks like he has not been transformed by the Di-Yin divine body. Otherwise she would not be so disrespectful to Mr. Mu Bai. It's really weird. Jiang Yang, who looked away, thought that if he were Lord Mu Bai, he would definitely transform Lin Rushue. The meeting room of the Red Blood Mansion seemed unusually empty. Only Mu Bai and Elder Ju Gu were sitting in the nearly 1,000 square meter meeting room. Elder Ju Gu, who was working on behalf of his master, yawned continuously. He felt overwhelmed when he saw the project approval reports one by one. Not to mention the proposals from the leaders of each region. The pile of proposals was enough for him to deal with for half a month. Fortunately, most of these proposals were transmitted through electronic terminals. So Ju Gu, who was distracted and playing Minesweeper in front of the computer while reviewing various documents, was quite relaxed. After all, there was a small game as a release channel. Mu Bai, who was sitting in a chair not far away, was feeling the flow of a flame in his hand. After he was promoted to the Moon Wheel realm some time ago, his reputation could be regarded as the real top stream in the main world. Especially the strange phenomenon of the sun and the moon appearing on the way to promotion. With the widespread spread of such beautiful pictures, he could receive thousands of love letters almost every day. The most outrageous one was a beautiful young lady elder of Wenchuan Pavilion. The other party actually wanted to elope with him, and later even came to the Qishua mansion. Mu Bai had a headache and directly asked the other party to leave. Actually, I think that the elder of Wenchuan Pavilion is quite suitable for an old man like me. Young heroes like you, my lord, must not fall into the evil scheme of such a witch. Obviously, Ju Gu, who was still obsessed with it, also mentioned it intentionally or unintentionally. You have to be serious when you are working. If I see any mistakes later, I will definitely chop you to pieces. Hearing Boss Mu's thoughtful reminder, Elder Ju Gu immediately became energetic. Not only did he no longer feel sleepy, but he also straightened his back a little. Make sure I complete the task. Fireworks over the Red Blood region resounded through the sky at midnight. Sitting in the meeting room of the Red Blood Mansion, Mu Bai has been sorting out his complex power system after the breakthrough. Devil Fruit, Magical Power, Divine Body, and Skills. These most important abilities have made great breakthroughs after his double moon wheel system was formed last time. So he has basically stayed in this mansion since receiving the ransom resources of the Imperial Dynasty until now. Mu Bai is not in a hurry to understand other abilities, but he really wants to understand the awakening ability of this mythology Great Sun Golden Crow Fruit. A few days ago, he was unable to bear the new mysterious flame bloodline of the awakened Great Sun Golden Crow Fruit. But now, he is gradually beginning to master it. Accompanied by the bright fireworks in the night sky, Mu Bai's blood transformation is still continuing. Strangely enough, if Mu Bai wants to use the awakened mythology fruit ability, he must undergo a special transformation automatically by the fruit. Otherwise it will be no different from the original Great Sun Golden Crow Fruit before awakening. This is very different from the normal superhuman animal fruit awakening. Juegu, in your memory, is there anyone who has awakened a mythical fruit in the history of this world? Mu Bai asked Elder Juegu, who was working seriously, while kneading his palm with orange-red blood spots. When Elder Juegu heard his master's question, he immediately stopped his work and blurted out, mythical fruits cannot be awakened at all. Throughout history, no one has successfully awakened. This is mainly due to physical reasons. Seeing that Mu Bai didn't quite understand, he also explained, according to Elder Juegu, the mythical devil fruit is strictly speaking actually formed by the long-cherished wishes of those mythical creatures, which is the same as the reason that the natural superhuman animal fruit is born from the expectations and long-cherished wishes of the human race. Under the simplest worship of nature, people have great yearnings for powerful animals, irresistible natural forces, and superpowers that surpass or extend human abilities. It is this yearning that created billions of devil fruits in the fairy fruit space. The mythical fruits born from the longing of mythical creatures are different from other devil fruits. Often, mythical fruits are not as wild as humans imagine. Most of their powers will only reflect the abilities of this mythical creature population. For example, this mythical creature controls all things with fire, just like the Fire Phoenix or Mu Bai's Sun Crow. so the devil fruits born from it will also show most of its abilities. However, if a mythology devil fruit is eaten by a human, it will definitely not awaken, because the fruit of this system itself is not born from the expectations and aspirations of the human race. Even if the ability user is proficient in his own mythology fruit ability, he cannot show its true power. If a mythology creature eats the mythology fruit of its race, it can exert its true terrifying ability. Legend has it that 1,000,000 years ago, a sky-swallowing toad ate the ability fruit of its own race and possessed the top combat power comparable to the God Emperor. I don't know if it's true or not. Although the ancient elder couldn't stop talking, his narration with classics was like telling a story, and people would not get tired of listening. After listening to this, Mubai actually believed most of it. He could indeed feel the difference between mythology and other system fruits. For example, when he was a teenager, he had just taken the mythical sun golden crow fruit and his body was forcibly transformed. When he activated his ability, his pupils would turn light gold, and his originally black long hair turned white. More importantly, his bloodline was transformed. After the transformation of the sun golden crow fruit, Mubai himself was no longer a pure human bloodline. If he did not accept this bloodline transformation, he would not be able to use the power of this fruit. He had a bloodline transformation when he first took the fruit, and now the fruit awakened, and it happened again. Mubai touched his chin and nodded, and his expression gradually became serious. When he stood up, he seemed to have opened some kind of genetic shackles, and his momentum rose rapidly. The ancient elder, who thought there were enemies nearby, deliberately searched the nearby area. "Master, what's wrong with you?" The meridians in his body gradually emitted a dazzling orange-red light, and it looked like Mubai was about to explode. When the elder Jugu sensed the breath leaked by Mubai, his scalp was numb. When he saw the other party break through the moon wheel realm, he knew that the total amount of star power of this gentleman was exaggerated, but he never expected it to be exaggerated to such an incredible degree. After a rough calculation, Jugu suspected that the total amount of star power of Mubai was at least more than twice that of him, the big boss of the Sun Wheel realm. Without answering Jugu behind him, Mubai felt that his whole body was tense, as if some kind of abnormality was happening inside his body and organs. With a frown on his face, he immediately opened the Eternal System to check his own situation information. Ding dong. It is detected that the host's body is undergoing transformation. The current host is transforming into a bird. Ding dong. It is detected that the host's body is undergoing transformation. The current host is transforming into a golden crow creature. In fact, Mubai discovered this problem without the system prompt, because before the system prompt sounded, feathers with flames attached to them actually grew on his body. What was even more exaggerated was that after a sonorous tearing sound, the super wings with a wingspan of dozens of meters extended behind him. The golden feathers on the super wings were full of golden crow flames, and the halo of the flames floated in the empty conference room. Fortunately, the room was large and wide. Otherwise the whole room would automatically ignite the moment Mubai showed abnormality. Hack! Lord Mubai, are you going to transform? Are you actually a golden crow? Jugu was stunned to see that Mubai's mouth had even begun to change into the shape of a bird, and he couldn't figure out the situation. Under such a change, Mubai wanted to speak, but he didn't expect that he could only make a bird cry. System, I can't turn back. I have to turn into a bird? Speechless, Mubai asked the system in his heart. He just wanted to use other powers, and the power of the Dark Star, and the power of the stars to suppress this change. But it was useless. Now this change has penetrated deep into his body. Ding dong. The current level 5 internal organs of the host will delay the trend of the host's transformation into a golden crow. If there is no intervention, the host will completely change its race to a golden crow in 30 days. The host's current state is the awakening transformation of the mythical fruit, which cannot be terminated or paused. Is there any solution? Feeling that his palms were about to turn into bird claws, Mubai felt that the system statement of 30 days for successful transformation was too conservative. Why did he feel that one day was enough for him to completely transform from a human to a bird like a golden crow? Ding dong. The host can choose to consume 100,000 devouring points to neutralize the bloodline, which can not only ensure that the host retains the human body, but also allow himself to fully adapt to the power of the awakening of the great sun golden crow fruit. 100,000 devouring points. A few years ago, Mubai would never have been able to take it out. And even if he could take it out, he probably wouldn't dare to spend it. He would rather become a golden crow and live for a while than spend such a huge price. But now it is different. After he exchanged 30 million Tiangong points for the two-way channel between the main world and the Dark Star world, it is equivalent to having a fixed devouring point income every month. Now at this critical moment, he needs to keep a low profile and slowly develop his strength. Considering many factors, 100,000 devouring points are naturally out of the question. System. Just deducted directly. Ding dong. Deducting 100,000 devouring points successfully. Neutralizing and awakening the Golden Crow bloodline. Please wait. As expected, the alienation began to stagnate after deducting 100,000 devouring points. And then the Golden Crow characteristics on his body began to recover to human form bit by bit. Mu Bai guessed that the system should have used the deducted devouring points to transform the awakened Golden Crow fruit, so that it could adapt to the characteristics of his body. Seeing that the boss Mu Bai, who was about to turn into a Golden Crow, was about to turn back, he also called it wonderful, applauding and praising the master's strangeness. Mu Bai, who absorbed the awakened blood of the great sun Golden Crow, had a clearer mind, and when he opened his eyes again, his blood transformation had completely stopped. Is this the real power of the Golden Crow? Feeling this pure and amazing power, Mu Bai, who was originally a little confused, gradually immersed himself in it. One step out. Thousands of fires follow. His body was surrounded by flames, and his form also changed. Mu Bai, who opened the Pandora's box of the mythical awakening power, did not notice that Jugu, who was talking behind him, had stopped talking. What is this? Jugu looked at Mu Bai, whose body was expanding in front of him, and could not hide the fear in his eyes. What appeared in front of Jugu was not a gorgeous Golden Crow bird, nor a mighty half-human, half-bird form, but a complete monster, an evil ghost that even Jugu, with such a great experience, was terrified. In the magnificent conference room, a meat-mountain creature nearly 10 meters tall was standing there. On his chest was a gluttonous mouth, which occupied more than half of the entire chest. Even when it was closed, one could hear the rustling chewing sound. And behind him were the fiery red wings wrapped with the chains of the 8 desolate prison body. The strengthened Golden Crow burning wings seemed to have lost the original elegant and light beauty, and replaced it with a heavy and brutal crushing feeling, as if it was a magic weapon that could crush anyone. This monster had 4 arms, and the palms of 2 of the arms were always attached with a vibration ball cover, as if the ability of the vibration fruit was completely integrated into the 2 palms, while the other 2 arms were a bit strange. One merged with Mu Bai's weapon, the God of War, and the other condensed into a black, ferocious long sword. The 4 arms looked a bit different, but they matched this strange body inexplicably. Attached to the body of this giant monster was a black heavy armor with flame patterns. As the halo circulated, it could be seen that it had a metallic texture, but it was still fundamentally different from the metal used to forge ordinary armor. The black and red aura similar to that when the 8 desolate prison body was activated was also gushing and rolling on it. The monster's head was covered with several meters of white hair, and on this face covered with black scales and feathers. There was only one pupil that looked down at all living things. The single eye was clearly Mu Bai's eye of divine punishment. The strange and inexplicably powerful monster standing in this empty conference room made the ancient elder's scalp numb. What are you surprised about? Mu Bai's voice came from the monster's body. Jugu knelt on one knee and said respectfully, Jugu is making a fuss. I just don't know what happened to you, my lord. At this moment, Mu Bai felt very good. The power of the divine body, the power of the devil fruit, the power of the technique, the power of the supernatural power. All the power fused into this body is simply a god. This is the ultimate form that is closest to perfection and close to the peak. What's wrong with me? Can't you guess that my mythology fruit has awakened? Jugu's throat moved slightly, and his face was calm. He was accustomed to this gentleman's breakthrough. So even if the incredible thing of the mythology awakening happened, he was not surprised. Mu Bai, who ignored the little man behind him, really liked this form. In this form, he could feel that he could use multiple fruit powers and the linkage of multiple combat abilities. And in this form, the 3rd layer of the 8 desolate prison body was fully automatically opened, and his digestion ability in the body was taken over by the Emperor Yen divine body. The 5 internal organs in his body also underwent amazing changes. The internal organs that were originally the size of a normal human also expanded accordingly as his body expanded. These enlarged organs were also very adaptable to Mu Bai's new form. These level 5 internal organs were indeed extraordinary. Mu Bai could feel that if he entered the Dark Star world again, He could directly use the gluttonous mouth on his stomach to crush the dark star demons and swallow them into his stomach. And the digestive system strengthened by the Emperor Yen divine body would squeeze out all the nutrients. Since this form looks like a ferocious ghost, let's call it the evil ghost form. The ultimate form that combines all his current combat abilities. Finally, he exhaled a breath of turbid air. And then Mu Bai exited the evil ghost form and turned into a simple human form. This time, in addition to gaining the ability to integrate all the evil ghost forms, Mu Bai also gained other abilities from the awakening of the Golden Crow fruit. Mu Bai thought it would be best to find an experimental target to do it. The Eye of Divine Punishment was activated instantly. Mu Bai, who disappeared in the conference room, appeared in a room on the 5th floor of the Red Blood Mansion the next moment, which was where Fan Xingyu worked. Seeing Lord Mu Bai coming, Fan Xingyu immediately knelt on one knee, and Jiang Yang next to him did the same. "What are you talking about?" Mu Bai asked with some curiosity. He had never seen Jiang Yang come to Fan Xingyu to gossip on weekdays. After all, these two people were relatively boring people. "Master Mu Bai, we are talking about Lin Ruxue. We are wondering if she has been transformed by you." Fan Xingyu said everything. She was actually curious about Lin Ruxue's words and actions. She was so disrespectful to Master Mu Bai. It was obvious that she had not been transformed by the power of the Emperor Yen divine body. If she had been transformed, she should be as respectful to the master as the two of them. Mu Bai, with a mysterious smile, looked at the two of them seriously. "You don't need to pay attention to these things. Just do your job well. Thanks Xingyu. You will retrieve the information of the assassination team of the 4 ghosts of the vast sea collected by the Tianluoduang Intelligence Department." After receiving Mu Bai's order, Fang Xingyu immediately mobilized all the recent new movements of the 4 ghosts of the vast sea collected by the Tianluoduang Department. After looking at the information, Mu Bai was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the shadow of the 4 ghosts of the vast sea was still alive. Last time, he only killed one person in their team. This time, the 4 ghosts of the vast sea are in the underground place in the northern region and want to select vacancies in the team from there. Xiao Li is always with them. After a little thought, Mu Bai had a plan. He was going to meet the current vast sea team. But this time he appeared as a hunter. In the unknown area of the northern region. This is a cold area. It existed before the high-level officials of the Northern Territory were wiped out. Compared with other areas, the public security here is worse. There are not many good people in this extremely cold and remote area. Most of these people are wanted in other large areas. This area has no specific name, but it is commonly known that everyone who comes here calls it the Dark Paradise, which means the only paradise area that can accommodate sin in the dark and treacherous world. Many organizations in the main world that are engaged in black industries or assassins will come here to screen personnel. After being selected, the strong ones will be absorbed into the organization to achieve their own goals. This is the paradise of sin. There are competitions with life as the bet every day. The skeletons of those powerful people will appear in the streets every day. And there are even people at the level of Moonwheel Realm. In the past 2 months, it has been the most noisy days in the Dark Paradise. Because this period is the day to play the Dark Game every year. The so-called Dark Game is to imprison a group of people together, and then start to make them fight like raising goo. Only one person can walk out alive each time. And the person who walks out alive will enter a new Dark Game again with others. This game will highlight the supreme glory of the final winner through the death of all others. And the person who wins the qualification to survive will become the real Dark King. This identity is enough to get rid of any negative comments and join the top forces. The value of this Dark Game is recognized by most top sects. And the person who can become the final winner is often extremely powerful. Such a strong person is welcomed by any force with both hands. It can be said that the Dark King is an excellent opportunity to whitewash the identity. Almost every year, a large number of extremely vicious or ambitious strong people participate in it. Even if there is only one place for victory, they will never get tired of it. The Shadow, wearing a suit hat and a clown mask on his face, smiled after looking at himself in the mirror. He never spoke and used sign language to write, which made the strong dark ghost next to him a little helpless. After all, except for the dark brain, other team members basically don't know the weird sign language that the Shadow said. Seeing that Dark Ghost didn't react, Shadow left the clothing store in boredom. Dark Ghost also changed into new clothes, stretched his body, and was about to leave. The owner of the clothing store saw that he was about to leave and said with a smile, Hey, my friend. You and your weird friend haven't paid yet." The tall dark ghost walked up to the shop owner. Twice as tall as the man. Despite the huge size difference, Dark Ghost did not see any fear in the man's eyes. Dark Ghost, who wanted to kill the man and leave, snorted coldly after thinking of the boss's words, and took a bundle from his waist. When the bundle was opened, it was a bloody head, and there was a wanted order next to it, which was the wanted order of a major force in the western regions. The shop owner was not angry when he saw this. He carefully looked at the head of the wanted criminal and smiled with satisfaction. It's the real owner. The bounty will be exchanged by Wu Wang. Please take your time. Dear guest. Dark Ghost was too lazy to pay attention to the shop owner. When he walked out of the street, he found that Dark Shadow had fought with a group of people at some point. The broken limbs and arms were flying all over the sky. But the passers-by had no reaction to it, and they were not even interested in stopping to watch. As if the dripping on their cheeks was not blood, but ordinary rain. This place is really perverted. Full of abnormal people. But I like it. The scarlet eyes of the Dark Ghost slightly lit up, and he was a little eager to see Shadow slaughtering like an elegant butcher. But he felt a sharp pain in his body as soon as he thought of it, because the hidden injury brought to him by Wang Tingmu Bai had not subsided. Mu Bai, I will tear you alive sooner or later. The Dark Ghost, who straightened his clothes, snorted coldly and joined the battle. The result of the two top Moon Wheel Realm Masters attacking each other can be imagined. After a few minutes, blood was everywhere, while the Dark Ghost and Shadow left here unscathed. Two ability users were fighting each other in the underground dark fighting arena amid the cheers of the audience. The battle between two animal ability users often arouses the atmosphere of the audience. And today's battle is between two animal ability users. One is a black wolf with wind blades under its feet, and the other is a yellow lion that keeps biting the ground. Wind Wolf. Kill him! I've put all my pressure on you. Raging Lion. Are you a man? How come you can't beat that loser? Hack. That wind blade combo is as unbelievable as a juggling trick. It's bad. The lion's head was chopped off by the wind blade. The wild breath gradually spread on the battlefield. The lion's head was chopped off by the wolf with full agility. The wolf grabbed the lion's head and crushed it with one foot, and then took out the lion's heart and ate it. The people present were not scared, but shouted the name of the wolf player one after another. The boss in the VIP box was smiling and saying, Master Dark Brain, what do you think of this one? He is an animal type ability user who is very good at wind blades. His realm is also at the peak of the Star Wheel realm and can break through the Moon Wheel realm at any time. This kind of strongman just meets your requirements. Dan Now, who was sitting with his legs crossed, had half of his slender body hidden in the darkness of the box, making it difficult to see his facial expression. What a loser. I can kill him with just a wind blade. If you still recommend this loser, I'm going to kill you. Dan Now obviously looked down on this animal type ability user, and his attitude towards the boss was not so friendly. The boss was obviously a little embarrassed, but he immediately raised his hand and said, Don't worry, Lord. And now, how about this? I am friends with the bosses of the 3 nearby dark game places. When the dark game event ends next month, I will let the 3 champions report to you at the same time. You can get whichever one you want at that time. Isn't that great? You also know that there are not many people who meet your qualifications at this time. I hope I don't have to wait too long. After standing up and looking outside the door, and now automatically opened the 3 doors at the same time. And he also stepped on the invisible wind and disappeared into the box like a ghost. The boss was relieved to see and now leave. This guy is really hard to serve. But if you take good care of this Sun Wheel Realm boss, it will be easy to talk to him when he needs it in the future. In the blink of an eye, the day of the dark game arrived, when the activities in various territories of Dark Heaven were in full swing. Mu Bai also came here with Elder Jugu. He hid his aura and changed his appearance to become an ordinary black-haired middle-aged man. He and Elder Jugu, who also disguised himself as a bald drunkard, appeared here at the same time. In less than 3 minutes, they met more than a dozen waves of people chasing each other. What a free breath. Jugu couldn't help but sigh. There was no big force sitting here, so it could be said that it was very chaotic. Mu Bai, who knew the local information in advance, was not too sensitive to the chaos here. He took Jugu to a busy tavern and closed the door directly. The sound in the busy tavern suddenly disappeared, and everyone looked at Mu Bai and the two of them strangely. It is taboo to close the door of the tavern at will in Dark Heaven. After all, those who can open a tavern in such a place are ruthless people. Do you know where the 4 ghosts of the vast sea are now? Mu Bai walked in the crowd with a smile. looking as relaxed as if he had returned home. Everyone present thought that Mubai was here to make fun of him and laughed. Who the hell are you? Who let you out because their belt was loose? You're quite my type. A man who looked like a strong bear stood up and walked towards Mubai. But when he was a few meters away, he suddenly caught fire without any wind. A drunkard next to him subconsciously threw the basin of water next to him. Unexpectedly, after the water fell on the head of the strong bear-like man, his screams became even more shrill. The flames with water added to them continued to torture the man even more violently. Ha ha! So interesting. There were lunatics laughing at the scene. Obviously, they had no sympathy for the pain of the man in front of them. They could only see him dancing like a clown in the roasting. What's wrong with this loser? Is he going to perform? Some people saw that water could help fuel the fire, so they rushed to get water cups and threw them at him. This scene can be said to be extremely inhumane. Mubai felt bored watching them enjoying it so much. He leaned against the bar and moved his mind. And everyone present was ignited at the same time. Those playful laughters instantly turned into screams of begging for mercy and painful curses. Everyone seemed to be a demon from purgatory staging a tragedy on earth. The tavern owner, who had never shown up, finally came over from the backstage. Seeing the scene in front of him, his heart stagnated. He had seen ruthless people, but he had never seen such a strong, ruthless person. Among these people who were ignited, there were many strong people in the Star Wheel realm. Killing them casually could be said to be unfathomable. You are looking for the four ghosts of the vast sea, right? The tavern owner said as he mixed a glass of strong liquor and pushed it in front of Mubai. Yes. Do you know where it is? Mubai took the strong liquor and drank it all, and his expression did not change at all. Alcoholic things no longer had any reaction to his body. It can even be said that he would be unharmed even if he drank poison every day. They have been recruiting members recently. I think they should be paying attention to dark games. Maybe you can go to various dark game venues to look for them. Thank you. After saying that, Mubai turned around and left with a smile. And those people behind him, who were ignited by the slow fire, but not dead, were all killed instantly under the extreme burning. Every time his figure passed by an ignited person, that person was like a gorgeous firework or a beautiful flower in bud. They were blooming. The stressed tavern owner was relieved when he saw Mubai leave completely. After leaving the tavern, Mubai and Jugu asked around a few times politely before arriving at the nearest dark game location. Before entering the underground elevator, they could hear the cheers of the thunderous roar below. When the two bought tickets and entered the underground world, the dark game in front of them completely appeared in their vision. The people who kept fighting in the giant stage, and the people who cheered outside the field seemed to be infected by the fanaticism. They all wanted to attack everyone madly. The difference was that outside the field, they vented with their mouths and words, while the dark game in the field was through violence and killing. Mubai, who found a seat at random, opened his observation hockey and swept the whole field. Seeing that there was no trace of the four ghosts of the vast sea, his interest was greatly reduced. However, when he looked at the dark game in the middle battlefield, he was attracted by a figure. This half-scorpion person is interesting. He will obviously win this battle. Mubai's words were obviously too absolute and too confident. A bald old man next to him said quickly, "Little brother, you are short-sighted. That person is obviously not a match for the toad form and the white crane form ability user in the field. The scorpion challenged them just now and was beaten up. It was not a match at all." Toad? White crane? After observing the two, Mubai shook his head. One of them is incomplete in animal form, and the toad form has become a twisted half-human and half-toad. The other has an injury on his right leg. If he is used a little, he will die. These two are just trash. Mubai turned around and left without interest. The ancient elder randomly grabbed a few bottles of wine on the field and then swaggered away with his master. When the man who was refuted was about to say something, he found that the white crane in the field had his left leg chopped off by the scorpion. The injury on the right leg of the white crane recurred, and he could not move with one leg. He could only be pierced through the chest by the scorpion. The toad man he had high hopes for was also stabbed by the scorpion's poisonous needle. The toad form still maintained the clumsy human attack method, which was obviously a big disadvantage when facing the flexible scorpion man. The scorpion who defeated multiple strong opponents in a row is indeed expected to win the championship. Hack! That person just now was right about everything. He is simply a master. After searching for 3 evil ghost game venues in a row, Mubai finally sensed the breath in the box at the 4th venue. At this moment, the winner of the dark game on the field had appeared, and the short-haired man covered in blood was enjoying the warm applause of the audience. Mu Bai was stopped by the security guard when he entered the outer perimeter of the venue, because the audience was not allowed to enter after the game was over. Mu Bai sighed and grabbed the face of the security guard with his backhand and crushed it before other masters could react. His figure was like a real ghost, and he retracted his left index finger. The 23-star Will Realm masters present collapsed to the ground with blood gushing from their necks at the same time. Seeing this scene, the audience around panicked and ran towards the underground elevator. Mu Bai ignored these people and went straight to the center of the stadium and shouted to the top box, "I miss you 4 ghosts of the Vast Sea team very much after not seeing you for so many days. I heard that you came here to recruit players, and I would like to meet you." In the box, the Dark Ghost and the Shadow stood up at the same time. Only the Dark Brain with his legs crossed still looked at Mu Bai's expression below calmly, as if he didn't care about the other party's appearance. The owner of the arena was also in a VIP box. He was furious when he saw the white-haired young man in the field making trouble. He said to the winner of the dark game through the intercom, "Jiang Tian, if you can kill this intruder, I can give you 3 times the reward for this game." Hearing that there was profit, Jiang Tian, who was originally watching the show, stopped watching from the sidelines. Instead, he stopped and came to Mu Bai. The Moon Will Realm was Jiang Tian's confidence. He looked at Mu Bai, who was not as burly as him, and punched him. The fist burst through the air. The surrounding space actually emitted an unbearable shattering sound continuously. Such a fierce punch instantly hit Mu Bai's left face and stirred up a nearly 100-meter air wave. Even the dust on the ground was stirred up by the fist wind. In this smoke, Jiang Tian slowly put away his fist, with some surprise in his eyes. After the smoke dissipated, Mu Bai, who had endured such an explosive punch, looked up at Jiang Tian and said in confusion, "Didn't you eat?" "Huh?" Jiang Tian, whose eyelids were twitching, smiled. He had never seen such an arrogant person, nor had he seen such a resistant person. He suddenly tightened his leg muscles and retreated rapidly backwards. Then, rays of light were constantly ejected at the whole venue at an astonishing speed. Jiang Tian, who had the superhuman acceleration fruit, was constantly accelerating. His fruit ability was very pure and simple. As long as his ability allowed, he could continuously accelerate his own speed and even surpass the speed of light by continuously increasing his speed limit. Accelerate! 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 Accelerate sonic boom punch. The sharp sound of breaking through the air continued to escalate. Mu Bai stood in the middle of the venue with his hands behind his back, as if he was outside, without any nervousness. The opponent's punches were still accelerating. When Jiang Tian could bounce back and forth 3,547 times in 1 second, the accelerated man finally attacked Mu Bai. The punches throughout the venue were extremely shocking. At least even the ancient masters outside the venue wanted to stand up and applaud. This young man has great potential. The fact that he can develop and use this superhuman fruit to such an extent shows that he is an absolute genius. The genius who has experienced bloody fights and constant training is the most trembling existence. Looking at the astonishing number of fist shadows around, Mu Bai also admired it. "Then I will try your accelerated sonic boom fist." After that, Mu Bai stood in place and slightly exerted his arm muscles. The same number of fists appeared as the surrounding fist shadows. Every punch of Jiang Tian would be blocked by Mu Bai. And no matter how Jiang Tian accelerated, the result was the same. The whole battlefield was swept by a gust of wind. The fist wind of the two alone was enough to make no one in the audience stand still. The speed of the two people was getting faster and faster, more and more exaggerated. Even in the end, even Shadow with a high vision could not keep up with the rhythm of the two and could not see their movements clearly. How is it possible? Jiang Tian, whose speed of speed boxing has exceeded the upper limit of his own understanding, can clearly perceive that his actions are on the verge of collapse. Such a fast speed is even beyond his control. But what is incredible is that the white-haired young man in front of him can actually keep up and be as calm as before. And he only used one left hand. The speed has not increased anymore. It seems that this is your limit. Feeling a little regretful, Mu Bai's punching speed climbed up a level again. He punched through Jiang Tian's chest and threw him directly into the box of the 4 ghosts of the vast sea. Boom! The wall of the box shattered. Jiang Tian, who was spitting blood, twitched unconsciously on the wall, while Shadow and Dark Ghost had already entered a fighting posture as if facing a great enemy. The Dark Ghost was shocked and hurriedly said to the boss Dark now, "Brother, it seems that Mu Bai's strength has increased a lot. What should we do? He has entered the Moon Will realm." But from the momentum alone, There is no difference from the Sun Wheel realm. Dark Now's low words confused Dark Ghost. What does it mean to be in the Moon Wheel realm, but have the momentum of the Sun Wheel realm? He just turned around and found that Dark Now had pushed him away, and Mubai had come to him without knowing when. The atmosphere was almost frozen at this moment, and the Dark Ghost didn't dare to breathe. The Dark Brain who was blocking Mubai immediately released the natural power of the hurricane, and swept over without saying a word. Mubai, who had seen the opponent's hurricane power before, naturally knew how powerful it was. But now, he didn't retreat, but opened his mouth and bit it with a smile. The devouring and biting ability of Tao Tai instantly collided with the hurricane. As soon as the two forces collapsed, a hurricane whip kick swept over from the Dark Brain. How strong is a normal attack of the Sun Wheel realm? The answer is very strong. Under a hurricane whip kick, the entire underground space collapsed instantly. The blue hurricane swept across the four directions, like blowing the soul of others. Mubai, who was hit by this leg, had his upper body bent. Just when Shadow and Dark Ghost thought that Mubai would be defeated. They never expected that Mubai would withstand the attack of his elder brother and directly shatter the entire hurricane aura with a backhand punch. Shock fruit. Resonance. Squeak. 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 Mubai punched the void in front of him now, which prevented him from getting away and also destroyed the blue wind he created. Seizing this opportunity, Mubai opened the eye of divine punishment on his head. The terrifying shock wave of divine punishment shot towards Now's forehead. Zzz. Dark Brain, who had just dodged the ray of energy, also became extremely serious. He could clearly sense Mubai's shocking changes. If the opponent was barely qualified to fight him last time, then Mubai now could clearly give him a fatal sense of crisis. What happened to Mubai these days? Dark Brain, who didn't know this, cleared his mind and merged into the green wind, turning into a super tornado and sweeping across. Mubai saw that his eye of divine punishment was dodged and immediately realized that the opponent was a master of observation hockey. With the help of the natural wind element, his agility, reaction and reconnaissance ability would not be much weaker than his own. At the moment, he also abandoned the long-range combat method and kept attacking Dark Brain. The two figures, one blue and one red, kept fighting each other. The blue hurricane and the white aftershocks of the shock simultaneously broke through the restrictions of the underground and set off a series of energy collisions in the area of Devil's Paradise. Dark Brain, floating in the air, waved his hand. The next moment, the green sea of wind directly pulled up more than a dozen buildings from the ground and hit Mubai from all directions at the same time. Mubai raised his eyebrows slightly, and the whole person rushed through the green buildings like a meteor, using his hands as swords to slash through the heavenly secrets. That opponent's sword test is just right. Mubai, with murderous intent rolling in his eyes, inexplicably became more solemn, and a long sword made of golden crow flames inexplicably appeared in his hand. The solemn will of heaven slashed. It was as if the heavenly way burst, and the world lost its color in an instant. The leader in the Sun Wheel realm, the long-renowned Now, faced this slash at this moment, and actually felt a sense of helplessness and fate. When he came to his senses, his left arm broke, and his left leg was chopped off at this moment. Mubai, who came out with a sword and retracted his move again, exhaled a breath of turbid air. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Looking down at the severed left arm and left leg, and now was confused for the first time. The first of the 7 sky-cutting styles. Cut the way and see me, Mubai said word by word after putting away the flaming sword. A Moon Wheel realm cut off half of the Sun Wheel realm's body with one sword in the first confrontation with the Sun Wheel realm. This sounds incredible, and like a fairy tale. But it really happened at this moment. Hearing the 4 words 7 ways to cut the sky. Even Dark Brain, who rarely shows emotions on weekdays, can't help but reveal a trace of envy. This is the foundation of the top forces. Even the most broken top forces have many ancient inheritances, such as this technique. Under the arbitrary growth of the flesh, the left half of Dark Brain's body quickly recovered. But it was still a little uncomfortable with the original body. It seemed that something was left in Mubai's sword that hindered Dark Brain's recovery. When Dark Ghost and Dark Shadow saw that Mubai had put away his sword, they thought he was exhausted. At the moment, the two of them seized the opportunity and attacked at the same time. Dark Ghost, whose body had grown like thunder, turned his hands into 2 mountains and fell down, while Dark Shadow transformed into countless strange reflections that flowed around Mubai. Seeing the two people's small movements, Mubai shook his head in his heart. These two people really don't understand the battle situation. Can people of their level really play a role in such a battle scene? With his left hand, he held the white Taishu Divine Fire and swept it in all directions. The huge body of the dark ghost was swallowed by the Taishu Divine Fire before it fell. Mu Bai's mind moved, and the peak powerhouse of the Moon Wheel Realm was killed instantly. The weird and unpredictable Shadow saw his companion's tragic death and hurriedly wanted to withdraw from the battle. How could Mu Bai, who is no longer the same as before, give him this opportunity? Under the influence of the Taishu Divine Fire, Mu Bai directly transformed into the awakened form of the Great Sun Golden Crow. The dazzling Golden Crow Divine Fire and the Taishu Divine Fire, one yellow and one white, immediately exploded in the void. All the reflections fell apart, and the Shadow, who lost the support of the Shadow, was quickly evaporated into ashes in the fire. 2 moves instantly killed the powerful enemy that he had fought hard but failed to kill before. This is the terrifying improvement of Mu Bai's combat power. Mu Bai, with his whole body on fire and Golden Crow wings on his back, walked out of the raging flames like a fire god. He didn't even look at the ashes of the 2 moon realms and let the breeze blow them away. And now, who witnessed the tragic death of 2 teammates on the spot, did not lose his composure. These 2 idiots wanted to intervene in such a battle, which was a death in itself. They would die anyway. As long as he, and now, was in the Han Hai 4 Ghosts team, he would exist forever. Mu Bai, let's shake hands and make peace. And now, who was wrapped in the green wind, suddenly spoke. I murdered you last time just because someone asked me to. Now that you have killed 3 people in my team, it can be regarded as revenge. How about we forgive each other? Mu Bai, who was almost amused by it now, suddenly clenched his palms, and the boiling sea of fire around him instantly extinguished into a fireball and flowed into his palms. As the saying goes, spilled water cannot be reversed. But it is easy to end this battle. Just agree to my 2 conditions. Mu Bai, who is in the state of the god of fire, paced back and forth leisurely, without any awe of the Sun Wheel Realm expert in front of him. What are the conditions? And now asked in a deep voice with a bad premonition. First, tell me who asked you to assassinate me. And second, tell me why you took Shaoli away. Hearing these 2 conditions, and now shook his head and said, I can't agree to either of these 2 conditions. Then there's nothing to talk about. Let's continue. Mu Bai hooked his fingers and instantly jumped up. The raging flames around him turned into golden crows that kept biting. Green Shadow Wolf. And now slapped the ground with his left hand and raised his right hand to create a group of green shadow wolves out of thin air with a green wind. The golden crows and the green shadow wolves bit each other in midair, and the masters of the 2 fought again, destroying with all their might. Divine Wind Shadow Kick. And now, who suddenly used the supreme martial arts. Kick down. The sky of more than 100,000 meters turned into green energy. Such a supreme kick was hard for gods and ghosts to handle. Facing this scene, Mu Bai condensed a golden crow phantom behind him. And then the white golden crow phantom slowly spit out pure divine fire from the bird's mouth. And all the green energy touched by the divine fire was ignited. Even the wind was burning violently in the flames. Mu Bai, who instantly resolved the opponent's leg technique, found a green Dharma image spreading in the sky before he could attack again. The opponent's Sun Wheel Realm Dharma image appeared. The Dharma image is crucial in the battle between the Sun Wheel Realm and the Sun Wheel Realm. And Mu Bai, who is still in the Moon Wheel Realm, naturally cannot use a Dharma image comparable to the Sun Wheel Realm. Finally, this move has been used, so I have to use my ultimate move. Mu Bai, with his hands open, exudes an amazing momentum. Countless chains and the power of the 3 devil fruits gradually overwhelm him. Pure power. The devil form is activated. For arms covered with black feather scales extended from the blood and flesh waves. And then a one-eyed monster with a body nearly 10 meters long that was so strong that it was outrageous stood in this area. The dark brain in the air was also surprised to see Mu Bai actually transformed into this monster form. In his eyes, the threat level of the opponent at this moment was rising wildly. I don't know why even he, who had experienced countless life and death, was a little scared when he saw this monster. Sun Wheel Dharma. Destroy the green wind. The boundless wind elements gathered in the Dharma behind the dark brain. The dark brain, whose combat power was soaring wildly, moved his palms and slapped in the air. In an instant, the boundless green wind within nearly 100,000 meters around seemed to gather into a green tornado endlessly. This tornado fell on the one-eyed monster below with the power of the storm. Mu Bai, in the form of an evil ghost, immediately knelt down when facing the attack of the Dark Brain's Dharma. And the next second his strong muscles burst instantly, and he turned into an evil ghost and slashed with the martial god in his hand. The green divine wind was torn and cut off in an instant. This is not over yet. The broken blue tornado immediately merged into the sky and earth. And the natural ability user Dark Brain, who held the wind power of the sky and earth, pulled his hands down. The blue wind that covered the sky and the sun gathered into a blue dragon phantom and rushed straight into the sky like thunder and fell. The target was Mu Bai, who was constantly climbing to the sky. Eye of Divine Punishment. Divine Punishment Shock Wave. Without waiting for the blue dragon shadow to approach, Mu Bai in the evil ghost form raised his single eye and sent a Divine Punishment Shock Wave directly to the top of the sky, sweeping everything away. If Mu Bai's level 6 domineering aura in the normal form is already ridiculously strong, then his domineering aura in the evil ghost form will be nearly dozens of times stronger than that in the normal form. A red light spot flickered in the evil ghost's single eye, and the next moment, the monstrous domineering aura gathered into a scarlet light column with a width of hundreds of meters and exploded from hundreds of meters in front of Mu Bai. Dark Brain, who was controlling the Dharma image to attack, shrank his pupils and turned back suddenly. The hundreds-meter-high phantom of the Dharma image behind him was pierced by Mu Bai's strange scarlet ray. Before he could use his strength to repair the Dharma image, a huge fist holding the black feather scales of the shock ball cover instantly hit him. Squeak! 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 The traces of mirror-like shattering spread across the sky. And now, who was hit in the chest, felt a bone-piercing pain all over his body. The heavy force did not give him any reaction time and took him to the ground like a meteor. Boom! The tens of thousands of meters of buildings around him were all turned into ruins. And the shock wave remaining in Nao's body exploded again. And now, who was severely injured inside his body, vomited blood and his origin was severely damaged. This kind of power. And now, who slowly stood up from the ruins, was actually a little confused at this moment. From Mu Bai's transformation into the evil ghost form to his Dharma image being destroyed and himself being swept into the ground by a punch. These things happened almost at the same time. So even as a strong man in the Sunwheel realm, and now was completely confused. The Sunwheel realm Dharmakaya was actually destroyed by a force outside of the Dharmakaya. This in itself shows that the opponent's strange scarlet ray is very likely to have a power several times greater than that of an ordinary Dharmakaya. Boom! Mu Bai, the demon-like figure who fell from the sky, did not seem to expect that the Sunwheel realm would be so weak. So after observing and now for a while, he said with some disappointment, "You surrendered without even using my full strength? The Sunwheel realm is too weak." And now, who felt that he was despised, was angry. But the most urgent thing was to get out. He could not understand what this monster Mu Bai was going to do at this moment. Such a transcendent attitude was simply not something that he, a Sunwheel realm early warrior, could resist. Green Wind Hide. And now, who wanted to use the wind element to turn invisible and leave, was instantly hit by more than a dozen fists, and was several thousand meters underground before he walked a few meters. Want to sneak away under my eye of divine punishment? Even the invisibility fruit can't do it. After saying that, Mu Bai's demon-like body immediately entered the ground, grabbed Nao's hair, and smashed him out of the ground. As the fight between the two people gradually escalated, the entire area was affected. Many people fled in all directions. Some of the most vicious or confident people who wanted to deal with the instigator Mu Bai also stopped. After all, who would dare to challenge a super monster that was 10 meters tall and whose momentum was enough to make people tremble? And now, who had smashed several buildings in a row, was thrown away like a toy. Before he landed, the evil ghost Mu Bai, who was waving his forearms, had already attacked again, destroying everything with overwhelming force. Divine Wind Shadow Leg, enduring the pain of the origin, and now swept across with a whip kick. The blue wind corroded all objects along the way with a destructive attitude. The chest of the one-eyed evil ghost squirmed, and the next moment, the gluttonous mouth suddenly opened. Then he immediately activated the bite-off ability. The blue wind element on the outer periphery of the Divine Wind Shadow Leg was torn, and Nao's thigh felt cold. He looked down and found that his thigh, which was originally fine, was actually bitten off alive. Dharma! 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 The confused and now repaired his thigh and mobilized the power of Dharma again. When the brilliant blue Dharma shadow appeared again, the evil ghost Mu Bai, who was pressing step by step, was in the arm of the fusion of the god of war and instantly pierced the chest of the Dharma. The sealing fruit was activated. The superhuman sealing fruit embedded in the weapon of the god of war immediately sealed the Anao Dharma. Before Anao could be shot, Mu Bai's other arm, that was fused into a long sword, had already chopped down along his head without any rules. Green Wind Shield. Shield against the strong wind. In a burst of sparks, the blue illusory wind shield brushed against Mu Bai's slash, causing it to gradually deviate from the direction. At the last moment, it even used the power of the strong wind to bounce Mu Bai's long sword arm back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, two green long swords suddenly appeared in Anao's hands. The slashing of the blades in the wind reversed Mu Bai's advance. Under the fierce sword skills, Mu Bai in the evil ghost form was suppressed by Anao in an instant. Weapons. No weapon can survive in front of me. Mu Bai in the evil ghost form suddenly opened his big mouth on his chest and bit Anao, who was close at hand. Anao, who had seen the opponent's special biting ability before, did not dare to be careless and immediately blocked with two swords in front. After hearing two crisp sounds, Anao's green long swords were bitten to pieces at the same time, and his chest was pierced by Mu Bai's martial god at some point. In extreme pain, Anao still wanted to struggle, but Mu Bai obviously would not give him this opportunity. Both arms vibrated at the same time, and the iron fist hit the face and chest of Dark Brain. The martial god inserted into Dark Brain immediately blocked all the opponent's power. Holding the suppressed Dark Brain, Mu Bai lifted the opponent with two fingers and spit out a hot breath towards his head. The hot white light shot up into the sky. When the flames gradually burned out, the dying Dark Brain was held in Mu Bai's hand, as if paralyzed. Too weak, at least for Mu Bai in the evil ghost form. Dark Brain's level of Sun Wheel Realm strongman can no longer pose a threat. You are useless to me. But if you don't want to say it, I can let you say it yourself. And you will say it willingly. Mu Bai, with a faint voice, exited the evil ghost state and pressed one hand on the top of Dark Brain's head and started the Emperor Yin transformation directly, since the other party was unwilling to say who was behind him to assassinate him. Mu Bai had to do so. The transformation before dying is very fast, and can be completed in a few minutes. However, during this period, there will always be people who don't have eyes to make trouble. The ancient elder, who had been slacking off, hurriedly came to Mu Bai and stretched out his palm towards those who wanted to attack. Time goes back. Time stops. The virtual clock that was flowing backwards turned into a kind of energy source, and flowed into the bodies of those who wanted to get close. After completing a kind of time balance, these people's bodies actually stiffened and their minds were frozen in place, as if time really stopped. It's Emperor Yu, by the way. And now, why did you take Shaoli away that day? And where did Shaoli go now? After learning that the mastermind behind the assassination was Emperor Yu, Mu Bai didn't react much. But he was very interested in Shaoli. According to rumors from the outside world, this person's luck is too good. That day, he was lucky enough to survive in his hands because of the incident of the four ghosts of the vast sea. This kind of luck is no longer an ordinary coincidence. It is obvious that Shaoli must carry some kind of destiny. And now, who has been completely transformed into an emperor derivative, has now dropped to the Moon Wheel realm. It may take some time to restore to the Sun Wheel realm. Now facing the master, he naturally tells everything he knows. I have an agreement with Gu Changchun that if Shaoli is in trouble, I can help him once. After I rescued Shaoli that day, I sent him directly to the junction of Zhongzhou and Dongyu. Although Gu Changchun is dead, he has a lot of backup plans. Mu Bai touched his chin and connected all the things together. In fact, he had roughly understood the whole situation. Gu Changchun valued Shaoli's great luck, so he deliberately pushed him into the vortex to help him complete what he had not completed. Gu Changchun used Shaoli as a chess piece to complete his last wish. Naturally, I can also use Shaoli as a chess piece and use his supreme luck to do some things I want to achieve. Thinking of this, Mu Bai basically determined the goal and plan. With Zhu Guren and Anao, Mu Bai quickly left the remote area of the North Territory, leaving only the devastation of the entire area. When Mu Bai returned to the Qixue mansion, he immediately found Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang, I have a mission for you to do. Kneeling on one knee, Jiang Yang said in a deep voice, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Very good. I need you to rescue Lin Ruxue from me, and then take her to approach Shaoli. You just need to build a good relationship with Shaoli. As for how you will act later, I will personally tell you. Although he was a little surprised, he could not disobey the master's order. After receiving the order on one knee, he immediately started to act. That night, He found Lin Rushua, who was practicing. After a brief narration, he also made Lin Rushua successfully understand the brutal of Mu Bai. After several persuasions, Lin Rushua finally agreed to Jiang Yang's defection plan. And Mu Bai, who was standing on the top floor of the conference room, saw the whole process. In fact, he was also very confused about Lin Rushua. After all, he failed when he transformed Lin Rushua into an emperor. That was his first transformation, and he failed. It was as if there was some special luck protecting Lin Rushua. If King Wu is not mistaken, she and Xiao Li are both the children of destiny of the times, and have supreme luck. It would be a pity if such young people were left idle without being used properly. Mu Bai raised his head slowly with a cold look. And the entire prosperous downtown of the Red Blood District was in his sight. The second day, when Jiulu Elder and Fang Xinji were surprised by Jiang Yang's mysterious disappearance, Mu Bai directly announced a heavy bomb. That is, Jiang Yang defected, and then mobilized his many forces, or intelligence departments, to do their best to investigate. This defection incident did not cause any ripples in the outside world, but it was a great joy to some people. Xiao Li, who was recovering in a border city in the east region, was excited when he saw Jiang Yang, who was under Mu Bai, defected and brought Lin Rushua with him. He knew that Lin Rushua was a very special inheritor of the divine body. He would need such a teammate in the future to achieve his grand goals. Wasn't it for this purpose that he risked his life last time? They must have come to me for help. It seems that Jiang Yang listened to what I said to him last time. Xiao Li paced in the bedroom excitedly. Seeing Xiao Li so excited, the saint of the demon sect sneered and said, "Aren't you afraid that this is Mu Bai's plan? I advise you not to be so naive." Xiao Li shuddered uncontrollably when he heard the word Mu Bai. He was really afraid of Mu Bai. Although the other party was not much older than him, he was as ruthless as a butcher. If it weren't for the mysterious master who rescued him last time, he might not only lose the demon art of devouring the sky. Xiaojun, I heard from the outside world that Mu Bai is so young and has already taken control of the power of the royal court in the northern borderland because he is backed by a star master of the royal court? Songjin rolled her eyes and said speechlessly, "This is not important. What is important is that Mu Bai is very scheming. In this chaotic world, his talent and strength are also top-notch in the world. Some time ago, it was reported that he has mastered the legendary supreme swordsmanship of 7 styles of cutting the sky. Think about it. What can a poor boy like you use to fight him? This Mu Bai is like a mountain pressing on Xiao Li's chest these days. He originally believed that he was an unparalleled talent in the world and would definitely surpass everyone on the Tinjiao list in the future. But the last time he saw Mu Bai actually learn demon art of devouring the sky in a short time, he felt a little unwell. Now, hearing this confidant praising the other party so much, Xiao Li frowned even more tightly. No matter how talented he is, this world is about morality and justice. Mu Bai is helping the tyrants to commit atrocities and serving the Zhongzhou royal court, so he is doomed to have no good results. If I destroy the royal court one day, I will sacrifice his life first." After arranging Jiang Yang's move, Mu Bai completely disappeared from the public's view. The merger of more than 300 regions was carried out in an orderly manner. All the previous obstacles were nothing under the new power that Mu Bai unified. Mu Bai, who was out of the public's view, also entered into hard training. Except for going to the Dark World through the two-way channel of the Dark World main world to hunt opponents every month to obtain devouring points, he never went out at all. It was under this circumstance that Mu Bai used the power of the Heavenly Palace to artificially interfere with the power foundation of the entire Emperor Yu in the southern region. As the master of the Heavenly Palace, he issued some high-value hunting tasks or sabotage tasks. And naturally no one would find his intention. Even Jiang Shutian was used as a chess piece by him to fight and destroy the arrangement of the Emperor Yu in the southern region. In just half a year, the power of the Emperor Yu in the southern region was almost lost and could only survive if he had not personally taken charge of the southern region power branch. His little foundation would have been tossed away by the people of the Heavenly Palace. In the palace of the Emperor Yu in the southern region, the gloomy and uncertain Emperor Yu was very angry at the moment. He was speechless when he saw his subordinates kneeling and trembling below. The high-level officials of the royal court have assigned part of the more valuable resources in the southern part of the royal court to my jurisdiction, and assigned the barren land in the northern part of the wasteland to Mu Bai. Now his power is developing rapidly, but I am facing many difficulties. Who can explain where those masked people came from? The Emperor Yu suddenly knocked on the table and shouted. Everyone below shuddered. The gray-clothed man closest to the Emperor Yu hurriedly explained in a low voice, "Lord Emperor Yu, I guess those masked people are most likely members of the hidden power Tiangong. Nonsense. The Emperor Yu cursed in his heart. How could he not know that those masked people were most likely members of Tiangong? But the problem was that these Tiangong members were looking for ways to sabotage him every day, as if they had a grudge against him? He wanted to know this even more. Sir, we can report this to the higher-ups, and maybe they can handle this matter. Although the Heavenly Palace is mysterious and powerful, it is still far behind the entire royal court. Another person also said with a smile, looking at Emperor Yu's face, and helping the gray-clothed man, who was frightened out of his wits. Emperor Yu sighed and frowned. Not advisable. The people present didn't know the situation inside the royal court. But he knew. The two top Sun Will Realm peak powerhouses in the royal court are now closed door, and do not see anyone. He once went to see his master, Greedy Wolf Star Lord, but was driven back. The other Star Lords have been acting as the power of Ziwei Star Lord and Greedy Wolf Star Lord during this period. Once he brings up his relationship with the Heavenly Palace at this juncture, his position in the hearts of the higher-ups in the future will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. My master can't help me, and I can only rely on myself to persevere in the future. The top priority now is to get rid of these Heavenly Palace plague gods, preferably to other forces. While thinking, Emperor Yu thought of something. These days, all the masters of the Heavenly Palace have been active around the Shingon reactor. It is obvious that they have a plan for this thing. If he donates these Shingon reactors, wouldn't it also transfer the trouble? Thinking of this, he directly wrote a letter and gave the 4 Shingon reactors to his dear junior brother Mu Bai. When Mu Bai, who was far away in the northern borderland, really received the gift from this senior brother, he was very happy. You know, the energy supply generated by a Shingon reactor is enough to supply more than a dozen large regions. For Shingon reactors can completely raise the energy supply of the main areas of the northern borderland by several levels. It seems that he thought that the people of Tiangong were targeting the reactor, and that's why he gave me the hot potato. But it's okay. After accepting this generous gift, Mu Bai also cancelled the various actions of Tiangong against the forces of the southern region of the Nether Emperor. It's not that he wanted to hold back, but because too much is as bad as too little. If he continued to let the Tiangong members harass him, the high-level officials of the royal court would probably find a way to deal with them. After looking at the content of the meeting of his superiors this morning, Mu Bai was a little confused. Sun Corona Star Lord, what do you think the Purple Star Lord and the Greedy Wolf Star Lord are going to do? Delegating power to other Star Lords will accelerate the civil strife in the royal court. After receiving the recorded content of the meeting, Sun Corona Star Lord was also shocked. It was not because of the specific content of the meeting, but because he was shocked by Mu Bai's all-powerful hands and eyes. You know, the fact that this recollection report can appear here means that the strongest Sun Will Star Lords in the royal court or other members who attended the meeting have completely turned to Mu Bai. After reading the content carefully, Sun Corona Star Lord was also a little confused. The main reason was that the upper echelons of the royal court had become more and more chaotic recently. Under the power change, the original seemingly calm Star Lords and those who remained neutral began to take sides and divide the interests. It's very strange. Not only Emperor you can't see the Star Lord Tan Lang, but even I can't see the Star Lord Ziwei. I even doubt whether these 2 Star Lords of the royal court are still alive. Mu Bai's suspicion is not without reference. In the previous battle in the Northern Territory, Gu Chongqun absorbed the power of the Emperor Changsheng in the Emperor's mausoleum and challenged the heroes. His combat power has reached the ceiling level. It is expected that even if there are enough strong men besieging Gu Chongqun, there will inevitably be injuries. Especially the 2 top combat powers of Star Lord Ziwei and Star Lord Tan Lang. They must be the focus of Gu Chongqun's care. Impossible. If the 2 Star Lords fall, it will definitely be a catastrophe for the royal court. The Sun-crowned Star Lord didn't dare to imagine it. If it was really as Mu Bai said, the royal court would definitely become a big cake in the eyes of others and be divided up. The hegemonic forces without a real peak Sun Will Realm strongmen would be slaughtered. I'm just guessing whether this is the plan of the 2 Star Masters or they really fell. The most important thing now is to improve my own strength. As long as I am stronger than those people in the internal strife, it doesn't matter whether there are these 2 Star Masters or not. When Mu Bai thought about this with his hands behind his back, a system voice came into his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for perfectly integrating Taishan Wanqing sword technique and Taishan Jiqing sword technique. And the fusion result is the legendary skill Jie Tian Qi Shi. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary skill for the first time. and obtaining the skill collection breakthrough reward of 10,000 swallowing points. If it were a few years ago, these 10,000 swallowing points might make Mubai beat his chest and stamp his feet. But for the current Mubai, these 10,000 swallowing points can only be said to be better than nothing. Looking at the 640,000 swallowing points he has accumulated in the past few months, Mubai knows that this is the strongest trump card for his combat power to leap. Mubai naturally has his plan for the more than 600,000 devouring points, which is to strengthen the basic body all at once. Yes, you heard it right. This is enough to make any organ and any ability enter the 9th level. Mubai has put all the devouring points into the physical strengthening. This is also what makes his physical body soar, entering the 9th level of the ultimate physical body. Physical body, level 9 of the ultimate, the strongest body beyond the limitations of human genes, with super specification abilities such as instant repair, instant strengthening, instant transformation, instant solidification, instant force, and instant breakthrough of the power limit. The host will gain epic enhancement when practicing any horizontal training method. Your physical body will resist the erosion of time to a great extent. The basic lifespan will be 1 million plus. And the 9th level physical body will be indestructible. The power of indestructible is the practice of oneself, not the external power. In essence, indestructible is a realm in martial arts, not the gods in mythology. It refers to one's own body. Indestructible means being able to see the most subtle parts of one's body, keeping one's body in a perfect state at all times, and achieving the realm of indestructibility. Indestructible does not mean that it will not be damaged, nor is it as hard as diamond, and it will not be damaged by axes and knives. It means that once the body is damaged, no matter how slight, it can be detected, so as to find ways to repair and make up for it, so that the body can always maintain a perfect and peak state. This is the most basic explanation of the 4 words seeing the gods and not being damaged. But these 4 words are completely different when applied to Mubai. Feeling the power in the body that can subvert everything. Mubai knew one thing very clearly. That is, if the strength is increased to level 10, he will usher in a new round of physical qualitative changes. By then, I am afraid that no one in the world can match him in physical strength. Even the physical strength of level 9 is probably enough for me to see the gods and not be damaged in front of those Sun Wheel Realm Masters. Mubai, with a far-sighted look, smiled meaningfully. He was looking forward to his performance in the Son of God selection competition. By then, the Emperor you might regret not having solved himself many years ago when he had not grown up. However, one ability of the level 9 body also aroused Mubai's interest. That is, his strengthened body is more suitable for horizontal training, which he wants to study carefully. By the way, Juegu, I heard that there seems to be a rumor that a secret realm will be opened in the East region recently. Is it related to the practice? Hearing the master's question, Juegu quickly responded, Lord Mubai, this is indeed the case. But the participants in the Dongsheng Ancient Secret Realm are all natives of the East region. If you want to participate, you may have to disguise yourself and use a fake identity. Don't talk about these useless things. Is there anything related to the horizontal practice in the Dongsheng Secret Realm? If not, there is no need for me to participate. After the concise explanation, Juegu also understood the key points, and nodded quickly and said, it is indeed related to the horizontal practice. The final reward in the Dongsheng Ancient Secret Realm is the Taoist legendary horizontal practice Nigu Jing. Nigu Jing? Not to mention that Mubai had really heard of this kind of horizontal training method in a library in the northern borderland many years ago. But he just regarded it as a myth at that time. It is said that the Nigu Jing can reverse the bones and make the practitioner's body sanctified. It is a supreme physical training method that only ancient immortals can master. In terms of the level of the method, it is at the legendary level like 8-9 profound art. 7 styles of cutting the sky and Tathagata palm. It seems that I have to go this time. There is no precedent for outsiders to participate in the Dongsheng Secret Realm. I have never been there. Juegu, you go and prepare the gift. Let's go directly to the Qingdi sect in the East region. Okay. Mubai acted decisively and left as soon as he said he would. He got on the floating battleship and went straight to the East region. His region is currently very stable. Almost all the high-level people are his own creations of the Emperor. There is no possibility of rebellion or traitors. In this case, even if Mubai leaves for a month, it will be fine. The beautiful scenery of the East region is the most in stark contrast to the West region among the 5 regions. The beautiful scenery here is comparable to the best. As the saying goes, the land and water nurture the people. In addition to the advantages of many rare local resources, the ancient Taoist heritage here is also the most among the 5 regions. Therefore, in addition to the title of a rich country, the East region also has the exaggerated title of the foundation of Taoism. The terrain of the East region gradually rises from east to west. The Eastern region is close to the East Emperor Sea and is rich in aquatic products. The closer the foundation feng shui terrain is to the Eastern Plain area, the better the feng shui is. The Qingdi sect, a dominant force in the entire main world that dominates the entire East region, is located in this position. In the bamboo forest of the Qingdi sect, the little sword fairy Qianmingzi, who did not drink today, felt a little melancholy. He had not been practicing with masters for these days, and had long lost his interest in doing things. He did not feel much fun when the 3 strong men killed the northern madman in the last northern expedition. Forget it. Let's go into the Dongxing secret realm to have some fun this time. Junior brother, why do you always stay here with me recently? Sitting in the yard surrounded by bamboo forests, Qianmingzi said to his junior brother with some disdain. Senior brother, you have changed. I just came to you to drink and relieve my boredom. Why do you dislike me instead? He was very happy to drink the fine wine collected by his senior brother. But when he heard his senior brother say this, he immediately lost the taste of drinking. You've been thinking about this all day long. Senior brother, why didn't you get anything the last time you participated in the Dongxing secret realm? When he heard this topic, junior brother Lin Qingyu felt helpless. Senior brother, you really don't know how difficult the Dongxing secret realm is. There are many ferocious beasts and desperate situations. I just barely passed a few levels after experiencing life and death. If I could get something, I'm afraid I would have been ranked among the top few on the Tianjia list. Qianmingzi frowned and asked in confusion, is it really that difficult? I never participated in it before because of worldly reasons. This time, the Dongxing secret realm is about to open. I want to see if it is really as difficult as you said. The two were talking when Qianmingzi suddenly stopped. He suddenly looked up and looked into the distance. A familiar breath was approaching in that direction. Wang Tingmubai is here. Interesting. Qianmingzi left with big strides and immediately headed for the mountain gate. His junior fellow disciple hurriedly followed him without knowing why. When the two arrived at the front mountain gate, they immediately spotted the floating battleship in the distance. There were a large number of Qingdi sect disciples watching the show around them. Obviously, they all heard the news and came out to watch the show. That's Mubai? Yes, but it seems that his temperament has changed a bit. While answering his junior brother's words, Qianmingzi observed Mubai's face. He could clearly sense that something earth-shaking must have happened to him after they parted in the northern territory. Compared to Qianmingzi, the female disciples of the Qingdi sect around him were quite uneasy. After all, the current main world was turbulent, and there were still few top-level geniuses who could really be ranked. This Mubai was a rising star in recent years, and could be regarded as a true pride of heaven. More importantly, he was so handsome. Mubai's temperament is really special. Sister, he is so handsome. Right? Outrageous. Is that a face that humans can have? Amid the discussion among the crowd, Mubai also walked up the steps to the mountain gate with his men. The long white hair that fell on his shoulders looked unusually soft. And the charming light golden pupils also made Mubai's handsome and heroic face lose some of its sharpness. His appearance was almost perfect, and his temperament was completely different from that of ordinary people. Perhaps it was because of the successive breakthroughs in his life level that his every move was alienated from ordinary people, as if he was a perfect person who appeared from another dimension. Wang Tingmubai came to visit the Eastern Region Sword Immortal of the Qingdi sect. Brother Qianmingzi, can you go and ask him for instructions? Mubai came to Qianmingzi with a smile and said very politely. Qianmingzi's face changed slightly when he heard that Mubai came to visit his master. To be honest, Brother Mubai, my master has been closed since the last battle in the northern region. Not to mention outsiders. Even I have never seen him. The Eastern Region Sword Immortal also closed the door and did not see people. Mubai's pale golden eyes seemed to have thought of something. But at the moment, he didn't really have to meet the Sword Immortal himself. His original intention was to use the power of the Qingdi sect as a lead to participate in the Dongxing trial. In this case, please send the gifts I brought to the Qingdi sect. I came here to qualify for the Dongxing trial. So please help me introduce you to the Qingdi sect. Mubai's tone was flat, but his voice was unusually firm. Qianmingzi, who saw the importance of this Dongxing trial to Mubai, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Junior brother, I will definitely help you. But this Dongxing trial is different from other secret trials. I'm sure the high-level people in this sect will not agree. Mubai still smiled when he heard this. Brother, just help me bring the gifts. I'm sure the leaders of the Qingdi sect will agree to it. Seeing Mubai's confidence, Xianmingzi walked directly to the heavy metal boxes and probed with his hands. Then his whole body was numb. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the other party with astonishment in his eyes. What a big deal. No wonder junior brother thinks they will agree. After knowing the gifts in the box, Xianmingzi also hurriedly took people to meet the leaders of the Qingdi sect. Seeing this, Elder Zhugu was also a little confused and asked in a low voice, Master, what treasure did you send? After making a gesture to signal the other party to come closer, Mubai whispered in Zhugu's ear, I will send whatever the Qingdi sect needs most at the moment. It's just a rare metal in the world. Zhugu is not a fool. He immediately understood another meaning from Mubai's words. That is, his emperor's creation has extended to the overlord-level forces such as the Qingdi sect in the East region. Otherwise, how could he know the metal materials that the Qingdi sect needs most so clearly and prepare them in a short time? These days, Elder Zhugu has become increasingly confused about his master. He even suspects that all the forces in the entire main world have his emperor's creation's eyes and ears. Standing outside the sect, Mubai endured the hot eyes of the Qingdi sect disciples without any displeasure. On the contrary, he even took the lead in greeting them. Seeing that Mubai was so approachable, the disciples of the Qingdi sect also came over. A large number of female disciples wanted to come over, but were squeezed behind by the more fanatical male disciples. Crazy. These male disciples are crazy. You stepped on me. Oh. Really? There are too many people. And conflicts are easy to occur during friction. Seeing this, Mubai raised his index finger and said to everyone in a deep voice, Everyone be quiet. The next moment, all the voices in the audience disappeared. Whether it was the sound of stepping on the ground, talking, or the sound of cicadas around, they all disappeared. And the world seemed to be quiet. What everyone didn't notice was that the faint layer of vibration ball cover on Mubai's index finger was constantly causing space vibration. Vibration is relative. As Mubai's control of the vibration fruit became more and more exquisite, he was able to apply this vibration in reverse, thus showing the kind of silent ability similar to the superhuman silence fruit. Such a miraculous method is probably only Zhugu can discover it. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Mubai sat on the ground and said gently, I just happen to be free now. The disciples of Qingdi sect can ask me questions about cultivation at will. I will definitely tell you everything I know. The quiet scene exploded instantly. The enthusiastic disciples rushed to raise their hands. There were too many questions about cultivation. Today, this big brother Mubai was willing to answer them one by one. It was a great opportunity. The scene was extremely harmonious in the lively atmosphere. While Mubai was discussing cultivation issues with the disciples of the Qingdi sect outside the mountain gate, Xianmingzi had already arrived at the main hall of the sect master with these valuable gifts. The sect master of the Qingdi sect took a look at these gifts, and his expression was a little solemn. It seems that this time it was Wang Ting's intention to know that we lack these and prepare them in time. We may not give face to Mubai, but we still have to give face to Wang Ting, Ziwei Star Lord behind Mubai. Qianming, go and tell Mubai that my Qingdi sect will guarantee his entry into the Dongsheng trial this time. There is actually nothing wrong with the thinking of the sect master of the Qingdi sect. This time, whether it is Ziwei Star Lord's intention or not, the power that can raise such a valuable gift in a short time is not to be underestimated. No matter who is standing behind Mubai, he has to give face. If these valuable gifts are only prepared by Mubai himself, then the entire Qingdi sect should not underestimate the other party. The fact that he has such an intelligence network shows that Wang Ting and Mubai are not simple. It is also good to make a small Dongsheng trial quota as a gift. By the way, Qianming, you should entertain Mubai before the Dongsheng trial begins. After all, you are the only leader of the younger generation in the royal court with the same status. Qianming obeys the order. Go. When Xianmingzi came to the mountain gate and told Mubai the news, Mubai just smiled faintly without much emotion. It was within his calculation that the senior leaders of the Qingdi sect agreed to help him, and he naturally did not need to be surprised by what was bound to happen within the plan. A welcoming ceremony was being held in the East Region Coastal Heavenly Kingdom Group Hotel to welcome the arrival of Wang Ting Mubai, a friend of the Qing Emperor sect. Accompanying Mubai was the Qing Emperor sect's top disciple Qianmingzi. Some people saw the two from afar and wanted to come over to get close to them, but they were cleared out by the Qing Emperor sect. As soon as Mubai entered the city, he noticed something strange on the beach, where there was obviously a large amount of dense star power flowing. Brother, That's the passage to the Dongsheng trial. Right? Yes. The Dongsheng trial is very difficult. So even if the trial space has not been opened, it can trigger all kinds of natural landscapes. In the past half-month alone, more than a dozen super-large tsunamis have been triggered in the Dongsheng region. Qianmingzi, who was a little sighing, said a few words and took Mubai to the elevator to the top floor of the hotel. The banquet lasted for a long time, because they were not sure about the most accurate opening time of the Dongsheng trial. Mubai and others had to stay here and wait. After entertaining Mubai, Qianmingzi resigned and left because of internal affairs of the sect. That night, Mubai came to the coastline alone and enjoyed the sea breeze. A few hundred meters away from him, the passage of the Dongsheng trial was still converging. The cool sea breeze blowing on his body made Mubai feel nothing. Whether it was cold or warm, it could not hurt him at all for his current physique. Mubai estimated that even if the cold and heat were increased by 10 million times, it would not damage his body. He certainly did not come here in the middle of the night to see the sea view. Not far away, a hunchback scavenger gradually raised his waist and walked over in big strides. When he came behind Mubai, he said with some emotion, "Long time no see." Mubai, I remember that the last time we met was outside the black prison. Mubai, who did not look back, knew who was behind him without looking. Jian Shutian, why did you come to the East region? Don't say that you are just waiting for me to come. The runes on Jiang Shutian's face, who maintained his youthful appearance, became a little darker, and he shook his head with a complicated expression. Of course I'm not waiting for you. I just heard that a distinguished guest from Zhongzhou came to the Dongsheng district, so I knew it was you. Jian Yang is still with you, right? I hope that next time I go to see you, you can return this little friend of my clan to me. Mubai, with his hands behind his back facing the sea, did not speak but turned indifferently. The wind and clouds suddenly changed as the thunder exploded. The ridiculously fast figure flashed in an instant. The next second, Jiang Shutian was swept into the sea by a punch. Mubai shook his fist and walked on the waves. The moment Jiang Shutian just emerged from the sea, he punched him again. The impeccable speed and strength of the punch made Jiang Shutian extremely frightened. He never thought that Mubai would grow to this point in such a short time. Ashura's sword. Jiang Shutian, who used the mythical Ashura fruit, slashed with a sword. The slash that took Mubai's punch made an unbearable creaking sound. After retreating hundreds of meters on the sea, Jiang Shutian barely stood firm, but his sword hand was still shaking. Mubai, who had slightly punished him, did not continue to attack. Instead, he faced the direction where he was retreating and said in a deep voice, Jiang Shutian hopes that you can see your identity clearly. From the perspective of strength, you are not even qualified to ask me questions. What happens to Jiang Yang has nothing to do with you. You just need to stay in the corner and linger. Jiang Shutian, whose hands were shaking from the shock, still found it hard to believe as he watched Mubai's figure disappear on the sea. When I fought him for the first time, I was sure I could kill him. When I met him for the second and third time, I still had the possibility to defeat him. How come he suddenly? Jiang Shutian, who was a little uneasy in his heart, looked at Mubai's back with a trace of fear. He couldn't see the trajectory of the opponent's first punch at all. To some extent, the opponent had already distanced himself from him. It seems that I have to speed up the time to receive the legacy of the Shura God Emperor. Jiang Shutian, who muttered to himself, gradually disappeared in the sea. Mubai, who had just landed, saw the ancient master standing on the shore. Master Mubai, do you need me to kill Jiang Shutian? Mubai shook his hands and said with a smile, killing a reptile that poses no threat now will be detrimental to my subsequent plans. Let him live first. Yes. But his Shura fruit is indeed an outlier in the mythology system. I used my body to punch his Shura slash, and it was able to break my surface defense. Mubai, who was on the right hand, could clearly see a faint pink scratch on the back of his hand. If Jiang Shutian heard this, he would spit out a few pounds of blood. His previous Shura slash was to cross the level and forcibly kill the strong enemy. But when it came to Mubai, it didn't even break the surface defense of the flesh. This is simply the ultimate irony. Well, it was once the exclusive fruit of the Ashura God Emperor, so it should still have some lethality. But the master's defense is too amazing, so the opponent's lethal attack methods can't play any role at all. Elder Juegu also explained a few words with some tears and laughter. He just saw Jiang Shutian's performance, which can be said to be a world of difference from Master Mubai. It's not enough. Such defense is not enough. Otherwise, I wouldn't go to Dongsheng District to participate in the Dongsheng trial. My goal is at least to be able to use my body to defeat the top Sun Will Realm Masters of the world. Mu Bai's few words were enough to make others dumbfounded. After all, it is impossible to surpass the level and defeat the peak Sun Will Realm Masters with the body. After this fight, Jiang Shutian completely disappeared in the East region. According to the intelligence collected by Mu Bai's Tianluodawang Intelligence Department, this arrogant person fled the East region overnight. I don't know if he was scared by himself. However, Mu Bai did not have much time to pay attention to the other party. He stayed in the hotel while practicing and quietly waiting for the day when the Dongsheng trial would be completely opened. During this time, he received several messages. The first one was that the Peacock King of the Great Lane Temple in the western region returned to the Sun Will Realm and completely entered the ranks of the top powers. This also indicated that the Great Lane Temple would have a great probability of coordinating the entire western region in the future. The second message was about the southern region. The Nanji Immortal One of the southern region came forward to mediate the chaos of several major forces in the past 100 years, and represented the forces in the southern region to become the nominal leader of the so-called Southern Region Alliance. This information contained many meanings. The most superficial one was that the Nanji Immortal One, the world's number one who had always been wandering in the sky, finally wanted to intervene in the affairs of the secular world. The third message was even more interesting. It was about Shaoli. Shaoli opened the top 3 Divine Body Chaos Ancient Mortal Body in the Divine Body list at the Burial Emperor Ridge in Zhongzhou. This news is heavy enough. And what is even more surprising is that this kid with amazing luck is actually accompanied by the female apprentice of the Nanhai Immortal. It's getting more and more chaotic. But it's better to be a little chaotic. If the world is peaceful, many things can't be done. Mu Bai thought of a lot with a grin. He was very concerned about whether Shaoli was dead or alive. After all, the luck on the other party was too heaven-defying. Shaoli, who was blessed with the great luck of the heaven, was a natural axe. Mu Bai only needed to use it a little to split the perfect and solid defense of any force. And the hands that could help Mu Bai hold the axe were naturally Jiangyang. Jiangyang, how are you doing now? Mu Bai looked extremely weird talking to himself in the air. On the other side of the spiritual level, Jiangyang was panting and following Shaoli to avoid being chased. Hearing the voice of the master in his heart, he immediately responded in his heart, the situation here is very bad. Shaoli is like a madman, attracting hatred everywhere. Originally, we should evacuate first according to the plan after he obtains the divine body. But this brainless thing has to stalemate with others because of a small matter. Mu Bai didn't have any emotions when listening to Jiangyang's complaining report. Consciousness traveled through thousands of mountains and rivers. When the 4 dimensions of the Emperor Yin creation gradually connected, Mu Bai opened his eyes again and saw Jiangyang's sight in front of him. Mu Bai, who temporarily took over Jiangyang's body, suddenly stopped. The few people who were running wildly in front were shocked when they saw Jiangyang stop. You have to know that the monster chasing behind is a monster of the Moon Wheel realm. If you want to confront this level of existence head-on, you will die. When Shaoli, who was sweating profusely, was about to pull Jiangyang, Lin Rushua screamed, "Wait! Look at his eyes. That's not Jiangyang. It's Mu Bai." At this moment, Jiangyang's temperament has indeed changed greatly. The most important thing is that there are some golden threads in his originally pure black eyes. In the jungle, Shaoli saw the change of his good brother and became trembling. Although he didn't want to admit it, Mu Bai was indeed the devil in his heart. The last time he was beaten so badly by him, it left an indelible psychological shadow. Jiangyang, are you really possessed by Mu Bai? Shaoli stepped back vigilantly. Compared with the old monster of the Moon Wheel realm, who was chasing him closely behind, Mu Bai seemed to be more terrifying. Mu Bai, whose consciousness covered Jiangyang himself, looked around and felt inexplicably funny. With such a lineup, Shaoli dared to provoke the sect monster of the Moon Wheel realm. It seemed that if this guy didn't have a monstrous luck, he would have died 800 times. Shaoli, it's surprising that a loser like you is still alive. The elegant Jiangyang casually snapped his fingers. And the next moment, a throne made of white flames appeared behind him. The brilliant golden crow fire lit up the dark forest. And a breath in the distance realized that the target was here and approached rapidly. Mu Bai! What are you going to do by occupying Jiangyang's body? Nothing. I want you to do something for me. And I will also help you solve your current predicament. Although it was Jiangyang's body sitting on the throne of fire, Mu Bai's expression was vivid. And Shaoli was a little frightened by this scene. Don't believe him. This Mubai is so sinister that he is setting a trap for you. Lin Rushua seemed very dissatisfied with Mubai, even though she knew that the person on the other side was most likely Mubai himself. She was not polite. Mubai didn't have time to deal with this Lin Rushua. He blocked the vibration of the space around the other party with a finger and blocked the other party's voice. Then he pointed to the direction of the old monster of the Moon Wheel Realm approaching in the distance and said with a smile, "You are really courting death. You actually provoked a person in the late Moon Wheel Realm. I will help you repel him. How about you do me a small favor?" What favor? Xiao Li was a little hesitant. This time he was chased by the big boss of the Moon Wheel Realm, and he was not sure that he could escape unscathed. What's more, his teammates were all confidants. If they were hurt by the old monster of the Moon Wheel Realm, he would feel distressed. Mubai crossed his arms and smiled as he said word by word, "Help me investigate the information of the high-level battles in the Northern Expedition. I want to know the situation of the war at that time. By the way, Xiao Li, I found an interesting thing in your memory before." After getting close to Xiao Li's ear, Mubai whispered, "It seems that Gu Changchun took action to get rid of your adoptive parents." This sentence stunned Xiao Li like a bolt from the blue. I don't know if it was because of the Netherworld Heart method that he actually recalled the vague memory at the beginning in his mind. As if it was really as the other party said. Impossible. Xiao Li, who was glaring at him, saw Mubai, who occupied Jiang Yang's body, tap his forehead before he could vent his anger. "You need to investigate the truth. I just put forward a small possibility. I will investigate it clearly without you saying it. If you really deceive me, Xiao Li, swear that I will never forgive you. I look forward to you finding out all the truth." After that, Jiang Yang gradually disappeared into the darkness. And the aura of the Moon Wheel Realm strongman, who was chasing Xiao Li's team, also disappeared. Xiao Li's confidants, who were half believing and half doubting, hurriedly pulled Xiao Li away. The Moon Wheel Realm expert, who came in the darkness, was full of anger and had nowhere to vent. When he saw Jiang Yang's figure and was about to explode, a token passed through space and hit his hand. The Moon Wheel Realm expert, who took the token, looked down and felt like he was falling into the abyss. This touch was exactly the token of the Heavenly Palace. The number on the other party's token was 01. And there were two very clear big characters engraved. Yang Jian. Are you Lord Yang Jian of the Heavenly Palace? Jiang Yang, whose half-face was covered by the dark shadow, could not see his joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness, but his cold eyes gave the person on the opposite side a great shock. You don't need to know this. You just need to know that your Heavenly Palace mission is suspended this time. The Moon Wheel Realm expert, who dared not look directly at the other party, was a member of the Heavenly Palace. He chased Xiao Li this time just to complete the mission. Now that Yang Jian, the number one boss of the Heavenly Palace, appeared, he didn't want to cause dissatisfaction even if he had 100 courage. So without any hesitation, he bowed in the direction of Mubai and quickly left the scene. Xiao Li, who was waiting for Jiang Yang outside the forest, rushed over immediately when he heard the noise in the dense forest. After seeing his good brother recovered, he hurriedly asked, "What happened to Jiang Yang? How did Mubai occupy your body?" "I don't know either. I just felt sleepy and my consciousness became groggy." "What happened?" Jiang Yang, who asked the question in return, was simply a brilliant actor. His words made Xiao Li stunned. "It's okay. Let's leave this dangerous place first." In the Dongsheng district of the eastern region, Mubai, who was in the hotel, withdrew from the consciousness link of the Emperor Yin divine body and stretched his body. "Master, using the Heavenly Palace to issue a mission to hunt down Xiao Li, and then changing your identity to save him. This simple layout makes Xiao Li act according to your thoughts. It's really great." Listening to Juega's praise, Mubai said without even turning his head, "Some things are difficult for me to investigate. It's just right to use Xiao Li's luck to investigate the battle situation of the high-level officials in the Northern Expedition. Xiao Li himself has doubts about the death of his adoptive parents, so he agrees to a certain extent when I say something to break his fantasy about Gu Changchun. By the way, nothing happened in the territory during the days when I was not in the borderland of the north." The serious Juegu shook his head hurriedly. "We just set out for an hour and there were more than a dozen terrorist attacks over there. And even several Moon Realm masters took action in secret. But in the end, they were all suppressed by the personnel we deployed. However, a major accident occurred in the laboratory." "What major accident?" Mubai frowned slightly, and still expected those researchers to research artificial devil fruits for him. It was too unreliable to have a major accident just after leaving. It seems that they created the first artificial devil fruit. The mean Juegu elder suddenly changed his tone. After taking a serious look at the other party, Mu Bai kicked him out of the window from the height of the 30th floor. With the high-altitude flying man and the heavy falling sound, Mu Bai calmed down a lot. After Mu Bai's subsequent understanding, he learned that the laboratory had achieved initial success in the development of devil fruits. Artificial devil fruits did appear, but the current artificial devil fruits were not stable and could only be used on ordinary animals. In order to create animal-type devil fruits that ordinary people can eat, a large number of experiments are still needed. At present, except for the unstable experiments on living animals, the experiments on dead objects seem to be very smooth. Using swords to devour animal-type devil fruits, so that weapons have ductile or animal attack capabilities. Dozens of such animal devil fruit weapons have been born in the laboratory, which makes Mu Bai somewhat relieved. The combination of ordinary weapons and the power of animal-type devil fruits is a strong combination in itself. And more importantly, it can be mass-produced. As long as time permits, Mu Bai can equip all his subordinates with abilities in a short time. After solving the follow-up progress problems in the laboratory, Mu Bai fell into a long wait. Until the dusk of the 4th day, an inexplicable earthquake occurred in the sea outside the hotel. Mu Bai, who noticed the source of the vibration, immediately appeared on the sea. Following the line of sight, the black and red Dongsheng trial channel has been opened. The other contestants who received the news gathered on the beach. Mu Bai, who followed the main force, naturally did not rush in. You are all geniuses from the East region. But some of you may have heard of the Dongsheng trial, and some may not have heard of it. Let me explain it briefly. The Dongsheng trial is divided into 100 levels. The closer to the 100th level, the more powerful the monsters are. Similarly, the more levels you pass, the richer the rewards will be at the end. This time, the explanation was given by an elder of the Qingdi sect. After a brief explanation, he stopped talking. He couldn't explain the rules similar to other trials' secret realms. The most important thing about this trial is bone age and personal strength. You can only enter if your bone age is within the limit of the trial site. And you can go further if your personal strength is strong. These are the most basic. When the scene was gradually sorted out in batches, Mu Bai entered the Dongsheng trials smoothly as a contestant in the second wave. This time, because Wang Ting Mu Bai and Qingdi sect Qianmingzi, two of the world's top geniuses, participated at the same time. The atmosphere on the scene was particularly lively. That's Mu Bai? I heard he's a muscle monster, but he looks pretty handsome. Handsome? You sister. He's much more handsome than you. I wonder how this rising new era prodigy compares to our eastern region Qianmingzi. This Dongsheng trial will be interesting. Come on! You still have the mood to study these two big guys. What I'm worried about now is that the sect gave me this quota and qualification. What if I fail before I get through a few levels? Although failing the Dongsheng trial is not life-threatening, it's embarrassing. Amid the lively scene, most contestants are still worried about their performance. After all, the performance of sect disciples in the Dongsheng trial itself is a way to judge a sect's soft power. Even many sects that have friction with each other will use the number of sect disciples who pass the levels as bargaining chips, and use ports or various businesses as bets. Seeing the lively scene, Mu Bai was not interested. When the first batch of contestants entered the trial space, the second team that Mu Bai belonged to quickly followed. Mu Bai and others walked on the waves. When they came to a position only a few dozen meters away from the trial space, they were instantly pulled into the passage by the huge traction force. A dark and damp touch made Mu Bai wake up quickly. He stood up in a trance and found that he was actually in a dilapidated classroom at this moment. The only difference between this place and the classroom in the real world is that there are scarlet blood stains everywhere on the walls and floor tiles. It is better to say that this is a slaughterhouse than an abandoned school. The sunlight outside the school window is also very strange. The dark red sun is leaning on the western horizon. It seems that this world will soon change from dusk to night. Mu Bai, who was standing in front of the classroom window, felt the sense of being peeped and slowly raised his head. The next second, a centipede-like human-headed monster climbing on the outside of the school wall suddenly attacked from outside the window. What is that? Mu Bai, with a frown on his brows, swept away with a punch. The strong fist wind instantly flattened the red dark clouds in the sky. The school corroded by blood also collapsed in an instant. In a puff of smoke, Mu Bai came to the playground with the broken centipede monster in one hand. After carefully observing the other party, Mu Bai roughly understood what the monster in the Dongsheng trial field meant. It seems that I made a lot of noise just now. The object that looks like a dark red sun in the distance is rushing towards it crazily. Only when you look closely can you see that it is not a sun, but a glowing spherical monster with 4 legs. The ground shook. The wriggling iron-armored human-faced insects rushed out of the ground crazily. And outside the school wall, a large number of bloody monsters similar to werewolves were rushing towards Mubai in groups. Is this the first level? Mubai thinks the difficulty here is indeed higher. As the monsters looked around, the school playground where Mubai was located suddenly turned into purgatory. More monsters were gathering under the bloody smell. If you look down from the air, you can clearly see that a stream of black torrents are gathering around Mubai. With a little force on his hand, the iron-boned centipede monster he held in his hand was crushed like tofu. Although the scene looks big, they are just a bunch of trash. No matter how many there are, it doesn't make sense. Facing the monsters, Mubai snapped his fingers lightly. The next moment, the black and red domineering aura descended on the first level of the Dongsheng trial, like the god of death in the underworld. The brilliant spirit was like thunder in the dark night, overwhelming the whole audience. The monster that looked like the setting sun and the group of wolves were instantly suppressed to the ground. As Mubai's domineering pressure gradually escalated, the ground under them also shattered instantly. When the stubborn monsters wanted to get up and approach Mubai, they were greeted by stronger pressure. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to get close to Mubai. Boring. Mubai, with his eyes gradually turning cold, muttered casually, and all the monsters in the field died instantly. And he immediately entered the second level of the Dongsheng trial. Each level of the Dongsheng trial appeared randomly in front of the contestants. So the moment Mubai disappeared, the monsters that were originally killed by the Overlord color also resurrected. The monsters were frightened, and a new contestant appeared in the middle of the playground. Why are there so many? He was drowned by the angry monsters before he finished speaking, and he turned into fragments and left the trial in a few moments. Mubai, who entered the second level of the Dongsheng trial, appeared again in a modern building. It looked like an office, but the temperature around was very low, and it was accompanied by baby-like crying from time to time. Mubai, who was too lazy to care about what kind of monster the other party was, opened his eye of divine punishment instantly. When he teleported to the top floor of the building, the divine punishment shock wave in his third eye instantly flooded the entire building. Facing this light, it also illuminated the densely packed ghost baby figures around. Mubai frowned and felt the breath in these ghost babies, and he became more and more confused. Each of these ghost babies was close to the level of Star Master. If such a large number of them gathered together to attack the contestants, only the Star Wheel realm could pass the level. If the Dongsheng trial was this difficult, all the contestants would probably not be able to pass the first few levels. The swift divine punishment shock wave hit the building in an instant. Under the strong energy scattered impact, the densely packed ghost babies were immediately destroyed by the aftermath. After all the ghost babies died suddenly, Mubai immediately entered the third level. Similarly, although the difficulty of the third level was not low, it was still as simple as a small game in front of Mubai. He passed the levels continuously, and finally entered the 10th level. This time the scene changed. If the first 9 levels were all modernized, the architectural style here changed drastically after entering the 10th level. Looking at the ancient building with a sense of age in front of him, before Mubai could take a closer look, he found that a dragon roar resounded through the night in the distant sky. Standing in the middle of this empty street, Mubai looked at the black clouds above his head and swept away with a punch. With a strong domineering aura, his punch directly tore the black cloud in the sky into 2 halves, and the dragon hidden in the black cloud gradually revealed its true form. Looking around, the other party's figure is obviously an Eastern dragon, but the state of the blue Eastern dragon in front of him seems to be very wrong. His eyes are not like the dragon eyes of the normal dragon clan, but are replaced by deep scarlet, as if he is possessed by a demon, giving people a crazy feeling. The blue dragon roams in the black cloud, and his scarlet eyes stare at Mubai. After a violent dragon roar, this huge monster suddenly rushed out of the black cloud and swooped towards Mubai. The surrounding wind and rain follow, just like the domineering and unparalleled Dragon King, who calls the wind and rain. The monster on the 10th floor is actually a demon dragon in the Moonwheel realm. Mubai can see the clue of this difficulty. It is estimated that the secret realm of the Dongsheng trial will allocate levels according to the overall combat power of the contestants. Otherwise, Mubai thinks that the demon dragon in front of him can solve all the eastern region Tianju except him and Qianmingzi. No nonsense. Facing the demon dragon in the Moonwheel realm, Mubai's right hand trembles slightly, And the next moment, the three-pointed two-edged sword martial god appears in his hand. The Eye of Divine Punishment was activated instantly. In a few moments, Mu Bai, holding the god of war, pierced the dragon head of the demon dragon with 2 consecutive slashes. And the third slash directly cut the demon dragon's body of thousands of meters in the middle. The demon dragon's ferocious dragon scale armor was pitifully small in front of the sharp blade of the god of war and Mu Bai's power. When Mu Bai landed again, the blue demon dragon in the air had already fallen to the ground. Mu Bai, who instantly killed the Moon Will Realm strongman, did not have much joy on his face. The strength of the demon dragon was similar to this. Even if it was increased tenfold, it was not his opponent. There was nothing to celebrate about defeating this kind of garbage. After passing the 10th level, Mu Bai's clearance speed increased significantly. After killing multiple level leaders in a row, he also came to the 20th level. Here he was greeted by a 9-headed water-attributed monster similar to Xiangliu. Destroying only one snake head of the opponent could not cause any damage to it. After several rounds of fighting, Mu Bai cut off 9 heads of the opponent at the same time before he passed the 20th level. After passing the suspected Xiangliu creature, Mu Bai gradually felt the difficulty increase. When he entered the 30th level, the difficulty had increased sharply to the peak of the Moon Will Realm monster. And more importantly, these monsters are not ordinary human peak Moon Will Realm strongmen who can touch porcelain. These monsters have their own magical powers. Mu Bai almost flipped over in the headless monster level in the 39th level. The guy who seemed to be Xingtian in mythology seemed to have mastered some magical powers close to the rule level. Mu Bai's head was broken when he just fought with him. In the end, Mu Bai held his head in one hand and used the martial god to seal the opponent's ability in the other hand before he completely killed it. It can be said that the difficulty of this Dongsheng trial is surprisingly high. Compared with it, the Black Prison is nothing. When Mu Bai cut through the thorns and came to the 50th level like a rocket, the real challenge began. As soon as he entered the 50th floor, Mu Bai felt an inexplicable pressure. He appeared in an ancient desert city, surrounded by many dilapidated Buddha statues. The strong wind blew sand on his face, which was a bad feeling. Under the clear blue sky, Mu Bai saw an inexplicable horror in the expressions of the dilapidated Buddha statues around him. In a trance, Mu Bai could not tell whether this was the Dongsheng trial space or the real scene of the main world. Among the Buddha statues, the one with the most serious distortion was the statue of Maitreya Buddha. Mu Bai took a closer look and found that it was the statue of the Buddha from the east. Just as he was about to touch the statue with his hand, several exclamations in the ancient desert city caused the sand sea to shake. Looking up, he saw little demons holding tridents flapping their wings in the air to patrol. After seeing Mu Bai in front of the Maitreya Buddha statue, the little demons laughed heartbreakingly. If ordinary people heard such laughter, they would probably be horrified. But for Mu Bai, it was really ridiculous. If you like to laugh so much, then go to the underworld and laugh enough. With his left hand clenched, the vibrating ball covered his palm. Mu Bai raised his arm and swung his iron fist to directly tear the space apart in the void. In the chaotic airflow, Mu Bai pulled the vibrating airflow like taking something out of a bag and tore the little demon with strange laughter in the air apart. Squeak! Squeak! Under the power of the vibration, the weird laughter of the little demons disappeared, replaced by screams. In the chaos, the little demons whose bodies were broken fell to the ground one after another. Mu Bai went forward to see that these little demons were actually rat monsters with wings similar to human forms. Mu Bai, who was checking these little demons, suddenly looked up. He could clearly sense through the mad sand sea that a creature with the momentum of the red sun was approaching rapidly. Before the other party arrived, the surrounding sand was splashing wildly, with the might of the sky and the earth. The Taoist with yellow eyebrows came on the sea of sand. As soon as the other party saw Mu Bai, he waved his sleeves. The next moment, a white bag seemed to have magical powers and continued to expand and grow. It was vaguely going to swallow the sky and the sun. Mu Bai's figure quickly retreated to avoid this strange bag. But he didn't expect that the Taoist with yellow eyebrows pointed at Mu Bai and said loudly, "My bag avoids immortals and demons, but not people." The human race bag took this person. Human race bag? Yellow eyebrow image? Yellow eyebrow king? Without waiting for Mu Bai to teleport and dodge, the human race bag in the hands of the yellow eyebrow Taoist immediately rolled up Mu Bai's body, as if it was a 100% hit, and put him into the human race bag. After putting Mu Bai in the human race bag, the human race bag mysteriously became the size that could be carried in one hand. After hanging the bag around his waist, the yellow eyebrow Taoist laughed and disappeared with the mad sand. Mu Bai, who was put into the human race bag, only felt that the world was dark, and he seemed to be trapped in a cage that he could not escape. Isn't the human race bag the Maitreya Buddha treasure stolen by Huang Mei in Journey to the West? At this moment, the most surprising aura to Mu Bai was not the strength of the yellow eyebrow Taoist and the power of the human race bag. What surprised him most was that there was indeed a shadow in the main world in Journey to the West. Before this Dongsheng trial, he had vaguely seen the figure of the giant spirit falling in the cave paradise of the Holy Taoist sect. The yellow eyebrow Taoist, who was rolled up by the mad sand, soon arrived in his territory with the spoils. Looking at the gate, there are 4 big characters on it. Shao Lane Temple. As soon as you enter the gate filled with Buddha light, you can find that the smelly demonic aura is spreading around. Although the solemn and majestic Buddha statues nearby are magnificent, ordinary people can still see the weirdness of these Buddha statues. The more you look at the Buddha statues, the more you can feel the horror. After entering the gate, Taoist Huang Mei rolled up his sleeves and went straight to the solemn Buddhist hall. The little demons who were transformed into Buddha statues and sitting in the place of worship turned into their original forms when they saw the king coming back. This hall full of solemn Buddha statues instantly became a gathering place for demons. Good. Good. I really met an interesting little thing today. I will refine it into wine when I wake up from a nap. The lazy Huang Mei threw the human bag aside and slumped in the rocking chair and fell asleep. These little demons did not dare to disturb them and slipped away. Mu Bai, who could vaguely hear the snoring outside in the human bag, was speechless. The difficulty of the 50th level of the Dongsheng trial was simply against the sky. This human bag was a regular prop and could not be dodged at all. However, if this was a real human bag, it would be normal for it to have such ability. According to the setting in Journey to the West, this human bag was originally the acquired bag of Maitreya Buddha. It was an old white cloth bag. As long as it was thrown, all the enemies could be put into it. After coming out of the human bag, the bones would be soft and the muscles would be numb, and the skin would be wrinkled. It can be said that this is already a ceiling-level magic weapon in the worldview of Journey to the West. In the original Journey to the West, the Yellow Eyebrow King relied on several magic weapons of Maitreya Buddha in his hand, and he was lawless and did whatever he wanted. His courage was very rare among the monsters in Journey to the West. Tathagata Buddha is the supreme god in the 3 realms. He has great power and high magic power. Huang Mei not only dared to fake a small lane temple of Tathagata, but also dared to pretend to be the Buddha himself. His audacity has reached the point where it cannot be surpassed. He was originally a yellow-browed boy who was in charge of the chimes in front of Maitreya Buddha. On March 3rd, because Maitreya Buddha went to the Yuanshur meeting and left him in the palace to guard, he stole Maitreya Buddha's human bag, hammer and golden symbols, and pretended to be a Buddha. Thinking about the background and setting of Huang Mei to Wang in Journey to the West, Mu Bai also had a headache. He used all his means to face this human bag, but he couldn't damage it at all. The devouring and biting ability of the Tao Hai fruit, the indestructible ability of the god of war, and even the awakened Taishu divine fire of the golden crow fruit couldn't hurt the human bag at all. Mu Bai, who was almost laughing with anger, came up with a plan when he saw that he couldn't destroy the human race bag. He opened the Emperor's divine body and used the ability of swallowing points in reverse. If according to the setting in Journey to the West, Huang Mei also stole the human race bag, then Mu Bai could completely refine this treasure in reverse by swallowing a large amount of points. The decisive Mu Bai started to act directly. His goal in coming to the Dongsheng trial was not just the 50th floor. He wanted one of the highest rewards here, the ceiling of the horizontal training method. Ni Gu Jing. If he was trapped here, it would be a huge loss. Huang Mei, who fell into a deep sleep, seemed to be unaware of the outside world, so that no one noticed that Mu Bai was constantly refining this treasure in the human race bag. Human race bag, regular magic weapon originally the acquired bag of Maitreya Buddha. It was an old white cloth bag. As long as it was thrown, all the enemies could be put in. After coming out of the human race bag, the bones would be soft and the muscles would be numb, and the skin would be wrinkled. Upgrade requires 200,000 swallowing points. It is indeed an ownerless treasure. Mu Bai immediately threw 200,000 devouring points into it. Humanity bag, level 2 originally the acquired bag of Maitreya Buddha. It is an old white cloth bag. All enemies can be put into it with one throw. After coming out of the human bag, they will be exhausted. If they stay in the bag for 7 days and 7 nights, they will turn into a pool of pus. Upgrading requires 1 million devouring points. His palm covered the surface of the human bag. Due to the connection of devouring points, Mu Bai can now master some of the abilities of the human bag. He just thought. The next moment, the mouth of the human bag automatically loosened, and white light appeared above Mu Bai's head. With the help of the connection of devouring points, Mu Bai rushed out of the human race bag, and put away the human race bag on the table as soon as he rushed out. Sleep? Sleep, you big head ghost. Holding the three-pointed double-edged sword of the god of war, Mu Bai stabbed it suddenly. The terrifying vibration power covered the sharp blade and burst instantly. The Taoist Huang Mei, who was hit in his sleep, woke up suddenly. When the snoring stopped, the whole little lane temple collapsed. Huang Mei, who was stabbed in the chest, looked at Mu Bai in front of him in disbelief. Squeak! 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 The space shattered like a mirror and gradually split apart. Huang Mei, who suffered this full-strength attack, only felt his chest sink, and then the whole person went straight into the ground of the little lane temple. Mu Bai, who was chasing closely behind, knew that this attack was not enough to kill the opponent. Just now, he could find from the touch of the god of war that his weapon did not break the opponent's defense. So when the Taoist Huang Mei fell into the ground, Mu Bai followed closely with a mouthful of Tai Chi divine fire. Huang Mei, who was sunk to the ground by the opponent's huge force, roared and spun his short-handled mace into the wind, tearing the Tai Chi divine fire. As soon as he returned to the ground, he recited the formula of the human race bag. The human race bag hanging on Mu Bai's waist seemed to be affected and gradually separated from Mu Bai's contact. Seeing this, Mu Bai, who was holding the human race bag, turned the bag around and covered the Huang Mei Taoist. Huh? How can you mobilize the human race bag? Although the Huang Mei Taoist who chanted the spell avoided the human race bag with the power to swallow the sky, his demon sons and grandsons in the little lane temple were crying and being caught by the human race bag, holding the human race bag that was jumping around. Mu Bai saw that this treasure could not do anything to the Huang Mei Taoist and turned into a golden crow. The next moment, among the thousands of golden crows in the sea of fire, golden crows with a body length of more than 10 meters rose into the sky. While burning the void, they surrounded the Huang Mei Taoist. The thief is good at making fire? You don't even ask your grandfather Huang Mei's wind and sand if he agrees. The Huang Mei Taoist shouted angrily, ignoring the surging golden crow phantoms around him, and directly opened his mouth and spit out waves of sand. This wind and sand seemed to be infinitely magnified and swept across the world. These sand grains actually gathered into Buddha statues in the sky, as if all the Buddhas appeared in the wind and sand at the same time. Fall! At the command, the Buddha statues in the wind and sand that blew out the golden crow's divine fire attacked at the same time. Mu Bai, who turned into a golden crow like a big sun, saw the opponent's trick and no longer hid his strength. He saw his lower abdomen loosen. A dazzling yellow fireball was spit out. Once this mysterious fireball came out, not to mention the Buddha statues in the wind and sand, even the golden crow flames that Mu Bai split at the beginning were actually burned. The golden crow divine fire and the Tai Chi divine fire are all minor ones. Since Mu Bai awakened the golden crow fruit, what he really relied on was the big sun true fire above these two. The super flame that burns the world. The ultimate divine fire that truly stands at the end of the flame. Great sun true fire. With a flick of his finger, the great sun true fire immediately broke through the crazy sand Buddha shadow, blinding Huang Mei's eyes, while the extremely bright flame immediately merged into Huang Mei's upper body. The powerful demon body that was previously indestructible by the hilt was now rapidly twisted and deformed under the scorching of the great sun true fire. Huang Mei, who was burned beyond recognition, endured the pain and quickly formed seals with both hands. The human race bag hanging on Mu Bai's waist was actually activated by him. The moment the human race bag opened, it sucked the great sun true fire on his body into it. It seemed that the temperature of the great sun true fire was indeed high, and even the human race bag actually emitted bursts of white smoke from the opening. The yellow eyebrow Taoist had now become a black eyebrow beggar. He was proud that he had cracked the man's secret when the void exploded. A powerful big hand pressed down his black and gray head and instantly broke several mountains not far away. Before Huang Mei could react, his body lightened. He looked up and saw two fists emitting vibrating light waves hitting his chest at an astonishing speed. The explosive power passed layer by layer, and before Huang Mei could spit out a mouthful of old blood, the body of the humanoid monster pressed over again. 1 foot down. The terrifying vibration directly twisted and deformed Huang Mei's neck, and the surrounding surface of more than 100,000 meters collapsed at the same time. In the scene that looked like a natural disaster, The four-handed one-eyed monster pinched Huang Mei's head like a chicken. The monstrous spirit in the opponent's one-eyed eye turned into a surging domineering color and hit Huang Mei's forehead. Huang Mei, who was suffering from a splitting headache due to the shock wave of the divine punishment, wanted to struggle, but could not move the monster's palm. A feeling of despair filled Huang Mei's mind. He was suppressed by the monster in front of him in all aspects, including strength, speed, physique, and magical powers. Monster? No. This one-eyed monster was clearly transformed from that human. Let me go! The one-eyed monster holding Huang Mei's entire body was naturally Mu Bai in the form of an evil ghost. It was very difficult for Mu Bai to defeat Huang Mei with his extraordinary attributes in his normal state. But after transforming into an evil ghost, Mu Bai was 100% sure to control the opponent. Are you Huang Mei? Are you the boy under the sea of Mithra Buddha? What exactly is this Dongsheng trial? Do you know Journey to the West? After Mu Bai asked one question after another, Huang Mei's breath gradually weakened. After Mu Bai let go of the opponent's body, Huang Mei gradually disappeared into the wind and sand. Mu Bai was stunned for a moment, and was slightly lost in thought. How could the opponent be crushed to death so easily? This Dongsheng trial was indeed a strange place. The eyes suddenly turned white, and he knew that this was a symbol of passing the level. He would enter the 50th level the next moment. Just when Mu Bai was about to pass the 50th level, Qianmingzi was looking at the mysterious monster that looked like a monkey not far away, with a serious expression in another 50th level. The iron rod in the opponent's hand was as heavy as a mountain. After fighting with the opponent for dozens of rounds, his hands were shaking obviously. The universe is reversed. Yin and Yang are exchanged. The universe is opened. After reversing the numbness in the body, the Yin and Yang Pisces pattern gradually extended under Qianmingzi's feet, and a large number of Yin and Yang flowing patterns also appeared around the monkey at the same time. The monkey holding a stick and wearing the armor of a flying general grinned and said jokingly, "You are actually a birdman from the Taoist school. You really like to be mysterious. However, your physique does make this demon king curious. Today, I will tear off your bones and flesh so that I can take a good look at your true appearance." After saying this, the arms of this strange monkey suddenly disturbed the void. Under the power of the inverted Yin and Yang magical power, the monkey raised the iron rod with both hands and exclaimed, then swung the iron rod to break through the air and attack with the momentum of opening the sky. The Yin-Yang sword in Qianmingzi's hand slashed down with the momentum of drawing a sword. Qianmingzi vaguely saw the two words on the stick when the sword and the stick crossed. Tongbi? Under the interweaving of light and darkness, all the surrounding mountains were broken. The eyes of the monkey who swung the iron rod emitted a purple glow, and his figure gradually became huge in the collapsed mountains. When Qianmingzi saw it clearly, the other party had already turned into a giant ape with a mighty power that could reach the sky and the earth. Trouble. Looking at the Tongbi ape with a strong momentum above his head, Qianmingzi's pressure increased sharply. The opponent's strength was too overwhelming, and he had already reached the level of the Sunwheel realm. So Qianmingzi really couldn't do anything to him for a while. I can only use the Zhenwu sword art. Facing this monstrous ape, Qianmingzi sighed lightly, and then the Moonwheel Dharma behind him gradually turned into a golden Zhenwu phantom, with his hair loose and barefoot, wearing a black robe, a golden armor and a jade belt, holding a sword and glaring, stepping on a turtle and a snake, and a round light on his head. The image was very powerful. When the demonic energy around the Tongbi ape touched the Zhenwu phantom, it naturally collapsed as if it had met a mortal enemy. Qianmingzi, sweating profusely, still had some difficulty in activating the Zhenwu sword art with the Moonwheel realm. If it weren't for the support of the Qingku endowed body, he would have been dead the moment he activated the Zhenwu sword art. The furious Zhenwu emperor slashed with his sword and collided violently with the iron rod of the giant ape. The strong sound waves spread out under the creaking sound of the collision of the weapons. Just when Qianmingzi was somewhat unable to maintain the phantom of the Zhenwu sword art, the Tongbi ape seemed to have a sudden illness and dissipated the image of the giant ape. After a few turns, he died. The phantom of the Zhenwu sword art collapsed. Qianmingzi, who had lost all his strength, stood with his sword in his hand and gasped heavily. When he looked up at the corpse of the Tongbi ape, he was also puzzled. He felt that the other party seemed to be killed by another force. What is going on?